Liang was hurled back by fate to the year 1992, a savage era where money ran wild, gangs ruled the streets, and opportunity walked hand in hand with death. At first he thought that being reborn was already the greatest trump card. Yet to his astonishment, heaven had granted him an even more heaven-defying ability. The Death Soldier system had been activated. He could cultivate an unlimited number of absolutely loyal Death Soldiers, madly expand his underground power and wealth, and carve a bloody path from the very bottom until he stood as the ruler of an era. While everyone else was still struggling desperately just to survive, Liang had already begun laying the foundations of his own underground empire. In this lifetime, he would become the master of an entire era. A rush of breath escaped his lips as distant voices cried out, "He's awake! He's awake! Xiaoyang is awake!" Their joy echoed around him. "The ancestors must be watching over us," someone said. Yet Liang was still trapped in sheer bone-deep terror. Just moments ago, he had been delivering food when a runaway truck ran a red light and roared straight toward him, slamming into him and hurling his body through the air. In that instant, only one thought remained in his mind. His life was completely ruined. He had believed that his existence would end there, yet unexpectedly a noisy chorus of voices had dragged his consciousness back from the brink. "Where's this?" Regaining his senses, Liang's throat burned dry and raw as he forced out the hoarse words. "Yangzi, it's old, and it's me," a woman's voice answered anxiously. "You don't recognize me anymore." At her question, several middle-aged women with tear-streaked faces hurried to crowd around the bed, gazes filled with anxious concern as they looked down at him. Liang lifted his eyes to look at them, and his whole body jolted. Were these not his aunts? Yet he clearly remembered that they had all passed away one after another in recent years. He remembered it vividly. When old aunt passed away, he had personally smashed the morning basin. Could it be that he had died and was now reunited with his aunts in the underworld? But why did his aunts all look so young? Could the netherworld really turn back the clock and grant eternal youth? Time slid by in a blur, and 3 days passed. Liang finally saw his circumstances clearly. That car accident had not taken his life, instead, just like in the novels, it had sent him back reborn into his younger years. Feeling the fresh breeze drifting in through the hospital window, Liang's heart filled with gratitude. Being alive was wonderful. Over these 3 days, by subtly probing and asking around, he had finally determined the exact year he had returned to. It was 1992. At this time he was 19, already dropped out of school, and spent his days idly hanging around with a gang of local hoodlums from the county. Liang's background was miserably tragic. His father had died in an accident not long after his birth. His mother, unable to bear the poverty and the lack of a pillar to support the family, had ruthlessly abandoned him and left. He had been raised single-handedly by his grandparents and 4 aunts. Yet in the past 2 years his grandparents had passed away one after another, and only his aunt's occasional support had kept him from starving on the streets. With no one to discipline him, and with Hong Kong and Taiwan gangster films flooding the market at the time, Liang naturally strayed onto the wrong path. He spent his days with a pack of idle companions, fighting and brawling as if it were nothing. This hospitalization, too, was because he had stepped in for a so-called brother only to be struck on the back of the head with a brick, nearly losing his life. Perhaps his ancestors truly were watching over him. In his previous life, he had barely clung to life. In this life, his future self had even descended to possess him upon rebirth, and in the end, he had snatched his life back from death's grasp. In his past life, after this incident, the gang of so-called brothers who used to swear brotherhood scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Only 2 childhood friends still came to see him from time to time. It was at that moment that he finally saw the warmth and coldness of human relationships. He understood that living off the streets was never a proper path. So he slowly withdrew from that circle, found a grueling labor job, and spent his entire life as a beast of burden, toiling in mediocrity. Liang was immeasurably grateful for this chance at rebirth. With decades of memories of the future, simply seizing any one of the coming tides of opportunity would be a devastating trump card that others could never hope to match. Yet he would not act recklessly. Having lived more than half a lifetime, he understood one truth all too well: without status and strength to match enormous wealth would only invite calamity, turning him into meat on someone else's chopping block. Wealth he could never truly keep. His plan was simple: run some steady, safe small businesses, keep his visible assets under tens of millions, avoid attracting attention, and live an easy, carefree life. In his previous life, he had exhausted himself for decades. In this life, he only wanted to enjoy living well. Yet just as Liang finished mapping out his future, a cold mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host. The infinite Death Soldier system has been bound. Please check it at your convenience." "What on earth is this?" Liang blurted out in surprise, then felt his entire face flush red. As a seasoned web novel enthusiast steeped in countless stories, he knew all too well what a system represented. He had thought that Rebirth alone was an enormous fortune, yet now there was a system on top of that. Clearly heaven intended to force him to soar into the skies. "Xiaoyang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell anywhere?" A concerned voice came from beside the bed. It was his eldest, Aunt Lilan. Liang had 4 aunts: eldest Aunt Lilan, second Aunt Li Feng, third Aunt Li Rue, and old Aunt Xin. Each of their families was very ordinary, and over these past few days the sisters had taken turns staying at the hospital to care for him. Toward his four aunts, Li Yang's heart was filled with gratitude. In his previous life, once he grew sensible, he had always remained close to his aunts. But since they each had families of their own to manage, he had been reluctant to trouble them over every little matter, visiting mainly during holidays and festivals. Li Yang quickly calmed his excitement and let a smile appear on his face. "I'm fine, eldest aunt. It's just that lying in the hospital makes my whole body uncomfortable. I want to be discharged. The doctor already said I'm not seriously hurt. I can just go home and rest." "Well, why not stay a few more days? Let them observe you properly, so you don't end up with any lasting problems." His aunt hesitated, trying to persuade him. Eldest aunt had little schooling and a gentle temperament, so she spoke with some uncertainty. "I really am fine. Look at me. I'm as sturdy as a little calf," Li Yang said, thumping his chest. "Staying in the hospital is just wasting money." Seeing the healthy color in his cheeks, his eldest aunt had to admit he did not look ill. Thinking of the hefty daily medical fees, her resolve began to waver. In those years, few families had much money. His aunts were all farmers with virtually no savings. Li Yang's hospital and medical expenses were being split among the sisters, and even so each household was under heavy pressure. If he could recuperate at home, it would naturally ease the burden. After Li Yang's persistent coaxing, Li Lan finally nodded and agreed, taking him home. Li Yang's home was in Zhongshan town of Sui County, an old brick-tile house left by his grandparents. His aunts had all married nearby, which was why they had been able to help raise him. Once they returned, his eldest aunt ordered him to lie down and rest, then turned toward the kitchen to cook for him. Lying in the familiar yet shabby old house, Li Yang could not help the slight curve at the corner of his lips. He could no longer remember how many years it had been since he last set foot in this old house. According to the trajectory of his previous life, after being discharged, he would head south to work, save a bit of money, then return to the county to take out a loan and buy an apartment. He would then spend a lifetime rushing about, still single in his 40s. Though he had seen his share of human joys and sorrows, he had never truly lived a stable life. Once his emotions settled, Li Yang silently called out in his heart and summoned the system interface. Host Li Yang, age 19, occupation none. System level 1. Function automatically refreshes 2 level 1 death soldiers each day with maximum loyalty, currently inactive. Level 1 death soldiers intelligence equal to an ordinary person, physical attributes 3 times that of an ordinary person, no special skills, system evaluation suitable only for manual labor. Note: once activated, the refresh cannot ever be stopped. The host is responsible for the death soldiers' food, clothing, shelter, and daily needs. Experience 0,500 for every 100 renminbi created by each death soldier. The host gains 1 experience point. System shop locked unlocks at level 3. Li Yang stared fixedly at the system panel, the light in his eyes growing ever more intense. The system seemed to offer nothing but manpower, yet in this rough-and-tumble era filled with opportunities where the weak were prey to the strong, the most valuable resource was never money but a cadre of subordinates whose loyalty was absolute. With this group of death sworn at his command, Li Yang felt his spine straighten, at once his confidence surging. Moreover, these death sworn produced by the system possessed physical attributes 3 times those of ordinary men. Coupled with their utter fearlessness in the face of death and their unquestioning obedience, they were practically born instruments of violence. This was an age where fists and courage did the talking. Those future underworld bosses who could summon wind and rain had almost all clawed their way out of this primordial chaos. With death sworn at his disposal, Li Yang naturally would not pass up such a shortcut to rapid ascent. Yet he was keenly aware that after the 21st century, those who went deep into the underworld rarely met a good end. He would never stand on the stage himself. He would remain the man behind the curtain, using the death sworn to blaze a trail while he quietly accumulated wealth in silence. Over the next few days, Li Yang did not rush to activate the system. First, his aunts came to visit him every single day. If a group of burly strangers suddenly appeared at home, it would inevitably frighten them. Second, the death sworn needed food, clothing, and shelter, yet his pockets were cleaner than his face. He had absolutely no means to support them. He had to wait until his injuries had completely healed before he could set his plans in motion with an easy mind. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed, and Li Yang's wounds were fully mended. He told his aunts that he had completely recovered and could care for himself now, so they need not visit every single day. Seeing him able to run and jump with vibrant energy, his aunts repeatedly urged him to take care, then changed their visits to every few days instead. That very night, once all his aunts had left, Li Yang finally murmured silently in his heart, "Activate the system." The very next second, 2 towering figures appeared out of thin air inside the room. Both men were over 1.80 meters tall, their features plain and honest, carrying a hint of simple sincerity. Yet deep in their eyes there lurked a sliver of cold ruthlessness and battle-hardened ferocity that was hard to detect at a glance. "Wang Chong, Zhang Wei, we greet our master." The 2 strong men bowed with cupped hands, their voices steady and their respect absolute. Li Yang had long been mentally prepared for their sudden appearance and was not startled in the slightest. Bound to them by the system, he trusted the pair 100%. A smile surfaced on his face as he gave a few simple instructions, then rose to start a fire and cook. With the family's current means, they could just barely support a dozen people, anymore, and it would be unsustainable. After dinner, without wasting a single word, Li Yong directly laid out their immediate objective to Wang Chong and Zhang Wei: making money. In any era, the very first pot of gold is always the hardest to earn. Li Yong had no desire to waste time nor the patience to accumulate slowly, so he decided simply to choose the most straightforward and direct method. His first target was set on an underground casino in the eastern district of the county seat. That casino could be counted as one of his mortal enemies. It was the casino's hired thugs who had put Li Yong in the hospital with grievous injuries this time. In his previous life, he had been nothing more than a small-time street punk, a far cry from the true Underworld figures. That time he had stood up for someone and provoked what should have been a rival of the same level. Yet the other side broke the unspoken rules and directly called in one of the casino's enforcers. Faced with a true hard case, a mere street punk was utterly no match. The moment the man pulled out a homemade triple-shot shotgun, the outcome was already decided. Street punks only knew how to fight when the wind was at their backs. At the first sign of a hard opponent, they scattered like frightened birds and beasts. Their crew had been divided and disunited from the start, so it was only natural that others could crush them with ease. Li Yong himself had been struck on the back of the head with a brick, nearly losing his life, and in the end he had not received so much as an apology or a single cent in compensation. In his previous life, the disparity in strength had been too great. He could only swallow his anger in silence. But in this life he had been reborn, and now he had the system at his side. His courage soared sky high. This debt of blood he would personally reclaim. Over the following 4 days, the death sworn under Li Yang's command refreshed one after another until their total number reached 10. Leveraging his old connections among his fair-weather friends, he easily ferreted out every detail about the casino. Street punks might be useless at many things, but when it came to information, they were exceptionally well informed. The man who had nearly beaten him to death was called Lu Laosi, the head enforcer watching the casino's floor. There were 7 or 8 thugs permanently stationed inside the venue, each armed. Some with triple and 5-shot homemade guns, others with machetes, iron rods, and similar brutal weapons. The casino's owner, Zhang Nen, was one of the top bosses in Sui County. With Li Yang's former status, he had not even qualified to approach such a man. Once he had fully grasped the situation, Li Yang decided on immediate action. There was only one pressing reason: he was running out of money. 10 robust men whose physical abilities were 3 times those of an ordinary person had appetites far beyond the norm. The family's stores of grain were visibly nearing exhaustion. If they did not act soon, the whole group would be going hungry. Late that very night, Li Yang led the 10 death-sworn, moving separately and undercover as they crept quietly toward the underground casino. The casino had been converted from an abandoned factory. Night had fallen in full and business was at its peak. Gamblers of every sort streamed in without end. Hidden in the darkness, Li Yang watched from afar. Once he had confirmed everything was as expected, he gave a slight look. The death-sworn lurking nearby instantly understood and converged toward the casino's main entrance. Each man's lower back bulged, concealing the weapons Li Yang had prepared in advance: machetes, iron hammers, and axes. Though they lacked firearms when wielded by death-sworn with triple the physique of normal men, their lethality remained terrifying. Li Yang himself remained in the shadows, never showing his face. With death-sworn taking action, he had no need to expose himself. This operation would be led by Wang Chong and Zhang Wei, the earliest of the death-sworn to be summoned. As soon as the two led the group up to the casino entrance, they immediately drew the suspicion of the guards posted there. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" one guard barked, sharply stepping in front of them to block the way. The smile had yet to fade from Wang Chong's face, but his strike was as swift as lightning. A heavy punch slammed viciously into the guard's jaw. A faint crack sounded. The man did not even have time to groan before his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground unconscious. The other guard had just opened his mouth to shout when Zhang Wei had already closed in. Looping one arm around, he locked the man's neck in an iron grip, his elbow hammering the back of the guard's head again and again until a few blows knocked him out cold. The death-sworn behind them immediately stepped forward, dragging the 2 unconscious men into a concealed corner. Leaving 2 to guard the exit, Wang Chong and Zhang Wei led the remaining death-sworn swaggering straight into the casino's interior. Fortunately, this was the early 1990s, before surveillance systems were widespread. With an operation this direct and crude, they hardly needed to worry about leaving evidence behind. Inside the casino, the air was a cacophony of voices and thick with smoke. Wang Chong and his group barged in without attracting the slightest suspicion from anyone. The interior was shrouded in smoke. The crisp clatter of dice striking porcelain bowls, the hoarse shouts and curses of gamblers, all tangled together. Under the dim lights, every pair of eyes was nailed to the gambling tables. No one spared a glance for the 8 unfamiliar hulking men who had just entered. Wang Chong and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, their eyes icy cold, without the slightest hint of hesitation. "Move. Control the enforcers first." Zhang Wei's voice was barely above a murmur, yet the men instantly scattered, fanning out like tigers charging into a flock of sheep as they headed straight for the guards posted at the four corners of the casino. Those guards were sauntering about with cigarettes dangling from their lips, barely paying attention, never imagining that anyone would dare crash Zhang Nan's venue, let alone men whose movements were so fast and whose strength was so terrifying. One guard had only just sensed that something was wrong and started to reach for the homemade gun at his waist when his wrist was clamped in place by a hand like an iron vise. A harsh crack of joints being wrenched out of place rang out, grating on the ears. The guard did not even manage to scream before a knife hand strike chopped into his neck, sending him crashing straight to the floor. Elsewhere, Lu Laosi was leaning against a wall joking with his subordinates when a sudden commotion snapped him to attention. His eyes flew open, his pupils contracting sharply. He saw a few hulking men radiating murderous intent cutting through his underlings as if through paper. In just a couple of exchanges, his best fighters were lying on the ground, every blow leaving shattered bodies and grievous injuries, the sheer force enough to terrify. Where did you bastards come from, daring to crash your fourth grandpa's turf? Lu Laosi roared, both shocked and enraged, as he yanked a homemade triple-shot shotgun from behind his waist, the black muzzle swinging up to aim straight at Wang Chong at the forefront. The gamblers present exploded into panic in an instant, screaming as they tried to flee, only to be blocked firmly by the death sworn guarding the entrance. Terrified out of their wits, they shrank into the corners, not daring to move. Courting death, Lu Laosi snarled, pulling the trigger with a vicious grin. He had run rampant in Sui County for many years. Once that gun went off, even the fiercest punks would collapse in fear. But in the very next heartbeat, his grin froze. Wang Chong's body suddenly shifted to the side, his speed so great it left a faint afterimage. He actually dodged the bullet heat in. A body 3 times stronger than an ordinary man did not only mean brute strength, but also came with reaction speed and explosive power far beyond human norms. Lu Laosi's pupils shrank to pinpoints. Before he could fire a second time, Wang Chong had already closed the distance, one large hand clamping down on the barrel as he wrenched with savage force. With a harsh metallic clang, the iron-forged homemade gun was bent out of shape by his bare hands. Lu Laosi was struck dumb with horror. Was this man even human? He had only just drawn breath to shout for help when Wang Chong's fist crashed into his chest. Lu Laosi flew back like he had been hit by a speeding truck, his body smashing down onto a gambling table. Bowls shattered, cards and tiles flew. A mouthful of blood sprayed wildly from his lips, his chest caving in, and he blacked out on the spot, all his bluster gone without a trace. In barely a minute, the 7 or 8 enforcers in the casino had all been felled by the death sworn. The hall echoed with groans and cries. Not a single guard remained standing. The gamblers were trembling from head to toe, not daring even to breathe loudly. Gazing at the hulking men before them, who seemed like fiends from hell, they felt as if their hearts might leap out of their chests. Zhang Wei swept his cold gaze across the hall, his voice low and icy. If you don't want to die, take out every cent on you and put it on the tables. Hide so much as a single yuan and we break your legs. No one dared resist. One by one, they fumbled and shook as they pulled cash from their pockets, even removing their watches and gold rings to pile them onto the gambling tables. The death-sworn worked quickly and efficiently, gathering and bundling up all the valuables, stuffing them into a large sack that sagged heavy with cash and expensive items. Withdraw. At Wang Chong's curt command, the death-sworn lingered no longer. They hefted the money bag and slipped out through the rear exit of the casino, vanishing into the pitch-black night. Throughout the entire operation, Li Yong stood in the shadows outside the factory, watching with cold eyes. From start to finish, barely 5 minutes had passed. The job was executed perfectly. No casualties, no traces left behind. Only after the death sworn had safely regrouped at his side did Li Yong finally speak, his tone calm. Well done. His gaze swept over the bulging money bag, and he understood at once. This first pot of gold was now securely in his hands. Not only had he avenged the blow that had knocked him unconscious with a brick in his previous life, he had also resolved his immediate crisis and even driven the system's experience bar up by a sizable chunk. Back to the town first. We'll find a place to count. Li Yong turned and took the lead, disappearing into the depths of the night. Meanwhile, the underground casino had already erupted into chaos. No one had clearly seen the faces of those burly men, and no one knew that this clean and ruthless raid had been orchestrated by a 19-year-old who had only just clawed his way back from the gates of hell. Back at the old house in Zhongshan Town, the group dumped the money onto the Kong. Stacks of 100 yuan bills piled high. A rough count put them at over 68,000, and with the gold rings, watches, and other valuables added in, the total came close to 80,000. In a small town in 1992, this was practically an astronomical sum. Looking at the cash covering the Kong, the corner of Li Yang's mouth curled into a faint smile. With this money, he no longer had to worry about the Deathsworn's food, clothing, and lodging, and the system now had ample experience for an upgrade. At a thought, the system panel surfaced before his eyes. Ding. A large profit generated by the Deathsworn has been detected. Experience points are being settled automatically. Current experience 820,500, upgrade available. Liang lifted his gaze to the 10 deathsworn, standing ramrod straight before him, his eyes resolute. This was only the beginning. The system's notification suddenly rang in his mind. The system has met the upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade immediately? Without hesitation, Liang gave the order. A few seconds later, the system responded as expected. Upgrade successful. Liang immediately summoned the system interface, his gaze sweeping over the new attributes. Host Liang. Age 19. Profession none. Level 2. Secondary system permissions can refresh 3 level 1 assassins daily. Newly added basic skill infusion function, allowing the implantation of 1 basic skill into a single assassin at a time. Basic skill pool, driving, cooking, combat, infrastructure, etc. Experience points 320,2000. The upgraded system not only allows for 1 additional assassin to be refreshed daily, but also provides the crucial ability for skill infusion. Even basic skills can drastically alter the value of ordinary assassins. As he watched the hour hand point to midnight, the assassins had completed their refresh. Liang was the first to infuse a level 1 assassin with the cooking skill. After days of cooking, he had already made everyone nauseous with the smell, and now he could finally hand over the chef duties, escaping the sea of cooking woes. After that, Liang organized the supplies and instructed everyone to rest and prepare for the next phase of the plan the following day. Meanwhile, in the underground casino of Su Xin County, the atmosphere was as oppressive as an ice-covered surface. Zhang Nan sat in a booth with a gloomy expression, the tip of his cigarette burnt to the end, ash falling in clumps. He couldn't understand how after years of dominance in Su Xin someone dared to encroach on his territory and even rob his gambling funds. What's the situation? Zhang Nan turned his head, his voice as cold as ice. His trusted subordinate lowered his head, his tone grave. Boss, about 800 was robbed, gets not much money, but Lu Laosi and his men have been crippled. Several of his underlings suffered shattered bones. Even if healed, they would be left with disabilities. Lu Laosi was the worst off with a broken spine. He would likely be bedridden for life. Find out. I want to know who did this. Zhang Nan clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white. Everyone claims they don't know them. It seems like a gang from out of town. In these times of poor transportation and information blackout, even if it was someone local, it would be hard for us to investigate. His subordinate shook his head and added. The 1990s were a time of rampant banditry and frequent major cases. Being in a remote area, like Su Xin, with information being scarce, many cases have turned into unsolved mysteries, which is quite normal. Keep investigating. Dig 3 feet into the ground to find them. Zhang Nan gritted his teeth. Anyone who dares to touch my people will pay dearly. Additionally, arrange for Lu Laosi and his men's funeral, provide generous compensation for those who can be treated, and a little extra for those who cannot. Understood. His subordinate replied and stepped back. The next morning, as dawn broke, the assassin Wang Zhu, infused with the cooking skill, got up and busied himself. He took over the cooking for Liang, preparing breakfast for everyone. His skills were far superior to Liang's, proficient in all aspects of cooking, filling the small courtyard with delightful aromas. Everyone ate to their fill, tidied up, and waited in the house for Liang's orders. Liang sat confidently in the center of the bed, lit a cigarette, and slowly spoke. We now have our first pot of gold, and the plans we set aside can finally be put back on the agenda. He looked at Wang Zhu, his tone resolute. Wang Zhu, I will transfer the money to you shortly. From today onwards, you will be responsible for our logistical support. As more brothers join us, we must ensure that food, clothing, and shelter are well arranged. We cannot allow our brethren to suffer from the cold or hunger. The 2 assassins that refreshed with you yesterday will be under your command to assist. Oh, as more people come, I will assign more manpower to you. Yes, master. Wang Zhu replied respectfully. Liang waved his hand and smiled. From now on, don't call me master. Oh, just call me Brother Yang. Wang Chang, go to the train station shortly and buy a few tickets to Modu. We'll set off tomorrow. Understood, Brother Yang. Wang Chang responded and accepted the order. Liang then turned to Zhang Wei, instructing, this time I will take 4 assassins with me. You take care of the remaining brothers at home. Take them to the county granary to find some work to do, working diligently to keep a low profile. When I return, we can push forward with the next phase of the plan. Understood, Brother Yang. Zhang Wei nodded and accepted without any objections. With arrangements made, everyone went about their tasks. Wang Chang led the group straight to the train station to buy tickets, while Liang visited a few aunts to inform them that he would be going out for a while and would return in a few days. Though his aunts did not know what he was going to do, Liang was already an adult and acted prudently, so they let him go. The next day, Liang boarded the train to Modu with 4 assassins. The 3 new assassins refreshed last night were also under Zhang Wei's care. This time, heading to Modu, Liang had only one goal: to acquire a staggering fortune, and the core means was the infamous stock subscription certificate. The subscription certificate was determined by Liang based on his past life experiences to be the most stable and profitable opportunity for wealth in the early 1990s. In his previous life, he too had traveled south to Modu, living day by day working on construction sites. By the time he finally realized the craziness surrounding the subscription certificates, it was already too late. On the black market, a single certificate was sold for a sky-high price of 10,000, far beyond his reach. In this life, the timing was just right, as it was mid-February and the craze for subscription certificates had yet to begin. Banks in Modu were troubled by unsold subscription certificates. This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity must be seized firmly. The subscription certificate is not a stock, but rather a qualification certificate for the lottery of newly issued stocks in Modu, costing 30 yuan and valid for the entire year, allowing multiple wins. After more than 40 hours of bumpy travel on a green train, Li Yong and his group finally arrived in Modu. During this time, the system refreshed 3 more assassins. Fortunately, in the 1990s, regulations were lax. The few men bought 3 tickets and were not questioned. After exiting the station, Li Yong took the assassins to a secluded small hotel to rest for the night. The next day, he took 2 assassins with him to the bank. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Li Yong only brought 2 people along. After all, in this era, banditry was rampant, and he was surrounded by burly men who, if the bank staff were frightened and called the police, it would be troublesome. Entering the bank lobby, the bank clerk at the counter looked up and politely asked, "Hello, what service do you require?" "I want to buy a subscription certificate. Do you still have some?" Li Yong got straight to the point. Upon hearing the words subscription certificate, the clerk's expression instantly turned to one of surprise and delight. She truly did not expect anyone to actively buy these hot potatoes. The bank had assigned a large number of subscription certificates to the staff, and if they couldn't sell them, the employees had to buy them themselves, causing headaches throughout the bank. The clerk's attitude immediately became enthusiastic as she hurriedly said, "Yes, yes. Sir, how many do you need?" "First, give me 6,000 yuan worth," Li Yong said, casually calculating the funds in his hands. Last night, he intercepted around 820 from the casino, and after deducting the portion for the assassins back home and expenses along the way, only just over 600 remained for buying subscription certificates. 60,000 yuan in Modu in 1992 was undoubtedly a huge sum. At that time, an ordinary worker's monthly salary was only a few hundred yuan. 60,000 was enough for an ordinary person to live comfortably for a lifetime. The clerk's expression brightened instantly. A 600 yuan order was enough to resolve most of the bank's assigned tasks for subscription certificates. She quickly stood up and hurried to the manager's office to report the news. Soon the news that Li Yong wanted to purchase subscription certificates worth 600 yuan spread throughout the bank lobby. The customers coming to do business cast incredulous looks at him. Everyone knew that subscription certificates were unsellable, yet this young man was actively spending a fortune to buy a pile of unwanted paper. It was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, within the bank, there was a celebratory atmosphere. The staff gathered around, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked at Li Yong. The troublesome assignment that had plagued them for days was finally resolved, and the clerk became the envy of everyone, as everyone wanted to take advantage of this deal to get rid of their subscription certificates. Li Yong remained unfazed by the attention, calmly sitting at the counter waiting for the delivery of the subscription certificates. A storm of subscription certificates sweeping through Modu was about to be set in motion by his own hands. With 60,000 yuan, Li Yong managed to secure a total of 2,000 subscription certificates. However, he was well aware that this round of subscription certificates had issued over 2 million in total. The meager amount he held was simply a drop in the ocean compared to the overall quantity, far from meeting his expectations. He had to continue making money. He needed to stockpile another batch of subscription certificates before the first lottery draw for stocks. Upon returning to the hotel, Li Yong cautiously locked away the stack of subscription certificates in a box, lit a cigarette, and leaned against the headboard, deep in thought. What other means could he use to gather a large sum of cash in the shortest time possible? Robbery. That was never an option he had considered. Although the loyal assassins under him would never betray him if trouble arose, Li Yong genuinely did not want to take a crooked path unless absolutely necessary. What he wanted was to earn money openly and uprightly, to become a legitimate and wealthy person without any concerns. After some contemplation, a method that had never been tried before gradually took shape in his mind. The first step was to liquidate all the gold and silver jewelry and luxury watches he had on hand. Fortunately, in a big city like Magic City, pawn shops were everywhere. Though he would suffer significant losses through pawning, it was safe, quick, and left no trace. That afternoon, Li Yong brought a few people to a well-reviewed pawn shop and pawned everything of value he had on him. The price was forcibly cut by nearly 40%, but Li Yong did not even furrow his brow. What he needed now was not preservation of value, but startup capital. Together with the leftover small change he totaled around 10,000 yuan. It wasn't much, but it was enough for him to set a grand plan into motion. That night, Li Yong bought train tickets and, accompanied by Wang Chong, headed straight to the train station, boarding the train bound for the special economic zone. He also instructed another group to take some cash and head to Yiwu Zhujiang, the small commodity wholesale market. It was a two-front operation. In Pengcheng's Huiqiangbai, they would acquire electronics, while in Yiwu, they would sweep up clothing and small commodities, bringing everything back to Su Xin and distributing it to the higher city of H. As the tide of reform and opening up surged, the common people's yearning for a better life intensified, making electronics, clothing, and daily necessities the most sought-after hard currencies. The two places Li Yang had chosen were sources of the lowest prices nationwide, aimed at maximizing profits. The progress of events was exceptionally smooth. In Huiqiangbai, he invested over 6,000 yuan in a batch of in-demand electronics. He had compared prices in advance and found that the goods here were significantly cheaper than in the inland. Take the most popular color television for instance. A 21-inch domestic color TV cost him around 2,000 yuan, but in H City the retail price could soar to over 4,000, yielding a profit of over 100%. But this was not Li Yang's ultimate goal. His subsequent plan could multiply the profits several times. The exact extent to which it could achieve would only be determined once the entire plan was executed. During his time in Huiqiangbai, he secured 2 color TVs, 2 black and white TVs, 2 refrigerators, 3 washing machines, and 2 video recorders. This was nearly the maximum capacity his 7,000 yuan in capital could manage. Among them, the color TVs were the most expensive, costing over 3,600 for 2 of different sizes. The remaining appliances were relatively cheap, many of which were smuggled goods, imported without going through customs, low-priced, and fast, a known secret among insiders. Once the goods were gathered, Li Yang directly hired 2 trucks, one for transporting goods, the other for transporting people. There was no choice. The system was constantly assigning him personnel, the number of which was both a headache and a comfort. But having many people truly proved useful. On this journey, Li Yang finally witnessed the chaos of long-distance freight transport in the early 1990s. Less than 500 kilometers into the trip, they were stopped by 2 fallen trees on a remote dirt road. As 2 of his guards were about to get out and move the trees, a dozen people came rushing out from the roadside bushes and fields, wielding iron rod sabers and carrying poles, demanding to unload the goods from the truck. It was a blatant robbery. They didn't even bother with pleasantries. Li Yang's expression turned cold, and he raised his hand to knock on the back of the truck. More than a dozen fearless assassins immediately jumped down from the truck bed, wielding prepared pickaxes, and charged forward without hesitation. A group of rural bandits stood no chance against these assassins. In just a few minutes they were beaten to the ground, howling in despair. Li Yang had the incapacitated robbers dragged to the roadside, and the convoy resumed its journey, departing cleanly and swiftly. On the truck, the hired driver was flushed with excitement, pounding the steering wheel and exclaiming, "That was so satisfying. What a relief. Boss, your brothers are amazing." Li Yang glanced at him indifferently. "From what you're saying, is this kind of thing common?" He had only heard of the chaos on the roads before. Today was the first time he had experienced it personally. "Common. It's too common." The driver sighed. "Boss, just wait and see. This journey will definitely not be the only gang. I've been driving for so many years, and how many times have I been robbed? At least 2 or 3 times each trip. In the past, we wouldn't dare resist. We could only pay them to prevent disasters, letting them unload some goods and negotiate a toll before reloading and leaving. The back and forth costs a fortune." Li Yang felt a sinking feeling in his heart. It seemed that he must build his own fleet and escort team in the future. As for bandits and road rogues, those who crossed paths with him would only be met with one response: fight. Need people. He had no shortage of manpower. By the time Li Yang's group hurried back to Su Xin, the team sent to Awu had already arrived. They traveled by train smoothly and without encountering any roadblocks or robberies, and brought back a huge surprise for him: over 600 jin of small commodities. Not items, but jin, a unit of weight. In the exact words of the assassins, the small commodities in Iwu were so abundant, they were overflowing, stacked like mountains, and those who wanted them could just shovel them up, all priced by weight. Socks, short sleeves, hair ties, handkerchiefs, small toys. A dazzling array piled like a small mountain. With this batch of goods, Li Yang was fully confident in his upcoming quick money plan. The day after returning home, Li Yang went straight to the city and found a printing factory, ordering 100,000 raffle tickets, those that bore the words "Thank you for your patronage." Additionally, he ordered 20,000 flyers. The flyers clearly stated, "To express gratitude to our new and old customers, our company is holding a large-scale appreciation raffle event. First prize, a domestic 21-inch color TV worth over 4,000 yuan. Second prize, an 18-inch color TV worth 3,000 yuan. From third prize onward, there were black and white TVs, washing machines, video recorders. Even if someone didn't win a prize, just getting a thank you for your patronage would still earn them a small commodity: socks, short sleeves, handkerchiefs, etc., ensuring everyone walked away with something." This raffle event was the core of Li Yang's money-making scheme. This model had never been seen in this era and would not be replicated until many years later. In his past life, Li Yang was one of the many who had been exploited. Just think about it: for 2 yuan a ticket, one could have a chance to win a 4,000 yuan color TV. Who wouldn't want to give it a shot? What if they won? It was almost identical to the later scratch and win tickets. However, Li Yang was far more benevolent than those unscrupulous vendors. At least he guaranteed that everyone would receive a prize and no one would leave empty-handed. Doing so would not only attract customers, but also help avoid suspicion. He would leave no handles for others to grasp, earning money steadily and securely. The printing factory was quite efficient, 2 days later, the 100,000 raffle tickets and 20,000 flyers were neatly delivered to Liang. The raffle tickets were 2 yuan each, printed brightly and eye-catchingly with a bold line at the top: 2 yuan for a chance to win a color TV, bring good luck home. Below it were the listed prizes. First prize, 1 21-inch domestic color TV. Second prize, 1 18-inch color TV. Third prize, 1 black and white TV. Fourth prize, 1 washing machine. Fifth prize, 1 video recorder. Commemorative prize, thank you for your patronage, 1 exquisite small commodity. At the bottom in small print, 100 win rate, nobody goes home empty-handed. Then Liang organized his assassins to distribute flyers throughout the county. Once the flyers were distributed, the entire Su Xin was in an uproar. In that era, televisions were still considered luxury appliances. Any household that could display a color TV was the most respected family on the street. 2 yuan was merely the cost of a few popsicles or a pack of cigarettes, yet it could win a color TV worth over 4,000 yuan. This temptation was irresistible. Everywhere on the streets, people were discussing it. 2 yuan for a chance to win a color TV. Is that true? They said it was a 100 win rate. At the very least, you get a pair of socks. Let's go check it out. What if we win? Liang deliberately chose an empty space in the county center, set up a simple platform, hung up a banner, and displayed all the prizes. 2 large color TVs prominently placed in the center, their screens gleaming brightly under the sun, catching the eyes of passersby from afar. His assassins were scattered around, exuding confidence, both maintaining order and subtly assuring people that the event was credible and substantial. As the event began, the scene almost spiraled out of control. The line of people stretched from one end of the street to the other, young and old, workers and students, all crowding in. With tickets at 2 yuan each, some bought 5, some 10, and those with ample cash pulled out 50 or even 100 yuan, slapping stacks of bills onto the counter. Give me 50 tickets. I refuse to believe I can't win an appliance. Liang sat at the back, watching the crowd swell, cash flowing in like water, feeling quite stable inside. He had calculated everything clearly. All the grand prizes added up to only a few thousand yuan. The small commodities were purchased in Yiwu by weight, costing nearly negligible. At 2 yuan a ticket, 100,000 tickets would total 200,000. Subtracting the costs of prizes, printing, and venue, the pure profit could easily multiply several times. This was the money made from information asymmetry. This model, never attempted in this era, was directly brought over and was working like a charm. The scene was filled with shouts and cheers. Some won socks and left happily, others won short sleeves and felt satisfied. Occasionally, someone won a small appliance, eliciting envy from the crowd. As for the 2 most eye-catching color TVs, Liang had no intention of cheating. Just 2 color TVs couldn't compare to his reputation. If this event went well, it was highly likely he could continue with similar ventures. Thus, when the first color TV was drawn, the excitement in the venue reached a new height. Outsiders remarked, someone really won a color TV. This event is genuine. The crowd wanting to buy tickets surged even further. In just one day, nearly all 100,000 raffle tickets were sold out. When counting the cash that evening, Liang's hands trembled slightly. Even in his past life, he had rarely dealt with such large amounts of cash. Stacks of coins and notes piled on the table like a small mountain. Yonggu, how much have we made? Wang Chong asked. Liang smiled faintly and had the assassins carefully count. Half an hour later, the numbers came in. After deducting all costs, the profit from this raffle was a whopping 16,000 yuan. Wang Chong gasped, 16,000. Oh my god. Although Wang Chong wasn't particularly interested in money, he was no fool. In an era where a household with 10,000 yuan was considered wealthy, earning 16,000 in a day was practically mythical. Liang remained calm. This amount was just the beginning. He picked up a stack of bills and gently tapped them. Let's go. First thing tomorrow, we head back to Pengcheng. This time we're going to go big. After Wang Chong and the others left, Liang looked at the system interface. This time the net profit was over 16,000, causing his experience to reach 1920200, meaning with just 80 more experience points the system would upgrade again. Closing the interface, Liang entered a dream filled with expectations for the future. The next morning, as dawn broke, Liang set off for the printing factory in the city with the heavy payment in his pocket. With the car window half down, the cool breeze of early spring flowed in, dispelling some of the fatigue of the journey. Director Wang of the printing factory was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Liang get out of the car, he greeted him with a broad smile. Mr. Li, you are finally here. Once we settle the payment, we can smoothly proceed with our subsequent orders. Liang patted his shoulder, speaking decisively. Director Wang, you are straightforward. I came this time not only to settle the payment, but also to finalize a major order with you. After handing over the payment, Liang did not linger for a moment and immediately headed towards Pengcheng. Meanwhile, another team, led by Wang Chong, set off with a group of loyal subordinates towards Yiwu. The streets of Pengcheng were still vibrant, lined with shops and flowing crowds, exuding the vitality of the reform and opening up. The core of Liang's trip was to finalize a long-planned major event. He intended to invest all his earnings, 160 yuan, into it, and the venue must be chosen in H City. Su Xin was merely a small pond, only H-City as a sub-provincial city could accommodate this wave of enthusiasm. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. A convoy consisting of several vans and trucks bathed in the morning light surged into the city center of H-City. Before leaving, Liang had already arranged for his loyal subordinates to arrive in H-City early and rented a spacious factory on the outskirts. As the trucks entered, boxes of goods were unloaded in an orderly fashion, temporarily stored in the factory, turning it into a makeshift treasure warehouse. After arranging for his loyal subordinates to rest and settle, Liang hurriedly made his way back to the printing factory to finalize the second batch of orders. This time the order amount was staggering. 2 million lottery tickets, and the prize specifications were comprehensively upgraded, aiming for an immediate impact to ignite the excitement in H-City. Originally, the first prize was a domestically produced color TV. Now, it was directly replaced with an imported Sony television. Liang recalled the 29-inch imported Super Trinitron TV he purchased in Pengcheng, which cost him over 110 yuan just for the gray market version. In this era, where even a 10th Yuan household was considered a wealthy person, a 10th Yuan color TV was undoubtedly a fighter among appliances, enough to attract countless citizens. The second and third prizes and all subsequent awards were comprehensively upgraded, all replaced with imported brand color TVs. Even the 20th prize was swapped for practical household appliances, each a hard currency. Even the least significant commemorative prize saw Liang spend a hefty 300 yuan, significantly enhancing the prize level. With these prizes lined up, just the sight of them was enough to ignite a blazing fire in the hearts of the citizens of H-City. The temptation was nearly irresistible. As the date for the first lottery draw approached, Liang's time grew increasingly urgent. Following the successful experience in Su Xin, he immediately arranged for his loyal subordinates to distribute flyers throughout the streets, shopping malls, markets, and bus stops in H-City. Nearly 100 flyers blanketed the city like snowflakes, with one goal: to encompass most of the urban population, ensuring everyone knew about this grand lottery event. The event was ultimately set to take place in the square at the center of H-City. This was the core area of the city with the highest foot traffic capable of supporting such a spectacle. To prevent crowding or stampede incidents, Liang proactively contacted the local police station in advance to explain the scale and preparation of the event. Now his team of loyal subordinates had greatly expanded, reaching over 40 members, nearly 50, all deployed to maintain order at the scene. On the day of the event, the scene utterly exceeded Liang's expectations. Su Xin had a population of just over 2,000, while H-City as a sub-provincial city had over 4 million permanent residents. With people from surrounding counties coming to join, the scale was vastly different. The distribution of flyers and word of mouth among the public had nearly made the entire city aware of this 100 yuan color TV gratitude giveaway feast. This was a large-scale commercial lottery event never seen before in H-City. Some came for the lure of imported TVs, while others simply came for the excitement. The central square was instantly surrounded, teeming with crowds, making it a tight squeeze. Fortunately, Liang had made ample preparations. The police not only sent a large force to maintain order, but also coordinated traffic and security. Liang knew very well that such a massive event would inevitably cause trouble for the police. After the event, he had to show his gratitude. Following the same process as in Su Xin, when the stage was filled with a dazzling array of prizes, the sale of lottery tickets immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the crowd. The crowd surged forward, with the queue winding around the square several times. 2 million lottery tickets seemed like a lot, but with over 4 million people, and most people buying 3 to 5 tickets, or even a dozen, the lively atmosphere created a powerful siphoning effect. Even those who had not received flyers or heard the news could not resist joining in upon witnessing such a spectacle. In just 2 days, the 2 million lottery tickets were snatched up. However, not all the prizes were taken. A few large prizes remained, while many smaller goods were left in abundance. Liang immediately arranged for the printing factory to urgently print an additional 500 tickets, ensuring that all prizes were distributed, allowing every participant to have an experience. The event concluded successfully, and Liang, staying in a hotel in H-City, experienced firsthand what it meant to have a mountain of money. As the unit price of lottery tickets was only 2 yuan, most of the money earned was in cash, filling more than 20 bags with cash. Liang crouched down, looking at the money in the bags, his heart racing. Actually, the total sales were easy to calculate: 2 yuan per ticket, 2 million tickets, plus 500,000 tickets, totaling 5 million tickets multiplied by 2 equals 5 million. In this era, where 10th Yuan households were legendary figures in their villages, 5 million was an astronomical figure. With the foresight of a prophet and the assistance of the system, Liang finally completed his initial wealth accumulation, and all of it was legal and compliant. After all, at this time there were no laws explicitly prohibiting promotional activities using lottery methods. However, he knew very well that such events could not be held too frequently, otherwise he would inevitably cross the red line. This event indeed placed considerable pressure on H-City's traffic and public security. The authorities also conveyed through channels that future events of this nature must be limited in scope and could not be conducted on such a large scale. After all, with such a large crowd, any unforeseen incidents could have unmanageable consequences. Fortunately, adequate manpower was available this time, and the loyal subordinates were well trained, with the police fully cooperating, which resulted in no chaos throughout the event. Certainly, Li Yong paid all taxes according to regulations. According to the law, for prizes valued over 500 yuan, he was required to withhold and pay 20 of the personal income tax for the winners. There were very few prizes exceeding 500 yuan, so this portion of tax was not substantial. The real bulk was the income from selling the gratitude giveaway lottery tickets, which required a 25 corporate income tax. After all taxes were deducted, Li Yong ultimately netted over 3.6 million yuan. After subtracting the material costs from the printing factory and a 2 million yuan sponsorship to the local police station, he finally took home over 3.1 million yuan. The approximate figures are as such, details are not elaborated. Holding over 3 million yuan in cash, Li Yong had no hesitation and continued to advance his core plan, subscription certificates. He kept a small portion of the funds for daily operations and reserves, while the remaining 3 million yuan was entirely invested in subscription certificates. He understood the principle of not biting off more than one can chew. Now that he was still not fully established, he had to know when to stop. This would be the last large-scale purchase of subscription certificates. With 3 million yuan, Li Yong instructed his subordinates to purchase in batches and spread out the purchases to avoid drawing attention. Subscription certificates were still priced at 30 yuan each. This time, he bought 100 at once, bringing the total number of subscription certificates in his possession to 100, including the previous 200. In the entire market, Li Yang's number of subscription certificates was undoubtedly among the top ranks. Now the most crucial step had been completed. The seeds had been sown, awaiting time to pass, take root, and bear fruit. System panel. Host Li Yong. Age 19. Occupation none. Level 4 experience 1080-010-0000. Daily refresh 5 level 1 loyal subordinates, 1 level 2 loyal subordinate. Daily can impart basic skills to 2 level 1 loyal subordinates, cooking, infrastructure, etc. Intra-level. Level 2 loyal subordinates, physical fitness 5 times that of an average person possessing 1 mastery level skill, including cooking, driving, infrastructure, etc. Skill levels: entry, proficient, mastery, expert, master, grandmaster, mythical. System mall opened. After completing the purchase of subscription certificates in the Magic City, Li Yong returned home, rested for several days, and finally had time to calm down and study the system. The last lottery event had brought in a windfall, directly boosting the system's experience by over 30,000. This breakthrough allowed him to skip level 3 and leap directly to level 4. The level 4 system finally revealed its true brilliance. Not to mention the newly added level 2 loyal subordinate lineup. Just the opening of the system mall brought Li Yong a tremendous surprise. The system mall was divided into civilian and military sections with a wide variety of products, yet they all shared a common feature. None of the products departed from the current era's context. There was no appearance of black technology transcending time and space, which left Li Yong somewhat dissatisfied. Of course, having something is better than having nothing. The military section's products were mostly useless displays for Li Yong at present. He symbolically purchased a few firearms and grenades for emergencies. As for those top-tier military equipment costing tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, he simply could not afford them with his current wealth. However, in the civilian section, Li Yong struck real treasures: a complete VCD production line and a CD duplication production line. He remembered that VCD technology would not emerge until next year. Currently, there was nothing like it on the market, yet this production line in the system mall was not only technologically mature and suitable for the current industrial environment, but also offered an exceptionally affordable price, simply the wealth code tailor-made for him. Looking at the details of the production line on the screen, a spark gleamed in Li Yang's eyes. Immediately, Li Yong utilized the remaining funds in his possession to purchase both the VCD production and CD duplication lines. Perhaps due to a significant breakthrough expected in VCD technology, next year the prices for these two production lines were not high, costing merely 100,000 yuan. After completing the purchase, Li Yong did not rush to manifest the equipment. It is worth mentioning that his system comes with a storage space, but this space can only be activated once the marketplace is open and can only store items purchased from a system store. The market for the subscription certificates was steadily rising. It was only early March, and there were still several months until the peak of speculation in June. Even though the first wave of price increases had already arrived, Li Yong had no intention of taking action. As long as he firmly held the subscription certificates in his hands, Li Yong was already in an unbeatable position. His previous eagerness was merely to seize the opportunity at a low price. After resting for a few days, Li Yong once again immersed himself in a flurry of activity. The establishment of the VCD factory could be postponed The most crucial task at hand was to apply for international patents for the core technologies of VCDs MPEG-1 compression CD-ROM XA storage technology and playback control. These technologies represented the true core value of the two production lines. If he failed to register the patents first, and someone else reverse-engineered them and applied ahead of him, the losses would be incalculable. Fortunately, applying for patents did not require personal involvement. It could be entrusted to a professional patent agency, and the process was not overly complicated. After properly delegating the patent matters, Li Yong began to contemplate the next steps in his industry layout. While the subscription certificates allowed him to quickly amass substantial wealth to gain tangible social status, one must ultimately root themselves in the real industry. He was not in a hurry for immediate success, intending to use Sui County as a starting point, steadily advancing and gradually expanding outward. Speaking of the lucrative industries in Sui County, mining, timber, and entertainment were at the forefront. Sui County is rich in mineral resources, with coal and gold mines being the most valuable. The coal mines are concentrated in Changshan Town, where there are already 2 state-owned coal mines and more than 10 private mines. Those who have lived through this era know that starting a private coal mine only requires obtaining a mining permit, and whether one can establish a foothold afterward depends entirely on personal means. Coal is highly profitable, and where there is profit, disputes are inevitable. To gain a foothold in the coal industry, one must possess sufficiently strong capabilities, which is precisely what Li Yong excels at. The gold mines are located around Laojing-go, and the competition for gold is even fiercer than for coal. The value of gold is well known, and Laojing-go is home to dozens of gold mining teams. Conflicts and skirmishes occur daily as they vie for the more lucrative mining spots. With interests at stake, conflicts can never be quelled. In this era, obtaining a mining license is quite simple. Anyone who believes they have the capability to operate can apply at the County Resource Management Office, with a single license costing only 1,000 yuan. There are also bold individuals who mine without a permit. Although initially unregulated, they inevitably face consequences later. Li Yong would not leave behind any incriminating evidence for a mere 1,000 yuan. He would wait for the mining permit to be approved and then formally enter the mining industry. The timber industry is similarly profitable, as construction is booming across the southern regions, creating a high demand for timber. However, this industry requires a substantial initial investment, so Li Yong decided to temporarily set it aside for later consideration. The entertainment industry is primarily represented by emerging bars, KTVs, and nightclubs. Although it also requires upfront investment, the current chaos on the streets provides an opportunity to arrange for loyal men to handle security, commonly referred to as managing the venue. For industries involving gray areas, Li Yong would not personally intervene. He would leave it entirely to his subordinates to manage. With the preliminary plan in place, Li Yong immediately began arranging personnel, with those handling permits and contacting entertainment venues, each performing their respective duties, everything proceeding in an orderly manner. Yu Yong, as secondary enforcer, was responsible for leading the team in liaising with entertainment venues and overseeing security operations. Yu Yong was skilled in martial arts and had physical attributes 5 times that of an average person, making him a top-tier combat force capable of taking on 100 opponents. Not to mention ordinary thugs, even a dozen first-class enforcers working together would not be his match. Li Yong has always been one to utilize people's talents effectively. With Yu Yang's exceptional combat prowess, he was naturally the best candidate to oversee the gray industries. Caesar Nightclub is one of the largest entertainment venues in Sui County, with opulent interior decorations that are highly favored by local businessmen. Yu Yang's first stop was chosen to be here. Caesar Nightclub operates only at night, so Yu Yang specifically chose to visit during the day to facilitate discussions. Accompanied by 6 or 7 first-class enforcers, he walked directly through the doors of Caesar, where the staff on duty immediately approached them. "Hello, gentlemen. We only begin operations at 4 in the afternoon. It's not yet time. I apologize for the inconvenience." The staff, mistaking them for customers, spoke very respectfully. "We're not here to have fun. Is your boss around? I need to speak with him." Yu Yang waved his hand and said directly, "The boss should be resting upstairs. He'll notify him for you." The staff replied hurriedly. Upon learning that the boss was in the venue, Yu Yang immediately added, "No need, just take us up to find him." This. The staff froze in place, momentarily unsure how to respond. However, Yu Yang did not give him a chance to hesitate. He simply exchanged a glance with 2 first-class enforcers who immediately stepped forward, flanking the staff and signaling him to lead the way. The enforcers were already tall, and their fierce presence frightened the staff into a state of panic. Fearing they might be assaulted, he obediently led the group up the side staircase, with Yu Yang and his entourage closely following, exuding an intimidating aura. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the staff trembled and pointed towards an office, his face filled with a pleading expression. Yu Yang nodded slightly, and the 2 enforcers immediately released their grip and stepped aside. He coldly instructed, "Don't ask what you shouldn't, keep your mouth shut." The staff hurriedly agreed, nodding repeatedly. After Yu Yang gestured for him to leave, he quickly fled. Then Yu Yang led the group directly into the office of Caesar Nightclub's owner. Inside, a slightly plump middle-aged man was sitting at a red hardwood desk drinking water. Upon seeing the group enter, he immediately frowned and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? How dare you barge in here?" Ignoring the middle-aged man's dissatisfaction, Yu Yang nonchalantly pulled over a chair at the door and casually walked to sit at the desk. "What is your name, boss?" Yu Yang looked up and asked. "My surname is Sun. What exactly do you want?" If it weren't for the fear of the large number of people present, Boss Sun would have already shouted in anger. "Boss Sun, my name is Yu Yang, and I'm here specifically to find you today." Yu Yang shook his head gently, his tone steady yet filled with undeniable confidence. No, Boss Sun must have misunderstood. I understand that running such a large establishment requires consideration of countless details, managing relationships above and guarding against various troublemakers below. While we cannot assist with the difficulties from above for now, we can certainly keep the unruly drunken patrons in check within the venue, ensuring that no one dares to cause trouble in your establishment. Yu Yang's words had clearly expressed the purpose of his visit. After hearing this, Sun Wanshan paused the cigarette between his fingers momentarily, still as the doubts in his eyes dissipated, understanding the other's intentions. In this day and age, doing business inevitably involves dealings with all sorts of people. To manage the unruly patrons, nearly all entertainment venues must hire some tough individuals for security. Seeking stable business, his Caesar nightclub is no exception. Upon learning that Yu Yang and his group were not here to cause trouble or extort, but merely to negotiate control of the venue, Sun Wanshan felt a significant relief. He despised unreasonable ruffians, but as long as they followed the rules and could get the job done, cooperation was not an issue. He slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly said, "So that's the case. However, my venue is already occupied by a notable figure from the Underworld, De Chengzi. This person has been in the Underworld for quite a few years, has a decent reputation, and can offer some face. But what about you? You have no reputation, your backgrounds are unknown. Oh, why should I hand over the venue to you?" De Chengzi. Is he called Yang Cheng? Yu Yang raised an eyebrow, already formulating a plan in his mind. He anticipated that there would be no free lunch in the county's entertainment venues. If they wanted to seize control, a tough battle was inevitable. Yang Cheng has been in the Underworld for many years. Although his fame isn't particularly striking, he has maintained his position through a bit of ruthlessness. Yu Yang had already investigated this type of person and now simply followed the flow of conversation. So if we deal with Yang Cheng, the control of Caesar will be ours. Sun Wanshan observed his quick reaction and clear thought process, revealing a hint of approval in his smile as he replied, "As long as you can handle Yang Cheng, what harm is there in giving you the control?" In truth, he had always been quite displeased with Yang Cheng. This Yang Cheng relied on his ability to maintain order in the venue, yet privately harassed the hostesses, causing trouble and requiring Sun Wanshan to intervene constantly. If it weren't for Yang Cheng's ability to barely keep things under control, Sun would have long since wanted to terminate their cooperation. Now that someone could help him solve this problem, he could not ask for more. After all, businessmen prioritize profit. Going head-to-head with underworld figures could lead to trouble that outweighed the benefits. Yu Yang shifted the conversation directly to the point. "Boss Sun, in business terms, what benefits do you provide to Yang Cheng?" "I won't hide it from you. This matter can easily be found out in the county." Sun Wanshan flicked the ash from his cigarette, his tone calm, yet confident. "It's 10% of the monthly profits. My venue is currently quite profitable with monthly earnings of around 5 to 600,000. Rest assured, as long as you are willing to work, I guarantee you will make money." Then there's nothing more to discuss. Yu Yang suddenly stood up, extending his hand towards Sun Wanshan, his eyes filled with unshakable confidence. "Hey, race to a pleasant cooperation." Sun Wanshan grasped his hand, feeling a growing admiration. The young man before him had a clean gaze that concealed a sharpness devoid of any streetwise cunning, only radiating an inner confidence. Thus he replied with a simple word, "Good." On the way down, Yu Yang contemplated, unable to suppress a slight smile. This first deal exceeded his expectations by far. He had thought earning 10 to 20,000 in a month would be a blessing, yet now it seemed he could touch the edges of 50 to 60,000. Though the nightlife appeared chaotic, it was indeed a substantial profit. No wonder so many people were eager to plunge in. As they exited the doors of Caesar nightclub, Yu Yang immediately directed his subordinates to take action. Immediately find out Yang Cheng's whereabouts and uncover his lair. His tone was harsh. "Caesar is our territory from now on. We cannot act within it, as it would disrupt the order and affect business. The best approach is to resolve this matter outside." Of course, Yu Yang had his plans in mind. There was no need to merely cut ties with Yang Cheng. Breaking his arms and legs would suffice to serve as a warning. Several first-level assassins promptly set out, heading straight for the county's video halls and pool rooms where all sorts of people mingled. These small-time thugs were the most gossipy about the Underworld's affairs, and after inquiring about Yang Cheng's news, they quickly obtained results. The group soon discovered that Yang Cheng was fond of drinking and womanizing, spending nights at Caesar with his little brothers, and sleeping during the day at his lair, often taking advantage of the nightclub's hostesses without paying a dime. When in a bad mood, he would even lay hands on the hostesses. This was also why Sun Wanshan no longer wanted to tolerate him. He created too much chaos and affected business a complete fool. The group quickly pinpointed Yang Cheng's lair, a secluded bungalow. Yu Yang kicked open the weathered wooden door and strode in with his subordinates. Inside, several little brothers guarding the place saw someone barging in and immediately scrambled to grab their weapons. But these small-time thugs were no match for the first-level assassins. In just a few moments, they were knocked to the ground crying for help. Hearing the commotion, Yang Cheng, inebriated, grabbed a machete and charged out cursing, "Damn it, who dares to intrude on Cheng Ye's territory?" However, as soon as he stepped out, his drunkenness faded significantly upon seeing the scene in the yard. 4 or 5 of his little brothers were beaten to the point of not being able to get up, while the opposing figures remained unscathed, with Yu Yang coldly staring at him. Without wasting words, Yu Yang delivered a precise kick to Yang Cheng's arm holding the knife. A crisp snap echoed, followed by Yang Cheng's heart-wrenching scream. Everyone looked, and they saw his arm bent at an unnatural angle, having been directly broken. With excruciating pain, Yang Cheng could no longer hold the knife, collapsing to the ground while clutching his arm, his face pale. Enduring the agony, he howled, Who the hell are you?" Yu Yang stepped forward, kicking the machete on the ground aside, slowly crouching down, his eyes icy. "So it seems you are Yang Cheng. Who we are is not important. What matters is that you blocked our path. This is what you deserve." With that, he suddenly stood up and kicked Yang Cheng in the head. Yang Cheng's vision blackened, and he fainted directly. Seeing Yang Cheng fall unconscious, Yu Yang signaled to the assassin beside him. The assassin immediately pulled out a sharp dagger and unhesitatingly slashed at Yang Cheng's wrists and ankles. His tendons were completely severed, blood instantly soaking his pant legs. The means were ruthless yet efficient. Since Yu Yang was the representative of the black and gray industry chosen by the protagonist Li Yang, he needed to have the toughness to maintain order. In this line of work, one must bear the corresponding consequences. Being soft-hearted would only lead to being bitten back. "My name is Yu Yang." Yu Yang looked at the trembling little brothers, his voice not loud, but carrying an intimidating pressure. "If you wish to retaliate, you can come find me anytime." With that, he waved his hand and turned to leave with his subordinates. In the empty bungalow, only the wails of Yang Cheng and the fear of his little brothers remained, gradually dissipating into the night. After Yu Yang and the others vanished into the distance, the turmoil in the small courtyard spread like wings, swiftly reaching the underground world of Su Xin County through the mouths of Yang Cheng's few underlings. Yang Cheng's downfall instantly became the hottest news in the underworld. The name Yu Yang was firmly etched in the minds of various local tyrants. In the underworld of the 1990s, becoming a familiar face was neither too difficult nor too easy. It's easy in that if you can take down a notable leader, your name can explode overnight through word of mouth. It's difficult because there are no good people in this line of work, and every big brother has their own backing, ruthless and vicious. In direct confrontations, winning means rising to power, while losing could lead to broken limbs or even death. In fact, seasoned veterans still retain some bottom line when they fight among themselves. What they fear most are those reckless young hotheads without any foundation. These young people risk their lives for fame, and a single misstep could take down a big brother, leaving them ensnared in the law, ultimately resulting in mutual destruction. There are rules in the underworld. If someone is injured, but no one reports it, the law will turn a blind eye. However, once a death occurs, the police will intervene forcefully, and no one can escape. This is also why Yu Yang only incapacitated Yang Cheng without killing him. If Yang Cheng were to shamelessly choose to report to the police, Li Yang had plenty of elite assassins to take the blame, and at worst one person could shoulder it. Of course, these unwritten rules only apply within the county. Once in remote areas like the coal and gold mines in the deep mountains, a different set of laws applies, purely the survival of the fittest. In an era of information isolation, one more death was as if nothing had happened. This was the unique brutality and savagery of the times. Yu Yang became famous overnight, earning the nickname Yama Yu, which quickly reached Sun Wanchen's ears. This behind-the-scenes boss of the Su Xin County nightclub couldn't help but shiver at the thought of the young man who was not much older than himself. It had been a long time since Su Xin had seen someone so ruthless and decisive. In the afternoon, Yu Yang, carrying a thick stack of contracts, stepped once again into the Caesar nightclub. In the office, Sun Wanchen flipped through the contracts, twitching slightly at the corner of his mouth, thinking to himself, this group of ruffians actually started playing the legal game. What Yu Yang brought was a formal labor employment contract. This was Li Yang's idea. According to the rules of the underworld, they could enter the venue tonight, but it was ultimately not legitimate, falling under illegal operations. If something went wrong, it would be seen as organized crime. However, with this contract, they would be employees of Caesar, and even in disputes, they could negotiate legally without fear of lawsuits. Little brother, you have a far-reaching vision, Sun Wanchen remarked meaningfully after hearing Yu Yang's explanation, then signed his name with a flourish. Thus, the rights to oversee the Caesar nightclub firmly fell into Yu Yang's hands, guaranteeing a minimum monthly income of 50,000 yuan. Don't think that's little. In the 1990s, an ordinary worker's monthly salary was only a few hundred yuan. Of 50,000 was undoubtedly in the upper echelons of wealth. Having secured Caesar, Yu Yang rushed to his next target. He set his bottom line in Su Xin County. He must secure at least 4 large night venues to complete the task assigned by Liang. While Yang was making waves in the underworld of Su Xin County, Liang was out looking for properties under the sun. As the team of assassins expanded, he urgently needed more accommodations for them. After all, he couldn't let his subordinates sleep on the streets. Fortunately, rent was cheap now, and he quickly secured a place. In addition to settling the assassins, Liang also rented 4 street-facing shops in the city center. After a few days, his subordinates had already recruited 7 second-tier assassins, 4 of whom were actually master chefs proficient in different cuisines, including Lu Sichuan Cantonese and Hunan. Although Li Yang's funds were limited, opening a few shops was more than sufficient. For the 4 shops, he planned to open 2 restaurants, each staffed by 2 skilled second-tier assassins. The other 2 would be a small appliance wholesale shop and a fashion store. The supply channels had already been established, making it very convenient. On the day the shops were rented, renovations began at a rapid pace. Among the assassins were also skilled masons and carpenters, and Liang was able to impart foundational skills to 2 first-tier assassins every day. He slapped his thigh, realizing this was simply self-sufficient. First, practice in their own shops, and once their skills were honed, they could directly form a construction team for external renovation work, solving the manpower issue. Naturally, the assassins put in their utmost effort for their own work. Day and night, in just 5 days the 4 shops were transformed completely. The renovation blueprints were directly copied from modern styles, simple and straightforward, yet in the 1990s Su Xin, they were astonishingly impressive. Upon completion of the renovations, the business license from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau was also successfully obtained. Liang immediately decided to officially open the next day. That night, a crucial meeting was held on the 2nd floor of the Sichuan restaurant. All the heads of the assassins were present to report on recent progress. At the beginning of the meeting, Wang Chong stood up first. He was in charge of the coal mine line. Yang Gu, I've gathered some intelligence about the coal mines. For private coal mines can't hold on any longer and are planning to sell. Can't hold on. The coal prices are decent now. Every scoop is money, why would they sell? Liang raised an eyebrow and asked. They were set up by someone. All 4 of these bosses are big gamblers. Recently, they were lured into a trap. By the end of the night, each of them had lost at least 700,000. Although coal mines are profitable, how can they withstand such losses? Their largest mine only produces 10,000 tons a year, and what they need is cash, which they can't provide. Now even their property certificates have been confiscated. The only way to turn things around is to sell the mines, Wang Chong explained with a smile. Liang nodded and asked what's the asking price. The small mines are around 500,000, not overpriced. Based on production capacity, they can definitely break even within 2 years. The medium-sized mine is asking 1,500,000, which is a bit inflated. If we negotiate, we can probably get it for 1,200,000. Keep a close watch and see what their bottom line is before making any plans, Liang instructed. Then Zhang Wei reported on the gold mine line. Yanggu, the gold mine situation is even more brutal. There it's survival of the fittest and the strongest speak. Currently the most ferocious are the Xiangxi gang and the Bagawei gang. These 2 groups are fearless and occupy the 2 most productive areas, while other factions can only sip the broth around the edges. Liang pondered for a moment and said solemnly, first let's get the shop situation sorted out. Once the shops are on track, we can charge toward the gold mines. It was now Yu Yang's turn to report. Yanggu, I've already signed cooperation agreements with 3 large venues, Caesar, Golden Rose, and Tianhua. Each month, they can bring you at least 120,000 in stable income. Yu Yang's concise words were like thunder, shocking everyone. 120,000 a month. Even Liang himself couldn't guarantee that the 4 shops would generate that much net profit. Good lad, I've been busy with the shop matters these days, but I've heard of your nickname Yamayu. Well done. Liang laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. Indeed, Yamayu. In just a few days since his debut, Yu Yang had wiped out 3 prominent social figures, with Yang Cheng being just one of them. Now he was truly in his prime in the Su Xin underworld. As for the legitimate world, as the saying goes, if the people don't report, the officials won't investigate. Without casualties and no one reporting who would meddle in others' affairs. Even if those big brothers lost limbs, they wouldn't dare make a fuss. Who knows if they would anger Yu Yang and endanger their families. The saying disasters do not affect families was just a naive notion in this era. April 10th, 1992. Is a day worth remembering. On this day, the 4 shops under Li Yang's name opened simultaneously, among which the most noteworthy were 2 distinctly styled restaurants, Hongbin Tower and Babao Pavilion. Hongbin Tower specializes in Sichuan and Hunan flavors, known for its spicy and aromatic dishes. Babao Pavilion, on the other hand, focuses on Shandong Northeastern and Cantonese cuisines, catering to both northern and southern tastes, with both light and rich options. The positioning of the 2 restaurants complements each other, almost encompassing all the culinary preferences of local diners. On the opening day, Liang arranged for his subordinates to distribute flyers in the busiest area of the county, and he also lit up continuous fireworks at the entrance of the stores. The deafening sounds and the fireworks lighting up the sky instantly attracted the attention of the entire street, with passers-by gathering in groups, buzzing with discussion. The shops were set to officially welcome guests at 10 a.m. After a lively opening, Liang immediately launched a discount marketing strategy that had proven successful in the future. With an 80 discount, the first batch of adventurous customers quickly pushed through the doors. In just a short while, both restaurants were fully booked, buzzing with voices, and the popularity far exceeded expectations. I have to say the dishes at this place are truly remarkable. I've eaten at every restaurant in our county, and I've never encountered such authentic flavors before. We're in for a treat from now on. Inside Hongbin Tower, a diner savored several signature Sichuan dishes, his eyes shining with amazement, unable to refrain from voicing his praise. His companions nodded in agreement, saying without exaggeration that the chef's skills here were top-notch in the county. I heard the Babeo Pavilion next door is owned by the same boss. Next time let's go there and see which one suits our taste better, suggested a companion after swallowing his food. Really? Then we must go. If both places have such skilled chefs, we'll never have to worry about where to eat out again. Another person chimed in repeatedly. Everyone agreed, lavishing praise during the meal. During this time, Liang was shuttling back and forth between the two restaurants, and hearing the diner's heartfelt accolades brought a subtle smile to his lips. Products from the system are guaranteed to be of high quality. Even the first-level subordinates, who only received basic skill training, possess culinary skills that far exceed those of ordinary restaurant cooks. It would indeed be strange if their dishes were not stunning. The core of a restaurant's success lies in the skill of the head chef, and Li Yang's two establishments are precisely not lacking in top-tier culinary expertise. This also meant that as long as operations were normal, the business would continue to thrive as it did today. Indeed, reality proved him correct. By dinner time, thanks to the word of mouth from the lunchtime patrons, a large number of diners flocked in, and the restaurant remained packed from evening until 11 p.m., marking the end of a successful day. Once the doors closed, the staff took on their respective duties to clean up, while Li Yang, accompanied by two subordinates, meticulously calculated the accounts. The total revenue for the day from both restaurants was 6,634 yuan. After deducting costs for ingredients and seasonings, the gross profit reached around 5,500 yuan. Once rent and utility expenses were subtracted, the net profit steadily approached 5,000 yuan. It should be noted that today was still under the 20 discount promotion. If the prices were returned to normal, the profits would only be more substantial. Liang was not greedy. He was already very satisfied with this daily income. The astonishing profit of the restaurant was primarily due to zero labor costs. In 1992, a skilled chef's monthly salary was already exorbitant, but here at Li Yang's there were two such chefs along with 4 assistants and 7 to 8 waiters. If you were to hire normally, just the salaries alone would be a significant sum. However, all these staff members were system subordinates, and Li Yang did not need to pay them market wages. Of course, once profits stabilized at the end of the month, he would reward these diligent subordinates with thousands of yuan as a form of meritocracy. Having earned a hefty profit on the first day, Li Yang was in high spirits and organized a team dinner late at night. Everyone ate and drank to their fill before dispersing to rest. Despite the booming business at the new restaurant, there were still some shortcomings, and Li Yang quickly realized one issue: all the staff in the restaurant were male. The system had only produced male subordinates, all of whom were tall, strong, and highly efficient. While they could handle business, the sight of so many imposing men in the restaurant inevitably felt stiff and oppressive. A small incident occurred today. A couple entered the restaurant with their child, and upon seeing several burly men inside, they were so frightened that they dared not enter. In the end, it was Li Yang who personally stepped forward to explain, resolving the misunderstanding. With the problem identified, it was necessary to solve it immediately. Li Yang decided to hire a group of female waitstaff, recognizing that women's friendly demeanor would be more suitable for hospitality, and given the current low wage levels, it posed no burden for him. Thinking it through, the next morning Li Yang took 2 second-level subordinates and returned to his hometown in Zhongshan Town. These 2 second-level subordinates were his personal bodyguards, skilled in firearms and carried weapons. With them accompanying him, Li Yang felt completely secure. As the saying goes, one should not let the good water flow to outsiders. When there is an opportunity to profit, the first people he thought of were his 4 aunts. If it weren't for the fact that his current funds were not particularly ample, he could offer even more generous returns. However, he firmly believed that given time, everything would improve. His aunts thought Li Yang was in urgent trouble and hurriedly put down their farming work to rush over, bringing along their cousins. In the early 1990s, the trend of working outside had not yet emerged, and every household was still tied to their fields. Most of Li Yang's cousins helped with household farming, and when they reached the appropriate age, they would marry and have children, remaining trapped in rural life. Li Yang had 7 female cousins, 4 female cousins, and 5 male cousins, which explained why his family was once impoverished. With so many children, life was naturally tight. The generation of aunts believed in the saying, more children, more blessings, and due to a lack of entertainment, childbirth became a norm. By the 1980s, the country implemented family planning. Initially, control in rural areas was lax, but it gradually became stricter, with heavy penalties for exceeding the birth limit, and the people became afraid to have more children. Li Yang was not particularly close to these cousins in his past life. First, his aunts were overly partial to him, their only nephew. Second, he had achieved nothing in his previous life, which inevitably led to dissatisfaction among his cousins. This was understandable. The only brother of his 4 aunts left behind only Li Yong as their sole descendant. They poured all their love and longing into him, and the rights and wrongs were no longer worth debating. However, now that Li Yong has been reborn, he would never let his aunts be in a difficult position. Helping them escape poverty and achieve prosperity was indeed part of his responsibility. At noon, inside Li Yang's ancestral home, his 4 aunts rushed in with a crowd of cousins, their expressions anxious. "Yangzi, what on earth happened? You left without explaining, and you've made us all anxious." The moment they entered, the eldest aunt tightly grasped Li Yang's hand, repeatedly asking, "He eldest, and it's great news. Please take a seat on the Kong," and Il explained slowly. Li Yong smiled, helping the eldest aunt to sit down, while his cousins found their places, their curious gazes fixed on him. "Eldest aunt, second aunt, third aunt, and eldest aunt, I recently encountered a benefactor in the county who has helped me, and now I've taken over 2 restaurants managing everything." As soon as he finished speaking, the eldest aunt slapped her palm in delight, her smile beaming awe. "My big nephew has indeed made it. I knew you would achieve great things in the future. You've even become a manager." The other 3 aunts also showed expressions of surprise, taking turns to praise him, while his cousins looked at the transformed Li Yong with astonishment. Although Li Yong was not easily embarrassed, being praised by his aunts made him blush a bit. He cleared his throat to interrupt everyone, and continued, "The restaurant is currently short-staffed, and I want to hire a batch of female waitstaff. I thought since my cousins are idle at home, why not come to the county to work with me? The monthly salary is 500 yuan. "What? 500? As soon as he said this, the entire room fell silent, stunned. It should be noted that in 1992, the monthly salary for formal employees in the county was mostly only 200 to 300 yuan, and even the most profitable units barely reached 500 or 600. For an ordinary waitress to receive a monthly salary of 500 yuan was simply unbelievable. The room was filled with people, stunned for a moment by the 6 words, 500 monthly salary. In the countryside of 1992, there wasn't much cash to be made from the land. For a girl, her life was likely to revolve around farming, raising pigs, mending clothes, and marrying early for a bit of dowry. Those too timid to venture out would spend their lives confined to these few acres of thin land. So when the phrase monthly income of 500 thundered out, everyone in the room was bewildered. Old Aunt Li Xin was the first to break the silence, trembling as she asked Yangzi, "Are you serious? You can earn this much in a month?" "Absolutely true," Li Yong replied, taking a sip of well water, his tone firm and undeniable. "Room and board included. Payment is made on the 5th of every month without any delays." As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted. The aunts exchanged glances, their eyes nearly overflowing with excitement. Several cousins clutched their clothes, holding their breath, their cheeks flushed with a mix of surprise and joy, afraid to even breathe. "Yangzi, you better not be teasing Old Aunt." Old Aunt was half delighted and half anxious, repeatedly confirming. "Old Aunt, I manage 2 large restaurants in the county. Just yesterday we opened, and the daily revenue is already in the thousands. Can I not afford this little salary?" Li Yong hurriedly explained again. Hearing this, the aunts immediately felt reassured and decisively said, "Go. You must go. My 4 girls will go with you tomorrow. So will mine. They'll leave it all to you. You point, and they'll follow." They weren't indifferent to their daughters. It was just that in those times there really weren't many ways to make money. They had heard that the monthly salary for waitstaff in the county was only around 100, and even that was often given to relatives. Now with their nephews' help, their daughters had a way to earn such cash, which was better than anything. Li Yong then explained the rules in detail. The restaurant provided room and board. The work wasn't hard, just welcoming guests, taking orders, serving food, and cleaning tables. Payment was made on the 5th of every month with no delays. At the end of the month, they could also receive pay raises and bonuses based on their performance. The group of girls listened with eyes shining, looking at Li Yong not as the useless cousin they once thought of, but as a benefactor who could help them earn money. Once everything was settled, the aunts hurried home to spread the news. They calculated in their minds, with at least 2 daughters from each family, that would mean a monthly income of 1,000. If they worked for half a year, the marriage money for the brothers at home would be secured. As for the issue of gender preference for sons over daughters, that was a characteristic of the times. Even families that cherished their daughters would prioritize their sons in this era, and the daughters themselves accepted it without complaint. Seeing their eager expressions, Li Yong let it be. The next morning, more than a dozen girls arrived in the county, carrying their bedding. Li Yong had already rented a small courtyard with a 5-person room fully equipped with pots, bowls, bedding, and pillows. He then taught them a few service rules: smile sweetly and speak softly. These cousins were already quite pretty and nimble. Within just an hour, they were doing exceptionally well. As noon approached and the doors opened, the results were immediate. Previously, burly men guarded the shop, causing customers to hesitate to enter. Now a group of sweet, smiling, gentle-voiced girls stood at the entrance, drawing in customers like never before. As soon as guests entered and saw the charming and courteous girls, the rate of entry and the overall comfort skyrocketed, and the awkwardness of not daring to enter vanished instantly. For the next 2 or 3 days, the Hongbin Pavilion and the 8 Treasure Pavilion were bustling with customers, lively and fully on track. With the popularity of the two restaurants, business at Li Yang's other two shops also thrived. Customers who finished their meals would often pop into the adjacent electronics and clothing stores, leading to plenty of sales. After the two shops opened, business was pretty good, though electronics were still big-ticket items. People's pockets weren't as full yet, so achieving 10 sales a day was the limit. Clothing, on the other hand, sold very well. Overall, both stores could bring Li Yang an income of $20,000 to $30,000 a month. Just as everything was progressing positively, misfortune seemed to come knocking. The restaurant's success caught the attention of others. As mentioned earlier, in those days, to run a good business, one had to deal with all sorts of people. There were many restaurants on this street, and Li Yang's success naturally squeezed out others' business. Seeing this, someone hatched a sinister plan and informed a local thug. The thug brought his lackeys and scoped out Li Yang's two restaurants for 2 days, confirming their booming business, and then devised a plot. On that day, as the restaurants just opened, dozens of people came in from outside. Each took a table and ordered a glass of water, then fell silent. Li Yang saw this and realized they were there to cause trouble. He stepped forward with a dark expression and said, "If you're not eating, get out of here and stop being an eyesore." "Well, not bad for your age, but your tone is quite big. Where's your boss? Bring him out, or I have business with him." "Air, go ask around and see who I am." At that moment, a voice came from the side. Li Yang looked over to see a dark-skinned, bald, fat man. He immediately understood that this was the instigator. He replied, "I'll give you another chance. Get lost quickly, or you'll bear the consequences." "Ha, not bad for your age, but your tone is quite big. Come on, let us see what the consequences are." Upon hearing this, Air laughed heartily. Li Yang snorted coldly, ceased speaking, and had his cousins retreat to the back. Then a group of burly men surged out from the kitchen, each wielding a club as thick as a bowl, smashing down on the thugs sitting inside the restaurant. Holding back was not an option. If this matter got suppressed, outsiders would think Li Yang was easy to bully and everyone would want a piece of him. Thus, swinging the bat was the best solution. The thugs were actually just hired by Air with a pack of cigarettes to create a ruckus. They never expected to encounter real tough guys, and before long they were all knocked down, rolling around and wailing. Air in particular received special treatment. After a few blows from the enforcers, his face was a mess, and it looked like he would be beaten to death. Terrified, Air collapsed to the ground and began to plead for mercy. Seeing that the enforcers had handled the situation, Li Yang pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Air. "What's wrong? Not so arrogant now. I want dare. Young master, you're incredible. It's our fault for not seeing your worth." Air covered his wound as he pleaded. "Now tell me who gave you the guts to cause trouble here." Then Air, thinking of the saying, "betray a friend to save oneself," directly sold out the person behind the scenes. Li Yang thought for a moment and said, "I won't make it hard for you. Today you delayed my business and I need compensation for the damages caused by the broken items. 100,000. If you can't come up with 100,000, Upon hearing Li Yang demand a compensation of 100,000 yuan, Air's face instantly turned green. If he had that much money, he would have long been living a life of luxury, not resorting to extortion. With a bitter face, he pleaded, "Little grandfather, please spare me this time. Not to mention 100,000, I can't even come up with 1,000. Since you can't come up with the money, then you will have to work off your debt. Whoever sent you here, you will repay me in kind." Li Yang saw his expression and understood that this person truly could not produce the money. However, it was naturally impossible to let him off so easily. After pondering for a moment, Li Yang slowly spoke, "Since you can't produce the money, then you will have to do something to repay your debt. Whoever sent you here, you will repay me in the same way. Since someone wants to play tricks and ruin my business, don't blame me for returning the favor in kind." Air immediately understood, realizing this was his only chance for survival, and hurriedly nodded, All right. Little grandfather, I am familiar with this task, and will ensure it's done perfectly." Li Yang then slightly nodded, "Enough, take your people and get lost. By the way, don't think about running away. If you escape, you may escape the monk, but not the temple. Watch your family." "I understand. I want dare to run." Air scrambled to his feet, hurriedly responding. After they left, the secondary assassin Peng Tao approached, puzzled, and asked, "Brother Yang, why don't we handle it ourselves? It would be easy to deal with them. Why go through all this trouble?" "Fool." Li Yang glanced at him. "I am a legitimate businessman. How can I personally get involved in such dirty work? You are all chefs, so why would you mind dirtying your hands? Evil people have their own ways of dealing with evil." Peng Tao suddenly realized, nodding repeatedly. Li Yang then instructed everyone to clean up the mess and reopen for business. On the other side, having suffered a great loss from Li Yang, Air was filled with anger. The opponent had many people and was ruthless. It was clear they were not ordinary folks, and he truly could not afford to offend them. Thus, the restaurant owner who had initially instigated him naturally became his outlet for venting. Air first took his men to the hospital for a simple bandaging of their wounds, then headed straight for that troublesome little restaurant. Upon entering, it was exactly like when he was in Li Yang's restaurant. Without ordering, each of his subordinates occupied a table, simply sipping water and wasting time. During mealtime, the outside customers, seeing this commotion, dared not enter, and all chose to deter. The restaurant owner quickly noticed something was off and hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Air, however, remained silent, staring coldly at him. This was the very person who had caused him to suffer a beating, and he was not ready to let it go. He loitered in the restaurant all day, and when hungry, he went directly to the kitchen to have the chef cook for him, paying nothing. The owner was anxious and flustered, but had no way to deal with it. He did not dare to call the police. Nioer hadn't committed assault or robbery. At most it could be considered provoking trouble, and he would be out in a few days, at which point the revenge would only be worse. For 2 consecutive days Nioer did this. By the 3rd day the owner could no longer endure and gritted his teeth to take out 2,000 yuan, hoping to settle the matter with money. Nioer took the money and finally spoke, his tone tinged with some apprehension. Boss Ding, let me give you a piece of advice. We cannot afford to provoke that restaurant across the street. You should sell your restaurant as soon as possible, otherwise even if I take the money you'll still have to come here every day. Look at my injuries, they were inflicted by them, and that person has an impressive background. Upon hearing this the owner was immediately dumbfounded, standing there in a daze. This person was quite perceptive as he put up a sign that afternoon to sell the restaurant, planning to start over in a new place. Li Yang observed all of this through the assassin responsible for tracking. To him, now this small matter was hardly worth mentioning, since the other party had submitted and left. He was too lazy to pursue it further. However, as Nioer embellished the story and spread it everywhere, it gradually circulated. Li Yang's 2 restaurants were not to be trifled with. Although they appeared to be run by chefs, in reality, they were all hidden, ruthless characters from the underworld. As the rumors spread, they became increasingly exaggerated until it was said that the restaurant was filled with ruthless bandits who kill without blinking. Upon hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, but this was also good. In the future, hardly anyone would dare to cause trouble. Entering May, Li Yang began to take charge of the gold mine. He still did not plan to appear in person, otherwise what was the use of having so many assassins? The matter of the gold mine was entirely entrusted to Zhang Wei. As the weather warmed up, it was the perfect time for gold mining. Li Yang directly allocated 4 secondary assassins and 40 primary assassins to Zhang Wei with only one instruction: get it done. If the other party was uncooperative, they would be buried in the mountains directly. Zhang Wei accepted the order, took his men into the mountains, and also brought along a batch of weapons provided by Li Yang. In this era, no group entering the mountains for gold mining was harmless. Almost everyone was armed. In the deep mountains and forests, firing a few shots would go unnoticed. With the backing of the system, Ma Liang naturally would not let his subordinates go in with cold weapons to fight against hot weapons. This time Zhang Wei took 10 Type 56 semi-automatic rifles, 20 Type 54 pistols, and 30 grenades, each gun equipped with 120 rounds of ammunition. Such firepower was more than enough to take down a mountain. Shortly after entering the mountains, Zhang Wei found the gold mining site of the Xiangxi gang. There were more than 20 core members among them, while the rest were black workers who had been tricked into coming. Such things were common in this era. Those with a conscience might release the black workers after mining, while those with a cruel heart would bury them in the mountains and destroy the evidence. Zhang Wei first instructed his men to identify who the leaders of the Xiangxi gang were and who the innocent black workers were. He did not plan to touch the black workers. A gold mining was a skilled job, and these people were just right for the task. Moreover, if they fell into Li Yang's hands, at the very least, they would be able to return home with their wages rather than meet a tragic end. After confirming, the assassins immediately took action. The battle was without suspense. Although the Xiangxi gang fought fiercely with their old guns and hunting rifles, the vast difference in equipment and individual soldier quality could not be compensated by mere bravado. After the fierce battle, 6 leaders of the Xiangxi gang were dealt with on the spot, while most others were injured but not in danger of losing their lives. After securing the mining area, Zhang Wei immediately gathered everyone and announced that the mining area was under new ownership and the remaining members of the Xiangxi gang would be demoted to black workers. Among the secondary assassins who accompanied them, some were skilled in surgical medical skills, quickly tending to the injured, after which they arranged for everyone to continue working while the other assassins took over the security of the mining area. Zhang Wei had unexpected gains at the Xiangxi gang's base, having found over 2,300 grams of placer gold. At the market price of around 70 yuan per gram of gold in 1992, this batch of gold was worth over 160,000. This was probably the harvest of the Xiangxi gang for an entire winter. Earning nearly 200,000 in 1992, it's no wonder these people were willing to risk their lives. After handling the gold mine affair, Zhang Wei returned to the county town with a bag of gold sand, heading straight to report to Li Yang. Looking at the bag of pure gold sand, Li Yang unabashedly praised Zhang Wei for his decisive and steady action. The captives must be well guarded, but there is no need to treat them harshly. They can have food and supplies, but anyone who tries to escape should be dealt with severely to serve as a warning. Also, we need to win over the previous black workers by offering them better treatment. This way, if the captives plot anything, we will be able to detect it at the first opportunity. Li Yang instructed slowly. Understood, Brother Yang. What about the other mines? Zhang Wei cautiously inquired. Li Yang pondered for a moment and waved his hand. Let's not touch the other mines for now. The tall tree will be toppled by the wind. Though we are not afraid of trouble, we must also avoid becoming targets. Let's take everything slowly. All right. By the way, get this batch of gold sand sold as soon as possible. We are currently lacking transportation, and once the money comes in you can go south and get a batch of water trucks, which will make things easier in the future. Understood, Brother Yang. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. In fact, Li Yang had long wanted to add vehicles, but due to limited funds before this matter had been shelved. Now that the 4 stores are stable and profitable and Yu Yang sends in a large sum every month, it is time to improve our travel and operational conditions. Zhang Wei quickly chose an underground bank and converted all the gold sand into cash. The reason for choosing the underground channel was the significant price difference. State-owned gold shops priced gold around 70 yuan, while underground banks offered it at 90 yuan. It was clear which option was superior. This batch of gold sand was ultimately cashed out for over 190,000 yuan. With an additional 100,000 yuan from Yu Yang for handling fees, Zhang Wei gathered the funds and headed south with several death fighters who had already mastered driving skills to purchase vehicles. A week later, a grand convoy slowly drove into the county town. Leading the way were 3 brand new Toyota Crowns, followed by a Toyota heist van, and finally a large trailer carrying 10 Suzuki Bandit 250 motorcycles. As soon as the convoy entered the town, it immediately caused quite a stir. In this era, it was already a great honor for an average family to own a motorcycle, let alone such a shiny fleet of new imported cars attracting the attention of passersby. The convoy drove straight to the restaurant. Seeing the crowd of onlookers, Li Yang instructed Zhang Wei to unload the vehicles and take them to his residence. Before long, Li Yang also returned home. Zhang Wei immediately approached him to report in detail about the vehicle purchases. During this time, even the prices of water trucks were not low. It was only because Li Yang ordered them in bulk that the seller offered a significantly discounted price. 3 crowns normally priced at 50 to 60,000 each were sold for only 40,000, the highest van known as the Tu Guang transport vehicle. And also a mobile office in Chun Haonan's drama was normally priced around 120,000, but the seller only charged 90,000. And the 10 Suzuki Bandit 250s, usually priced near 8,000, were sold here for only 5,000 each. The total expenditure for this batch of vehicles was 26,000. Li Yang managed to secure a significant discount this time. Upon learning of the seller's willingness to offer such favorable terms, Li Yang couldn't help but be a bit surprised and immediately inquired about the reason. Zhang Wei scratched his head and smiled. Brother Yang has a good eye. The seller saw that we made a big purchase and wanted to cooperate with us long term. Oh, what kind of cooperation? Li Yang suddenly became interested. They are from the coastal city, and all the water trucks were transported from there. Although there is no shortage of buyers along the coast, local car dealers squeeze the prices too much, leaving very slim profits. Therefore, they want to expand into the inland market. Having us take so many vehicles at once, they believe we have strength, so they actively propose cooperation. Li Yang nodded slightly. I see. Cooperation is fine, but how will the profits be divided? The other party said that we will purchase at the normal coastal price without squeezing, and we are responsible for transportation. However, once the vehicles are transported inland, they will not ask how much we sell them for. All the profits will belong to us, Zhang Wei replied. This business is feasible. Li Yang's eyes lit up. Inland cars are usually sold at a markup. Just from the price difference, the profits will be considerable. That's what I think too. I'm just waiting for you to make the decision, Brother Yang. Zhang Wei chuckled. You have a good mind. However, the market in Su Xin is too small. To sell cars, we need to go to H city or B city where there are more wealthy people. That's the real main market. Leave the gold mine affairs to someone else for management and focus on connecting this route. Also remember, even for water trucks, we must pay taxes normally. It's okay to earn a little less, but we must not leave them any leverage. Li Yang solemnly reminded. Yes, Brother Yang, I will remember, Zhang Wei respectfully replied. After that, Li Yang allocated the vehicles. He would use 1 crown for personal use. The highest van would be dispatched to Zhang Wei for convenience in taking people out for work. The remaining 2 crowns would be given to Yu Yang, and 1 sent to the gold mine. 3 motorcycles would remain in the county town, while the rest would be stationed at the gold mine. The next morning, Li Yang parked the brand new crown in front of the store, immediately attracting the attention and praise of his cousins. In an era where most people still rode bicycles, it was undoubtedly a matter of pride for his younger cousin to drive an imported car. Being able to show off like this in front of relatives, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction. He had never experienced such dignity in his past life. In the afternoon, good news also arrived from the city. The patent agency Li Yang had entrusted called to inform him that the patents related to the VCD technology had been officially approved. Li Yang immediately took his bodyguards to the city to settle the final payment and received 3 highly valuable patent certificates. These 3 technologies were akin to an invisible gold mine in this era. If it weren't for knowing that similar results would be researched by others next year, he wouldn't have been so eager to apply for the patents. Now that the certificates were in hand, anyone wanting to produce VCDs in the future would have to pay him a patent fee. As for the production factory for VCDs and discs, Li Yang had already been secretly preparing. He had secured a factory in Su Xin, installed 2 production lines, and stocked up on raw materials, just waiting for the patents to be issued to start production immediately. After returning to the county town, Liang immediately arranged for the Death Fighters to fully engage in production. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. One day the person in charge of the VCD factory came to report. We have produced 7,000 VCDs and 300,000 discs, but all the raw materials have been used up and the factory account is now at its limit. Liang calmed the person in charge not to panic, then dialed Zhang Wei's phone. Since VCDs were still a novelty in the inland, and with the low penetration rate of televisions, he planned to first make a splash in the peripheral market and then gradually expand inland. The most suitable first stop would be the coastal city. Coincidentally, Zhang Wei was collaborating with the car dealership, they're making him the perfect person to pave the way. When Li Yang's call went through, Zhang Wei was busy coordinating the first batch of trial sales vehicles with the port city. Upon seeing the BP pager display Li Yang's name, he hurriedly set aside his current task and called Li Yang back. Brother Yang, you were looking for me. How is the business negotiation on your end? I have something urgent to discuss with you. Brother Yang, I have already finalized the first batch of trial sales vehicles with the other party, but your matter is more pressing. I can set this aside for now. Zhang Wei replied. Alright, here's the plan, have someone else take over for you and bring the trial sales vehicles back. You need to come back now, our VCDs and discs are off the assembly line and I intend to sell them in the port city. It would be best to leverage that group of people from the port city. You are already familiar with them, so they should be willing to help you out. Understood, Brother Yang, I'm heading back right now, Zhang Wei replied promptly. Li Yang's favorite thing about his loyal subordinates was that they never questioned his orders. They acted immediately upon his directives, and that feeling was simply exhilarating. Zhang Wei drove back to Sui County overnight and then met with Li Yang. Zhang Wei, I need you to take 1,000 VCDs and 50,000 discs through legitimate channels to the port city. Have those people from the port city take you to the local audiovisual stores to set up our products and test the waters with these goods. Li Yang instructed Zhang Wei. No problem, Brother Yang, I'm on my way, Zhang Wei agreed without hesitation. Li Yang patted Zhang Wei on the shoulder with satisfaction. Although both Zhang Wei and Wang Chong were merely primary subordinates, they were among the first to follow Li Yang. Li Yang had a much deeper bond with them than with the later recruits, which is why he entrusted them with significant responsibilities. They in turn did not disappoint him, handling all affairs excellently and earning his respect. Then Li Yang lightly tapped the table and explained, currently the penetration rate of televisions in the inland areas is low and the public's demand for audiovisual equipment has not yet been awakened. The port city is different, it has a developed economy and a booming entertainment industry. Our products will sell well there and gain recognition. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. Take more people this time. I will have a few subordinates trained in Cantonese accompany you. The situation in the port city is quite chaotic with the upcoming handover, so make sure you all pay attention to safety. Moreover, the pricing for the VCDs is set at 1,200 Hong Kong dollars each and 20 Hong Kong dollars for the discs. This is a price the people of the port city can accept, Li Yang instructed at last. Understood. Zhang Wei was always efficient in his tasks. That very day he packed everything and along with the equipment and subordinates took the earliest bus south to the port city. At that time the port city was experiencing a golden period of rapid growth in the audiovisual industry. VCRs and videotapes dominated the mainstream market, but a single VCR could cost thousands of dollars and a videotape could be over 100. Ordinary families simply could not afford it, only dance halls, malls, and wealthy families were equipped with such devices. After clearing customs and arriving in the port city, Zhang Wei immediately contacted the locals involved in the water truck business. Upon hearing about his intention to promote new audiovisual equipment, they showed some interest and personally took Zhang Wei to several well-known electronic streets in the port city. As the saying goes, seeing is believing, the quality of the products needs to be witnessed firsthand to convince people. At each store, Zhang Wei demonstrated the devices to the store owners. When the exquisite VCD player was connected to the television and the clear, smooth images along with stereo sound filled the air, all the electronic store owners were left in shock. Compared to the blurry and choppy videotapes, the quality of the VCDs was stunning. The key point was that a VCD player was priced at only 1,200 Hong Kong dollars, while a disc cost just 20 Hong Kong dollars, making it a far better value than VCRs. Initially, some store owners were hesitant, but once Zhang Wei showcased a few popular Hong Kong films live, they could no longer hold back and scrambled to place orders. Thus, within 3 days, all 1,000 VCDs were sold out, and the 50,000 discs were nearly gone as well. In fact, several businesses even approached him proactively to request additional orders. News of this reached Sui County, but Li Yang was not at all surprised. He had already seized the opportunity presented by the times, and the emergence of VCDs was a disruptive blow to the traditional audiovisual market. Li Yang instructed his bodyguard, a loyal subordinate, immediately notify the factory to ramp up production. As for the shortage of raw materials, have the subordinate responsible for procurement resolve it, and the funds will come from me. Additionally, set up a temporary office for Zhang Wei in the port city specifically for supply and after-sales services to stabilize those partner businesses. The loyal bodyguard immediately took his orders. Meanwhile, the first batch of trial sales vehicles also returned to Sui County. Zhang Wei's successor Song Wu followed Li Yang's instructions, focusing sales efforts in City H and City B. They rented storefronts in both locations, transforming the interiors into showrooms, and then distributed flyers to spread the word. Since these were water trucks, even with a significant markup, they were still cheaper than the normally declared vehicles. Consequently, many business owners and social elites came to visit upon hearing the news. This batch included several luxury cars, such as Mercedes and Bentleys, which quickly captivated many owners, leading them to drive away with the cars on the spot. In no time, Li Yang's car dealership business became a roaring success. Moreover, Li Yang insisted on paying taxes legally and never evaded taxes. Even though profits were somewhat compressed, this brought about a stable operating environment without any troubles arising. In just a few days, the car dealership generated hundreds of thousands in net profits for Li Yang. Over in Sui County, the VCD factory operated around the clock without stopping. The subordinates were highly efficient, with 2 production lines operating at full capacity, producing an average of 800 VCDs and 50,000 discs daily. A steady stream of goods was shipped to the port city, which then radiated out to various places in Southeast Asia, with orders pouring in like snowflakes. The funds in the port city office's account were steadily climbing. One day, Li Yang was in his office sipping tea and watching a movie on his own VCD player. During those years, there wasn't much entertainment, and watching movies was a good choice. Suddenly, the landline phone on the table rang. Li Yang picked up the phone, and he heard Zhang Wei's excited voice on the other end. "Brother Yang, great news. It's a major breakthrough." Zhang Wei gasped for breath and continued. "This morning, the newspapers in the port city reported on VCDs, stating that this invention could revolutionize the existing film and television industry. Now people here are going crazy buying our VCDs. Our Chaoyang brand VCD has become a sensation." Li Yang, upon hearing this, also stood up excitedly and punched the air. The success of the VCD proved that his idea was correct. Of course, Li Yang not only wanted the market in the port city, he aimed to seize the lion's share of the market during the patent windfall period. Due to the persistent demand for VCDs, Li Yang once again purchased 10 production lines from the system store, raising the daily output to 8,000 units, barely managing to catch the avalanche of incoming orders. As May approached, the cumulative sales of VCDs neared 100,000 units, and the account of the Chaoyang Audio and Video Technology Office in the port city surpassed 100 million Hong Kong dollars in cash flow. Since his rebirth, Li Yang had entered the ranks of billionaires in less than 3 months, managing to avoid bringing shame to those who had been reborn. Chaoyang Audio and Video Technology Co. Ltd. is the name Li Yang registered for the VCD factory, with a dead soldier as the legal representative, while he continued to operate behind the scenes, maintaining full control of the situation. The immense profits from VCDs made Li Yang genuinely sigh in appreciation. Technology truly brings money the fastest. However, he did not abandon his other plans. Holding the super cash cow of VCD sales, Li Yang decided to expand into the food and beverage sector. After a period of preparation among the secondary dead soldiers under his command, there were quite a few skilled in culinary arts, fully capable of quickly replicating the successful model of the Su Xin restaurant in more cities. Moreover, this time he chose not to lease storefronts, but to firmly hold the property rights of all stores himself. With the memories of his past life, he clearly knew that the golden age of real estate was about to explode. Seizing core locations in major cities in advance, whether for future demolitions or to wait for asset appreciation, would be a surefire profitable venture. However, at present, Li Yang's most important task was to go to the Magic City to sell subscription certificates. After several rounds of stock lotteries and surging stock prices, the market had gone completely wild, and all investors understood. Once you win, it means huge profits. In just 2 months, the price of subscription certificates had nearly reached a historical peak, making it the best time to cash out. In mid-May, Li Yang arrived in the Magic City with 10 dead soldier bodyguards. At this time on the black market, a subscription certificate had been speculated to 8,000 yuan, still with a price, but no market. In his hands, however, he held 100,000 and 2,000 certificates worth several hundred million. Once the news leaked, someone would inevitably take risks. Li Yang's good days had just begun, and he would not allow any accidents to occur. Therefore, he brought enough personnel to handle everything. Upon landing in the Magic City, Li Yang went straight to the Westin Hotel. This hotel had just opened this year and was the benchmark for the Shanghai hotel industry in the 1990s. Now that he was wealthy, Li Yang naturally would not treat himself poorly. The hotel prices were considered the pinnacle of the era, with the presidential suite costing $1,000 a night and only accepting foreign currency. Had it not been for Zhang Wei bringing back $100,000 while reporting work earlier, even if he had money, he would not have been able to enjoy such top-notch service. With the dollar, everything went smoothly. Li Yang directly booked the presidential suite for a week, expecting to handle all affairs within 7 days. After resting for a night, Li Yang took his people to the stock exchange to investigate the market. Now the price of subscription certificates rose daily. Yesterday, it was 8,000. Today, it had jumped to 8,002. Amidst the bustling crowd, he could clearly feel the market's almost frenzied enthusiasm. Subsequently, Liang gathered a few dead soldier bodyguards for a brief meeting, instructing 8 soldiers to spread the message there were large amounts of subscription certificates for sale. Small investors need not apply, with a minimum single purchase of 1,000 certificates, and funds must be verified in advance. The 8 dead soldiers took their orders. The news spread like wings, instantly exploding throughout the entire trading market, circulating rapidly. Soon a large number of people came to verify the authenticity of the news, searching everywhere for those who released the information. The 8 dead soldiers did not leave after spreading the news, quietly standing by waiting for the big fish to bite. The first buyer quickly approached. The visitor was very cautious and asked a dead soldier, "Are you the one who said there are subscription certificates for sale?" "Yes." "How many do you want? What price can you offer?" "I can take 400 and I can add 100 to the unit price 8,003. The buyer had a high opinion of himself, believing his offer was impressive. The dead soldier gently shook his head. "Too little. Our minimum is 1,000 certificates. The unit price can be 8,003, but funds must be verified first." "Oh." The buyer was stunned. 1,000 certificates amounted to 830,000. What kind of background did this seller have to wield such a large sum? Ignoring the astonishment of the other party, the dead soldier continued to wait patiently. The Magic City was filled with hidden talents and wealthy people, and there would naturally be big fish coming to the door. The buyer took a few seconds to recover and quickly said, "Can I find someone to partner up? I guarantee we can gather 1,000 certificates." The dead soldier glanced at him sideways. "It's up to you as long as it meets the requirements." The buyer was overjoyed and immediately turned to contact his accomplices. After that, more and more people came forward to inquire, and the news of large amounts of subscription certificates for sale intensified. Furthermore, with limited supply and first-come, first-served, those hidden big shots could no longer hold back. Given the current market conditions, subscription certificates still had room for price increases. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make money, and they would not easily miss it. Thus, the buyers who approached the dead soldiers next opened their mouths to take everything, negotiating favorable prices and agreeing to all conditions. Seeing the big clients come forward, the dead soldiers verified their financial capabilities and then led them one by one to the hotel to meet Liang. After releasing the news, Liang had returned to the West End in advance to wait. In his hotel room, he began to receive buyers one by one. These people had no idea how many cards Liang actually held, generally thinking it was only a few thousand, so they were quite bold, insisting on buying them all and flashing cash in boxes to demonstrate their financial strength. Liang naturally would not concentrate the goods on any one person. Each major client was uniformly allocated 10,000 certificates at a unit price of 8,004, with payment made in cash and certificates handed over, no credit allowed. Even so, it startled all the buyers. No one had expected that there would be someone holding such a massive quantity of subscription certificates and selling them off during the peak period. But no one would give up this business. In their eyes, even holding subscription certificates temporarily would never result in a loss, as long as 1/3 of them won in the stock lottery, they could earn a fortune. Some wanted to make quick money, while others were more optimistic about the long-term stock market. Each had their own calculations, but without exception, they all wanted to grab this batch of subscription certificates. In the following days, the Westin Hotel was bustling with people, with countless individuals carrying heavy boxes in and out. No one would have thought that those boxes contained vast amounts of cash. Liang finally experienced the legendary feeling of counting money until your hands cramp. 100,000 subscription certificates calculated at 8,004 each amounted to a total of 840 million. This does not even account for the portions that had continued to rise in price over the past few days. Of course, not everyone followed the rules. Many with an eye for wealth were not few. Some wanted to take advantage of the situation, trying to carve a slice from Liang. Among them was a person who claimed to be the spokesperson for a certain big shot in the Magic City, with an arrogant and domineering attitude, ordering Liang to be sensible and hand over all the subscription certificates at 500 yuan each and then roll out of Shanghai. Liang was directly amused by this. With his current confidence, being willing to trade fairly was the greatest courtesy to the world, yet someone dared to come and provoke him. Without saying a word, he raised his hand and gave 2 crisp, resounding slaps, then ordered the dead soldiers to throw the person out of the hotel and sent one soldier to secretly follow and investigate the background of this so-called big shot. Those who dared to act against him must pay a price. The sale of the subscription certificate went even smoother than Liang had anticipated. In just 5 days, all shares were completely sold out, and a staggering sum of money was quietly deposited into various banks through the coordinated efforts of the Death Warriors. Fortunately, there were enough personnel, and their distribution was meticulous enough not to attract any unnecessary attention. The system had already leveled up when the VCD was a hot seller, and with this completion of the subscription certificate cash out, it had risen once more. Host Liang, age 19, occupation chairman of Chaoyang Technology Co., Ltd., level 6 experience 7, 3,050 million. Daily refresh, 20 level 1 Death Warriors, 3 level 2 Death Warriors. Weekly refresh, 1 level 3 Death Warrior. Level 3 Death Warrior Introduction. Physical fitness comparable to Level 2 Death Warriors, yet possessing wisdom far beyond normal, mastering the master level skill, eidetic memory. Evaluation. A rare talent with intelligence. System shop now open. Current Level 1 Death Warriors 278. Current Level 2 Death Warriors 27. Refresh rule. Each day Death Warriors can be manifested within a 5-kilometer radius of the host. This is the complete system panel at this moment. When the Death Warrior system reaches Level 5, it merely slightly increases the refresh quantity of Level 1 and 2 Death Warriors. The truly practical feature remains the ability to directly refresh within 5 kilometers. Liang would eventually have to start a family. He couldn't wake up every day to find Death Warriors surrounding his bed, which would surely scare his future partner. Reaching Level 6 finally ushered in a qualitative change. Level 3 Death Warriors were officially unlocked. As the saying goes, it's easy to find 100 soldiers, but hard to find a single general. What Liang lacked most now were individuals who could fight, run, and execute orders, and what he truly needed were strategists who could stand alone and hold down a fort. Though Zhang Wei, Wang Chong, and others were loyal and reliable, in terms of vision, strategy, and top-level planning, they were far from true elites. Liang was not unintelligent, but he had been an ordinary person in his past life, and his perspective and experience constrained him. If he were to play mind games and tactics with those seasoned foxes in the business and political world, the gap would be too vast. Were it not for the dual safety net of foresight and the martial prowess of Death Warriors relying solely on his intellect, he would have likely been devoured to the bone long ago. The emergence of Level 3 Death Warriors precisely filled his weakest link, strategy and planning. That very night, Liang directly manifested this week's Level 3 Death Warrior. Death Warrior named Zhou Kong. In stark contrast to the robust style of Level 1 and 2 Death Warriors, Zhou Kong had a balanced physique and was not overly large, yet no one dared to underestimate him. Beneath that seemingly slender body lay a frightening strength. Brother Yang, Zhou Kong appeared and bowed respectfully. Good. Liang nodded slightly. Let me first explain the current situation to you, so you can fully absorb the information. Understood. Liang meticulously explained his underling's industry's financial situation and the backdrop of the current era. Zhou Kong listened attentively throughout, occasionally pausing for a few seconds to quickly digest the information. That's all I have to say. Liang took a sip of tea and casually asked, do you see any loopholes in the current layout? It's best to address them while the scale is still small. This question carries a bit of a challenge. Zhou Kong showed no hesitation and spoke calmly. Brother Yang, based on what you've said, I have 2 suggestions. Go ahead. First, regarding Triad technology. I believe it cannot exist purely as a wholly domestic enterprise at this stage. Even if we have our people keeping an eye on things, our foundation is still shallow and too conspicuous. I suggest registering a company in the port city with foreign capital, investing in Triad technology, turning it into a Sino-foreign joint venture. With this layer of foreign investment as protection, Triad technology can truly develop instability. As soon as he finished speaking, Liang's eyes lit up instantly. This was precisely the critical loophole he had been overlooking. In this world, it has always been a survival of the fittest. Chaoyang Technology's current stability is merely because its profits and influence have yet to spread completely. Liang never assumed goodwill in people's hearts. Too many precedents from his past life were before him. When a business grows large, there are plenty of envious onlookers, and countless hands reach out from both the black and white worlds. He was not afraid of the underworld. The several hundred Death Warriors under him were enough to crush it. But what about the above-board world? If a certain big shot casually uttered a word wanting to swallow Chaoyang Technology with his current capabilities, he would be unable to resist. Putting on a layer of foreign investment clothing changes everything. Currently, various regions are madly scrambling for investment, but joint ventures are prestigious and serve as protective umbrellas, deterring ordinary people from easily reaching out. Liang patted Zhou Kang's shoulder heavily. Good insight. Please continue. Second, Brother Yang, there is currently a severe shortage of foreign exchange domestically. You have mentioned that our official relationships are still very weak and foreign exchange would be the best stepping stone. Chaoyang Technology is currently earning Hong Kong dollars, and in the port city, exchanging Hong Kong dollars for US dollars is extremely convenient, which is an advantage that RMB does not currently possess. We can fully utilize the port city company to bring back US dollars for investment, but once the investment scale is large enough, no place would refuse to work with us. This statement once again shook Liang's heart. The logic is simple and straightforward, yet he had not thought of it. He was worried about how to build official relationships. Guo was fundamentally a society centered around bureaucracy, and no matter how strong a business was, it could not escape the support of a conducive policy environment. Zhou Kang's suggestion was almost the most prudent and efficient route at present. Is there anything else? Liang's tone had already taken on a hint of excitement. Not for now, Brother Yang. I just manifested, and I still need time to absorb information from this era. I will report to you immediately if I have any new judgments. Just these 2 points are already invaluable. Liang looked at him. Zhou Kong, what are your plans for the future? Stay by my side, or take charge of a territory yourself. Zhou Kong replied seriously, I want to go study. As a level 3 Death Warrior, my greatest advantage is my learning ability. Our vision needs to be long-term. In the future, our level 3 Death Warriors can all enter universities for further education, and after graduation, they can enter various industries to fundamentally strengthen our power. Leon gasped in surprise. He understood at once how terrifying this plan was. One level 3 Death Warrior per week translates to dozens in a year. With their talents, they would inevitably become top talents in various fields in a few years. By then, the elites loyal to him spread across various industries would form a powerful force capable of shaking the world. Leon was thoroughly moved. He steadied himself. Okay, I respect your choice. What do you need me to do? Thank you, Brother Yang. I need to enter the senior year first and take this year's college entrance examination to enter a top university through formal channels. Additionally, Zhou Kong paused and said seriously, I also suggest Brother Yang to go to university together. Top universities offer not just knowledge, but also the best connections. This statement struck Liang again. In his past life, he had dropped out early, and he held some regrets in his heart. I want to go, but my foundation is too poor, Liang said helplessly. It was not easy for a former underachiever to take the college entrance examination. Zhou Kong smiled confidently. Brother Yang, don't worry, we are here. As long as you want to learn, we will definitely be able to teach you. A resolute glint flashed in Liang's eyes. All right, once we return to Su Xin, I will join you in school. Liang settled Zhou Kong into the hotel and then continued to handle the remaining business affairs. The next day, the Death Warriors responsible for tracking the Big Shot's henchmen returned with news that the identity of the mastermind had been uncovered. The other party had previously boasted with arrogance, but after the Death Warriors conducted thorough investigations, they discovered that he was merely a local bully in Magic City, a social thug relying on street power. This person was named Bao Feng, a native of Magic City. In his early years, he made his first dirty money through speculating, and during that time, he broke the law and ended up in prison. After being released, he showed no remorse, instead gathering a group of ex-convicts to bully and extort businesses, creating a chaotic environment. Bao Feng had always been arrogant and overbearing, relying on his gang of ruthless thugs to covet lucrative businesses. Recently, with the price of subscription certificates skyrocketing, he seized the opportunity, immediately sending his underlings to stake out near the stock exchange, which led to the earlier incident where his men threatened Liang. According to the Death Warriors' investigation, besides Liang, Bao Feng had already successfully executed several deals through strong-arm tactics. Most of the victims were outsiders who came to Shanghai with weak positions, unable to contend with his local power, thus having to swallow their grievances, which only further inflated Bao Feng's arrogance. Liang was currently residing at the Westin Hotel. Bao Feng, wary of the hotel's background, was hesitant to act recklessly for the time being, but Li Yang's brutal beating of his underlings would surely not go unpunished. The Death Warriors secretly guarding Liang outside the hotel reported that several suspicious vehicles had been frequently parked by the roadside in recent days, closely watching the hotel entrance, clearly sent by Bao Feng to spy. After gathering all the intelligence, Liang suddenly chuckled softly. Initially, with the other party's aggressive approach, he thought it was the henchman of some influential figure from the white society. He had already made full preparations. If it were truly a powerful figure from the righteous side, he would just teach them a lesson and then immediately leave Magic City. Little did he expect that it was just a petty hoodlum. Since the other party insisted on causing trouble, he would play along. Liang immediately ordered that the specific actions be left entirely to the Death Warriors, with the sole bottom line being no one should die. Upon receiving Li Yang's instructions, the Death Warriors promptly prepared to act. These Death Warrior bodyguards had been eager to showcase their skills in front of Liang, and now with their orders, they moved decisively to take action. At the street corner opposite the Westin Hotel, two inconspicuous vans were parked inside, which a group of thugs were smoking, their eyes slyly fixated on the hotel entrance. Gangu, that kid must be a turtle. He's been hiding in the hotel for 5 or 6 days without coming out. I think we should just charge in and kidnap him. Have you lost your mind? This is a foreign-owned hotel. If you dare to cause trouble here, even the boss can't save you. The leader called Gangu cast a disdainful glance at him. I've done my homework. That kid is holding thousands of subscription certificates worth tens of millions of RMB. Once we capture him, that money will all belong to us brothers. If you can't even be patient, how do you expect to get rich? Damn, tens of millions. We're going to be filthy rich. Of course, for hunters the most important thing is to remain calm. Everyone stay alert, or we cannot let this fat sheep escape. Gang Guest's mouth curled into a greedy smile, his eyes filled with a thirst for easy money. However, they remained oblivious to the fact that the two vans had already been silently surrounded by a group of black-clad individuals. Two Death Warriors slowly approached the driver's side, suddenly pulling out steel pipes from their coats and smashing them violently against the driver's window. With a loud crash, the window shattered instantly, and the iron pipe then struck the driver's head with brutal force. With just a couple of blows, the driver slumped over unconscious. Only then did the occupants of the vehicle realize something was wrong and began to curse and resist, But before they could raise their hands, the car door was forcibly yanked open by the Death Warriors, and several black guns were pressed directly against their foreheads. The once noisy vehicle fell into an eerie silence. Gangu, who had just been fantasizing about getting rich overnight, felt his throat tighten, his legs uncontrollably trembling, and he stammered in fear, "Brothers, esteemed gentlemen, you must have mistaken us for someone else. We're all broke, we hardly have any money on us." In his view, these people wielding guns and striking ruthlessly were clearly desperate bandits, and they were likely targeting them because of these two vans. Private cars are quite valuable these days, and it's inevitable that thieves would be eyeing them. However, the leading Death Warrior coldly smiled, his tone, "I see you've got the right people. You are Bao Feng's men, right?" With the gun barrel pressed against his head, Gang Gu's heart nearly stopped. Fearing for his life, he hurriedly nodded in confession. After confirming their identity, the Death Warriors ceased to speak further, swiftly boarding the vehicle and tightly binding the occupants with ropes. This was a bustling street, and handling matters here would be too conspicuous, so they had to be moved to a more discreet location. After cleaning up the scene, the leading Death Warrior drove the team directly to Bao Feng's lair. Bao Feng's stronghold was a street-side tea house. After making some dirty money, he pretended to be cultured, spending his days in the tea house drinking tea and putting on airs, while behind the scenes he continued to engage in bullying and extortion. Before long, the convoy arrived in front of the tea house. Several dozen Death Warriors escorted Bao Feng's subordinates, swaggering through the door. There were hardly any customers in the tea house, and upon seeing this intimidating group, the staff were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe, wishing they could hide their heads under the tables, let alone resist. Thus the Death Warriors smoothly took control of all corners of the tea house, and even drew out their machetes, silently intimidating everyone. When it comes to life and death, no one dared to make a move. The Death Warriors charged straight up to the third floor and found Bao Feng, who was conspiring with two of his trusted aides in an office. At first, Bao Feng's two subordinates wanted to put up a fight, but the leading Death Warrior simply kicked them down to the ground, rendering them immobile, and silence fell once again in the office. Bao Feng's face turned pale, but he forced himself to appear calm, suppressing the fear within him as he spoke. "Who are you? I have no grievances with you, let's talk this over. Are you Bao Feng?" The leading Death Warrior did not respond, his tone colder than ice. Yes. I don't know where I offended you all, everything can be discussed." Seeing that they were coming for him, Bao Feng became increasingly flustered and hurriedly picked up a high-end cigarette from the table, obsequiously offering it to the leading Death Warrior in an attempt to probe their intentions. "It's nothing, you've offended someone you cannot afford to provoke, so you naturally have to pay the price." The leading Death Warrior sneered, swatting away the cigarette he offered. As soon as the words left his mouth, two Death Warriors immediately stepped forward and forcefully pressed Bao Feng's hands onto the solid wood desk. One of the Death Warriors pulled out a sharp machete from his waist without hesitation, and with a swift motion, he brought it down. PFF. Blood immediately gushed forth, and in no time it stained the entire desk red. The next second, Bao Feng's heart-wrenching, inhuman scream echoed throughout the tea house. "Consider this a lesson. I remember there are many people in this world you cannot afford to provoke. Today I will disable your hands to teach you a lesson. If there's a next time, it will be your life." The leading Death Warrior dropped this cold warning and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, all of Bao Feng's other subordinates had their fingers cut off as a warning. After completing their mission, the assassins immediately dispersed and vanished into the crowd. Only a few of Li Yang's personal bodyguards quickly returned, reporting the recent events word for word. Li Yang listened, merely nodding lightly, without saying much. A character like Bao Feng, who was already insignificant, was not worth his concern, and now reduced to a useless state, he was even less deserving of his attention. The affairs in Modu had been properly handled. That afternoon, Li Yang settled the hotel bill and, accompanied by his subordinates, purchased a fleet of new cars on the spot, heading straight towards his hometown Sui County. Meanwhile, far away in Gongqing Wei, following Li Yang's orders, officially registered the establishment of Sun and Moon International Investment Co., Ltd. After completing the paperwork, he set off for Sui County, carrying the already drafted contracts. This Sun and Moon International Investment was a protective umbrella specifically set up by Li Yang for Chaoyang technology. According to the contract terms, Sun and Moon International would invest 50 million Hong Kong dollars into Chaoyang technology, acquiring a controlling stake of 51%. In this way, even if someone coveted Chaoyang technology, they could only confront this Hong Kong-backed enterprise directly, allowing Li Yang to remain detached and worry-free. After days of traveling, Li Yang finally returned to Sui County. Unlike the tumultuous events outside, this small county remained as tranquil as ever, as if it had never been disturbed by the world's upheavals. After resting at home for a day, the next day, Li Yang went to the restaurant to deal with the backlog of mundane tasks. Now that he had abundant funds, even without tapping into the capital from the Gangqing account, he could rely solely on the profits from the previously acquired subscription certificates to support all his future arrangements. Li Yang first called Wang Chong, asking him to arrange meetings with the several eager owners of private coal mines. During this time, Wang Chong had been closely monitoring them. They had already reached a point of desperation. While the coal mines were currently profitable, it was far less than the impending windfall in a few years. There were only a few capable individuals in the county to take over, all of whom were aware of the owner's massive gambling debts. Thus, any buyers who came to negotiate were relentlessly lowering the price. In the business world, help is rarely given without expectation. It's often about kicking someone when they are down. With the prices being driven too low, the coal bosses were naturally reluctant to let go easily, but the creditors were pressing hard, employing various tactics that had already made them restless. Upon hearing that there was a benefactor willing to purchase coal mines at fair market prices, they didn't dare delay and immediately rushed to Li Yang's restaurant. In the second-floor office of the restaurant, several coal bosses sat upright and nervously on the sofa opposite Li Yang. Li Yang, on the other hand, was relaxed in his chair, leisurely flipping through the coal mine information. The information was similar to what Wang Chong had previously reported. The 4 coal mines were all small to medium-sized, with an average annual total output of about 23,000 tons. Although they were not large mines, making a profit of 100 to 800,000 each year posed no difficulty. Moreover, Li Yang was well aware that coal prices would soar in the coming years, making this transaction a guaranteed profit. Thus, he did not deliberately make things difficult. Ultimately, the 3 small mines were sold for 450,000 each, while the only medium-sized mine was priced down to 1,100,000. This price was the best deal they had encountered recently. The owners immediately signed the agreement and left with sincere thanks after receiving their payments. After the coal bosses departed, Li Yang instructed Wang Qiangzi continue to keep an eye on the coal mines that are up for sale. Don't limit yourself to Sui County, inquire in the surrounding counties as well. You are responsible for the integration of these 4 mines, and I will send assistance to assist you. After the integration, safety in mining must be the top priority. For any needs, submit reports for my approval. Additionally, ensure that the miners' living standards, including food and clothing, are maintained according to the restaurant standards. They are putting their lives on the line for money, which is not easy. Understood, Yanggu. I will make sure it's done well. By the way, starting this month, miners' wages will be raised by 10% and will increase annually with market conditions, allowing them to work with peace of mind and avoid trouble. Yes, Yanggu. After Wang Chong took his leave, Zhou Kong couldn't help but speak up. Yanggu, with the profit from these coal mines, isn't this a bit overkill for our current scale? You mean it's unnecessary to engage in such small business ventures, right? Zhou Kong nodded. That's pretty much the idea. Though clever, he lacked Li Yang's memories from his past life, and his perspective was ultimately limited. What Li Yang truly valued was not the current profits from the coal mines, but the ownership certificates of those mines. In his previous life, he had a friend who worked in a mine, and during a casual chat over drinks, he mentioned that not long after the government began to strictly control the approval of coal mining licenses. Following that, coal prices soared and the value of ownership certificates skyrocketed. The reasoning behind it was simple. Illegal coal mines, unlicensed mining targets for severe crackdown, subject to inspection and closure at any time. Licensed mines, legal mining, legal transactions, true cash cows. Li Yang remembered clearly that starting from the second half of 1992, coal mine ownership certificates would enter a skyrocketing period, with countless people becoming extremely wealthy because of a single certificate. The several mines he acquired all had complete documentation, and even if mining capacity were expanded 3 to 5 times, they could still be stably mined for over a decade. The former owners had simply been constrained by the current low coal prices and their inability to invest further, which inadvertently allowed Li Yang to reap substantial benefits. The value of ownership certificates ultimately correlates directly with coal reserves. Li Yang briefly explained this to Zhou Kong, who suddenly understood. What seemed like unremarkable small mines now only needed to wait 2 years, and any mining certificate could be worth tens of millions. It was basically free wealth. After handling the coal mine matters, Li Yang began to plan for the restaurant's branch affairs. With his wealth now substantial, it was time to lend a helping hand to his relatives and offer them a stable and prosperous life. He immediately had his several female cousins called into the office. As his influence and wealth grew, so did the aura of stability that surrounded Li Yang, causing his cousins to approach him with a hint of nervousness. However, Li Yang would never direct his sharpness towards family. He gestured for everyone to sit down and smiled. You all received your wages from last month, right? So how was it? Didn't my cousin lie to you? At the mention of their salaries, they instantly perked up. Initially, they thought the bonuses Li Yang mentioned were merely a pipe dream, but when payday arrived, real money landed in their pockets, with bonuses ranging from 3 to 500, with the least amount equivalent to half a month's salary. Earning 7 to 800 or nearly 1,000 a month was undoubtedly a high salary in this era, a figure they had never dared to imagine before. Xiaoyang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we could never earn this much in our lifetime. The cousin from the Big Aunt's family, Su Xin, expressed her heartfelt gratitude, and the other sisters followed suit. Li Yang waved his hand, gently replying, "We are all family. There's no need to be polite. You work hard, and this is all well-deserved. The reason I called you here today is to discuss something with everyone." Upon hearing Li Yang's words, the cousins immediately subdued their laughter, sitting up straight and holding their breath, waiting for his next arrangement. As you can see, our store's business is booming and the owner behind us plans to open several more branches in nearby counties. I have too much on my plate and can't manage everything, so I want to send you out to take charge and have our people help keep an eye on things. What do you think? The eldest cousin Su Xin was the first to react, her tone filled with disbelief. Huh? Xiaoyang, can we really do this? Liang chuckled lightly. Why not? You are my closest people. If I don't trust you, who else can I trust? This is a tremendous opportunity. You won't have to worry about the store renovations, the kitchen, or procurement. You just need to keep a close watch on the accounts and profits. From now on, you will be the managers of each branch, with a monthly salary raised to $1,000 plus 10% of the profits at the end of the month, and your salary will increase with market conditions. To be honest, if it weren't for the fact that you are my cousins, this kind of good fortune wouldn't have come your way. You must seize this opportunity tightly. Upon hearing such generous salaries and bonuses, their faces instantly flushed and their hearts raced. Having helped out in the store for over a month, they had already calculated in their hearts the restaurant earns at least $40,000 to $50,000 each month, meaning a 10% bonus is $4,000 to $5,000 plus a $1,000 base salary, easily making for a total income of $5,000 to $6,000 a month. In 1992, in Sui County, this was an astronomical figure. After a moment of silence, the eldest cousin Su Xin and the second cousin Su Lei spoke almost in unison. Xiaoyang, since you believe in us, we will definitely not let you down, and will do our best. Great, then it's settled. Liang clapped his hands. But there's no rush. The new store is still being chosen and renovated. It will take at least 10 to 15 days. During this time, you should continue to work as usual, learn how to interact with people, keep accounts, and I will find someone to train you when I have time. The cousins left the office expressing their gratitude. They all understood that Liang was not just arranging work. He was directly placing immense wealth at their feet. In the county of the 90s, a house cost just a few thousand. They could buy one with just a few months' salary. More importantly, a woman earning this much money would have leverage in marriage and in her husband's family. This was not just a job, but a genuine source of confidence and dignity. Liang did not reveal that the store was actually his. As the old saying goes, a grain of kindness can lead to enmity. Even among close relatives, kindness must have its limits, and he never overestimated human nature. After settling his cousins, Liang thought of a few ants still farming in the countryside. Having farmed for a few days himself, he understood the hardships of toiling in the fields and would not let them remain trapped there for a lifetime. After a brief consideration, Liang came up with an idea. He called in a bodyguard and instructed him to visit the densely populated areas of the county to see if there were any storefronts for sale that included residential spaces. The price could be high. In his eyes, today's housing prices were practically free. Spending a few extra thousand or hundred would eventually yield a hundredfold or thousandfold return. His plan was simple: to give each of his ants a small shop. They lacked education, and he didn't want them to struggle for a living after moving to the city. Though small, a shop could easily earn tens of thousands a year, providing a comfortable life without being overly burdensome. As for how to deliver this favor, he had already devised a plan. That evening, Zhang Wei returned from the port city, bringing with him all the registration documents and investment procedures. Zhang Wei was always efficient in handling affairs. Upon seeing Liang, he immediately laid out the business license, capital verification report, and equity transfer contract for Diwa International Investment Co. Ltd. Brother Yang, everything is taken care of as per your instructions. 50 million Hong Kong dollars has been exchanged for US dollars and transferred to the domestic account of Chaoyang Technology, holding a 51% stake, absolutely controlling with no legal loopholes. Liang flipped through the documents, noticing the prominent mention of the Hong Kong capital background, and a slight smile crept onto his lips. With this identity, Chaoyang Technology was no longer a small private factory in Sui County, but a joint venture dressed in the clothing of foreign investment. From now on, even if someone had ill intentions, they would have to think twice before trying to mess with a company backed by Hong Kong capital. Well done. The signing ceremony doesn't need to attract attention. Just handle it discreetly and file it with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau as normal. Understood. The signing was quietly completed the next day. There was no banquet, no media coverage, yet it donned a layer of hard armor on Chaoyang Technology. But there is no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Large investments from Hong Kong into inland enterprises might not be unusual along the coast, but Sui County was a completely inland small county. The sudden influx of a huge sum of foreign currency directly alarmed the higher-ups. This amount converted to over $6 million, worth over 30 million RMB at the official exchange rate, but on the black market its true value was close to 50 million. As the news spread from layer to layer, the province first contacted H City, where the municipal leadership was both surprised and delighted, and then they called Sui County. When the county's high officials received the notification, they nearly jumped out of their chairs. Every year they call for investment attraction, yet they had no idea that such a true dragon was hidden within their own county. After hanging up, the county's high official immediately ordered the secretary to verify, and soon got to the bottom of Chaoyang Technology's details. Upon hearing that this enterprise dealt in high-tech products, the county's high official became even more excited. This era, it was incredibly rare for foreign capital to invest in high-tech in inland regions. He paced back and forth in his office, immediately ordering the secretary to draft an official letter to personally visit Chaoyang Technology for inspection and research. The letter was swiftly delivered to Chaoyang Technology and naturally reached Li Yang's hands immediately. He smiled lightly. Oh, everything was as he had anticipated. Meanwhile, news arrived from Wangchang that all 4 coal mines had been fully integrated, personnel were in place, equipment repairs were completed, and they officially started operations. Li Yang took a whole afternoon to personally inspect the mine. The entire mining area was orderly with reinforced tunnels, ventilation equipment, gas monitoring, and safety supports all in place. The miners' dormitories were clean and tidy, and the dining hall was bustling with steam, serving meals that surpassed all nearby small coal mines. When the workers heard that the new boss had arrived, and considering they had just received a 10% pay raise, their eyes were filled with gratitude and enthusiasm. Brother Yang, rest assured, I have implemented all safety measures to the highest standards. Nothing has been overlooked, Wang Chang said respectfully, following behind. Li Yang nodded slightly. Miners trade their lives for money. We cannot skimp on safety. There must be no accidents. He knew better than anyone that in the 1990s a safety in coal mines was a lifeline. Once an accident occurred, no matter how powerful the background, it couldn't cover up the consequences. Safety is both conscience and business. Looking at the coal mines that belonged to him, Li Yang felt good. However, this feeling did not last long. As soon as he entered the mine's dining hall to try the workers' food, a group of uninvited guests barged in. A dozen rough-looking men, smoking, swaggered into the dining hall, banging on the table and demanding to see the boss, insinuating that the mine should pay a protection fee. Li Yang cast a faint glance over and looked at Wang Chang. Wang Chang's face instantly darkened. Making such a blunder in front of the boss was a tremendous disgrace. He turned and walked out of the dining hall, and within moments a group of muscular, cold-faced mine guards rushed in. These were the elite bodyguards carefully selected by Wang Chang, responsible for patrolling the mining area, but just now they had been caught off guard. Drag these trash out and handle them harshly. As long as no one dies, I will take responsibility for everything. The bodyguards acted decisively, not giving the opponents any chance to resist, directly restraining them and dragging them to an empty spot outside the dining hall. With the sticks falling, shrieks instantly filled the air. After a moment of beating, Li Yang stepped out calmly and raised a hand. The bodyguards immediately stopped. The group on the ground had long lost their arrogance. The leader still tried to hold on, yelling weakly, "Do you dare to touch us? Do you know who my brother is?" Li Yang slowly walked up to him, looking down, his gaze as cold as ice. "I have no interest in knowing who your brother is. I do business in Sui County legally and compliantly with complete documentation. I pay all taxes without missing a penny, and all safety measures are in place. As for the protection fee you speak of, I do not acknowledge it today, nor will I in the future." His voice was low yet carried a suffocating pressure. "Here, my rules are the only rules." The leader trembled all over, looking at the imposing figures around him, finally realizing that he had kicked a steel plate this time, and he begged for mercy by repeatedly bowing his head. "Get lost." Li Yang spat out a single word. The group felt as if they had received a reprieve and scrambled out of the mine in a panic. Zhou Kong stepped forward. "Brother Yang, should I check on the people behind them?" "No need for now." Li Yang shook his head lightly. "Let's first rattle the tiger. If they come to stir up trouble again, it will be Wang Chang's responsibility." After this incident, rumors quietly spread throughout the mining area and even half of Sui County. The new boss of the mine in Sui County had an unfathomable background, a large number of subordinates, and acted ruthlessly. He was definitely not to be trifled with. Those coal bosses and local thugs who were originally watching and considering trouble suddenly became much more cautious. In the evening, Li Yang stood by the window on the second floor of the restaurant, gazing at the darkening sky. Zhou Kong approached and reported softly, "Brother Yang, Wang Chang just sent word that he has found 3 households wanting to sell mines, all small mines with complete documentation, and the sellers are eager to sell at a very low price." Li Yang's lips curled into a sharp arc, his gaze resolute. "Acquire them. Acquire them all. We don't have much time left. The more mining permits we obtain, the more future gold mines we will have." As night deepened, Sui County appeared to remain calm on the surface. The next morning, a research team dispatched by the county government arrived punctually at the temporary office building of Chaoyang Technology at 9 o'clock. At this moment, Li Yang had already arrived with Zhang Wei and others waiting at the entrance, where all reception arrangements were in place. As the convoy came to a halt, a young assistant quickly exited from the passenger seat and respectfully opened the rear door of the lead vehicle. A middle-aged man, modest in appearance and composed in demeanor, stepped down. He was the county official leading this research team. Li Yang immediately stepped forward to greet him. "This must be General Manager Li of Chaoyang Technology, truly a young talent with remarkable demeanor." Before Li Yang could speak, the middle-aged man smiled and greeted him warmly, his tone familiar and friendly. Li Yang promptly introduced himself, saying, "Hello, Mr. Meng, I am Li Yang. Welcome, leaders of the county government, to Chaoyang Technology for your research and guidance." Good. At this moment, Meng Xianbin was in high spirits. After a thorough inspection overnight, the details of Chaoyang Technology were clear. This company, primarily engaged in audiovisual equipment, had its products booming in Southeast Asia, mainly focused on exports, and was indeed a quality enterprise capable of earning foreign exchange. This unexpected achievement fell perfectly within his term. How could it not fill him with joy? Subsequently, Meng Xianbin personally introduced each department head accompanying him to Liang in action, intended to publicly express he highly valued this company and no one was to obstruct it. Liang took the opportunity to introduce Zhang Wei to Meng Xianbin, presenting him as the full representative of Hong Kong's Ryu investment stationed at Chaoyang Technology. Zhang Wei's fluent Cantonese left Meng Xianbin with no doubts, and he immediately expressed a warm welcome. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Liang led everyone into the factory area. During this time, Liang's engineering team had not rested. After renovating for storefronts, they fully immersed themselves in upgrading the VCD production facilities. At this moment, the factory area was well equipped and orderly, exuding a modern atmosphere. Meng Xianbin toured the various production lines within the factory, praising the high standards and modernity of the production environment. After the factory tour, everyone moved to the conference room for a discussion. During the meeting, Meng Xianbin inquired in detail about the difficulties faced by the enterprise and announced several supportive policies on behalf of the county government, each being a tangible benefit. The atmosphere was friendly and pleasant as the two parties met for the first time. General Manager Li, I will say this: as long as I, Meng Xianbin, am in Su Xin, if Chaoyang Technology encounters any issues, feel free to come to me without hesitation. Meng Xianbin concluded with a smile, his tone assured. Liang understood his meaning and sincerely replied, "Thank you for the strong support from the county government, and I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Meng. I am a native of Su Xin, and Chaoyang Technology will always remain a hometown enterprise, never to leave easily." This statement resonated perfectly with Meng Xianbin, who nodded in satisfaction. General Manager Li, do you have any other matters that need government coordination? Meng Xianbin proactively inquired. Liang contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Mr. Meng, to be honest, I do have a personal matter I would like to ask for your help. My brother and I dropped out of school early due to family circumstances, and now managing the enterprise, I deeply feel the lack of education. I wish to return to school to continue my studies, but I have no connections. I wonder if you could help facilitate this. Meng Xianbin was taken aback for a moment, then showed a troubled expression, saying, General Manager Li, it's not that I am unwilling to help, but if you want to enter university directly, I genuinely cannot assist. Liang quickly realized there was a misunderstanding and hurriedly explained, Mr. Meng, you misunderstood. We do not wish to enter university directly, rather we hope to enroll in high school and take this year's college entrance examination to enter university based on our own abilities. Oh, so that's how it is. Meng Xianbin immediately relaxed, feeling more confident. That's easy. Su Xin, no. One high school is a city-level key high school. I will make a call, and you and your brother can go register directly. He added, if there are any further needs, feel free to contact the Education Bureau and the principal of No. One high school. In Su Xin, he could easily handle such minor matters. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Meng. Liang quickly bowed in gratitude. At noon, Liang hosted a banquet for Meng Xianbin and his party at Hongbin Building. When Meng Xianbin learned that Hongbin Building was also one of Liang's enterprises, he looked at this young entrepreneur with newfound respect, his attitude growing even more friendly. Hongbin Building was already famous for its cuisine, and today, with Liang hosting the banquet, the skilled chefs in the kitchen showcased their best dishes, delivering a table full of delicacies that left the officials present thoroughly impressed and satisfied. During the meal, Meng Xianbin took the time to chat with Zhang Wei, sincerely inviting Ryu Investment to prioritize Su Xin for any new projects in the future, assuring that the county government would provide the strongest policy support. Under Liang's subtle prompting, Zhang Wei did not refuse, but stated that he would definitely prioritize Su Xin if the opportunity arose. This response greatly satisfied Meng Xianbin. Given the fierce competition in attracting investment, Zhang Wei was merely a representative of the investors, and such an attitude was already rare. After sending off Meng Gao's group early the next morning, a leader from the Education Bureau personally visited, accompanying Liang Zhoukong and the newly refreshed third-level death warrior Zhang Yu to the county's first high school. The principal of the first high school had already received instructions from higher authorities and was waiting at the school gate to personally welcome everyone into the campus. After a brief introduction, Principal Wu looked at Liang with confusion. Mr. Li, may I ask what specific arrangements you and your companions have in mind? Will you be starting from the first year, or? Principal Wu, just call me classmate Li. Liang smiled slightly. We plan to participate in this year's college entrance examination, so please arrange for us to be in the graduating or repeating class. Oh. Principal Wu was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in shock. There are only a little more than half a month left until the exam, classmate Li. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Perhaps I should first place you in the second year. It's not that I doubt your abilities, but the time is really too tight, and I fear it might be too late. Thank you for your kind suggestion, Principal Wu, but let's proceed as I said. Liang replied, firmly smiling as he declined the offer. In the following days, Li Yang fully realized Zhou Kang's terrifying capabilities. Armed with a solid foundation of knowledge provided by the system along with the complete set of textbooks from middle school to high school that he had obtained, Zhou Kang finished self-studying everything in just a few days. Those thick exercise books, he could finish one in just a few hours with an accuracy rate close to 100%. Now Zhou Kang had already begun studying university courses, and whenever Li Yang had free time, he would pull Li Yang in for lectures. This guy's learning ability was simply monstrous. Zhang Yu, also a third-level death warrior, was someone Li Yang firmly believed would not be inferior to Zhou Kang. Among the three of them, the only academic underachiever was probably himself. Having witnessed the extraordinary abilities of his subordinates, Li Yang simply decided to relax. With such strong subordinates, why should he exhaust himself? Li Yang understood clearly that Zhou Kang's explanations were clear and concise, allowing the knowledge points to be firmly etched in his mind. With this intensive study over half a month, getting into university should not be a problem. If worst came to worst, he had the financial means to fall back on. He now just wanted to experience university life. As for aiming for top-tier universities, he was self-aware and hadn't considered it at all. Seeing that Li Yang had made up his mind, Principal Wu stopped persuading him and immediately led the group to the repeating class, instructing the head teacher to handle the enrollment and related formalities. The so-called repeating class was what everyone referred to as the fourth year. The repeating class of the 92nd cohort had only about 30 students, with a faculty setup identical to that of the graduating class. With fewer students, teachers could provide more detailed attention to each individual. Having lived for over 60 years combined across two lives, Li Yang never thought he would have a day to sit back in a classroom again. At this time, it was the final sprint phase for the fourth-year students, and the entire class was immersed in a sea of exercises. As soon as the three settled in, the subject teacher continued explaining the exercises on the test paper. Zhou Kang lost interest after just a moment. This knowledge was already second nature to him, so he simply took out his university textbooks and studied independently. Li Yang and Zhang Yu were also busy with their own tasks. Zhang Yu held the various textbooks Zhou Kang had used, eagerly absorbing the foundational knowledge, and Li Yang spread out a set of test papers, repeatedly pondering the knowledge points Zhou Kang had previously explained to him. The class passed quickly, and when the bell rang for the end of class, a girl suddenly walked briskly to Li Yang's desk. Li Yang looked up in surprise, his expression puzzled. "Are you Li Yang?" The girl spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of uncertainty. "That's me, and you are?" "Deng, well, we were classmates in elementary school in Zhongshan Town, and even sat together for a year." The girl replied with a smile. Oh, the familiar name triggered a buried memory, and Li Yang instantly recognized that the girl before him was indeed his elementary school classmate. He felt warmth in his heart, and asked with a smile, "So it's you. Are you repeating this year?" "Yes, I missed the college entrance exam by 5 points last year, so I plan to give it another shot this year." "What about you? Why did you come back to repeat now?" "I heard from classmates that you dropped out of middle school." Deng Yu asked curiously. Li Yang naturally wouldn't tell the truth, and casually made up an excuse. "I didn't drop out. I went to study in another city. I didn't do well last year, so I came back to repeat and take the college entrance exam." "I see." Deng Yu smiled in understanding, extending her fair hand. "Then let's help each other out from now on. Welcome, classmate Li Yang." "All right." Li Yang reached out for a light handshake, responding kindly. Soon after, the bell rang for class again, and everyone resumed their studies, with Li Yang and the others continuing to bury themselves in their work. By the end of the day, Li Yang had gained a lot, thoroughly mastering 2 sets of test papers that Zhou Kang had highlighted for him, which were filled with the core examination points for the college entrance exam. This also evidenced Zhou Kang's claims were not exaggerated. The knowledge he conveyed was clear and accessible, perfectly suited to Li Yang's weak foundational knowledge. Time flew by, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, Li Yang experienced both joy and worry. The joy of mastering a significant amount of knowledge in such a short time, and the worry that studying was far more exhausting than he had imagined, causing him to lose several pounds from the continuous grueling study. In contrast, Zhou Kang and Zhang Yu were both calm and carefree, happily swimming in the ocean of knowledge, making Li Yang feel both envious and jealous. Throughout this week, Li Yang also interacted with several classmates, though most were merely nodding acquaintances. The only one he became familiar with was Deng Yu. Deng Yu was beautiful and delicate, but sported a neat short haircut. Her personality was bright and boyish. Being around her made Li Yang feel like he had gained a loyal bro. After evening self-study, Li Yang stretched widely and called Zhou Kang Zhang Yu and the newly refreshed third-level death warrior Feng Guoxin, preparing to head home together. Not far out of the school gate, as they passed a secluded alley, they saw a group of people blocking the entrance, with a familiar voice faintly coming from within. It was Deng Yu. Li Yang frowned and immediately led the three to push through the crowd, quickly squeezing inside. Upon entering, he saw Deng Yu fiercely protecting a girl behind her who looked utterly disheveled. Upon closer inspection, there was a glaring red handprint on the girl's cheek, tears mingling with her grievances as they streamed down. Li Yang's anger surged instantly as he shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" Before his words even finished, he had stepped forward to block in front of Deng Yu and the girl, while Zhou Kang Zhang Yu and Su Xin immediately moved up to firmly guard both sides of Li Yang. Li Yang's sudden intervention froze the chaotic scene. Seeing no one respond, he frowned at Deng Yu and asked in a deep voice what happened. Who bullied you? Upon seeing Li Yang and the others, Deng Yu's feigned strength instantly crumbled, tears pouring down as she sobbed. They bullied my sister, and when I tried to stop them, they hit me. Woo. Li Yang instantly realized this was a case of school bullying. After obtaining the desired information, Li Yang glanced at the little girl behind Deng Yue, who bore a striking resemblance to her. At that moment, her white and blue school uniform was covered in footprints and her face was flushed, indicating she had likely received a fair share of slaps. Deng Yu's sister kept her head down, silent, but her entire body trembled, clearly a result of fear. Li Yang wouldn't dare claim to be a good person, but he would never bully the weak. What they called school bullying was in fact a heinous act of oppression against the vulnerable, aimed at showcasing one's own supposed prowess. Meanwhile, the group that had been bullying Deng Yu and her sister regained their composure. One of the ruffians, sporting half-long hair and a slanted fringe, arrogantly held onto a girl in uniform and cursed, "Damn! You startled me. What? Is this girl your girlfriend? Who gave you the right to meddle? Who left their pants unbuttoned to expose you?" Upon hearing this, Li Yang's expression darkened even further, but he blocked the three who wanted to retaliate. He wanted to understand the situation first, so he patiently asked, "Aren't you from our school?" "And no, we're not, but so what? You students are just asking for education, daring to bully my girlfriend. Beating her is already lenient." The ruffian with the slanted fringe replied with a sneer, "I didn't do anything. I accidentally bumped into her, and I even apologized. It was she who bullied me." Before Li Yang could respond, Deng Yu's sister suddenly shouted, tears streaming down her face, clearly feeling utterly wronged. Having figured out the situation, Li Yang could no longer hold back. He waved his hand, and Zhou Kong and the others charged at the nearby ruffians like three ferocious tigers. Before long, the alley was filled with piercing screams. The entire fight lasted less than half a minute, and the gang of ruffians was all knocked to the ground. Zhou Kong and the others were measured in their strikes, but the most severely injured was the arrogant ruffian with the slanted fringe who had lost all his teeth, one arm hanging limply and blood continuously oozing from his mouth, creating a gruesome sight. Li Yang first addressed Deng Yu and her sister, saying, "It's getting late, you two should go home. They'll handle things here. Li Yang, how about I wait for you here? If the police come, I can serve as a witness that you acted in defense of others." Deng Yu replied, somewhat agitated, "No need, it's just a small matter. Go home and comfort your sister. Don't worry, these people will definitely give you an explanation." Li Yang smiled. Deng Yu gave him a deep look, no longer insisting, and helped her sister walk out. The situation in the alley had already been noticed by the security guards at the school gate. However, these guards understood the situation. They were merely there to watch the gate and would not intervene in matters outside the campus. Of course, they would still report the incident. Before long, the sound of police sirens echoed, and an old police car appeared at the alley entrance along with several bicycles. The officers disembarking were all in uniform. Li Yang and the others actually had ample time to leave, but Li Yang had no intention of doing so. He couldn't control matters elsewhere, but since he was attending Sui County No. 1 middle school, he couldn't allow these scoundrels to run rampant. When the police arrived, without saying a word, they first took everyone into the police station. Seeing that Li Yang and the others were still in their school uniforms, they didn't make things too difficult for them, but the other ruffians dressed like ghosts weren't so lucky. Going to the hospital. If they're not dead, they can tough it out. Arriving at the police station just as they were about to take Li Yang and the others into the interrogation room to take statements, Li Yang calmly spoke up, "Is your chief here? I need to talk to him." The veteran officer in charge looked at Li Yang, noticing there wasn't a hint of panic on his face, and had some suspicions. He replied, "Okay, just wait a moment." Before long, the chief of the police station responsible for Sui County No. 1 middle school appeared before Li Yang. "Student, are you looking for me?" The chief was somewhat puzzled. He did not recognize Li Yang. "Hello, I am Li Yang, the chairman of Triads Technology Co. Ltd. Today's incident is not our fault. We merely acted in defense of others. The two young girls who were bullied have already gone home." Li Yang spoke concisely, but what he really wanted to convey was his position as chairman of Triads Technology Co. Ltd. County officials have conducted research at Triads Technology, personally supporting it. Anyone with a bit of political insight within the system should understand what the position of chairman of Triads Technology Co. Ltd. represents. Sure enough, upon hearing this, the chief's eyes lit up. Triads Technology Co. Ltd. had been in the spotlight recently, and how could he not have heard of it? However, he never expected that its chairman would actually be a student. Ahem, how can you prove your identity? Although the chief believed Li Yang to some extent, he still wanted to verify. He believed this because Triads Technology only operated within the system, maintaining a low profile externally, so no one would dare to use its name for trouble. In response, Li Yang pulled out a portable phone from his backpack, the latest Motorola TAC 9800X model. This year the Big Brother phone was popular, but that was too heavy. This new Motorola phone was still decent, obtained from Zhongwei in Hong Kong. Upon seeing this portable phone, the chief was already fully convinced by Li Yang's words and stopped him from making a call, saying, "Mr. Li, no need to trouble yourself. I believe you. I've long admired your name, and I didn't expect you to be so young. You flatter me, Chief. If it's convenient for you, shall we find a quiet place to talk? Li Yong also responded politely. No problem. The two then went to the chief's office. Li Yong stayed inside for about 10 minutes. Afterward, the chief personally escorted Li Yong and the others out of the police station. However, that night residents living nearby could occasionally hear some shouting coming from the police station. On the way back, Li Yong called Yu Yong. Hello, Brother Yong. Yu Yong quickly answered the phone. Yes, it's me. How have you been lately? Thanks to you, Brother Yong, our influence has expanded quite a bit. We now have 7 night venues under our jurisdiction, and I used the money you left me to open a few pool halls and video game rooms, and business is doing well. That's good. The time has come to use your name. It should be quite useful now, right? Li Yong asked again. It should be fine. Anyway, most of the local troublemakers in Sui County will give me some face. What's up, Brother Yong? Do you want me to take care of someone? I can go right now. No need to make things complicated. I just need to borrow your name. Send out a notice that no ruffians are allowed to exist within a kilometer radius of Sui County. No. 1 middle school, and no one is allowed to recruit disciples at the school or help students bully others. Tomorrow, send 2 slightly famous henchmen over. When they see any ruffians, let them beat them up to make sure they understand the seriousness of this ban. No problem, Brother Yong. They'll take care of it right away. Yu Yong readily agreed. Okay, that's it. After saying that, Li Yong hung up the phone. In fact, what is called school bullying is mostly supported by outsiders, which gives some students a false sense of power, allowing them to bully others at will. Now that Li Yong has directly cut off outside interference in school matters, this situation should improve significantly. As for disputes among the students, Li Yong could do nothing to help. The next morning, as dawn broke, Li Yang's mobile phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the cheerful voice of the police chief informing him that last night's dispute had been resolved. The group of bullies who had caused trouble confessed to their actions, yet fortunately did not inflict irreversible harm on the victim. According to the law, they were ultimately sentenced to 1 month in detention and fined. The students involved, who had been relying on their connections to intimidate Deng Yue, were treated with leniency due to their minor status. They were primarily subjected to critical education, ordered to be strictly supervised by their parents, publicly apologize, and bear corresponding financial compensation. Li Yong was quite satisfied with this outcome and repeatedly expressed his gratitude to the chief over the phone. After hanging up, he immediately dialed the number of Li Dong, the second-level operative in charge of the water truck matters. After Zhang Wei took charge of the port city matters, Li Dong took over Zhang Wei's responsibilities and handled affairs very reliably. Li Yong instructed him to quickly arrange for 4 brand new Crown sedans to be transported back to Su Xin. As for their purpose, Li Yong had already devised a plan to donate these cars to the police station under the name of Chaoyang Technology. This can be considered a form of worldly wisdom. As an old wise man once said, the world is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships. Since the chief had already given enough face, Li Yong naturally had to reciprocate. He could have directly contacted Meng Gaoguan to exert pressure, but that would only lead to the police station handling future matters with strict formality, even delaying and evading issues. In social dealings, being overly forceful is not necessarily the best strategy. When one possesses sufficient strength, extending goodwill appropriately can instead lead to smoother outcomes. After making arrangements, Li Yong and the 3 others had breakfast together before heading to school. Along the way, Li Yong clearly sensed that the gazes of his classmates were tinged with a mix of fear, envy, and deliberate flattery. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that news of last night's events must have spread. After all, many students had been present as onlookers, and the few who had intervened to teach the bullies a lesson had undoubtedly established their reputation on campus, making such attention unsurprising. At the school gate, Li Yong encountered the Deng Yu sisters. Their spirits seemed much improved. As soon as Deng Yu saw Li Yong, she hurried over, her tone filled with concern. Li Yong, are you okay? Don't worry, I'm fine, Li Yong reassured her with a smile. The police should be coming over soon to bring the involved students and their parents to apologize to you. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu's eyes immediately reddened as she solemnly said, Li Yong, thank you so much. We're good buddies, no need for formalities. Li Yong replied with a hearty laugh. Soon the class bell rang. Just as Li Yong had anticipated, not long after Deng Yu was called away by the teacher, she returned to the classroom. During the break, she walked straight to Li Yang's desk and handed him a stack of brand new 100-yuan bills. Wow, has our Deng Yu become a little rich lady? Take this money back, but don't tarnish our pure friendship, Li Yong teased. Deng Yu chuckled at his joke, but then became serious. You should take it. If it weren't for you, they wouldn't have compensated this much. I've never seen so much cash in my life. You boys need money for smoking and gaming too. Are you underestimating me? I'm not short on cash, Li Yong waved his hand dismissively. And don't let this incident affect your mood. In just a week, the college entrance exam is coming up. Study hard and aim for good results. Seeing Li Yang's firm attitude, Deng Yu had no choice but to take the money back. However, from that day on, a bottle of chilled drinks or a pack of tissues would mysteriously appear on Li Yong and his friends' desks. Though these small items were of little value, they felt like a warm current, bringing Li Yong great comfort. After the turmoil, the campus returned to calm, and everyone focused intently on preparing for the upcoming college entrance exams. On June 7, 1992, the college entrance exam arrived as scheduled. After more than half a month of intensive preparation, Li Yong felt somewhat confident that he could score around 300 to 400 points. As for the rest, he could only leave it to fate. As for Zhou Kong and the other top students, Li Yong never compared himself to them, as it would only add unnecessary worry. The 3 days of examinations passed by in a flash, and Li Yong felt he had performed well, with many of the questions being ones Zhou Kong had previously explained to him. Once the exams were over, he put it out of his mind and stopped dwelling on it. As the college entrance exams concluded, various matters Li Yong had arranged earlier also began to take shape. A day later, a high-profile donation handover ceremony was officially held at the police station near the high school. Upon hearing that Chaoyang Technology intended to donate 4 police cars, Su Xin authorities rushed to cover the news. At the ceremony, the police chief couldn't stop smiling. For brand new Crown police cars, each valued at about 100,000 yuan, whereas their police station previously had only an old 212 Jeep handed down from the county bureau. Now their vehicle configuration was something even the county bureau could only envy. However, the chief's joy didn't last long, as the county bureau chief personally arrived and without hesitation borrowed 2 of the cars. Though the chief was reluctant, there was nothing he could do. Li Yong didn't mind these small hiccups. What he offered was vehicles, and what he gained was goodwill, which was enough for him. Meanwhile, the coal business was steadily expanding. Wang Chong had acquired 6 small to medium-sized coal mines with proper documentation within a limited time frame, all located in nearby counties. The operational model of these coal mines was consistent with that of the local coal mines in Su Xin, and they had all successfully commenced mining. The layout for the restaurant branches was quite ambitious. Li Yong purchased 17 storefronts in nearby counties in one go. With more people, tasks became easier, and all the stores had been renovated. At noon, Li Yong had lunch with his cousins as a send-off for them. From then on, they would become the most solid grassroots force of Li Yang's restaurant empire, capable of standing on their own. In the county town, Li Yong also opened 4 small shops specifically to provide stable livelihoods for his 4 aunts. After arranging the shops that day, Li Yong returned to Zhongshan town by car. This time he specifically organized a convoy. Riding in a majestic tiger-head sedan followed by several cars, he returned to the town in great style. As soon as the convoy entered the town, it instantly caused a sensation. In the county town of the 1990s, the cars could still be seen, but in the rural town, there were very few cars, let alone such a grand convoy. The convoy moved slowly, and many villagers followed behind, pointing and trying to see the spectacle. Li Yong paid no mind to this and directed the convoy straight to his eldest aunt's house. At that moment, his eldest aunt's family was busy with various chores at home. They were all stunned to see a row of cars parked in front of their house. His uncle was the first to step out of the yard, his face filled with astonishment. As Li Yong waited for the vehicles to come to a stop, he calmly opened the car door and stepped out. His uncle recognized him at a glance, instantly freezing in place, his mind somewhat dazed. He had heard his wife say that their nephew had become successful and had recently taken care of their daughters, which had significantly altered his impression of Li Yong. However, he never expected that this nephew from his wife's family would now possess such a grand spectacle. Surely the ancestral grave of the old Li family must be smoking with pride. Seeing his great-uncle standing there in a daze with a blank expression, Li Yong couldn't help but smile and walked over teasingly, saying, "Great-uncle, what's going on? Don't recognize me?" The shout brought his great-uncle back to reality, who rubbed his hands together, his face filled with wrinkles creased into a smile. "How could that be? Xiaoyang, you've really made something of yourself? Good, good." Li Yong responded, pulling out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, shaking one out, and handing it over, then took out a lighter to light it for his great-uncle. The flame leapt up, illuminating his great-uncle's wrinkled face. His great-uncle raised his hand to shield himself from the wind, and Li Yong then spoke. "Come on, great-uncle, let's go inside and talk." "Oh, good, good." His great-uncle responded repeatedly, his steps a bit unsteady. As the two entered the courtyard, the neighbors outside erupted into a commotion. In Zhongshan town, a small place, who doesn't know whose child? The sharp-eyed ones recognized Li Yong, immediately shouting loudly enough to be heard across 2 streets. "Isn't that Li Wang Xiaoyang? Goodness, it hasn't been long since we last saw him, and now he's driving a small car. The Li family is turning things around." Li Wang was Li Yang's deceased father. "I thought his face looked familiar. Wasn't there a rumor that this kid was messing around outside? How did he suddenly come into money? Who knows what's going on? But looking at it this way, he's really done well. He's back to help his aunts. Hey, my kid grew up with Li Yong. I need to go ask him if we can share some of that fortune." Voices of discussion rose and fell, filled with envy, jealousy, and curiosity, all eyes peering into the courtyard, eager to understand how Li Yong had suddenly become so wealthy. Inside the courtyard, his great-aunt and cousin stood under the eaves looking towards the entrance. When they saw it was Li Yong, his great-aunt hurried over, taking his hand and ushering him inside. "Come in quickly, Xiaoyang. Why are you so free today?" "Great-aunt, don't rush to ask. I'm here with good news this time." Li Yong patted his great-aunt's hand. Once inside, Liang sat down and continued, "Great aunt, please have cousin go call second aunt, third aunt, and the old aunt's family over. I want to share this with everyone so I don't have to go to their places." His great aunt felt a bit puzzled, but still complied, sending cousin quickly to notify them. Before long, several relatives squeezed in one after another. The small brick house soon filled with people, and with not enough benches, the younger one squatted on the ground. Liang cleared his throat and looked at the room full of relatives, slowing his tone. "Aunts, uncles, you should have heard about it by now. I'm working for a big boss now, and he treats me well. Recently, he opened several stores in the county town similar to supply and marketing cooperatives and needs someone to manage them. I was thinking I want all of you to move to the county town to help the boss manage the store." He paused, emphasizing, "Those stores come with a 2-story building. You can live there as soon as you move in." Moreover, the boss said that those managing the store would split the profits 50-50 with him. "I'm only telling this to you, my own family. You outsiders won't get a chance at this." "The boss is being generous because of my face." Liang looked at several elders. "What do you think? Is this feasible, eh? Yangzi, how much can that store earn in a month?" "I estimated it should net around 3,000 to 4,000 a month roughly." Liang casually estimated a number. 3 to 4,000. That means 1 to 2,000 for us." Cousin suddenly stood up, his face flushed, his voice trembling. 2,000. That's a sky-high income in our county." The people in the room gasped and shocked, their eyes wide, unable to hide their astonishment. After everyone calmed down, Liang continued, "Great aunt, second aunt, third aunt, old aunt, you have all cared for and helped me over the years. I will remember it for a lifetime. Now that I have the ability, I want you all to live good lives. These few stores plus salaries for the cousins will definitely help turn your lives around. This is a little filial piety from your nephew. Also, I've talked to the boss. The total price for the store and the building is 30,000. When you've saved enough for 30,000, I will take you to buy the store. Then the building and store will all belong to you." As these words were spoken, the room fell silent. Liang was fully aware of how generous this offer was. The properties he bought were all 2-story buildings in prime locations in the county town. They cost more than 30,000 when he bought them, and after renovations and stocking, each store had at least 70 to 80,000 invested. Not to mention the future appreciation of real estate. Even at the current price of 30,000, it was practically giving it away. The reason he still wanted some money was the old saying, "A grain of kindness requires a grain of repayment," and he didn't want to be too excessive, especially since only a few aunts had truly treated him well. The rest were just borrowing his light. After a few cousins realized this, they exchanged glances, signaling to their mothers with their eyes, the meaning quite clear, agree quickly. But the old aunt pondered for a moment, shook her head, and sincerely said, "Xiaoyan, your aunts are willing to help you without any burden. You mustn't feel obliged. To be honest, we are all very tempted by this offer, but we also have concerns. None of us have done business before. What if we incur losses and make you lose face in front of the boss? And the land at home, that's our root. If we leave, what will happen to the land?" She paused, looking at Liang. "How about this matter? We take our time." Liang felt warmth in his heart. These were truly relatives who cared for him. He smiled and reassured her, "Old aunt, you're worrying for nothing. These stores are all located in densely populated areas of the county. They have constant foot traffic. How could they incur losses? Moreover, I will first send someone to teach you. Once you grasp the methods, I will withdraw that person. As for the land, it's even simpler. Let someone from the village farm it, receiving some rent and grain each year. Nothing will be delayed. Farming is so tiring. I'm not unaware of that. With this business, why continue to toil in the soil? Just listen to your nephew. Let's settle this." Liang slammed his hand down, his tone firm and unquestionable. The few aunts exchanged looks. Seeing Liang so determined, they finally nodded. "Well then, we'll listen to you." They too wanted to live good lives, but were just afraid of dragging their nephew down. Who hasn't had enough of the days spent facing the yellow earth and backing the sky? Seeing everyone agree, Liang smiled again. This also settled a worry in his heart. With the matter settled, everyone felt restless, eager to see what the store looked like. Liang naturally agreed, leading the whole family into the car under the envious gazes of neighbors, heading straight for the county town. Just right, one of the stores was right across from the county's first high school, in the best location. Liang took everyone to this side, got out of the car, pulled out the keys, inserted them into the lock, and with a click, opened the store door. As soon as everyone entered the store, their eyes brightened. A row of shiny shelves lined up, neatly filled with a dazzling array of goods. Candies and biscuits transported from the south, notebooks and pencils for students, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sewing supplies, as well as whole packs of cigarettes and bottled alcohol. Everything was available, far more complete than a supply and marketing cooperative. His great-aunt touched the smooth shelves, her voice trembling with excitement. "Oh my, this is too comprehensive. It's at least 10 times better than the supply and marketing cooperative." Liang smiled, saying nothing, and continued to lead everyone upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the scene was even more jaw-dropping. The tiled floor was so shiny, it could reflect a person's image. A brand new ceiling fan hung on the wall, and inside the cabinets were a 21-inch color TV, VCD player, the latest double-door refrigerator in the kitchen, and a washing machine and toilet in the bathroom, along with other modern home appliances like electric fans and tape recorders. It was as if an electronics store had been moved into the house, a luxury beyond imagination in 1992. Is this really for us to live in? His second great-uncle rubbed his eyes, unable to believe it. Having worked odd jobs in the county, he had seen some of the world, but at this moment he was stunned. Liang laughed heartily. Our boss is generous. The decoration was done to the highest standards. Tell me, is 30,000 for the house and store expensive? Not expensive. Not expensive. His second great-uncle quickly replied. Just the appliances in this room must add up to over 10,000. This boss is really too extravagant. As long as you're satisfied. Liang clapped his hands. You all go back and arrange the land at home. You can come anytime to take over the store. Everyone nodded repeatedly, their eyes darting around, filled with visions of the future. Then Liang took his aunts and their families to have a meal at Hongbin Tower before arranging for someone to send them back. Time flew by, and soon it was the day for this year's college entrance examination candidates to fill out their applications. Liang and the others also received a notification from the school, heading over to fill out their applications. Liang took the time to estimate his score. Perhaps it was due to good luck or the exceptional teaching skills of Zhou Kong and the others that he encountered many questions he had studied seriously in the exam, resulting in an estimated score that soared to over 540 points. Based on last year's admission scorelines, Liang's score was basically certain to secure a spot at a university, although he was still unsure about a prestigious university. As for Zhou Kong and the other three non-humans, it went without saying that if they gave it their all, achieving a perfect score should not be a problem. However, they had all understated their abilities, estimating their scores to be around 680 points. The total score for the college entrance examination in 1992 was 710 points. While 680 points was indeed high, it wasn't particularly eye-catching. Furthermore, they could choose from essentially any top university in the nation. After estimating their scores, Liang inquired about the intentions of the three. Although the three were determined warriors, they were much smarter than ordinary people and all had their own ideas. Zhou Kong preferred the institutional path, and thus planned to apply to Renmin University of China, abbreviated as Renda. The reason for choosing Renda was that its predecessor was the Shanbei Public School and North China University, which fundamentally aimed at training political and administrative personnel and theoretical talents for the new Dragon Country. This was its genetic makeup. There is an old saying among police officers that clearly states Jingda produces scholars, Huaqing produces engineers, and Renda produces cadres. This shows how immense Renda's influence is within the institutional framework. Thus, for those wishing to pursue a political career, Renda is the best choice, especially during the 1990s, which was a golden age. At this time, university students were guaranteed job placements upon graduation, immediately becoming sought-after talents for state agencies, provincial departments, and large state-owned enterprises. For those aiming for a political career and entering the system, Renda is undoubtedly the ultimate springboard. So ultimately, Zhou Kong applied for the economics major at Renda. The following decades would be an era of economic prosperity, and being able to master and utilize economics would ensure Zhou Kang's boundless future. Zhang Yu preferred studying law, so he applied to Longwu University of Political Science and Law. Longwu University of Political Science and Law is considered the Huangpu Military Academy of the judicial world, with countless legal experts in residence. Graduating from here guarantees that whether it is the Supreme Court, the Supreme Procuratorate, the Ministry of Justice, or local judicial departments, they will all be eager to recruit talent. The reputation of Longwu University of Political Science and Law is the best stepping stone. Finally, Feng Guoxin chose the clinical department of Longwu Xia Medical University. Feng Guoxin had a keen interest in medicine, and one should not underestimate the connections of a top-notch doctor. No debt of gratitude is greater than that of saving a life. Once Feng Guoxin stands among the ranks of top surgeons, everyone must show some respect, otherwise who can guarantee that their loved ones won't need the services of such a renowned doctor? Liang fully respected the choices of the three and was very satisfied and excited after hearing their thoughts. Given their abilities, it was certain that they would excel. Gold will shine no matter where it is placed. Liang could not believe that those top professors would be blind enough not to see such talent. Thus, although university may take 4 to 7 years, Liang believed that the three would graduate successfully in no more than 2 years. By then, collaborating together, Liang could hardly imagine the grand scene. Moreover, this year was rather rushed, with only 3 third-level warriors participating in the college entrance examination. But what about next year? By then, Liang would be able to produce at least 50 to 60 third-level warriors, all outstanding elites. When these elite warriors rise to the top in their respective fields, Liang could completely stop eating beef. Just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Of course, all of this is in the future. Right now, it was time for Liang to fill out his application. He was only confident in getting into an ordinary university, and he was very clear about his own positioning, which was to simply enjoy university life. So Liang looked through all the ordinary universities in the capital and ultimately applied to the Chinese language and literature program at Capital Normal University. Yes, this is indeed a laid-back major, perfect for passing the time. Not being a normal university student, he wouldn't enjoy state subsidies and would have to pay tuition and accommodation fees himself, but it was also quite leisurely, as there was no obligation to fulfill the tasks of a teacher's college graduate. One more reason Li Yang chose Capital Normal University was that there were many beautiful women in teacher training colleges. If one goes through university without experiencing a sweet romance, then what was the point of attending university? Just as Li Yang finished filling out his application and was about to hand it to the teacher, Deng Yu squeezed over from the side. Li Yang, which university did you apply to? Deng Yu asked directly. My score might not be enough for a prestigious university, so to be safe I applied to an ordinary university. What about you? Li Yang replied. After the college entrance examination, it was the first time the two had seen each other again. I estimated my score to be around 580, which should be enough for a prestigious university. I wanted to ask which city you were going to. Deng Yu replied, especially the latter part, which she said somewhat shyly. Seeing Deng Yu's expression, Li Yang understood her feelings. Although he was a bachelor in this life, and the last he had seen enough to know what was going on. However, Li Yang truly had no feelings for Deng Yu right now. He preferred girls with long black hair and straight hair. But Li Yang still thought for a moment, and said it's not easy to score so many points, you should choose carefully. I applied to a school in the capital mainly because I wanted to see the capital. With your score, applying to a top university in the capital might be a bit risky, but applying to a top university in another province is very promising. Think it over. Li Yang did not directly reject Deng Yu. He remembered a saying he had seen online in his previous life: if one were to marry, they should choose someone who likes them over someone they like. That would lead to happiness. Feelings can also be cultivated over time. Li Yang had no feelings for Deng Yu now, but that didn't mean he wouldn't in the future. After all, there is a saying about love blossoming over time. Of course, all of this was based on the premise that Deng Yu really came to the capital. If she chose a better future, it would mean that the two of them were not meant to be, and Li Yang would wish her all the best in the future. Upon hearing this, Deng Yu fell silent for a few seconds, then turned and left, leaving Li Yang unsure if she understood what he meant. With the applications submitted, the matters regarding the college entrance examination could be considered completely settled. The inquiry into the admission scorelines would occur at the end of the month, and the admission notices would only be received gradually in August. In the recent period, Li Yang felt too tired and thought it was time to take a break. So he activated his lying flat mode in his newly purchased apartment, watching movies, reading wuxia novels, and then sleeping and enjoying delicious food, resembling a homebody once again. However, Li Yang was quite happy about it. In his previous life, he never had the chance to lie down like this. However, Li Yang's laid-back life did not last long. A sudden piece of bad news instantly shattered the peace he had struggled to attain. What did you say? Zhang Wei is seriously injured. What on earth happened? Alright, I understand. Have the hospital spare no effort in saving him. I will go there immediately. After hanging up the phone, Li Yang's face darkened to the point where water could drip from it. He immediately instructed his death warriors and bodyguards to prepare the car destination, Port City. The death warriors moved swiftly like the wind, and within moments a convoy sped out of the county, racing southward. In the back seat, Hu Tu looked at Li Yang, whose expression was grave, and quietly asked, Brother Yang, what happened in Port City? Li Yang lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and spoke in a voice as cold as ice. Zhang Wei was attacked and shot, seriously injured. He is still undergoing emergency treatment, and whether he can survive is uncertain. Are there any leads? What is the other party's motive? Could it pose a threat to you, Brother Yang? Zhou Kong calmly inquired after a moment of thought. As for whether Zhang Wei lived or died, he didn't care at all. These death warriors were born to live solely for Li Yang. What Zhou Kong truly cared about was whether this incident would endanger Li Yang's safety. It's still unclear. The phone call didn't explain much. All I know is that he has made some enemies. We will talk more once we get there. Our priority is to save him, Li Yang said lightly. Seeing that he was unwilling to say more, Zhou Kong wisely fell silent. The convoy traveled day and night, finally passing through the border from Peng City and entering Port City at dawn on the third day. At the border, death warriors left by Zhang Wei in Port City were already waiting to assist. After crossing the border, the convoy sped again, racing towards Mary Hospital in Port City. In the intensive care unit, Li Yang saw Zhang Wei, who was in a coma. He was wearing a respirator, his body wrapped in bandages, and his breath was weak, causing a pang of distress in Li Yang's heart. Humans are not wood or stone. Who could be heartless? Even as subordinates, having spent so long together, they were no longer just a simple master-servant relationship. Li Yang did not disturb him further and turned to inquire about the situation from the doctor. The doctor, intimidated by the sea of black-clad warriors in the corridor, dared not conceal anything and answered truthfully. Zhang Wei had sustained what should have been a fatal injury. A common person would have died on the spot, but his vitality was shockingly strong, sustaining himself all the way to the operating room, which is extremely rare in the medical field. Only Li Yang knew in his heart that it was Zhang Wei's physical resilience 3 times that of an ordinary person that kept him alive. An ordinary person simply would not have been able to withstand it. After the surgery, Zhang Wei was temporarily out of danger, but still required close observation. Li Yang directly ordered that the best medicine and equipment be used regardless of the cost, as long as they could save him. After visiting Li Yang and his men checked into a five-star hotel near the hospital. In the presidential suite, he summoned the death warriors stationed in Port City with Zhang Wei. What exactly happened? Li Yang sat on the sofa, his tone calm, but oppressive, making it hard for others to breathe. A death warrior stepped forward and said solemnly, "Brother Yang, it should have been done by a local gang in Port City. Our VCD and DVD profits are too high, they are jealous, and have repeatedly approached Brother Zhang for a share. Brother Zhang did not give them face, and there were several instances where it nearly turned hostile. They are the most likely suspects trying to force us to submit." Li Yang let out a cold laugh. He just wanted to run his business peacefully and make money. Why was it so difficult? Who was the most likely culprit? Uncertain. Brother Zhang has refused several gangs. Many major forces in Port City are suspects, but we can investigate. No need to investigate, Li Yang interrupted coldly. Since they think I am easy to bully, then this time I will clean them up once and for all. Notify Yu Yang to send people over. Start with 300, smuggle them in. I will wait here. Yes. On the side of Su Xin, Yu Yang received the order and immediately took action. In less than an hour, 300 death warriors were assembled, boarding vehicles directly to the coastal pier where boats were already waiting. 2 days later, in Port City, Kowloon district, inside a hidden warehouse, more than 400 death warriors stood silently, creating a chilling atmosphere. Li Yang held a thick stack of documents which were the detailed information about the major gangs in Port City that the death warriors had uncovered during the past 2 days. Unlike his memories from his previous life, the gangs in Port City in this world resemble a mixed world of harbor movies, with groups like Lian Shengdong, Ing Hongxing, Fu Xing Zhongqing, and the number gang 14K, I, and Sun Yan. Only 14K and Sun Yi on are real old-school gangs that exist in reality, while the others are almost entirely from movies. To verify his suspicions, Li Yang also had them look into names like Liang Kuan de Lao Bi Wu Ya and Chen Hao Nan, and results indeed showed up. However, the Hao Nan referred to by the generation born in the 80s and 90s is still just a minor character, now not even a red pole. Of course, none of this mattered to Li Yang. His only thought now was revenge, blood for blood. It is said that the gangs in Port City are ruthless, fierce, and lawless. Then he wanted to see whether they were truly ruthless or if his blade was quicker. Li Yang waved his hand lightly. "Everyone take your weapons, 5 people per group." Li Yang's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable ferocity. "Tonight, I will make the entire underworld of Port City pay blood for Zhang Wei." Yes. A synchronized low shout echoed in the warehouse. The death warriors picked up steel knives, grouped themselves, boarded the Toyota Hiace, and quietly dispersed through the streets, heading towards Causeway Bay Mong Kok, Simsha Sui. In the 1990s, Port City was the pinnacle of prosperity in Asia. Regardless of day or night, it resembled a giant dream-making machine that never stopped roaring and burning, heating the entire city until it was scorching. As night fell, Causeway Bay, Simsha Sui, and Mong Kok were ignited entirely by neon lights. Giant billboards hung from rooftops, casting a mesmerizing and flamboyant glow of red, orange, yellow, green, blue, and purple over the humid night sky. The aromas of street food wafted through the alleys, with fish balls, beef offal, and seafood stir-fry filling the air. Nightclubs, KTVs, and bars were brightly lit, filled with revelry and excitement every night. Yet no one knew that beneath this papered drunkenness and bustling prosperity, a storm capable of shaking the entire underworld of Port City had quietly arrived. The night was as dark as ink, the neon lights bled like blood. In Causeway Bay, the bustling nightlife thrived. Luxury cars congregated at the nightclubs, while the neon signs cast bizarre shadows across the street. The smoky aroma of fish balls, the scent of alcohol, the fragrance of perfume, and the shouts in Cantonese fused together, forming the most decadent night of the 1990s in the Port City. Yet no one noticed a series of inconspicuous Toyota Hiace vans quietly parked in the shadows of the street. The doors swung open. Dark figures surged out like phantoms, each wielding a gleaming steel knife. 5 men moved in unison, their breath cold and heavy like grim reapers descending from hell, rushing towards the venue overseen by Hung Hing in Causeway Bay. No unnecessary movements, no idle chatter. One of the teams headed straight for Hung Hing's headquarters in Causeway Bay, the new Peacock nightclub. Outside the nightclub, several Triad members with bleached hair leaning against the wall were boasting and laughing. Seeing the group of black-clad figures approaching, they mistook them for rival gangs looking for trouble, immediately cursing and grabbing iron pipes and knives, arrogantly shouting, "Hey, who called you here? Do you know whose territory this is?" But what greeted them was the cold edge of a blade. Swish. The leader of the assassins flickered, moving so fast that only an afterimage remained. The steel knife sliced through the air, leaving a chilling gleam. The Triad member at the forefront didn't even have time to scream before dropping directly into a pool of blood. The others witnessing this scene were momentarily stunned, then their faces turned pale as they turned to flee into the nightclub. Murder. Someone's been hacked. But their speed was as slow as snails compared to the assassins. The black-clad figures quickly followed like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Blades flashed and screams echoed. In just a few seconds, there was no one left standing at the entrance. The stench of blood instantly overwhelmed the aromas of food from the street. Inside the nightclub, the lights still dazzled, figures swirled on the dance floor, heavy metal music blared deafeningly, patrons raised their glasses in laughter, and girls nestled in their arms oblivious to the fact that death had already stepped through the door. Smash the door. A low command. Bang! The heavy glass door shattered with a kick, sending shards flying. The enormous noise instantly silenced the entire venue. The music stopped abruptly, and all eyes turned towards the entrance. There stood a group of black-clad figures holding knives, exuding a chilling, murderous aura, their expressions cold and devoid of emotion, like Shura from hell. The big boss in the nightclub, Boss B, was taken aback and furious at the sight. He slammed the table and grabbed a bottle, shouting angrily, "Damn it! Dare to cause trouble in my Hung Hing's territory. Brothers, kill them." Immediately, Triad members in the corners of the nightclub sprang up, grabbing knives, steel pipes, and beer bottles, charging towards the assassins. In their eyes, the opponents were just a handful of people who dared to crash their turf, purely seeking death. This was Hung Hing's domain, and with manpower to spare, these dozen or so individuals would not leave New Peacock alive today. Unfortunately, the foes they encountered today were not even on the same level. Kill. Just a single word lightly spoken, yet it felt like the pronouncement of death. The assassins surged forward, blades flashing like waterfalls, decisive in their slaughter. There were no flashy moves, every strike aimed straight for vital points, swift, precise, and ruthless, each cut drawing blood. In an instant, screams, the sound of bones cracking, pleas for mercy, and the shattering of tables and chairs blended into chaos. The nightclub, which had just been vibrant and lively, transformed into a hell on earth in the next second. The Triad members under Boss B fell in droves like grass being cut. The arrogance they had just displayed flickered away in the face of this scene, leaving only fear and despair in their eyes. Some were so terrified that they knelt down, pleading for mercy, while others frantically scrambled towards the backstage restrooms and back doors. But waiting for them were the black-clad assassins, sealing off all exits. None would escape. In just a few minutes, the nightclub fell silent. The lights still shone brilliantly, but the floor was littered with blood and severed limbs, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Other patrons had long since huddled in corners, trembling in fear, not daring to breathe. The leading assassin, expressionless, took out a mobile phone and dialed a number, reporting coldly. "Tell Yonggu the Hung Hing venue in Causeway Bay has been cleared." At the same time, Mongkok, Sim Sha Sui, Yaomati. Similar reports continuously returned to a hidden warehouse in Kowloon. Inside the warehouse, Li Yong sat in a chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. With each message received, his gaze turned colder. Zhou Kong stood beside him, whispering, "Yonggu Hung Hing Dong Ying, He Lian Sheng, and the number gang. Tonight we have targeted almost all the major gangs in the port city." Li Yong raised his eyes, his expression indifferent, yet emanating a chilling ruthlessness. "Very good. I originally just wanted to conduct business quietly. They were the ones who reached out first, trying to take my money and harm my people." He slowly stood up, gazing out at the neon-lit night sky, his voice calm, yet filled with an overwhelming dominance. Since they dared to reach out, they must be prepared to have their hands severed. Tonight is just the beginning. From today on, the rules of the underworld in the port city need to change. Outside, the neon lights remained dazzling, the traffic bustling, the splendor as before. Yet the entire port city's underworld had been thoroughly shaken. Overnight, the territories of major gangs were bloodily washed clean, venues smashed, and manpower severely depleted, while the culprits vanished like phantoms. The entire port city had turned into a place of anxiety where everyone was on edge. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Shortly after Li Yong ordered an attack on all major gangs in the port city, the news quickly reached the ears of the leaders of various factions. What is even more unsettling is that the news only stated that the venues were raided and that the assailants were exceptionally fierce and masked, leaving even the enemies unaware of who was responsible. The leaders, along with their advisors, began to analyze who had taken action, and given the ruthlessness of the attack, preliminary estimates indicated that each gang had suffered a loss of at least 200 to 300 members tonight. And what does losing 200 to 300 members mean? Those daring enough to risk their lives for the gang are typically formal members who have been deeply involved. The loss of such members requires the gang to take responsibility, and funeral expenses, relocation fees, and medical costs combined would amount to astronomical figures, enough to make these leaders feel the pinch, not to mention the costs of the venues that were damaged. Some of the more anxious leaders took the initiative to confront the rival gang, like Luo from the Dongying gang. Upon hearing of the significant losses, Luochuo's eyes reddened with anger, and his first thought was that it must have been the work of Hongxing, as they were sworn enemies, so his suspicion was not surprising. He immediately called Jiang Tianqing, the leader of Hongxing. However, upon learning that Hongxing had also suffered heavy losses, both were taken aback, and they subsequently contacted the leaders of Lianxing 14K, a Xinyan, and the Numbers gang, all of whom reported being attacked. After receiving this news, all the leaders couldn't help but gasp in shock. Who on earth had the audacity to wage war against the entire port city's underworld? Yet the enemy was fierce and operating from the shadows, and to this day no one knew who they were, which made the situation rather tricky. Thus the leaders agreed to meet at the Yuguchi restaurant to discuss how to respond to this incident. At 9 o'clock the next morning at Yuguchi restaurant the leaders gathered with no one absent. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward as there were numerous enemies present. Ultimately, it was Deng Bo, the supreme leader of Lianxing, who spoke first. Everyone, let's not remain silent. I'll share what we've uncovered regarding the situation. This attack appears to have been meticulously planned. The assailants were all masked, used cloned license plates, and exhibited combat capabilities far beyond those of ordinary thugs. What about you all? Have you discovered any further clues? The leaders exchanged glances and shook their heads. They had only managed to uncover this much. Of course, if they had had more time, their influence could have unearthed more information, but time was of the essence. Such a large-scale brawl, and the losses incurred were something even these major gangs rarely encountered in years. Now they not only needed to give their subordinates an explanation, but also had to appease the law enforcement who had been alerted and were demanding an explanation. Just as everyone was at a loss, a lackey guarding the door suddenly knocked and entered. This lackey was also from Lianxing, and Deng Bo frowned, asking, "What's the matter? Don't you know I'm in a meeting with the leaders?" The lackey hurriedly replied, "Deng Bo, I have urgent news to tell you. Just now someone gave one of our subordinates a letter which he handed to me, saying it's meant for all the leaders." "Oh, bring it here." Upon hearing this, Deng Bo squinted. The lackey quickly handed over the letter. The envelope bore no markings, only the message the lackey had just relayed. Deng Bo tore open the envelope and took out the letter inside. After reading the contents, he slammed his hand on the table and shouted, "Arrogant." The other leaders rose to look at the content of the letter, and after reading it, their expressions turned quite grim. The letter read, "Are you satisfied with the gift from last night? If you're unsatisfied, we can continue. This time let's have a fair fight. If we lose, we won't show up again. If we win, the underworld of the port city must acknowledge the existence of our King Longui. If you wish to continue tonight, we await you at Phi Mountain Road. If you do not come, it means you concede." The King Longui is of course the underground power that Li Yong intends to establish in the port city. He realized that in this day and age it's all the same everywhere. Without a powerful force for protection, no matter how much wealth one accumulates, others will find ways to seize it. Therefore, it is better to establish a force that instills fear in everyone. After all, Li Yong is not lacking in such ability. Has anyone heard of the King Longui? Jiang Tianxing asked with a frown. Everyone shook their heads. Then Luotawa declared, "We of Dongying will never concede. I will mobilize our forces at once and annihilate this so-called King Longui tonight. Count me in. I'll go too." As soon as Luotawa finished speaking, the leaders of the various factions responded in unison. Those who operate in the underworld cannot tolerate such humiliation. They also secretly calculated that even if it meant breaking the rules and arming their subordinates, they must completely obliterate the opponent, both to vent their anger and to eliminate future threats. After reaching a consensus, everyone departed to gather their forces in preparation for tonight's battle. As night fell, the road to Phi Mountain was already brightly lit, with countless henchmen gathered along the winding mountain road, their clamorous voices echoing through the night air. In the center of the road, a line of luxury cars and vans were stuck together, filled with the core members of various factions ready for battle, each person wearing a fierce expression, poised and ready. "Damn, Crow, did you even bring an AK?" Beside the car, D from Lianxing caught sight of the AK-47 in Dongying Crow's hands and couldn't help but exclaim. Crow toyed with the firearm in his hands, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Of course, this was specifically instructed by my boss. Tonight we will completely wipe out that bunch of trash from the Qinglong society." "Huh, our Deng Dai gave the same instructions." D laughed heartily, casually pulling out a few grenades from his waist and showcasing his arrogance, making Crow roll his eyes in disdain. Tonight the major factions in the port city were going all out, bringing forth all their hidden weapons. The front row of core members held an array of firearms, including AKs, pistols, and grenades, while the back row was packed with henchmen wielding machetes and iron rods. Roughly estimated, there were at least 2,000 to 3,000 people, their momentum overwhelming as if victory was assured. Time passed quietly, and soon it was midnight. Crow and the others smoked cigarettes, casually chatting and joking, occasionally glancing down the mountain, their patience gradually wearing thin. "Damn it, are they too scared to come? We've been waiting here for hours, and the entrance down the mountain is filled with our people, yet we haven't seen anyone come up." A henchman could no longer contain himself and cursed irritably. Just as his words fell, a piercing whoosh of shells cutting through the air suddenly rang out, continuous and unending. Everyone instinctively looked up, only to see shells trailing faint wisps as they accurately whistled towards the densely packed crowd on the mountain path. "It's artillery. Run!" Someone reacted instantly, their face pale, screaming in terror. But the speed of the falling shells was far beyond human capability. In the next second, a deafening series of explosions echoed, flames instantly engulfing the entire mountain road, shrapnel and blood flying everywhere, thick smoke billowing into the sky. And this was merely the first round of bombardment. Deep within the dense forest, dozens of death warriors wore grim expressions, methodically transporting shells, loading and firing with mechanical precision. This seemingly monotonous operation delivered a devastating blow to the faction members on the mountain path. They employed a gradual barrage approach, the artillery fire slowly advancing from near to far, completely enveloping the street thugs without leaving a single one unscathed. In an instant, Phi Mountain Road was transformed into a hell on earth, flames soaring into the sky mingled with piercing screams and wails resounding throughout the valley, a scene of utter despair. A total of 16 mortars were deployed, firing 10 rounds in succession. Once the bombardment was complete, the death warriors swiftly lifted the mortars and began an orderly retreat through the dense forest. Immediately after, hundreds of death warriors who had been prepared surged out from the forest like tigers, descending the mountain, charging towards the mountain path. Everything went as expected. When the death warriors arrived at the battlefield, all that remained on the mountain path was chaos, with severed limbs scattered everywhere. The thugs who had narrowly escaped the bombardment were already so frightened that they lost their wits and were fleeing in all directions, desperate to get as far away from this hellish scene as possible. Seeing this, several leading death warriors immediately split up to clear the battlefield. The fallen dead were dragged to a designated area for incineration, while the mortally wounded were finished off immediately, and the lightly injured were gathered and detained, showing no hesitation. In less than half an hour, the battlefield was cleared. The leading death warriors promptly made a phone call to report to Li Yang. Brother Yang, this battle was a complete victory. Over 300 corpses were cleared from the scene, and more than 500 were captured. Well done. Keep a close watch on these captives. They are our bargaining chips. I want to see what other trump cards these so-called major factions have left. Li Yang's lips curled into a cold smile, his tone calm, yet filled with pressure. He dared to initiate the fight, naturally confident in his preparations. In his view, a simple gunfight was too low, and he sought a decisive battle to determine the fate of the situation. Thus, he specifically exchanged for 16 81mm mortars from the system shop. Using heavy artillery against the gangsters could be likened to using cannons to shoot mosquitoes, yet the effect was immediate. Daring to use mortars to sweep through various factions, this ruthlessness and strength was enough to make all the dark forces in the port city weigh carefully whether to go to the death with the Qinglong Society. Meanwhile, in a villa in the port city, smoke filled the air and the atmosphere was oppressive to the extreme. Inside sat the heads and decision-makers of various factions, all with grim faces and serious expressions. How dare they? Dong Ying's camel's eyes were bloodshot, fists clenched, shouting in a low voice filled with anger and fear. These people are too bold. They actually used mortars, not afraid that the port authorities would intervene and escalate things beyond control. The leader of the Zhongxing Society, Huang, furrowed his brow and asked in a deep voice. The leader of the Sanlian Society, Blue Whale, sighed deeply, looking helpless. What can we do if the port authorities intervene? The other side operates secretly, holding heavy artillery while hiding in the shadows. The police can't trace them at all. Moreover, even if the port authorities fully intervene, if the other side resists to the end, then the port city will never see peace again. Just a while ago, the deputy commissioner of the police department personally called me, ordering us to quickly quell this matter. If we cannot settle things with the Qinglong Society, all our factions will be held accountable. Damn, damn, damn. Camel was furious and helpless, cursing repeatedly to vent his suppressed anxiety and fear. At that moment, a nervous henchman rushed in, breathless, and reported with a trembling voice, "Big bosses, it's bad. The people from the Qinglong Society are here. They sent a few representatives right outside the villa." What? They dare to come to us voluntarily? Kill them all. Camel exploded in anger, slamming the table and shouting. Camel, calm down. Jiang Tianxing immediately intervened, his expression calm. Killing a few of their representatives is easy, but have you thought about the consequences? At present, we are still merely engaging in conflicts among lower-tier forces. If we kill their representatives, it would mean completely tearing apart our relationship. All of us would become targets for revenge from the Qinglong Society. Do you all wish to abandon your businesses and flee overseas? Jiang Tianxing's words instantly calmed the agitated leaders present. Everyone was acutely aware that the strength displayed by the Qinglong Society was terrifying. With heavy artillery and ruthless methods, once they launched a frenzied counterattack, no one could withstand it. Then what do you suggest we do? Dengdaeus leader Deng Bo asked in a deep voice. What else can we do? Let's talk. Jiang Tianxing replied nonchalantly. Since the other side has taken the initiative to send people over, it indicates they have the intention to negotiate. I also want to understand why they want to make enemies with all our factions for no reason. After a brief discussion, everyone agreed to negotiate, and they sent someone to invite the representatives of the Qinglong Society into the villa. The 3 second-tier death warriors who came this time were under Li Yang's command, with a leader named Wang Lin. Li Yang had long planned for Wang Lin to eventually step into the limelight and take charge of the Qinglong Society's external affairs. Upon entering the villa, Wang Lin, accompanied by 2 subordinates, appeared calm and unafraid, directly walking to the sofa and scanning the gathered faction leaders with a steady gaze. Let me introduce myself. My name is Wang Lin, and I am the current acting president of the Qinglong Society. Wang Lin began to speak slowly, his tone steady and imposing. You must have heard about the situation on Phi Mountain Road. Now, whether it will be war or peace, I would like to hear your opinions. Arrogant little brat. Do you believe that you won't walk out of this villa today? Camel roared again, slamming the table with an angry expression. Wang Lin laughed loudly, his gaze sharp as a knife, staring directly at Camel. I do believe it. But do you believe that if I don't walk out today, no one here will leave alive? You all know that our Qinglong Society has that capability. As his words fell, Camel's expression shifted between green and white, opening his mouth, but unable to utter a retort, and the room instantly fell into silence. The air seemed to solidify into a heavy lead, oppressive enough to suffocate. After a few seconds of dead silence, it was Jiang Tiansheng who first broke the quiet. President Wang, he leaned slightly forward, his gaze sharp, yet tempered with restraint. I have a question that has lingered in my mind, and I would like to take this opportunity to ask you today. Wang Lin raised his eyes, his gaze briefly resting on Jiang's face, his tone flat and calm. You are Jiang Tiansheng from Hongqing, right? Go ahead, what do you want to ask? I truly do not understand. Jiang Tiansheng furrowed his brow slightly, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. The Qinglong Society has no prior relations with the various factions in the harbor city, so why would they choose to become enemies with the entire harbor's underworld right from the start? That is clearly not a wise course of action. Wang Lin chuckled softly, a laugh devoid of emotion. That is a very pertinent question. If I were to say that the Qinglong Society had no intention of being adversaries with you all at first, but that someone acted too rashly and the current situation is merely retaliation, would you believe it? I would like to hear more. Jiang Tiansheng's expression sharpened as he spoke earnestly. Chaoyang Technology, I am sure you all have heard of it. Wang Lin's gaze swept across the attendees. That is our strategic partner in the Qinglong Society. Just 2 days ago, Mr. Zhang Wei, the representative of Chaoyang Technology in the harbor, was ambushed and nearly lost his life. And we can confirm that the culprit is among you. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold. We have conducted an investigation, but the harbor city is too vast and time is limited. We need to provide Mr. Zhang with an explanation, so since we cannot identify the perpetrator, the Qinglong Society can only assume that you are all accomplices. Now, Mr. Zhang, you should understand, right? Subtle changes in expression couldn't hide one's thoughts. Sitting among the crowd, Luochuo's pupils suddenly constricted at these words, quick as a flash of lightning before returning to normal. But this brief moment of disarray was fully captured by Wang Lin's eyes. The answer was already apparent. Most likely the attack on Zhang Wei was orchestrated by Dong Ying. As for the other faction leaders, they silently cursed, realizing that this disaster had come without reason. A well-established underworld dynamic was being disrupted due to the reckless actions of one society, forcing all factions in the harbor to bear the blame, which was truly infuriating. Jiang Tiansheng understood this all too well and could only smile wryly in resignation, gently shaking his head. The demands from the other side were clear and straightforward. They could not fight back, and accepting was their only option. Then may I ask, President Wang, what are your demands now? He suppressed his complex emotions and asked in a deep voice. Firstly, Wang Lin raised a finger, his tone firm and unyielding. The Qinglong Society will establish a permanent presence in the harbor city. However, we have no intention of competing for territory with you all, but in the future, you must not interfere with the business of the Qinglong Society and its allies. Anyone who dares to overstep their bounds will not be treated with any consideration of brotherhood. He continued, his gaze sweeping over the crowd again, throwing out the second demand. Secondly, hand over the assailant who attacked Mr. Zhang. The mastermind behind this can be set aside for now, but the perpetrator must be delivered. Thirdly, Wang Lin's voice carried a hint of coldness. This time, we captured a total of 576 members from your factions. Each person must pay a ransom of 200,000 Hong Kong dollars. Once the money is received, they will be returned. This amount is also a token of your sincerity in apologizing. He glanced around and added, of course, if any faction cannot gather the ransom, they may use their assets as collateral. KTV's nightclubs, bars, and mahjong parlors are all acceptable as collateral. These are my conditions. Wang Lin stood up, his tone carrying an irresistible pressure. If you all do not agree, you may continue to fight. Everyone's faces turned ashen, but no one dared to voice their opposition. Those with clear eyes understood that the Qinglong Society's terms were already quite lenient. If the roles were reversed, and they were in the position of the Qinglong Society, riding on a wave of victory, they would likely demand not only ransom, but also a pound of flesh. President Wang Dengbo stood up and clasped his hands toward Wang Lin. Please wait a moment. This matter is of great importance, and we need to discuss it internally. Please go ahead. Wang Lin nodded, then turned with his subordinates and left the room. Once he was gone, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Dengbo spoke first, his voice tinged with weariness. Everyone, let's discuss our thoughts. Whether to fight or to negotiate, we must reach a conclusion. But I represent Hellion Sheng and make it clear we will not fight. In the underworld, survival is the priority. One must stand firm when faced with blows. If this continues, Sheng cannot withstand it. Just these two losses have caused severe damage to Sheng's public accounts, and if it continues, Sheng could be disbanded. As Deng Bo said, he is right. In this line of work, we ultimately aim to make money. Fighting back and forth will only lead to emptiness in the end. With Sheng and Sanlian taking the lead in their statements, the other factions no longer put on a brave front and nodded in agreement with Wang Lin's demands. Deng Bo turned to look at the sullen-faced Litois, his tone becoming heavier. As for who exactly attacked Chaoyang Technology, at this point pursuing it is meaningless. I propose that we privately hand over the assailant to the Qinglong Society. We have already taken the blame for your factions this time, and we cannot have a second time. If we do not hand them over, given everyone's strength here, the truth will eventually come to light. At that time, do not blame us for eliminating all witnesses. Luochuo's expression grew increasingly grim. His initial motive for striking was jealousy of Chaoyang Technology's immense profits in the VCD and DVD sectors. He thought that with Zhang Wei's death, the other party would change representatives. Who would have thought the power of the Qinglong Society behind them was so terrifying? Now, having failed to steal the chicken, he was left with a loss, and it was too late for regrets. After the discussion reached a conclusion, they once again invited Wang Lin back. Representing them, Deng Bo officially agreed to all the demands of the Qinglong Society. Next, it was time for the ransom settlement. Everyone knew this amount had to be paid. If they abandoned their own subordinates, word would spread and the faction's reputation would be ruined, bringing them closer to annihilation. Fortunately, although the ransom required was 200,000 per person, the number of captured members was divided among the factions, with each faction having at most 50 to 60 captives. Even when totaled, it was just over 10 million Hong Kong dollars, still within the range of what they could bear. Of course, some factions were financially strained and could only use their assets as collateral. In the end, Wang Lin collected over 63 million Hong Kong dollars in cash, along with collateral valued at 50 million Hong Kong dollars, comprising 6 bars, KTVs, nightclubs, 1 sauna, and 2 mahjong parlors. After collecting the debts, Wang Lin strode away with his subordinates, meeting no resistance along the way. A few days later, at a large bar in Mongkok, Wang Lin and his subordinates settled in, officially announcing the Qinglong Society's presence in the harbor city and notifying all faction leaders in the harbor that they could come to this bar to find him in the future. The next day, several burlap sacks were thrown in front of the bar. A guard stepped forward to open them, revealing the assassins who had attacked Zhang Wei. That night, a small boat departed from the harbor. Several cement-filled barrels were thrown into the sea, sinking silently to the bottom. Thus, Liang provided Zhang Wei with an explanation. It was not that he did not wish to topple Dongying, but at this moment, with Dongying closely tied to the mainland, the current outcome was indeed the best result for the greater picture. Having settled the matter with Zhang Wei, Liang finally enjoyed a moment of respite and promptly began strolling through Hong Kong's bustling streets and narrow alleys each day, accompanied by a retinue of elite sworn bodyguards. In 1992, Hong Kong stood unchallenged as Asia's most vibrant metropolis. Liang had only ever glimpsed its splendor through fragmented rumors and grainy archival footage. Now, stepping onto its soil for the first time, he experienced it in full visceral immediacy. Though lacking the seamless intelligence and futuristic sheen of later decades, this Hong Kong teemed with unrivaled urban vitality. Its markets thrummed with clamor, its skyscrapers pierced the sky in gleaming profusion, and merchants from across the globe converged within its borders. Traffic flowed ceaselessly, neon lights flickered to life at dusk. Everywhere pulsed an irrepressible burgeoning energy. After 2 days of wandering, the initial thrill and wonder gradually ebbed, and Li Yang's thoughts inevitably turned once more toward wealth creation. Human nature is thus, even those who command vast fortunes still hunger for more. Greed is no moral failing. It is the very engine that propels ambition forward. Moreover, Li Yang's current fortune was modest at best, dwarfed by generations-old tycoons entrenched in Hong Kong's financial aristocracy, separated from them by a gulf of 10,000 li. Liang had no intention of entering manufacturing in Hong Kong. Labor costs here were exorbitant, construction materials and raw supplies remained stubbornly expensive. In contrast, mainland China offered immense territory, abundant natural resources, and dramatically lower input costs, coupled with a vast, highly skilled and affordable workforce, making it uniquely suited for industrial development. Any clear-eyed observer could calculate the disparity. Identical capital invested in a mainland factory would yield profits several times greater. Faced with such stark arithmetic, Liang would never choose distance over proximity or expense over economy. Having dismissed manufacturing, Liang fixed his gaze on Hong Kong's 2 most potent arenas, real estate and finance. As a reincarnated soul, he knew the trajectory of Hong Kong's property market with absolute certainty. The prices would soar to astronomical heights. At present, however, residential units sold for merely HK2 per square foot, a price so absurdly low it might as well be cabbage. Acquiring a portfolio of residences and commercial spaces now would guarantee profit, whether held long-term for rental income or sold later amid the inevitable price explosion. Finance, though unfamiliar terrain, held promise. He vaguely recalled a client he'd served in his past life, mentioning how in 1992 he had purchased a batch of Hong Kong red chip stocks and reaped multiples of his investment within a single year. Once the memory surfaced, Li Yong seized the opportunity without hesitation. Decisive by nature, he translated thought into action the moment resolve crystallized. He dispatched squads of sworn bodyguards to scout the market, new developments, residential listings, and available retail spaces, while he himself headed straight to Hui Li Securities to open a brokerage account. It was only at Hui Li Securities that Li Yong fully grasped the meaning of red chip stocks. Red denoted mainland Chinese origin, chip referred to equity. Red chip stocks were shares of enterprises rooted in mainland China's economy, but listed on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, essentially a bet on China's imminent economic ascent. Hearing this explanation, Li Yang's conviction deepened. While others remained blind to China's impending economic renaissance, he saw it with perfect clarity, a golden age of soaring growth and unstoppable momentum. This time he would go Allen. No force on earth could dissuade him. He carefully selected several newly restructured or recently listed red chip stocks. CITIC Pacific China Resources, Enterprise China Merchants Holdings, International China Travel Service Hong Kong, and after meticulous deliberation settled decisively on CITIC Pacific. Perhaps guided by the uncanny intuition of a reborn soul, this stock would prove the most explosive dark horse among them all. Opening a Hong Kong securities account required 2 days of verification. Once all formalities were complete, Li Yong returned to his hotel to audit his assets. Currently, the bank account of Chaoyang Technology in Hong Kong held 230 million Hong Kong dollars, all pure profit generated from VCDs and optical discs over recent weeks. Such staggering revenue-generating power naturally attracted covetous eyes, prompting desperate gambles. This sum did not even include the additional 50 million Hong Kong dollars he had already transferred inland. Beyond that, he held 65 million Hong Kong dollars in cash compensation from dozens of Hong Kong Triad societies, bringing his total liquid capital to a formidable 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Li Yong resolved instantly commit the entire 300 million Hong Kong dollars to the stock market, fully concentrated in CITIC Pacific, and leverage it aggressively. Funding for real estate acquisitions posed no concern. Chaoyang Technology's earnings flowed steadily, and the Triad settlements had yielded tangible assets, ideal collateral for secured loans. Capital would never be a bottleneck. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. With his brokerage account successfully activated, Li Yong wasted no time. He strode directly into Hui Li Securities. The same securities manager who had greeted him earlier rushed forward, beaming with deferential smiles, and ushered him into a private meeting room. The air conditioning hummed powerfully, banishing the summer's oppressive heat and lending the space an atmosphere of serene composure. With quiet reverence, the manager presented a glass of iced water before speaking. Mr. Li, all procedures for your account have been finalized. You may now trade stocks without restriction. Li Yong gave a slight nod and cut straight to the point. Does your firm offer margin trading? Yes, Mr. Li, the manager replied, eagerly, eyes alight at the prospect of a high-value client. We provide margin leverage ranging from 1 to 10 times for premium clients, but asset evaluation is required beforehand. No issue. The evaluation is merely an asset verification. I brought 300 million Hong Kong dollars today, entirely earmarked for CITIC Pacific. What leverage can you approve? Li Yong spoke with calm detachment, as if discussing pocket change rather than a colossal sum. 300 million. The manager froze mid-motion, stunned disbelief flooding his face. After a long pause, he stammered, Mr. Li, your capital exceeds my authority. I'll immediately summon our branch general manager. Please wait just a moment. Hurry. Li Yong commanded, voice soft but unyielding. Right away. The manager hastened out of the room, nearly breaking into a trot. Within minutes, he returned, ushering in a middle-aged man in a tailored suit. Calm, authoritative, unmistakably the branch general manager of Hui Li Securities. After offering polite, effusive compliments, the manager quickly sensed Li Yang's impatience and swiftly pivoted. Mr. Li, before enabling margin financing, I must first outline the associated risks. Li Yong waved a hand, signaling him to proceed directly. First, upon activation, your account becomes a margin account. Every share you purchase will serve as collateral pledge to the broker. Second, given your capital scale and my highest approval authority, red chip and blue chip stocks qualify for up to 5-fold leverage. CITIC Pacific meets all criteria. Third, under 5-fold leverage, your initial margin requirement stands at no less than 20%, while the maintenance margin threshold is 15%. Should your account's net value fall below that level, we will issue a margin call requiring immediate top-up. Failure to comply grants us the right, without prior consent, to forcibly liquidate your positions. I understand. So the maximum leverage you can authorize is 5-fold. Li Yong asked, voice low and steady. Yes, Mr. Li. That is the absolute limit of my authority. The general manager replied respectfully. Li Yong paused briefly, then nodded, satisfied. If history unfolded as before, red chip stocks in 1992 would surge spectacularly. Even with 5-fold leverage alone, returns would be extraordinary. 5-fold it is. Proceed accordingly. Additionally, the manager added margin interest accrues daily at an annualized rate of 10% settled upon position closure. Standard commissions, transfer fees, and other charges remain unchanged. Agreed. Li Yang responded without hesitation. Shall we begin trading now? Seeing his decisive demeanor, the manager refrained from further preamble. Execute immediately. Full position in CITIC Pacific. No additional purchases, no stop-loss orders, no tactical trading. Hold until year-end. His tone was unwavering, resolute. The general manager recoiled slightly, instinctively urging caution. Mr. Li, with five-fold leverage, this amounts to $1 5 billion, an extraordinarily high-risk exposure. Might you reconsider? No need. I trust CITIC Pacific implicitly. Execute my instructions precisely. A faint, unshakable smile touched Li Yang's lips, serene, certain, and utterly final. The general manager dared not protest further. He personally escorted Li Yang into the exclusive VIP trading suite to initiate the order. Instantly, the suite filled with rapid staccato keystrokes, each press channeling tens of millions of Hong Kong dollars into the market. $1 Hong Kong, 5 billion surged forth like a leviathan descending into the deep ocean, silent, inexorable, and overwhelming, as it plunged into the Hong Kong stock market. On the trading screen, buy orders for CITIC Pacific piled up in avalanche-like volume, pushing its share price upward in a subtle but decisive leap, settling firmly above 9 Hong Kong dollars. 00. Within minutes, every transaction was complete. The general manager presented the execution slip with both hands. Voice, Reverend Mr. Li, all orders have been fully executed. 300 million Hong Kong dollars in principal leveraged fivefold, resulting in a 1 Hong Kong dollar 5 billion position in CITIC Pacific at an average cost of 9 Hong Kong dollars 00 per share. All risk management agreements and margin contracts duly signed and legally binding. Li Yang glanced casually at the document, then handed it off to one of his sworn bodyguards standing nearby. He then turned toward the window. Beyond its central's forest of skyscrapers rose in majestic succession. A Victoria Harbor shimmered beneath a gentle sea breeze. Beneath his feet lay Asia's most dazzling metropolis, now irrevocably within his grasp. From where no one else could see, a subtle, imperceptible curve lifted the corner of Li Yang's mouth. With everything arranged, Li Yang took his subordinates and left Huili Securities. He then swiftly began purchasing properties and real estate. Over the course of about 2 weeks, Li Yang first mortgaged a series of properties compensated by the gang from Port City to the bank, securing a loan of 40 million Hong Kong dollars. Coupled with the profits from Chaoyang Technology during these 2 weeks, he managed to gather a total of around 60 million. This sum was entirely invested in real estate: 1 luxury villa in Mid-Mountain, 8 3-bedroom units of 100 square meters each in Taikoo City, and 2 street-facing shops of 100 square feet each in Mongkok. Although it may not seem like much, these properties, if in the hands of an ordinary person in this era, could yield nearly 3 million in annual income just from renting, providing a stable and worry-free life. After exhausting all his funds, Li Yang no longer lingered in Port City and set off back to Sui County. Days passed, and the official cutoff scores for the college entrance examination were announced. This year's cutoff for science majors was set at 538 points, only 2 points lower than Li Yang's estimate of 540, while the general undergraduate cutoff was 518. Based on this score, his application to Capital Normal University was practically assured. The next morning, after Li Yang returned to Sui County, he had just gotten up when a convoy of vehicles slowly drove up to his residence. The hidden operatives stationed nearby immediately tensed up, discreetly moving closer to the convoy. At that moment, the second-level operative chef who had just prepared breakfast for Li Yang stepped out of the yard, approached, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you looking for?" The lead vehicle's window slowly rolled down, and the person in the passenger seat was peering around, surveying Li Yang's small courtyard. Seeing someone approaching, he quickly spoke up. "Excuse me, are Zhou Kong Zhang Yu and Feng Guoxin living here?" "Yes, do you have business with them?" the chef asked with a puzzled expression. "That's great, we finally found the right place." The visitor sighed in relief, excitement filling his face. "Comrade M from the County Education Bureau." Zhou Kong Zhang Yu and Feng Guoxin performed exceptionally well in this year's college entrance examination. Top universities like Jing University and Hucking specifically sent admission representatives to invite them to enroll. "I am here to take them to the Education Bureau, where the representatives from various schools are waiting." The staff member's excitement was understandable. In an era where merely getting into an ordinary university was considered an honor, getting into top institutions like Jing University and Hucking was like hitting the jackpot. 3 students from Sui County achieving such results made him feel proud. Upon hearing this, the chef understood the situation, waved his hand behind him, and the operatives who had been quietly gathering immediately dispersed. "Got it, please wait a moment while I go inform them." "All right, we'll wait here." The staff member quickly responded, his face full of joy. The chef turned and walked back into the yard, reporting the matter to Li Yang in detail. Upon hearing this, Li Yang couldn't help but laugh, looking at Zhou Kong and the others who were leisurely enjoying breakfast, saying, "Weren't you trying to control your scores? How did you still get found out?" Zhou Kong shrugged helplessly, his tone reflecting a bit of resignation. I guess the three of us are among the top three in the province, otherwise those from Jing University and Hucking wouldn't be so eager to rush over. Liang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This statement was indeed a bit pretentious. After breakfast, Zhou Kong and the others followed the Education Bureau staff to the bureau. However, this trip ultimately proved futile as the three had already set their sights on their preferred universities, making the recruitment efforts of Jing University and Hucking in vain. Inside the Education Bureau, the admission representatives from Hucking and Jing University were engaged in a heated argument, refusing to give in to each other. This year's science exam was quite challenging and many top students underperformed, yet 3 students from He Province emerged with near-perfect scores, bringing great joy to the admissions staff of both prestigious universities who rushed over overnight. Everyone knew that Jing University and Hucking were the top 2 institutions in the country, and the competition between them had always been fierce. Now that they had encountered such promising candidates, they were eager to compete for them. However, when Zhou Kong and the others entered the office and expressed their thoughts, the admissions staff were left dumbfounded. These 3 top students surprisingly showed no interest in Jing University or Hucking. One had his heart set on Renmin University, another on China University of Political Science and Law, and the last one had applied to a medical university. Seeing this, the admissions staff and the Education Bureau staff took turns to persuade them, earnestly trying to convince them. After all, those were Jing University and Hucking, institutions that countless students dreamt of entering. It was bewildering to see someone willingly give them up for other schools. However, Zhou Kong and the others remained resolute, refusing to change their minds despite anyone's persuasion. In the end, everyone could only regretfully give up. Another day passed, and it was finally the day when the college entrance examination scores were officially released. At that time, communication was inconvenient, and one had to go to the school in person to check their scores. Early in the morning, Li Yang and the others went to the school together. Before they even reached the school gate, they could hear the sound of firecrackers from afar, and the school entrance was crowded with throngs of people buzzing with excitement. As they squeezed closer, they saw several workers busy hanging a huge red banner. The words on the banner particularly eye-catching: "Congratulations to our schools, Zhou Kong, Zhang Yu, and Feng Guoxin, for achieving outstanding results in the college entrance examination and securing the top 3 spots in He Province." The 3 exchanged smiles, having anticipated this outcome. They then pushed through the crowd and entered the campus. As soon as they stepped through the school gate, the principal, the homeroom teacher, and all the subject teachers surrounded them, warmly inquiring about their well-being and congratulating them. The principal was grinning from ear to ear, his wrinkles all scrunched together, and his attitude was exceedingly friendly. This was understandable. In the field of education, the college entrance examination results were the most direct measure of one's achievements. Although Sui County No. 1 high school was a key high school at the municipal level, in previous years they had only produced a handful of promising students. The best result since its establishment was when a student ranked 50 in the province years ago. Yet this year, all 3 top spots in the province were taken by students from their own school, and such monumental news would make any principal overjoyed. Liang did not join in the crowd surrounding Zhou Kong and the others, but walked straight to the score list, where he found his name among the top 10. Liang with a score of 545. Meanwhile, Zhou Kong, Zhang Yu, and Feng Guoxin scored 697, 695, and 689 points respectively, firmly occupying the top 3 positions on the list. His gaze swept past, and he also saw Deng Yu's name with a score of 586, ranking 5th in the school. "Liang, you're here." A familiar voice called from behind him. Liang turned to find it was Deng Yu. Having not seen her for nearly a month, the girl before him had grown her hair long with dark strands cascading onto her shoulders, enhancing her delicate features, her eyes sparkling with vitality momentarily, leaving him a bit mesmerized. Seeing Liang in a dazed Deng Yu couldn't help but wave her hand in front of him with a charming smile, saying, "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" "How could I?" Liang regained his composure and smiled, saying, "Congratulations on your great score. You did great too." Deng Yu's eyes twinkled with mischief as she added, "By the way, I applied to a school in the capital, Beijing University of Technology. We'll be in the same city again, so make sure to take good care of me." Hearing Deng Yu's words, Li Yang's heart suddenly warmed, stirring up waves of emotion. He knew full well that with Deng Yu's score of 586, she could easily apply to top institutions in other provinces. Yet she chose to forego a better future just to be in the same city as him. This sentiment made his heart swell. In both his past and present lives, Deng Yu was the first person to so steadfastly choose him. Liang suppressed the emotions welling up inside him and broke into a genuine smile, nodding earnestly. "All right, let's look out for each other from now on." After the college entrance examination results were announced, Liang found himself completely idle, while Zhou Kong and his friends became increasingly busy. The reason behind this was that a key high school in the city had surprisingly swept the top 3 spots in the provincial college entrance examination, undoubtedly a remarkable achievement for the local leaders, who naturally wanted to promote it with great fanfare. Although Zhou Kong and the others were reluctant, they couldn't resist the temptation of the generous bonuses. Together they would receive tens of thousands. Liang then asked them to cooperate and solemnly stated that he had no intention of retaliating against them. He was simply thinking about the bonus. After all, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Since their brief encounter during the rankings, Liang had sensed Deng Yu's feelings, and their relationship grew increasingly closer. He often invited Deng Yu out for walks and to enjoy delicious food, and their intimacy was ascending at a visibly rapid pace. During this time spent together, Liang gradually understood Deng Yu's family background. The Deng family's conditions were relatively good. Deng's father was originally a public servant in the town and later transferred to the county, while Deng's mother found a job in a factory in the county due to her husband's connections. There were 4 people in the family besides her parents. There was Deng Miao, Deng Yu's younger sister, who was 2 years younger and would also enter high school next year. Liang was open about his own background with Deng Yu. His father had passed away early and his mother had left home. He was raised by his grandparents and several aunts, and now that his grandparents had also passed, he was all alone. Fortunately, his aunts were well off and fully supported his education. Upon learning about Liang's experiences, Deng Yu said little, but became increasingly attentive to his daily life, always eager to pay when they went shopping together, never allowing him to spend a dime. Liang actually didn't lack money, but particularly enjoyed the warmth of being cared for, and he never let Deng Yu spend even a single extra penny. Time flew by, and August arrived. The admission letters for this year's college entrance examination candidates were gradually delivered by the postal service. Liang and the others naturally received their letters early. After receiving his admission letter, Liang did not make a fuss, but informed his aunts right away. Upon hearing that he had not only been accepted into a university, but a prestigious one in the capital, his aunts were nearly speechless with shock. A school dropout in junior high who turned his life around in just over half a month to not only make a fortune, but also gain admission to a university in the capital. This experience was nothing short of legendary. Yet when the bright red admission letter was right in front of them, they could not help but believe it. They were stunned for a long time before gradually accepting this incredible fact. Soon joy and excitement surged in their hearts. This was the first university student from the Li family. Regardless of the process, this heavy admission letter was the most concrete honor. Liang had originally intended to simply share the good news, but his aunts were unwilling to let it end so casually. Since taking over the Li store, everyone's lives had been improving, and after some discussion they immediately decided to throw a grand celebration banquet to let everyone in Zhongshan town know that the Li family had produced a true dragon that brings glory. Faced with the insistence of his elders, Liang had no choice but to agree. After all, no matter how capable he was now, he was still the younger generation in front of his aunts, especially the few who had treated him best, whom he simply could not refuse. Thus his aunts pooled their money together and booked the most upscale restaurant in Zhongshan town for the banquet, where a bright red banner hung high at the entrance boldly proclaiming congratulations to Liang for being accepted into a prestigious university in the capital. As soon as the banner was hung, it stirred up a tremendous uproar throughout Zhongshan town. In these times, being able to support a university student was already a significant cause for celebration. Liang, once a troublemaker, had suddenly become wealthy, and now he had been accepted into a university in the capital. This dramatic transformation left the neighbors and townsfolk in awe and astonishment. Moreover, everyone knew that Liang had now emerged as a rising star. Having entered university, his future prospects were bound to be even brighter, and many people wanted to take the opportunity to get closer to him, all eager to attend the banquet. After a busy day at the banquet, Liang felt even more exhausted than after a fight, but seeing the satisfaction and pride on his aunts' faces, he could only silently endure, as it was all for their happiness. After the celebration banquet, the news of Liang being accepted into a prestigious university in the capital spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the surrounding villages. In Baifeng village, named for its approximately 100 families, the atmosphere at the Chun household on the east side of the village was somewhat tense. At lunchtime, the head of the family, Chun Ji, looked at his wife beside him and asked in a deep voice that Liang, who has been making waves in the village these days, is your son with your ex-husband, right? The woman raised her eyes to glance at him and replied faintly, I think you should go see him. You haven't seen him in so many years. Don't you miss him? Chun Ji fell silent for a few seconds before continuing, while the woman shot him a deep glance, her tone tinged with self-mockery. Don't tell me you think that now that he has succeeded, our family can bask in his glory. I married you when he was 7. After so many years of silence, he must hate me for being his mother. Chun Ji, having his thoughts exposed, smiled awkwardly, but did not deny it. Instead, he advised, you shouldn't think that way. After all, you are his biological mother, and blood ties cannot be severed. He is still young and innocent. If you go back and share your hardships with him and shed a few tears, how could he not forgive you? Moreover, even if you don't think of yourself, you should consider Bao and Bao. They are Li Yang's biological younger brothers. Once Liang graduates from university, he should be able to secure a stable job and become an official. By then, relations will ease, and Bao and Bao will surely receive more support. And if he achieves great success in the future, he might easily help his brothers, sparing Bao and Bao from having to toil in the fields for a lifetime. Chun Ji's words swayed the woman somewhat. She pondered inwardly. Yes, I am his biological mother. I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. If he succeeds, he should honor me. After self-hypnotizing, the woman immediately said, then I will go see him tomorrow. By the way, give me some money. It would be inappropriate to go empty-handed. Seeing his wife finally agree, Chen Ji smiled brightly and replied readily, no problem, he'll give you 20 yuan later to buy some fruits and snacks to take with you. You two should have a good chat. There's no need to hurry back, just get closer. In the oldly residence of Zhongshan town, a faint aura of bygone times lingered. The hustle and bustle of the graduation banquet had long dissipated. Liang had stayed in the old residence for a few more days, fully aware that future endeavors would be busy, and with his impending departure to the capital for school, the chances of returning to live in the old house again would be few and far between. In the past 2 days, he specifically visited the graves of his grandparents and father. Before the graves, the grass and trees were lush, and he stood quietly, slowly recounting the achievements he had gained during this period, hoping that his relatives beneath the 9 springs would find solace in his success and ensure a smooth path ahead. In the past, Liang was a staunch atheist, but the bizarre experience of rebirth that had truly happened to him made it impossible for him to remain certain about the affairs of the world. Ultimately, the elders were right. It is better to believe that there is than to believe that there isn't. From now on, it is wise to hold a sense of reverence in one's heart. On this day, Liang meticulously tidied up the old house, planning to leave for good. He would not linger in the county town, intending to head straight to the capital after returning first to purchase a few properties there, laying a solid foundation for his future college life. But just as he stepped out of the old residence's gate and raised his hand to lock it, a figure slowly approached him from the mouth of the alley on the street. It was a middle-aged woman with a face weathered by hardship, her features etched with the toil and fatigue of time. The hidden bodyguards surrounding her instantly tensed, their eyes locking onto the woman like sharp blades ready to strike with thunderous force at the slightest sign of unusual behavior. Are you Xiaoyang? The woman stopped about 5 or 6 meters away from Liang, her voice tinged with apprehension and tentative inquiry as she softly called out. Liang turned at the sound, sizing up the unfamiliar woman before responding in a flat tone. Auntie, who are you? A single word, auntie, caused the woman's face to flush crimson. Her lips trembled as she stammered, my name is Yang Xiaoyu. I don't know if your grandparents or aunts have mentioned me to you. Hearing this name, Li Yang's body jolted as if struck by lightning. Yang Xiaoyu was a name both familiar and unfamiliar to him. Familiar as she was his biological mother, unfamiliar as since her departure all those years ago this was their first meeting in both his past and present life. Even in his past life where he lived until his 40s, Yang Xiaoyu had never appeared to seek him out, and he, knowing the importance of face, had never disturbed her. Li Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within, and asked in a cold tone, what do you want? Xiaoyang, Mom heard you got into college, so I came back to see you specially. Mom has always known you were smart since you were little, destined for success. Look, I even brought you some fruit and pastries. Yang Xiaoyu seemed to instantly assume the role of a mother, raising the somewhat meager gifts in her hands, while speaking affectionately, as though they had never been separated, as if they always accompanied each other. Li Yang's lips quivered slightly, thousands of words stuck in his throat, unsure of what to say to this woman before him. In truth, he had never resented Yang Xiaoyu for remarrying. Li Yang's father had passed away early, and Yang Xiaoyu was just in her early 20s at that time. It was unrealistic to expect a young woman to remain a widow for a lifetime. She had the right to pursue her own happiness. But what Li Yang could never let go of was that the family she remarried was clearly in the same county, merely a few dozen miles apart, yet she could resolutely ignore him for over a decade, as if she had never given birth to him. This matter had become an insurmountable hurdle in his heart, something he could never forgive in this lifetime. Thank you for your kindness, but please take your things back. Since you chose never to meet again, why appear now? Li Yang's voice held no warmth, only a sense of distance. Xiaoyang, Mom knows you hate me, but you must also understand my hardships. Your father left early, your grandparents are unwell, and our family was so poor we could hardly make ends meet. I truly had no choice but to leave. I'm sorry, as long as you can forgive me, I am willing to do anything. Yang Xiaoyu was stung by Li Yang's coldness, immediately reddening her eyes and bursting into tears, appearing as if she were the one who had suffered immense grievances. Li Yang took another deep breath, repressing the sourness and anger within, clearly stating, I do not blame you for remarrying. You have the right to seek your own happiness. But you married in this county, and in these past years have you ever come to see me even once? I'm also aware of your purpose for coming today. It's merely because you've heard I've been accepted into college and think there's hope for me, so you wish to mend the relationship. You don't need to recount your hardships. Had I known this day would come, why did you act as you did in the past? Even if you had come to see me once a year, we wouldn't have reached this point today. You should leave. I will make it clear for the rest of my life, I will never forgive you. He paused, his voice chillingly cold, and added word by word, my mother died when I was 7. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Yang no longer looked at her and turned to walk directly towards the car parked not far away. Yang Xiaoyu, seeing this, hurriedly tried to chase after him, but was blocked by 2 burly men. The bodyguards' expressions were indifferent, their tone carrying an undeniable threat. Ma'am, don't make things difficult for yourself. You reap what you sow. From now on, keep your distance from our Yongo. You are his biological mother, so he naturally won't harm you, but if you insist on entangling yourself, you might want to consider the safety of your family. Watching Liang leave in the car, the two bodyguards finally released their hold and turned to get into other vehicles following after him, leaving Yang Xiaoyu standing there in a daze. She felt utterly confused and bewildered. Others said Li Yang had merely gotten into college, but why did he have such powerful subordinates and such luxurious cars beside him? Moreover, she understood the bodyguard's words. If she persisted in her pursuit, it might bring disaster upon her family. In the car, Li Yang's thoughts remained tumultuous. He could never have imagined that the person who had disappeared for over a decade would suddenly appear in such a manner, and that this person was the one closest to him by blood. He turned to gaze out of the window, his thoughts instantly drifting back to the winter when he was 7 years old. It was a day of heavy snowfall. After breakfast, Yang Xiaoyu had resolutely walked out of the house with a package in hand. The young him had followed behind, crying out for his mother repeatedly, yet she never looked back at him even once. This scene had become the deepest pain etched in his heart across both his past and present lives. Li Yang was never a person with a broad mind. Since Yang Xiaoyu chose to abandon him and chose to ignore him back, then they would never recognize each other again in this lifetime. At most, when she grew old and frail, he might give her some living expenses each month to prevent her from ending up on the streets, but to think she could share in his glory and enjoy his fortune, that was simply out of the question for this lifetime. After returning to the county town, Li Yang first greeted several aunts, saying he would go to the capital early to familiarize himself with the environment, so his family need not worry. He then invited Deng Yu to dinner and informed her of his plan to go to the capital. Deng Yu said little else, only gently reminding him to be extra cautious being alone in a foreign place. She also mentioned that her parents would take her to school for registration as the school year approached, and given their current relationship, it was not yet time for them to formally meet each other's families. The next morning, Li Yang set off to the capital accompanied by a group of bodyguards. The convoy of 5 cars moved steadily along the road, and with such an imposing presence, no brazen robbers dared to cause trouble along the way. After 2 days of travel, the convoy finally entered the territory of the capital smoothly. The capital of the 1990s exuded a charm woven from both the old and the new. The deep alleys with green bricks and gray tiles stood adjacent to newly constructed modern buildings where the essence of daily life was both substantial and vibrant, greeting passersby. Chang'an Street was wide and well-maintained with traffic not overly congested. The luxury cars that would later become common were rare here. The streets were predominantly filled with green delivery vans, old Santana cars, and a steady flow of bicycles, their bells ringing in a lively symphony. Most cyclists wore plain jackets or zhongshan suits, while young girls sported neat ponytails and floral shirts, their faces radiant with youthful vitality. The streets of Qianmen and Wangfujing were bustling with crowds, with shop signs mainly featuring simple red backgrounds and white text rarely adorned with flashy decorations. The markets at Chongwenmen and Dongdan were alive with voices, fresh fruits and vegetables, as well as beef and lamb neatly arranged. Vendors called out cheerfully, while customers haggled softly, reflecting a thriving daily life. Street-side breakfast stalls were shrouded in steam, with the aromas of fried dough, fermented bean juice, and jjiang noodles wafting through the air. Golden and crispy youtiao, along with a bowl of hot soy milk, could warm a chilly morning. At that time, the capital still lacked the dense skyline of skyscrapers. The ancient structures of the Forbidden City Bell Tower and Drum Tower remained the city's hallmark, their red walls and yellow tiles appearing solemn and dignified under the sun. Utility poles along the street were strung with crisscrossing wires. Bus stops were simple and unadorned, and old buses passed by slowly, revealing vibrant faces peering out through the windows. The entire city radiated a warm, slow-paced charm, with no hurried footsteps or chaotic noise, only the peacefulness of life in the marketplace. As Li Yang's convoy slowly passed through the streets, they too were immersed in the rich atmosphere of old Beijing. Just then, in the morning light, they decided to get out of the car and found a street-side breakfast shop to sit down and eat. However, it must be said that the taste of old Beijing's fermented bean juice is not something everyone can accept. In his past life, Li Yang had seen many people on short videos attempting to try fermented bean juice, only to fail miserably. Not believing in the local delicacy, he took a sip, and as soon as it hit his mouth, he couldn't help but vomit profusely, truly experiencing the power of this authentic flavor. After breakfast, Li Yang and his companions found a hotel to check in and rest. The next day, he first sent his subordinates out to scout for housing information, while he took a few people to Capital Normal University, where he would be lounging for the next 4 years. Capital Normal University is located on Zisanhuan North Road in Haidian District, adjacent to the National Library and Ziziyuan Park, and is part of the core area densely populated with prestigious universities like Beijing Normal University, Peking University, and Tsinghua University. Li Yang had the driver stop at the university gate, and then, accompanied by Zhou Kong and 2 others, strolled into the campus. Although it was summer vacation, the campus was far from deserted. Most university students of this era came from ordinary backgrounds traveling from all corners of the country to pursue their studies. For those returning home, the round-trip fare was a significant expense. Thus, many students chose to stay on campus during the summer vacation, taking on part-time jobs in their spare time to help alleviate their family's financial burden. Walking through the campus, students dressed plainly and exuding youthful energy could be seen bustling about. Liang inquired about the locations of the dormitories and cafeteria and headed straight there. The dormitories were old buildings constructed in the 1960s and 70s, not more than 5 or 6 stories tall, with a simple structure. Inside the dormitories, there were mostly 6 to 8 person rooms, all equipped with iron bunk beds, cement floors painted with whitewashed walls, and each person had a storage locker, mostly wooden, with a few metal ones, along with a narrow wooden table shared by 2 people. Compared to later generations, the conditions were indeed quite rudimentary. The cafeteria was a single-story dining hall with a cement floor and white walls furnished with rows of long wooden tables and benches. The setting was simple, yet it exuded a unique campus atmosphere. What pleased Liang, however, was the affordability of the cafeteria's meals. A bowl of rice cost only 2 cents, a steamed bun cost 3 cents, most vegetarian dishes range from 30 to 50 cents, and semi-meat dishes, like tomato scrambled eggs and green pepper stir-fried pork, were only 60 to 80 cents. Even fully meat dishes like braised pork, braised fish, and 4 happiness meatballs cost only 1 to 1.50, making it incredibly cheap. After getting a general idea of the campus situation, Liang returned to the hotel. Meanwhile, the bodyguards who had gone out to gather information had worked hard all morning and brought back several listings of properties for sale. But at that moment, Liang suddenly remembered that buying a house in the capital during this time was not that simple. The current new housing sales in the capital were only open to residents with local household registrations, and since he did not have a local household registration, he lacked even the qualification to purchase a house. At this time, resolving the household registration issue had become an urgent matter. Seeing Liang frowning slightly, the bodyguard responsible for gathering information stepped forward and said, "Brother Yang, are you worried about the household registration?" "Actually, there's no need to worry. I have already found out that besides local housing, one can also purchase foreign sales housing in the capital, which does not require a local household registration. However, there are 2 conditions. One is that you need to have foreign nationality, and the other is that the price is high. Currently, local housing costs about 2,000 per square meter, while foreign sales housing costs over 1,000 US dollars per square meter. Converting to Chinese currency already exceeds 10,000, so the cost effectiveness is not high. As for settling in the capital, there are mainly 3 routes. One is for university graduates to stay on campus or to receive an offer from a unit with a quota for moving to the capital, which allows direct settlement. The second is talent introduction through a special approval channel, but this requires being a high-end talent who has made outstanding contributions to the country. The last option, which is the most suitable for us, is investment settlement. We can invest in establishing a factory in the capital under the name of Hong Kong-funded Ryu International Investment Company. Once the project is confirmed, the company's management personnel and technical backbone can go through the special approval channel for investment attraction and settle directly in the capital. Liang's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Investment settlement was undoubtedly the most fitting solution to his current predicament. At that time, the whole country was making a concerted effort to attract investment, and the capital was no exception. To entice foreign investment, various favorable policies were introduced, and investment settlement was one of them. Such policies might not matter to genuine foreign investors, but Liang found them very appealing. As someone who returned from a later generation, he understood better than anyone the weight of a household registration in the capital. Not to mention the countless hidden benefits. Just the treatment of local low-income households in the capital far exceeds that of ordinary workers in many other regions. Securing a household registration in the capital early on was undoubtedly a move with all benefits and no drawbacks. Having formed an idea, Liang took out his mobile phone and directly dialed Zhang Wei in Gangqing. 2 months later, relying on his extraordinary physical condition, Zhang Wei had fully recovered from his injuries and was discharged from the hospital. He remained in Gangqing, fully controlling the VCD and DVD business. Upon seeing Liang's number, he immediately answered with respect in his tone, "Brother Yang, how have things been lately?" Liang asked indifferently. "Business is still booming. I am currently negotiating with several agents from Europe and America for cooperation. Once successful, it will bring in a substantial profit." Zhang Wei replied. "Good job." Liang nodded slightly. "By the way, I am now in Jingqing and have something to entrust to you. Brother Yang, just say the word. You need to start assembling an investment team immediately using the name of Ryu International Investment Company. Once the team is formed, come directly to Jingqing. I plan to acquire land and invest in building a factory here." "Understood, Brother Yang. I will take care of it right away. Within 3 days, I will bring the team to you." Zhang Wei had always been known for his strong execution. "All right, that's settled." 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhang Wei's efficiency was unquestionable. As soon as the deadline approached, a professional investment team that he personally recruited appeared right on time before Liang. This team consisted of over a dozen Hong Kong residents, including industry analysts, lawyers, accountants, and other professionals. The only one with a unique identity was the team leader, a loyal subordinate of Liang who had now acquired Hong Kong residency and outwardly appeared as a completely legitimate Hong Kong businessman. The intention was obvious to firmly establish Ryu International Investment as a Hong Kong-funded enterprise. During these 2 days, Liang was also busy. He had people scout the most suitable locations for building factories in Jingcheng, while he focused on studying the system's mall, browsing through the products within, and pondering how to approach the next phase. However, as he looked through the options, Liang found himself facing a dilemma of choice. The system was filled with an abundance of excellent products. Even if only those technologies and products suitable for this era were provided, any one of them based on current foreign technological levels would certainly cause a sensation domestically. Of course, the risks were equally enormous. Items that were too advanced or disruptive could easily attract attention from higher authorities, even exposing himself, which was completely contrary to his low-key developmental strategy. After much contemplation, Liang ultimately focused on categories that promised high profits, moderate scale, and would not disrupt the larger situation. In the end, he indeed found what he was looking for. Super pet machines. In his past life, this was a childhood memory for generations, quickly becoming a global sensation after being released by Wanda. Essentially, it was a portable electronic pet with core gameplay revolving around hatching, growing, feeding, cleaning, playing, getting sick, dying, and being reborn. The device was compact, capable of being made in egg-shaped keychain or watch styles, easily carried around. The biggest selling point: raising pets anytime, anywhere without the need for cleaning up waste or spending extra money. For an era not yet bombarded by various video games, this product was a significant breakthrough. What pleased Liang even more was that the production lines in the system mall were extremely comprehensive, with first, second, third, and fourth generations all available. In his view, the first generation model was too rudimentary, so he decided to go directly for the second generation model. Compared to the first generation, the second generation was much more refined, featuring color screen sound effects and lights, and the pets were no longer singular, offering 4 different choices. Once launched, it would surely be more popular among children. Besides the electronic pet machines, Liang turned his attention to computer assembly. In later years, many domestic computer giants started from assembling machines. As a reborn individual, he understood better than anyone that computers and the internet were the next big trend. Currently, computers are considered luxury items for both individuals and enterprises, with even the cheapest ones costing nearly 10,000 yuan. For an average person's monthly salary of a few hundred yuan, it would take years of not eating or drinking to afford one. Yet everyone can see that computers are essential for the future. Businesses need upgrades, offices need equipment, and families need them for studying. The demand is evident, and no matter how expensive, people will still buy. Those major domestic brands, to put it bluntly, all follow the same path. Foreign imported components, domestic assembly, selling under local brands. Of course, it's not that they don't want to develop their own, but during this era, domestic technology levels are indeed lagging behind. But Liang was different. He had the system. Although the current capabilities of the system mall could not bypass the monopolistic patents of those foreign giants to remanufacture new computer hardware. The prices for computer hardware produced by major companies in the system mall, however, were absurdly low. For patented products like CPUs, hard drives, and graphics cards, which are tightly controlled by foreign companies, the system offered prices that were merely 1/5 of the foreign factory price, while the performance remained identical. This means that even if the cost of assembling a computer abroad is 5,000, which is the factory price, Liang would only need 1,000. With this alone, Liang could easily compress profits and lower prices, forcing all domestic computer manufacturers into a corner. Even if foreign brands entered, they would be crushed. As for the most troublesome patent issues, Liang had a solution. All hardware he would first retrieve from the system mall in Ganqing, then officially declare and pay the full taxes entering the mainland as imported goods. Moreover, he specifically confirmed with the system. After purchasing system hardware, he could replace all foreign manufacturer logos with his own independent brand without affecting performance. For example, an Intel CPU originally marked with Intel could be directly swapped for his own brand. Not only that, the system could also completely erase the original manufacturer's identification codes from information and chip electronic signatures from the hardware, clearing everything from the physical shell to the underlying data, turning it into brand new hardware with no original manufacturer information. In this way, even if those monopolistic patent giants were suspicious, they would have no way to handle him. Sue him. You could at most claim similar performance, but beyond that there would be no evidence to prove that these items were produced by you. As for the source, sorry, commercial secret. Ultimately, Liang finalized the plan. The new factory would be jointly established by Ryu International Investment and Chaoyang Technology, simultaneously launching 2 projects, electronic pet machines and computer assembly. Ryu International would provide the technology and production lines, while Chaoyang Technology would handle domestic production and operations. At the same time, the loyal subordinates also relayed the news. They had found the most suitable location for building the factory. In the suburbs of Beijing, Yizhuang. Yizhuang was a newly approved development zone this year, currently still desolate and in urgent need of large investment projects. The area had vast empty land and extremely low prices, allowing Li Yong to acquire a large area of land at a very low cost initially. With the trump card in his hand, the system Triad technology was destined to grow into a colossal entity. By acquiring more land now, they would not be hindered by land constraints when expanding production or launching new projects in the future. More critically, Yizhuang was adjacent to the Jingjing-Tang Expressway, making it very close to Tianjin and the customs, significantly reducing logistics costs. Moreover, the development zone implemented an on-stop approval system, eliminating the need to run around various departments for a single stamp, ensuring high efficiency. While Jingxing had other options, those locations were saturated with large enterprises, and the policy support was far less favorable than that of the newly initiated Yizhuang. Li Yang's entry now was akin to providing timely assistance in a snowstorm. In this society where relationships matter, establishing connections and laying down groundwork early on would yield far more hidden benefits in the future compared to mere figures on paper. The next morning, Li Yang led the investment team to the Yizhuang Development Zone Administrative Committee. At that moment, Yizhuang was still a barren land. The further they went from the city, the sparser the buildings became. Tall skyscrapers gradually turned into low flat houses. Beyond that there lay endless fields. The dirt road was bumpy, and outside the window patches of lush green wheat fields flashed by, with the occasional village sending up wisps of smoke. "Mr. Lee, this place is too remote, isn't it?" A Hong Kong analyst couldn't help but speak up. "Building a factory here, wouldn't that be too risky?" Liang, however, merely curled his lips into a slight smile and replied calmly, "Remote is what makes it affordable. Desolate is what gives it a future." The others seemed to understand, but dared not ask further. After more than half an hour, the car finally drove into a piece of freshly leveled land. A huge sign reading, Beijing Yizhuang Industrial Park, stood at the entrance, its paint still wet, next to a makeshift office building of the administrative committee. At this moment, the committee members had already received the news, and a group of people resembling officials stood at the door, eagerly awaiting their arrival. In 1992, Yizhuang had just been established, and it was unknown and lacked enterprises and tax revenue, truly impoverished. There was constant pressure from above for progress, and below the officials were anxious, nearly begging for the boss to come and invest. Yesterday, they had suddenly heard that a major investor from Hong Kong was coming to inspect, causing the entire committee to buzz with excitement. "Mr. Lee, Mr. Lee, we have been waiting for you." The director of the committee personally came to greet them, gripping Li Yang's hand tightly, his face flushed with excitement. "I am Wang Jiangwo, the director of the Yizhuang Industrial Park Committee." "No need to be so polite, Director Wang." Li Yang reciprocated with a smile, and then introduced the leader of the Hong Kong investment team, Lu Jian, a Hong Kong operative. Wang Jiangwo welcomed Lu Jian with the same enthusiasm. Then Wang Jiangwo discreetly glanced over the well-dressed Hong Kong team behind Li Yang and became increasingly convinced this was a big fish. The group then walked along the planned route of the development zone, while Wang Jiangwo enthusiastically introduced Mr. Lee. "Do not be fooled by the current state of this land. It will definitely become the southeastern gateway of the capital. We are adjacent to the Jingjing-Tang Expressway, making it very convenient to reach Tianjin and the customs. Moreover, our development zone offers the most favorable policies, on-stop approvals, tax reductions, and low land prices. As long as you come, we can negotiate the terms." Li Yang listened intently without expressing his opinion first, but his gaze swept across the entire barren land. Perhaps in the eyes of others this was a remote farmland. Yet in his eyes this would become the Beijing Economic and Technological Development Zone, a prime location where countless giant enterprises would cluster. "Director Wang," Li Yang stopped walking, his voice calm, "I won't waste words. How big is this piece of land?" Wang Jiangwo was taken aback for a moment and quickly replied, "Mr. Li, we are currently in the initial area of the Yizhuang Development Zone, which covers about 383 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to 5745 mu." Li Yang nodded upon hearing this and said, "Over 5,000 mu, that's acceptable. I'll take it all." Wang Jiangwo was momentarily stunned and after a few seconds stammered, "Mr. Li, did you just say you want all of it?" "Yes, all of it," Li Yang pointed around. "I want all parts that can be designated for industrial use here." Boom. Wang Jiangwo's mind went blank, standing frozen in place. The officials beside him were equally dumbfounded. They had originally thought the other party would rent only 20 to 30 mu to set up a small factory. Instead, this young Mr. Lee, with his excessive youth, had directly proposed to take over the entire initial area of the development zone. "Mr. Lee, are you sure you're not joking?" Wang Jiangwo regained his senses and asked with a trembling voice. Li Yang glanced at Wang Jiangwo and smiled. "Director Wang, we are setting up a joint venture company, simultaneously launching 2 projects, electronic consumer goods and computer production lines. This investment will not be less than 300 million Hong Kong dollars. Do you think I would joke about such a sum? Of course, the investment will be in batches, and an initial 200 million has already been transferred to my Chaoyang Technology domestic account. 300 million, still in Hong Kong dollars. How much is that in US dollars?" Wang Jiangwo felt his heart racing, nearly bursting out of his throat. This was not just a big fish, it was clearly a whale that had just crashed through the door. Rest assured, Mr. Li. Wang Jiangwo immediately patted his chest. I will approve the land matter for you right away. The price will definitely be the lowest in the entire capital. We will handle all the paperwork and you just need to sign and stamp. We'll take care of everything else. Li Yong nodded in satisfaction. This was also one of the reasons he chose Yizhuang. Helping in times of need is always better than adding flowers to the cake. At this moment, Yizhuang was seeking his investment, but once Yizhuang rose in the future, these people would not be so easy to deal with. Please prepare the land contract as soon as possible, Li Yong instructed. Additionally, I need to apply for the production license for electronic products and the import and export rights in the name of the joint venture company. I hope all procedures can be completed within a week. No problem. Wang Jiangwo immediately agreed. I assure you we will get everything done within a week. Lu Jian stood silently beside them, merely a decorative figure following Yonggu, only needing to charge ahead. At noon, Wang Jiangwo warmly invited Li Yong and his group to have a meal with the staff of the Yizhuang Management Committee. During the meal, they discussed various social niceties without needing many words. After the meal, Li Yong and his companions drove away. Once Li Yong and his group had walked far, Wang Jiangwo wasted no time and immediately drove to the city center. He needed to report today's investment matters to the mayor of Kyoto City. Inside the mayor's office in Kyoto City, upon hearing that a Hong Kong businessman was determined to invest in Yizhuang to build a factory with an investment amount reaching 300 million Hong Kong dollars, even the usually calm mayor couldn't help but flush with excitement. This was 300 million Hong Kong dollars, equivalent to nearly 40 million US dollars. It should be noted that the entire country's foreign exchange reserves were still less than 20 billion US dollars at present. For the country to develop and catch up, it relied heavily on foreign exchange. Due to the technological gap, if the country wanted to accelerate its development, it had to import high-end equipment, precision machinery, and advanced technology from abroad. 20 billion in foreign exchange seemed like a large amount, but when spread across the various aspects of national development, it was merely a drop in the bucket. In this era, any effort to attract foreign investment and generate foreign exchange for the country was a significant achievement. However, the mayor, being prudent, did not let this sudden good news cloud his judgment. He steadied himself and looked at Wang Jiangwo with a serious expression. Director, Wang, has the identity of the other party been verified? Such a large investment cannot simply be made by an ordinary small company. Recently, many provinces and cities had reported scams with criminals posing as foreign investors, specifically targeting areas eager for investment, taking advantage of them for food and money. While attracting investment is of utmost importance, we absolutely cannot allow those with ulterior motives to take advantage of us. Mayor, rest assured this investor is definitely reliable. Wang Jiangwo quickly responded, his tone confident. When they initially called to express their investment intentions, I thoroughly inquired about their background. The Hong Kong investor is Riyue International Investment Company, and the mainland partner is Chaoyang Technology Company. Chaoyang Technology has been registered domestically, and their business information can easily be verified. As for the Hong Kong side, I also had people verify it multiple times, and the company qualifications are completely legitimate. Moreover, these two companies are currently thriving in Hong Kong, with their main business being high-tech products like VCDs, which are all the rage in the Southeast Asian market, boasting booming sales and substantial profits. They are fully capable of providing the 300 million Hong Kong dollar investment. Upon hearing this, the mayor let out a long sigh of relief, his previously anxious heart now completely at ease. That's good, that's good. With scammers rampant these days, if something were to go wrong, it wouldn't just damage the city's reputation, but also hinder the momentum of attracting investment. Since we have confirmed their strength, we must do everything possible to secure this investment in Yizhuang. By the way, do you know what specific projects they intend to invest in? The other party made it clear that they want to invest in electronic products and computer assembly projects, both of which align with the technological industry positioning of the park. Wang Jiangwo replied. The mayor nodded, slightly showing approval. They are quality investors. You can negotiate with confidence. Should you encounter any insurmountable problems, feel free to report to me at any time. The city will provide full support and coordination. Thank you for your support, Mayor. I will do my utmost to ensure the project is smoothly implemented, and I will not let your trust down, nor will I disappoint the Hong Kong investors. Wang Jiangwo couldn't hide his joy and made a solemn promise. Good. The mayor paused and added, once the factory is built and operational, remember to notify me. I will personally come over for an inspection. Understood. I will keep you updated promptly. With the full support of the mayor of Kyoto City, Wang Jiangwo's efficiency in handling matters was remarkable. The originally cumbersome various approval procedures were completed within just 3 days, and he immediately informed Li Yang of the news. On Li Yang's side, after finalizing the investment intentions, he began to carry out the preliminary preparation work. The 300 million Hong Kong dollar investment that Wang Jiangwo mentioned was by no means an empty promise. A significant part of the reason for this massive investment lay in land acquisition. Although the land price in the industrial park was much lower than the market price, it was not dirt cheap either. To obtain the land use right, 4 fees had to be paid. The first was the land transfer fee, which constituted the core price for land use. At that time, the land transfer fee for industrial land in Yizhuang ranged from 10,000 to 16,000 yuan per mu. If Li Yong aimed to push for a lower price, he could indeed obtain the minimum price of 10,000 yuan per mu, but such a tactic would be overly unreasonable. Hence, the final agreed-upon land transfer fee was set at 12,000 yuan per mu. The second was the municipal infrastructure fee, charged at 15 of the transfer fee used for constructing roads, water supply, electricity supply, and sewage main pipeline in the park, approximately 1,800 yuan per mu. The third was the four-source construction fee covering water, electricity, gas, and heat connections to ensure the supply of energy. Each fee was calculated at the minimum standard, bringing the total cost per mu of land to 24,000 yuan. Moreover, the park also made it clear that regardless of whether the land was raw or developed, the price would be the same. Raw land refers to undeveloped land, while developed land refers to land that has completed all basic constructions and is ready for factory construction. At this time, the park has over 2,000 mu of developed land, and the price of 24,000 per mu barely covers the basic construction costs per mu for the park, which shows the park is offering its maximum sincerity. In addition, all policies were fully implemented without exception. This time, Li Yong planned to acquire more than 5,700 mu of land, with just the land price reaching nearly 140 million yuan. Adding the costs for factory construction, production facilities, procurement, and preliminary operations, the overall initial investment could exceed 200 million. This massive funding was still coordinated by Zhang Wei. In recent days, Zhang Wei successfully secured exclusive agents in Europe and America. The exclusive agency rights brought substantial agency fees, easily covering the investment needed this time. Additionally, Li Yong planned to take another trip to Hong Kong City during this time to advance subsequent plans. The production line for electronic pet machines and various hardware needed for computer assembly required Li Yong to go there to purchase from the system mall and then return through proper procedures. Furthermore, Li Yong also called the Sui County to mobilize the Death Soldiers engineering team to enter Beijing to begin the construction of the factory and various facilities, summoning a total of 500 people. Combined with the Death Soldiers he had accumulated in the capital over the past few days, the total number of soldiers involved in the construction reached nearly 1,000, all aimed at completing the factory as swiftly as possible. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. During these days, Li Yong had been working tirelessly, hardly taking a moment to rest. On the very day he obtained the land use rights, he immediately set off for Port City. Zhang Wei had already followed his instructions and rented several large warehouses in the area. As soon as Li Yong arrived in Port City, he headed straight to the warehouse location. At this moment, the warehouses were guarded and patrolled by the Death Warriors under Wang Lin of the Qinglong Society, ensuring tight security and maintaining secrecy, while guaranteeing the safety of the goods and preventing any accidents. Upon entering the warehouse, Li Yong began to prepare for production. He first purchased a complete production line for 10 sets of electronic pet machines from the system mall, which included a bonding machine, a black glue dispensing machine, a curing oven, a small tin furnace, power signal testing tools, screen pressing fixtures, assembly lines, and finished product aging test benches. Next, he bulk purchased core raw materials such as color screens, 8-bit microcontroller chips, and infrared modules. It wasn't that he didn't want to produce the raw materials himself, but the current conditions did not allow for it. Take the small 8-bit microcontroller chip, for example. The manufacturing process is extremely stringent, requiring a complete set of high-end equipment, including a photolithography machine, etching machine, ion implantation machine, thin film deposition equipment, cleaning machine, and testing machine, with no parts missing. However, considering the photolithography machines, given the current technological level in the country, it is impossible to produce models capable of mass-producing 8-bit MCU chips. The few imported machines available on the market are all outdated products discarded by foreign countries, leaving them in a bottleneck situation. Li Yong could exchange for the most advanced models from the system, but such cutting-edge equipment, once it crosses the border, would inevitably attract significant attention from various parties. It was uncertain whether he could successfully obtain it, and he would be exposed. Moreover, wanting to manufacture chips requires more than just a photolithography machine. It also necessitates high-purity silicon wafers, special chemical reagents, and a professional technical team. Missing any link would prevent production, and none of this was available domestically. It was unreasonable to invest $1 billion to build a wafer factory just for a chip that only costs a little over 20 yuan. No matter how you calculated it, it was bound to be a loss. In the future, if his strength was sufficient, he might consider entering the wafer industry, but for now his funds were limited. Even with a 1/3 discount on the factory price from the system mall, he could not afford such a massive investment. As for the color screens, the manufacturing difficulty was comparable to that of the chips, and building a production line would also cost over $1 billion with no upper limit, while directly purchasing finished single chips would only cost 50 yuan. Purchasing existing products from the system required only 1/3 of the factory price, making the advantages and disadvantages clear at a glance. Li Yong was not without a sense of national pride, but he believed that one must act within their means. If he hadn't established a solid foundation, yet recklessly venturing into a capital-intensive field would only lead to disaster. His primary goal at this moment was to quickly accumulate capital, strengthen his power, and elevate the system's level. Once he had enough confidence and assurance, he could then engage in more meaningful endeavors that would contribute to the development of the country. After finalizing the preparations for the production of the super pet machines, Li Yong turned his attention to computer hardware. According to the original plan, he would brand all the core hardware, such as high-end CPUs, hard drives, and displays purchased from the system, with his self-created CY Electronic brand label, completely erasing any association with the original manufacturers, while ensuring that the hardware performance was identical to the original products. He then purchased production lines for hardware, such as friction wheel resistive mice cases and keyboards. It is worth mentioning that this friction wheel resistive mouse belongs to a completely new technological solution, which is entirely different from the mainstream rolling ball mouse structure on the market. Not only is it cheaper and easier to produce, but it also allows for early patent applications, enabling stable technical revenue in the future through patent licensing. In addition, Li Yong also purchased a large number of engineering machinery equipment, such as excavators and bulldozers for use by the Death Warrior engineering team. After a whole afternoon of busy work, the several large warehouses were filled with equipment and raw materials, and only then did Li Yong walk out of the warehouse. These goods would be shipped by sea to Tianjin port the next day, and then transferred to the Yizhuang factory area. The entire process would take about half a month, by which time the first batch of factory buildings should also have been completed, perfectly accommodating this batch of goods for seamless production. After arranging the sea transport, Li Yong hurried back to the capital to receive the Death Warrior Corps that was gradually assembling. Long before the Death Warriors from Su Xin set off for the capital, Li Yong had already instructed those refreshing in the capital to build simple dormitories in the industrial park to accommodate the continuously expanding team. Thanks to his advanced planning and the strong execution of the Death Warriors, rows of simple dormitories were already completed by the time he returned, allowing a large number of Death Warriors to settle in and alleviating the accommodation worries of everyone. Moreover, since the scale of the industrial park project was vast, even if the number of Death Warriors multiplied several times, there would still be plenty of work to do. After Li Yong returned to the capital, the comprehensive construction of the Yizhuang Industrial Park officially commenced. The Death Soldier Construction Corps under Li Yong gradually arrived in the capital, and the Yizhuang area immediately entered the fast construction phase, transforming into a bustling giant construction site overnight. The various basic building materials required for the construction were all facilitated by the director of the management committee, Wang Jiangwo, who contracted them to partners, allowing the Death Soldier engineering team to focus solely on the construction without the burden of trivial matters. The current construction leaders of the area are two newly promoted third-level Death Soldiers named Wang Tao and Li Fei, who were just upgraded by Li Yong in the past 2 weeks. Given the scale of the project, Li Yong certainly wouldn't let two novices lead recklessly, so he specially hired a professional engineer to guide the two, leveraging the exceptional learning abilities of third-level Death Soldiers to help them quickly gain practical experience. Once this project is completed, the two will surely be able to stand on their own, and in the future, when Li Yong ventures into the real estate industry, he will have his trusted team. As for letting these third-level Death Soldiers take the college entrance examination, that is a plan for next year. For now, they naturally have to work hard for the wealthy Li. With the various matters of the construction site organized, Li Yang's university life was about to begin. On the eve of school, he finally completed an important matter, buying a house in Kyoto. Investing in a factory was originally a strategic move by Li Yong to obtain the qualification to purchase property in the capital. Calling it an effort for a plate of vinegar would not be an exaggeration. Fortunately, the outcome was very satisfactory. After the project was established, the management committee was particularly generous, directly granting him 50 residency quotas in the capital. Li Yong kept one for himself and allocated the rest to his Death Soldiers. With residency in the capital, the restrictions on buying a house were easily resolved. He secured 550 square meters of commercial housing according to the highest purchasing standard of 30 square meters per person within the second ring road, plus a 4-hall courtyard of over 700 square meters. As long as one has the qualification to purchase, the related procedures for the area of the house can be processed. This courtyard was purchased from a couple preparing to move to America. The property rights were complete, and the total cost was less than 400,000 RMB. Although this amount was astronomical in 1992, looking ahead decades later, the average price per square meter for courtyards within the second ring road would be at least 200,000, with the total price of this small courtyard easily exceeding 100 million. If there are any reborn individuals arriving in this era with no other memories of wealth accumulation, there would be no better investment than hoarding properties within the inner ring of Kyoto. After finalizing the real estate, Li Yong immediately dispatched a team of Death Soldiers to begin repairs and renovations. The commercial housing had a short construction period and could be occupied in about half a month, while the courtyard required extensive renovations and would take about 3 months to complete. On September 1st, 1992, universities nationwide welcomed the new semester, and after finishing his tasks, Li Yong officially began his university life. Zhou Kong and the other 3 death soldiers were all admitted to key universities. Military training started 2 weeks early, and they had already checked in. All of them received full scholarships based on their own merits, so Li Yong didn't have to worry at all. On the morning of the first day of school, Li Yong arrived at the entrance of Capital Normal University, where the scene was bustling with new students checking in and parents bidding farewell. Not far away, teachers and upperclassmen were busy assisting new students with registration, with prominent signs for various majors clearly visible behind them. Amidst the crowd, Li Yong couldn't help but sigh. As expected of a teacher training institution, the number of girls far outnumbered the boys. He roughly assessed that this year's male-to-female ratio among new students was nearly 2 to 8, with 8 out of 10 being girls. After a moment of reflection, Li Yong walked straight to the registration desk for his major. At that time, most students in teacher training colleges would choose majors that guaranteed job placement and had government subsidies. Majors like Chinese language and literature, which were more laid back, had fewer applicants, so it didn't take long for him to be called. Li Yong submitted his admission notice to the senior sister in charge of registration, next to whom stood Yu Jiao, the counselor for this year's Chinese language and literature major. Yu Jiao had a gentle expression and smiled as she looked at him, saying, "Hello, Li Yong. I am your counselor, Yu Jiao. Welcome to Capital Normal University, and I hope we can get along well over the next 4 years." "Hello, teacher Yu. Thank you for your guidance in the future," Li Yong politely replied. After completing the registration, Yu Jiao arranged for a senior sister to take Li Yong to the dormitory and explain the campus overview. Although Li Yong had already toured the campus before, he naturally wouldn't decline, with a beautiful senior sister leading the way. The senior sister, named Lu Yuan, was a southern girl with a round, cute face, delicate features, and a petite figure. She spoke softly, making it especially pleasant to listen to. As a member of the student council in the School of Literature, her cheerful and talkative personality allowed her to generously introduce Li Yong to the campus building's cafeteria, library, and other facilities in a detailed and comprehensive manner. Before they knew it, they arrived at the boys' dormitory. "Junior will leave you here. If you need anything in the future, feel free to find me," Lu Yuan said with a smile. "Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely trouble you in the future." "Oh, please don't find me annoying," Li Yong joked. "I absolutely won't." Lu Yuan quickly shook her head, fearing Li Yong might feel embarrassed. She proactively said, "I'll give you the phone number for our dormitory. If you need anything, just call this number to reach me." Li Yong didn't expect her to voluntarily give her number, and warmth filled his heart. Making a gentle and generous senior sister acquaintance on his first day of university made him look forward to his upcoming college life even more. Others need not criticize Li Yong for his flirtatious nature. Given his current status and wealth, few can remain loyal to one person for life, which is simply reality. Moreover, Li Yong never deceived or manipulated. When it came to those he admired, he was always willing to invest his sincerity and resources. At most, he could be seen as a romantic, but he was by no means a scoundrel who abandoned others. After bidding farewell to Lu Yuan, Li Yong entered the dormitory building and found his room 208 on the 2nd floor, following the document. Upon entering, the dormitory was quite lively, with more than 10 people busy unpacking their luggage and making their beds. Inside were 5 youthful faces, presumably his future roommates, while the others were likely accompanying parents. "Another new student has arrived. Now your dormitory should be complete." A middle-aged man dressed in a suit and exuding an air of composure spoke with a smile, clearly coming from a well-off background. "Hello, uncles and aunts, and hello to all classmates." Li Yong politely greeted first, as his classmates would accompany him for 4 years, and he should show the proper courtesy. Hello. Did you come alone?" An amiable aunt asked with a warm tone. "Did your family not send you off?" "My home is in Beijing, so it's nearby, and I didn't have my family come with me," Li Yong replied. "That won't do. Although you've started university, you've just left home. You should be sent off properly. This must be your luggage. Let me help you unpack," the aunt said, while reaching out to take the brand new luggage from Li Yang's hands, swiftly getting to work. Li Yong couldn't help but smile at this scene. These parents were truly too enthusiastic. He no longer declined and joined in to help organize. During the tidying up, Li Yong also got to know his future 5 roommates, 6 of them hailing from all over the country: Lu Ming from Heilongjiang, Jiangnan from Dongshanfeng, Da from Ning Province, Wu Jiaqin from Yin Province, and Lu Yang from Lin Province. Once everyone finished organizing, Jiangnan's father, the distinguished middle-aged man from earlier, said loudly, "It's almost noon. I would like to treat everyone to a meal today, so the kids can get to know each other well. Everyone must give me this face. Over the next 4 years, the kids will be together day and night. Although I haven't read much, I know that the bond between classmates is most precious. I hope the kids will help each other in the future. Moreover, my Jiang Nan is only 17 and still young. I ask everyone to take care of him. Thank you all in advance." With this acknowledgement, everyone naturally felt embarrassed to decline. Soon after, a group of people headed to a small restaurant near the school to take a seat. Jiang Nan's father was very generous, ordering an entire table full of dishes in one go. During the meal, several parents chatted enthusiastically with the conversation always revolving around their own children. However, Li Yang's roommates remained tense and uneasy throughout, feeling awkward and helpless. Who would have thought that what began as a typical casual conversation would gradually transform into a roast session as several embarrassing childhood stories of the kids were unintentionally revealed, making the young men blush and wish they could sink into the ground. In the midst of their roommates' resentful glances, the meal finally came to an end. Everyone almost fled to say goodbye to their parents, hurrying back to the dormitory. Once they returned to the dormitory, the group exchanged glances and could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter together. Li Yang, you really had the foresight to not let your parents come. I already told my parents that I could handle it myself, but they wouldn't listen. Now you've all laid bare my weaknesses. Lu Yang chuckled and waved his hand, scratching his head as he added, but it's alright, since we've all been exposed, no one loses. You can't say that we are the ones who truly lost. Li Yang's parents didn't come, so he didn't expose any embarrassing stories at all. Lu Ming said lazily, a single sentence awakening everyone. Instantly all eyes turned towards Li Yang. Yet Li Yang showed no signs of panic, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he leisurely said, "Isn't it so, brothers? Who would have thought that on my first day of college I would encounter such explosive gossip? So you also have to share some of your secrets to balance things out for us?" Fang De eagerly interjected, looking at him with a mischievous grin. Li Yang raised a finger and gently shook it. No. What I mean is these little secrets of yours I can keep for a lifetime. Haha, if you don't want these embarrassing stories to spread, then I shall be the boss of our dorm. You all have no objections, right? Everyone looked at him in disbelief, and Jiang Nan couldn't help but roll her eyes, exclaiming, "I've never seen someone so shameless." Haha, little Nan, if you don't want your whole class to know that you wet the bed at 10 years old, you should know how to address me right. Li Yang, already thick-skinned, didn't mind the teasing, and instead joked as he threatened. Jiang Nan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth, unwillingly squeezing out 2 words, boss. Li Yang nodded in satisfaction and then cast his gaze over to the others. These newly enrolled young men were no match for Li Yang the old fox. After several rounds of eye contact, they ultimately acknowledged Li Yang's position as the dorm leader, whether they liked it or not. After confirming the position of the boss, they simply ranked themselves by age. 19-year-old Lu Ming, the oldest among them, ranked second. Wu Jichen, 18, was third. Fang De, also 18, but slightly younger, took the 4th spot. Lu Yang was 5th, and Jiang Nan, the youngest, became the 6th in the dorm. The group laughed and joked in the dorm for a while before each headed to their respective classrooms. Among the 6, only Li Yang was not a normal education major. The other 5 were, hence they were in different classes. Following the guidance of senior Lu Yuan, Li Yang successfully found his classroom. However, as soon as he pushed open the classroom door, he couldn't help but gasp. Looking around, the classroom was packed with girls, and not a single boy was in sight. Li Yang's arrival instantly attracted the attention of all the classmates, with curious gazes landing on him. Even Li Yang, who usually prided himself on his thick skin, felt his cheeks flush and a sense of nervousness creep in. He quickly found an empty seat to sit down, which somewhat alleviated the awkwardness within him. Subsequently, more classmates entered the classroom, but without exception they were all girls. Until the last instructor, Yu Jiao walked into the classroom, there was still only one boy in the room, Li Yang. Yu Jiao smiled as she walked to the front row of the classroom and said, "Welcome everyone to Capital Normal University. I hope we can have a pleasant 4 years together. Now please come up one by one to introduce yourselves, and then we will elect class officers. Students with ideas can enthusiastically sign up." Li Yang had no interest in the position of class officer. As the dorm leader, he was simply used to being in charge and didn't want to call others big brother. The class officer role held no appeal for him. At this moment, his heart was filled with helplessness. There were a total of 42 students in the class, yet he was the only boy. Although he did wish for more female classmates, this number was too exaggerated, not even a male companion to share the burden, making it extremely uncomfortable. As soon as Yu Jiao finished speaking, the classmates began to introduce themselves one by one. Soon it was Li Yang's turn. Standing in front of a crowd of girls, Li Yang couldn't help but feel a bit shy. Once on stage, he simply said, "My name is Li Yang. I am from Heilongjiang province, currently living in Beijing. I hope to be well taken care of by everyone in the future." After saying that, he prepared to quickly exit the stage. However, he was stopped by Yu Jiao, who smiled and blocked his path. "Li Yang, it seems you're a bit nervous. There's no need to hold back. You are the only special seedling in our class, and everyone will surely take care of you." Yu Jiao looked at him, then turned to the classmates with a smile and suggested, "I have an idea. Since there is only one male student in our class, we might as well give him more responsibilities. I propose that Li Yang be our class monitor. What does everyone think? It is natural for the opposite sexes to attract one another, especially since Li Yang was quite handsome." Yu Jiao had a good impression of him when she learned he was the only boy in the class, and she felt a sense of fondness during their first meeting, which is why she made this suggestion in front of everyone. People are always more inclined to favor someone special, and Li Yang was currently the most special one in the class. With the instructor's endorsement, the students below naturally did not openly oppose it. Students in that era were mostly well-behaved and sensible, with very few rebellious individuals. In everyone's mind, the instructor was equivalent to the homeroom teacher. Since the homeroom teacher personally decided on the monitor's selection, no one dared to object. Seeing that no one opposed, Zhao Jiao nodded in satisfaction and decisively declared, "Since everyone has no objections, let's congratulate Li Yang on becoming the class monitor of the 92nd class of Chinese language and literature." Li Yang had yet to process what was happening when he was unexpectedly assigned the position of class monitor, leaving him feeling a mix of laughter and tears. Once all the classmates completed their self-introductions and the remaining class officers were selected, Zhao Jiao spoke again. "Next we will begin a military training that lasts for half a month. Class monitor, please come with me to the logistics department to collect everyone's training uniforms." Hearing this, Li Yang's face instantly fell, feeling a silent lament within. He knew that being a class monitor was not an easy task, and from now on all the physical work in the class would likely fall on him. His miserable expression was noticed by many classmates who all stifled their laughter. Even the girl who had previously expressed dissatisfaction with Zhao Jiao's appointment of Li Yang as the class monitor now felt that it was fine if he didn't take on the role. Li Yang was not a pampered young master merely moving some clothes, so he naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately followed Zhao Jiao to the logistics department. Though each uniform was lightweight, the class comprised over 40 students, 40-odd sets in total, and Li Yang had to make 2 trips before carrying them all back to the classroom. Add in the stair climbing, and Li Yang was drenched in sweat. Ever since acquiring the Shadow Warrior system, he could not recall the last time he had exerted himself so intensely. He resolved inwardly tomorrow he would assign 2 Shadow Warriors to assist. Henceforth, all such tasks would fall to them. As for whether Shadow Warriors could enter campus, that posed no issue at all. The university already teemed with students, and most Shadow Warriors were around 20 years old, as long as they remained silent, who would suspect they weren't students. No one conducted daily ID checks. After distributing the military training uniforms, Zhao Jiao entrusted Li Yang with collecting the class fee, a modest 5 yuan per student. Fortunately, Li Yang's class consisted of non-teacher training majors whose families generally enjoyed relatively stable financial conditions. Once the class fee was collected, Li Yang handed the money to Li Lu, the class's life affairs commissioner. Through the uniform distribution and fee collection, Li Yang had now met every classmate, and 2 left a particularly strong impression: Zhao Ming, the Youth League branch secretary, and Li Lu, the life affairs commissioner. The reason was simple: both were exceptionally beautiful. Hailing from northern China, they possessed striking, well-defined features. Zhao Ming bore a remarkable resemblance to Zhu Lin, who portrayed the Queen of the Kingdom of Women in the classic television adaptation of Journey to the West. Li Lu evoked the delicate charm of the rising star Lu Haoxiyuan. Bear in mind, cosmetics had yet to permeate everyday life, and both young women appeared entirely barefaced. Yet Li Yang would still have rated their natural beauty a resounding 90 out of 100, a testament to their extraordinary allure. Of course, Li Yang's appreciation remained purely aesthetic. Having completed these tasks, he finally returned to his dormitory, where his roommates had already arrived. The moment he stepped in, Lu Yang grinned. "Senior brother, you're back. Please sit down quickly." He even theatrically brushed dust off the bed. That gesture left Li Yang momentarily flustered. "What's gotten into you? At noon, you were barely willing to call me senior brother." "Haha, senior brother, when have I ever been reluctant? You'll always be my senior brother. But could you possibly deliver a letter to Zhao Ming from our class?" "What? You've got sharp ears. I only just learned Zhao Ming's name myself, and you're already drafting love letters." Li Yang replied, utterly astounded. "Senior brother, you wouldn't know this, but Zhao Ming and I registered on the same day. The instant I laid eyes on her, my heart skipped a beat. Since then, I followed her closely, so I know her name and class. Imagine my luck, you're in the Chinese language and literature department too. This is nothing short of divine providence. Senior brother, you must help me," Lu Yang pleaded. "You're incredible." Li Yang could scarcely find words. Truly, university life had begun. Hormones surged unchecked, and romance bloomed before the first week had even ended. Yet Li Yang replied firmly, "I won't deliver the letter. That's something you must do yourself. Don't ask why. If she misinterprets it as my advance, things could grow awkward. Also, pursuing someone requires courage. If you can't even hand over a love letter, how will you ever win her heart?" "Oh." Lu Yang froze, struck by the undeniable logic of Li Yang's words. Back in the dormitory, idle chatter naturally turned to campus girls, a perfectly ordinary topic among university freshmen. With few diversions available and youthful hearts stirred by admiration, boys spoke of girls, and girls, just as often, spoke of boys. Still, it was only their first day on campus, so information remained sketchy. In a few days' time, however, nothing within the university walls would remain hidden. The next morning, Li Yang donned his military training uniform and made his way to the sports field, locating his class's designated area. Capital Normal University housed 13 departments and had enrolled nearly 2,000 freshmen this year. The Department of Chinese Language and Literature comprised 4 classes, each roughly equal in size, though Li Yang's class consisted exclusively of non-teacher training majors. As class monitor, Li Yang stood at the head of the formation, and from that vantage he observed the other classes. All shared the same imbalance, far more girls than boys. Yet the other three classes fared slightly better, boasting 2 or 3 male students each, a sight that left Li Yong feeling quietly disheartened. Soon university administrators and officers from the Beijing Garrison Command arrived, delivered brief speeches, and officially commenced the military training. And so began Li Yang's personal nightmare. Their instructor was a young officer, stunned to find only 1 male student in the entire class. Still, duty demanded obedience, training must proceed. Yet out of courtesy he hesitated to reprimand the girls sternly, leaving Li Yong the sole male as his primary focus. Military training proved far more grueling than imagined. Wake-up calls before dawn, strict room inspections, bedsheets folded into perfect tofu cubes, then hours spent standing rigidly at attention under the blazing sun, followed by drills in marching in unison and precision stepping. The September sun scorched mercilessly, searing skin and drawing rivers of sweat that soaked through camouflage uniforms. Many girls' faces flushed crimson, several collapsed from heat stroke, others developed painful blood-filled blisters on their soles. Witnessing this, Li Yong felt a pang of compassion and activated his financial leverage. After that day's training, he detained his exhausted classmates, asking them to wait a few minutes. Then 2 shadow warriors approached carrying a parcel. Once the shadow warriors departed, all eyes turned to Li Yong. No one knew what he was about to unveil. Li Yong smiled. These past days, those rubber-soled shoes have tormented us all. Today I'm offering a small perk. No questions, no astonishment. Just follow my lead, and you'll feel markedly more comfortable tomorrow. He opened the parcel. The female students glanced inside and blushed deeply. It held sanitary pads, intimate items boldly unveiled by Li Yong without hesitation. Unfazed by their reactions, Li Yong continued. He placed the absorbent side upward, slipped the pad beneath his insole, then resumed wearing his shoes. A quick test confirmed it. He felt markedly more at ease. Sanitary pads were soft, highly absorbent, and friction-resistant, far superior to standard insoles. This ingenious hack, conceived only recently, had become his self-proclaimed military training essential. Understood. 1 pack per person. Change them regularly, and you'll feel significantly more comfortable. Among the girls, a few quickly grasped his intent, including Li Lu, whose eyes sparkled as she asked Monitor, "Did you think of this yourself?" Li Yong nodded unabashedly. Sanitary pads had only recently entered mainstream use. It would take several more years before others discovered this training innovation. He was its true pioneer, and thus his claim was entirely truthful. "Wow, Monitor, you're absolutely brilliant." Li Lu offered effusive praise. Others, slower to comprehend, received quiet explanations from their peers, and soon delighted smiles lit up the group. "All right, head back and try them out. Everyone please come forward to collect your share. Monitor, you shouldn't bear the cost alone. How much is each pack?" "We'll reimburse you," Zhao Ming interjected. "No need, it's my gift to the class. Just treat me kindly from now on. And starting tomorrow, chilled soda will be delivered during breaks, unlimited servings. Though do drink in moderation, lest you suffer stomach upset." Li Yong smiled. Hooray for Monitor. His announcement ignited universal delight. Those sanitary pads cost only a few yuan per pack, that sum represented no trivial expense for students. And chilled soda. No other class enjoyed such a luxury. With this single thoughtful gesture, Li Yong had decisively won the hearts of his entire class. Time flies, and the 15 days of military training passed in the blink of an eye. Amidst the scorching sun and sweat, along with the companionship of day and night, Li Yong gradually became familiar with his classmates. After the military training, the school returned to normalcy, and classroom learning was about to officially commence. Meanwhile, Yizhuang Development Zone had undergone a complete transformation. After more than half a month of day and night hard work, this piece of land had changed dramatically. The efficiency of the Shishir construction team goes without saying. The direction Li Yong pointed to was their battlefield, where they worked with all their might, showing no signs of slack. After the military training, the school granted a 2-day break for students to rest, but Li Yong did not waste a moment and headed straight to Yizhuang. Upon arriving at the Yizhuang Industrial Park, Li Yong initially thought he had come to the wrong place. Looking up, spacious and neatly arranged factory buildings stood tall, and rows of orderly staff dormitories were laid out. It was hard to imagine that this had all been achieved in less than half a month. At this moment, various production line equipment and raw materials transported from the port city had also arrived, being stored and installed in an orderly manner. Even the staff of the management committee, witnessing this dramatic change over the past 10 days, felt as if they were in a dream. The speed was astonishing, as if these construction workers were tireless, racing against time with no one slacking off. Such a disciplined and highly capable construction team could only be compared to a regular army in their eyes. When Li Yong came again, it was still the director of the management committee, Wang Zhangwo, who personally came to greet him, his words filled with undeniable admiration. "Mr. Li, your construction team is truly remarkable. We originally estimated it would take 3 months to reach this scale, but you have achieved the goal in just half a month. This drive and efficiency are truly astonishing." Wang Jingwo looked at the factory buildings standing in rows and praised sincerely. Li Yong merely smiled faintly and said nothing, secretly thinking if only you had the Sure system, you could be this impressive too. Subsequently, the group inspected the installation progress of the production lines. At the current pace, it would take no more than 3 days for the production lines to officially commence operations. Next, they arrived at the recruitment office. In recent days, Chaoyang Technology had released recruitment notices covering the surrounding villages and towns of the industrial park. This was also a prior agreement with the management committee. When a company settles in, it must take on part of the local employment responsibility. The agreed-upon recruitment quota was 500 positions. At this time, the recruitment office was already crowded. Hearing the news, people from the surrounding villages rushed over to try their luck. In this era, it was not as prosperous as the later years. Even in the outskirts of the capital, rural people still lived in poverty and hardship. At this time, the greatest wish of the rural people was to become formal workers in the factory, holding an iron rice bowl. This would not only provide stable income, but also ensure support during sickness or death, thus completely changing the living conditions of a family. However, they were unaware that just a few years later, the iron rice bowl of workers would be shattered. Even now, as the planned economy transitioned to a market economy, many enterprises were already struggling to sustain. Thus, upon learning about the recruitment at the industrial park, anyone who met the conditions and could work rushed over, hoping to seize this opportunity. Chaoyang Technology's layout was grand, launching 2 large projects at once, leading to a high demand for labor. Li Yong had the Sure to rely on, which could solve part of the manpower needs, but the remaining positions still required external recruitment. He had already made up his mind that externally recruited workers would only account for a quarter of the total labor force. The reason was simple: ease of management. In the future, all enterprises under Chaoyang Technology would adhere to this labor ratio, ensuring that only the core team consisted of insiders, allowing Li Yong to feel completely at ease. Moreover, recruiting external employees was another layer of protection Li Yong had set up for himself. Once the electronic pet machine and assembly computers were mass-produced and achieved large-scale profitability, there would inevitably be some troublemakers. While Hong Kong-funded enterprises certainly had their advantages, Chaoyang Technology was registered in the country. If someone bypassed Hong Kong capital and specifically targeted Chaoyang Technology, the situation would become passive. However, if Chaoyang Technology had tens of thousands of employees united with the boss, the situation would be entirely different. With tens of thousands of employees working together, even if there were only 2,000 or 3,000 external workers, it would affect the livelihoods of thousands of families. In such a scenario, no one would dare to act recklessly. Once disturbances arose, it would concern the livelihoods of thousands of families, and if the situation escalated, no one would be able to bring it to a close. This is a clear strategy. When a company bears the livelihoods of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of people, it equates to forging an invulnerable body. As long as the unforgivable bottom line is not crossed, no one would dare to target it recklessly. Li Yong was precisely following this line of thought in his layout, and he possessed an innate advantage that others could not compare, to which was that his subordinates were all diehard loyalists. Beside the recruitment office stood a prominent notice board clearly stating the recruitment conditions and employee benefits. Employees must be aged between 18 and 45. No bad habits, must comply with the factory's standardized management. If there are unruly troublemakers who refuse to comply, the factory can terminate the labor contract at any time. Benefits: free employee dormitories, 2 meals provided daily, monthly salary range from 300 to 800 yuan determined by job type and position level, plus overtime, pay, holiday benefits, and unified insurance contributions. Mr. Li, your company's benefits are truly generous. No wonder so many people are applying. If my family members didn't all have stable jobs, I would want them to apply too. Free meals and housing and such a generous salary, it's undoubtedly a conscientious enterprise. Wang Jingwo also praised upon seeing the complete recruitment benefits for the first time. It's nothing special. Oh, everyone comes out to work mainly to earn more money. I don't like to promise employees unrealistic things. Oh, I only believe that if the benefits are in place, employees will naturally work diligently and be committed. Li Yong said with a faint wave of his hand. In his previous life, he had long been tired of the empty promises from his superiors. Now that he was in charge of the company, he naturally understood the voices of the grassroots employees. As the saying goes, if the money is sufficient, the factory is like my home. Moreover, even with full attendance and overtime, the monthly salary is at most 1,000 or 2,000 yuan, which others might see as high salary, but in Li Yang's eyes, it was merely 2 words cheap. However, due to the current market conditions and industry standards, the salary can only be set at this level. In the future, he will provide more subsidies and guarantees to employees through benefits. After the inspection was completed, Li Yong bid farewell to Wang Jiangwo and others, driving back to his purchase department. The house had long been renovated, featuring the most cutting-edge modern decor and high-end furniture from the 1990s. Li Yong carefully inspected it and was very satisfied, deciding to stay there that night. 2 days later, the production line was fully debugged and officially started production. By the first production line, Li Yong quietly waited with his subordinates, and soon a Sure hurriedly approached Li Yong holding a small egg-shaped object in both hands. Brother Yang, this is the first electronic pet machine that came off our production line. It has completed comprehensive testing and all indicators are qualified. Please have a look. The Sure respectfully handed over the product. Liang took it with great joy. This small electronic pet machine was the key tool for him to unlock immense wealth. From project planning to production, it took such a short time, far exceeding his expectations. He carefully pressed the power button and instantly a crisp and pleasant melody rang out. The screen lit up, first flashing the logo of Chaoyang Technology, then jumping to the function panel, clearly listing the options for pet categories. Liang casually selected an option and the screen changed to reveal a cute cartoon animal with interactive function options for feeding, playing, and resting marked on both sides of the screen. Liang played with it for quite a while. He had to say that in this era, such a novel little gadget was indeed full of fun, which made Liang even more confident. Kids, come and welcome your joyful childhood. Liang toyed with the electronic pet machine in his hands for a moment, his fingertips gliding over the compact body. After a brief trial, a hint of satisfaction flickered in his eyes. The playability of this product far exceeded expectations. He casually handed the machine back and spoke in a deep voice. Let's proceed with mass production according to this quality standard. By the way, if we fully open the production line, what will the daily output be? The head of the Death Warriors stepped forward respectfully and replied, Brother Yang, we have prepared 10 complete production lines in our factory. If we work at full capacity, producing 200,000 units a day will be no problem. Liang nodded slightly and immediately made arrangements. Before the official sale, we need to stockpile 200,000 units in inventory. Let our familiar brothers mentor the new workers using the old to teach the new, to quickly train this batch of newcomers into skilled workers and ensure production efficiency. Understood, Brother Yang, I will implement this right away. The head of the Death Warriors responded and turned to arrange the matters. In this factory, the production management is also handled by 2 third-level Death Warriors. The one who handed over the electronic pet machine was named Lu Wei, and the other who stood by Li Yang's side was Zhao Gang. Hearing about the need to stockpile 200,000 units in advance, Zhao Gang showed hesitation and stepped forward to quietly advise, Brother Yang, this product hasn't been market validated yet. Wouldn't there be considerable risk in hastily preparing so much stock? Liang turned to glance at him, secretly approving in his heart. He appreciated subordinates who dared to question. Although Death Warriors were reliable, those of second level and below were often too straightforward. Even if the orders were wrong, they would just charge ahead blindly. Fortunately, with the presence of third-level Death Warriors, they were all smart individuals. While they would not disobey orders, they could offer sensible suggestions. He slowly explained, currently there are no similar products on the market, and we have no competitors at all. Stockpiling in advance certainly carries some risk, but once the product becomes a massive hit, having this inventory will ensure we are not caught in a situation of supply shortage and chaos. When VCDs became popular, it was the lack of preparation that caused some chaos. Having learned from that experience, we cannot afford to make the same mistake again. Moreover, this level of risk is completely within acceptable limits. Hearing this, Zhao Gang nodded thoughtfully and respectfully accepted the advice. Lin Changhe was a villager from the surrounding villages of Yizhuang. A few days ago, upon hearing that factories in the Yizhuang development zone were hiring, he hurriedly went there and filled out the application information. He thought joining the factory would be difficult, but to his surprise, when he checked the hiring list the next day, his name was prominently listed, which made him overjoyed. Getting a job at the factory meant a stable income and life at home could gradually improve. However, over the next 2 days, Lin Changhe began to feel anxious and restless. After hiring this batch of newcomers, the factory did not immediately assign them to work. Instead, they organized professional training courses every day, and the theoretical knowledge left him feeling dizzy. Even so, the factory still recorded their attendance with a daily base salary of 10 yuan, a treatment he had never encountered while doing odd jobs. What surprised him even more were the living conditions provided by the factory. The dormitory housed 4 people per room, equipped with a television, an electric fan, and a private bathroom, conditions far better than his family's adobe house. The cafeteria meals were also lavish, with no limits on food intake as long as waste was avoided. Each meal included at least 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish with unlimited rice and steamed buns. Lin Changhe had never eaten as well as he did now. Moreover, the cafeteria meals were also available for takeout at internal cost prices. A large bowl of fragrant braised pork only cost 1 yuan. In Lin Chang's view, this was not merely running a factory, it was as if a big boss was engaging in charity. He felt both grateful and uneasy. On one hand, he felt guilty for receiving food and lodging while only getting a base salary. On the other hand, he worried that everyone was taking too long to start working, failing to generate revenue for the factory. If the boss couldn't sustain it, they would never find such a good job again. And he was not alone in having such concerns. Most of the newly hired workers shared the same thoughts. That day, after training, Lin Changhe gathered with a few newly acquainted co-workers, and they began to fret about this matter. I heard that the factory's production equipment has been debugged for a long time, but it hasn't started working yet. Do you think it's because the factory hasn't received any orders? This won't do. We can't just rely on consuming costs and sit idly by. Many factories in the capital are like this now, or they need to find their own sales channels, but finding sales channels is too difficult. Without sales channels, there are no orders. Without orders, there is no money to earn, and without money, wages for workers can't be paid. It's a vicious cycle. A coworker named Lao Wu sighed and said, "That shouldn't be the case. Didn't you see that the factory is still expanding?" The young coworker who had just contradicted Lao Wu immediately retorted. Just as they were arguing, a loud announcement suddenly echoed through the factory's loudspeaker. "Attention all workers, please proceed in an orderly manner to workshops 1, 2, and 3. The factory's production tasks have been assigned, and everyone is to officially start working according to the training guidelines." "Haha, I told you the boss had a plan of work is finally here." The young man who had just contradicted Lao Wu was instantly all smiles. "I was overthinking, let's hurry over. We can't let anyone think we're slackers. I can't bear to lose this good job." Lao Wu also did not argue back, wiping away his worried expression, his face brimming with joy. He was genuinely worried about the factory and sincerely hoped it would thrive. With the issuance of Li Yang's directive, the factory's production line fully activated and electronic pet machines began rolling off the assembly line in an orderly fashion. Once the work officially began, Li Yang immediately contacted Zhang Wei stationed in Port City to initiate the promotional work for the electronic pet machines. Zhang Wei had been deeply rooted in Port City for some time. Riding on the previous wave of VCD's popularity as Li Yang's full representative, he had already established connections with bigwigs in various industries in the Southeast Asian business circles, making publicity and sales channels a breeze for him. In just 2 days, the citizens of Port City noticed that advertisements for the electronic pet machine had flooded every major newspaper and television channel. At first, people were puzzled by the small, exquisite gadget in the advertisement. It wasn't until after explanations were provided that they understood it was a trendy toy that allowed them to raise electronic pets. In truth, many people love pets, but raising them in reality requires feeding, cleaning, and dealing with waste, tasks that can be tedious and burdensome, leading many to reluctantly give up. The emergence of the electronic pet machine precisely addresses their needs. No real-life care is required. With just a few button presses, everything can be managed easily and enjoyably, making it simply perfect. If the electronic pet machine holds a decent appeal for adults, its allure for children is nothing short of fatal. In an era when gaming consoles have yet to become widespread, being able to carry and care for electronic pets anytime and anywhere undoubtedly makes the electronic pet machine the trendiest and most interesting new gadget. Under the relentless promotion from various media outlets, the electronic pet machine had already captured the entire city before it even officially hit the market. Every day, major media outlets received countless inquiries, with the public eagerly asking about the product's release date and purchase channels, keeping the hype at an all-time high. With a command from Li Yang, the convoy carrying the first batch of 1 million electronic pet machines set off, immediately racing towards the port city. Not all of these 1 million products were intended for the local market in the port city. 80% of the goods would be shipped from the port city to trial sales throughout Southeast Asia. Soon the freight convoy successfully arrived at the port city, where Zhang Wei personally oversaw the handover of the goods. As soon as the items arrived, the stocking process commenced promptly and vigorously. Even before the promotional launch of the electronic pet machine, Zhang Wei had already established a complete retail channel, securing cooperation agreements with major shopping malls and retail stores in the port city, paving the way for sales. Thanks to the thorough preparations made earlier, the stocking efficiency was exceptionally high. Moreover, following Zhang Wei's arrangements, all partnered merchants hung promotional banners and announced the sales as soon as they received the goods, capturing market attention. This day happened to be a weekend, and countless families flocked to the shopping malls for leisure and shopping, making the malls bustling and lively. The most popular areas in the mall were undoubtedly the snack section and the toy section, where children were the main focus, and most parents indulged in their children's desires lingering around. Zhang Qian, a middle school student from the port city, specially invited her best friend to the mall. Upon entering, she headed straight for the toy section, eagerly hoping to see if the much-hyped electronic pet machines had arrived. Zhang Qian came from a well-off family. Her father was a practicing lawyer, and her mother worked in a hospital, so she had never lacked interesting toys. However, in recent days, she had become particularly fond of a new product known as the electronic pet machine, eagerly awaiting its release, determined to be the first to purchase one. When Zhang Qian and her friend rushed to the toy section, they saw a long line already formed in front of the counter. They exchanged excited glances, and a joyful smile spread across their faces. The electronic pet machines were indeed in stock. Zhang Qian immediately pulled her friend along and quickly joined the queue. After a wait of over 10 minutes, it was finally Zhang Qian's turn. "Boss, I want one electronic pet machine." She spoke with great urgency, not even inquiring about the price. The boss glanced up and recognized Zhang Qian, who frequently visited, and jokingly said, "Ah, it's you. Finally, your wish has come true. I was thinking that if you hadn't come today, I would secretly save one for you. Here, take it. It's 160 Hong Kong dollars each." Zhang Qian hurriedly took out her wallet, thanked him, and quickly paid, carefully accepting the long-awaited electronic pet machine. Her friend witnessing this couldn't help but exclaim, Qian, this is too expensive. It's 160 Hong Kong dollars. It's indeed not cheap, but I brought enough money. Come on, let's go try it out over there, and see if it's as fun as it was advertised on TV, Zhang Qian replied joyfully. After saying that, she pulled her friend to the mall's resting area and found a long bench to sit down, carefully examining the toy in her hands. Its design was exactly like the promotional images on TV, featuring a rounded cartoon egg-shaped shell accompanied by an exquisite keychain, small yet unique. Zhang Qian found the switch and pressed it. The startup logo lit up, instantly followed by various functional options appearing one by one. The two of them eagerly began to interact with the selected pet, feeding it, playing with it, and cleaning up its waste, occasionally bursting into cheerful laughter. When they finally realized how much time had passed, they were surprised to find that an hour had slipped by unnoticed. Qian, this thing is too much fun. I'm going to ask my dad for money when I get home, and I must buy one. That's great. The TV said this electronic pet can not only be raised, but can also battle online. Once you buy one, we can play together. It'll definitely be more interesting. Zhang Qian excitedly agreed. Similar scenes played out across various malls in the port city that day. By the next day, during the stocking period, it was reported that within just one day the port city had sold 10,000 electronic pet machines, and the originally shipped 200,000 units would likely not last even until the following day. Zhang Wei reported this booming sales news to Li Yong immediately, who promptly made arrangements for expedited delivery of subsequent supplies. Meanwhile, Li Yong roughly calculated the gross profit from the sale of 10,000 units. Since the raw materials for production came entirely from the system, his factory cost was far lower than the factory price of the second-generation electronic pet machines produced by Wandai Tuoma Guzi, in the future approximately two-thirds lower. Therefore, to outsiders, the cost for Chaoyang Technology to produce one electronic pet machine should be around $80, as Li Yong had opted for a color screen at the time. The production technology for electronic pet machines is not particularly complex, and given the current market frenzy, replicas would inevitably emerge quickly. But Li Yong had already devised a strategy, which was the costly color screen. The color screen serves as the first barrier against counterfeits. The cost of color screen components is high, making it difficult for counterfeiters to replicate. If they choose to use cheaper black and white screens, the difference would be obvious when compared to genuine color screens, making it instantly apparent that they are fakes. Everyone has a tendency to compare. Although counterfeit products are cheaper, it would be awkward to take them out in front of friends. Therefore, even if counterfeiters want to imitate, they must use color screens, which would significantly increase production costs. Counterfeit products inherently rely on low prices for volume sales. With rising costs, profits are squeezed to the extreme, turning it into a tasteless and regrettable business. In contrast with the advantage of the system, Li Yang's cost per unit was only about 25 yuan, and after scaling up, production costs could be further compressed to 22 yuan. After deducting the distributor's share, each electronic pet machine could yield nearly 100 Hong Kong dollars in gross profit. Thus, selling 10,000 units would amount to 10 million Hong Kong dollars, a solidly profitable business. 3 days later, good news began to pour in from various parts of Southeast Asia. In the small market, the first batch of 200,000 units was sold out in just 2 days, and local distributors flew to the port city overnight, pleading with Zhang Wei to restock, immediately requesting 100,000 units. The electronic pet machine was incredibly popular in Japan, far surpassing other regions, and had now become a trend. Any child without an electronic pet machine would be isolated. To meet the children's demands, parents had no choice but to pay, which also contributed to the surge in popularity. Furthermore, after the market ran out of stock, an unexpected black market quickly emerged, with prices rising by $5. Even though Li Yong set the local price at $30 per unit, it still couldn't deter the enthusiasm of buyers in the small market. The sales in the Korean market were equally impressive, with 70,000 units sold in just a few days, and distributors quickly requested a restock of 500,000 units. In regions like Siam, Malaysia, and Singapore, sales were also quite remarkable, with an average of 20 to 30,000 units sold in each area, prompting constant calls for restocking to Zhang Wei, who in turn contacted the factory. At the factory, the sales department was busy calculating the next batch of orders, while the finance department was urgently tallying the amounts received over the past few days. Brother Yang, preliminary data has been compiled. In the past few days, we have sold a total of 76,000 units. The first batch should be completely sold out in a couple of days. After deducting the distributor's share, we have accumulated a revenue of $18,420,000. At this rate, we are likely to exceed 10 million units in sales this year. Zhao Gang reported, holding the statistical report as he walked briskly to Li Yong. Li Yong nodded slightly and said, "The results are quite good, but I think your estimates are still conservative. The domestic market and the European and American markets haven't even started stocking yet. I believe it's entirely possible for us to surpass 20 million units this year. Next, we will launch stocking in the inland market with prices adjusted according to the exchange rate of the port city." To be honest, I originally had no intention of entering the domestic market, but if I don't, this piece of cake will inevitably be taken by those counterfeiters. Rather than letting them profit, I would prefer to do it myself. In Li Yang's view, the electronic pet machine was ultimately just a toy having little substantial significance for children's growth. His intention in developing this product was to target the overseas market, earning profits abroad, colloquially referred to as cutting leaks. Originally, Li Yang had no plans to engage in the domestic market, but now that the product was exploding in popularity, he realized that even if he didn't enter the domestic market, unscrupulous merchants would still counterfeit and profit. It would be better for him to take control, as at least the funds earned could all remain in the domestic market. The electronic pet machine is selling hotly, and Li Yang has returned to campus once again. However, during this time, Li Yang has taken quite a few days off, which has led to some dissatisfaction from his instructor Yu Jiao. Today, right after Li Yang finished a class, he was summoned to the office by Yu Jiao. Slap. In the office, only Yu Jiao and Li Yang remained. Yu Jiao slammed a pile of excuse notes on the desk and said, "Li Yang, let's talk. What's going on with you lately? Look at your excuse notes. No one in the class has taken as many days off as you. Remember, you're here to study, not to waste time." "Ah, yes, Jiao, you were right to scold me. I will definitely change my ways and try not to trouble you anymore." Li Yang felt quite embarrassed about what Yu Jiao said, as he had indeed caused her some trouble during this time. But Li Yang was also quite helpless. Because he was the only boy in the class, he was extremely noticeable. Every teacher had a deep impression of him, and since he had no male classmates to call out his name during attendance, he could only take leave when he skipped classes. Although with Li Yang's current status and strength, whether or not he attended university didn't really matter, but he truly enjoyed being at this university. Just imagine there were dozens of girls surrounding him every day, and how could he not feel good? Therefore, Li Yang was even less willing to drop out or take a leave of absence. Fortunately, he had been busy with what he needed to do recently, and from now on he could just communicate via phone and focus on his studies. Seeing Li Yang's sincere attitude in admitting his mistakes, Yu Jiao's anger dissipated significantly. She then asked, "What exactly have you been doing outside? Don't try to fool me with those excuses about headaches or other complaints." Li Yang felt a bit awkward, and just as he was about to think of a reason for his response, his mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. "What's ringing?" Yu Jiao asked Li Yang. Then, under the shocked gaze of Yu Jiao, Li Yang pulled out his mobile phone. It must be noted that a mobile phone now costs at least 10,000 yuan, a true luxury item. Yu Jiao never expected that her student would own such a thing. Immediately after, Li Yang gestured to the phone, asking if he could answer it. Yu Jiao, still in shock, nodded absent-mindedly. Li Yang answered the call. On the other end was Zhao Gang. "Brother Yang, the mayor of Kyoto City, is coming to our factory for an inspection. He wants to invite you over." "Ah, the mayor of Kyoto City. How did he find out about our factory?" Li Yang was also surprised upon hearing this. After all, this was the mayor of Kyoto City. He was on a completely different level from the county officials back in his hometown, and in a few years he might become one of the most powerful figures in Longhua. "It's Wang Zhengwo. After our investment, he reported it to higher authorities. Today, hearing that our factory has started production, he specifically came to take a look and then reported it to Mayor Zhou. The message came back that he wants to conduct an inspection." "Got it, I understand. You prepare for the reception. I will head over right now," Li Yang replied, knowing there was no time to waste before hanging up the phone. At this moment, Yu Jiao was so shocked that she was almost numb. "Factory? Mayor?" She truly couldn't see through this student in front of her. "Jiao, I don't have time to explain everything to you in detail right now. To make it short, I co-founded a factory in the suburbs of Beijing with others, and it's quite large. I have been taking frequent leaves because I was busy with the factory matters. Today, Mayor Zhou from the city is coming to our factory for an inspection, and I have to hurry over now." Oh, I see, then you should hurry, don't keep the mayor waiting," Yu Jiao replied, still in shock. "Okay, Jiao, I will apologize to you when I return," Li Yang said, then dashed out of the office, leaving Yu Jiao staring blankly at his departing figure. Not long after Li Yang left, Yu Jiao finally regained her senses and suddenly broke into a smile. As a half-institutional counselor, she was well aware of the significance of Li Yang's words today. A factory that could attract the mayor of Kyoto City for an inspection. Could it possibly be a small factory? Yu Jiao never expected that she would have such good fortune on her first day as a counselor, discovering a deep-water crocodile among her students. This was simply a tremendous piece of good news for her future. After thinking for a moment, Yu Jiao quickly left the office and headed toward the principal's office. Meanwhile, Li Yang exited the school gate, got into a car, and rushed to the factory. Upon arriving, he coincidentally caught Zhao Gang and others lining up to welcome Mayor Zhou with a banner hanging at the gate that warmly welcomed the city leaders for inspection. Li Yang got out of the car, adjusted his clothes, and walked over quickly. At that moment, Mayor Zhou was talking with Zhao Gang, his face filled with joy. The surprise that Chaoyang Technology brought him was simply too great. In just half a month since production started, they had already brought back tens of millions of dollars in foreign exchange. This was practically a machine for generating foreign exchange. In this era, having such a company was akin to possessing a performance harvesting machine. As Li Yang approached, Zhao Gang quickly introduced, "Mayor Zhou, this is Li Yang, the chairman of Chaoyang Technology." He is still attending university, so he arrived a bit late. I hope you won't hold it against him. Mr. Lee, this is Mayor Zhou, who specially came to inspect our factory today. Mayor Zhou was taken aback upon hearing Zhao Gang's introduction, then quickly regained his composure, extending a hand with a smile, and said, "Indeed, heroes emerge from the young." I thought Mr. Lee was a middle-aged man in his prime. I didn't expect you to be so young. Li Yong quickly shook Mayor Zhou's hand and said, "Mayor Zhou, you flatter me. The achievements I've made are entirely due to luck. Welcome to our inspection." Mr. Lee, excessive modesty can seem insincere. I have already heard from Zhao that Chaoyang Technology started with VCDs and has now developed popular products like the electronic pet machine. These are all solid high-tech products which others might not even be able to create. Mayor Zhou said with a smile. Li Yong didn't know how to respond and could only smile foolishly. Zhao Gang, seeing this, quickly helped Li Yong out by inviting Mayor Zhou and his group to tour the factory. Naturally, Mayor Zhou would not refuse. The group toured from the warehouse to the workshop and from the dormitory to the cafeteria, with Zhao Gang providing explanations throughout, which greatly satisfied Mayor Zhou. Next, everyone arrived at the newly constructed administrative office building. In the reception room, both parties sat facing each other, gradually moving into the main topic after a round of polite pleasantries. Mayor Zhou spoke first, his tone friendly yet tinged with approval. Mr. Li Yizhuang is currently developing rapidly, and Chaoyang Technology has played a significant role in this. If you have any unresolved issues, feel free to mention them. On behalf of the city, I will do my utmost to coordinate and resolve them. Thank you, Mayor Zhou and the city, for your support. Currently, Chaoyang Technology is steadily on track, and there are no pressing issues at this stage. Director Wang has been very cooperative with our work, and if there are any future needs, I might need to trouble you again. Mayor Zhou nodded slightly at these words, his eyes filled with appreciation. No problem, I will have my secretary leave my personal phone number so you can contact me directly if needed. Then thank you, Mayor Zhou. Li Yang's face lit up with joy. Being able to obtain the personal contact information of a city leader indicated that the other party genuinely wanted to support Chaoyang Technology. As long as he did not cross the line of principles, many matters would likely receive attention. Immediately after, Mayor Zhou changed the subject and asked Mr. Li, what are your long-term development plans for your company? Feel free to speak openly, and we can discuss it thoroughly. After some contemplation, Li Yong slowly replied, Mayor Zhou, Chaoyang Technology plans to pursue a diversified development route, with technology products as the core pillar industry, gradually expanding into other fields. I have an idea that is still not fully developed. I'm unsure if I should mention it. Mayor Zhou chuckled heartily, his tone becoming even more familiar. Go ahead, there are no outsiders here. My child is around your age, so you can treat me as an elder. There's nothing we can't discuss between us. Li Yong was touched, fully understanding the warmth behind these words. Though he knew it shouldn't be taken too seriously, he also took the opportunity to close the distance, and said, then, I will dare to share my ideas with Uncle Zhou. I plan to further develop Yizhuang. If there are plans to expand the industrial area later, I hope to acquire another batch of land, while adjusting the land use nature. After all, to achieve comprehensive development in Yizhuang, it is essential to improve various supporting facilities. Residential and commercial CBDs are indispensable. He paused and continued, my idea is to use the production base of Chaoyang Technology as the core and plan to build residential areas and commercial complexes around it, while also providing supporting facilities such as employee family areas, elementary and middle schools, and employee hospitals. Currently, Chaoyang Technology only has several thousand employees, but relying on the industrial cluster effect, it will inevitably attract more talent. I estimate that in the future the number of employees at Chaoyang Technology will exceed several 100,000. So, therefore, you intend to start from scratch and build a self-sufficient industrial new city. Mayor Zhou couldn't help but interrupt, his face revealing shock. Li Yang's plan was indeed grand. Implementing it would require astronomical funds. Furthermore, building a supporting system centered on the company's employees, once realized, Yizhuang would likely become an exclusive development territory for Chaoyang Technology. Li Yong nodded calmly. This was indeed his true thought. As the level of the Death Soldier system increased, the number of newly refreshed Death Soldiers also grew daily. He urgently needed to create a stable foothold for his subordinates. Mayor Zhou fell into long contemplation. In fact, this model of enterprises building their own supporting facilities had precedence in the country. Many large state-owned enterprises in the capital, such as large steel mills and railway systems, had once established exclusive elementary schools, hospitals, and family compounds for their employees. However, as enterprises underwent reform, some old factories gradually declined, leading to this model fading from view. Still, many strong enterprises continue to use it. This matter is of great importance and cannot be decided by him alone. Mayor Zhou pondered, I need to bring your plan back to the city for discussion. I cannot give you a definite answer at this time, but having the courage to think and act is a good thing. Your idea essentially contributes to urban development and benefits the people, and I personally support it very much. Thank you, Uncle Zhou, for being willing to listen to my whimsical thoughts. Li Yong bowed in gratitude. He was not in a hurry. The electronic pet machine had just become a trend in the market. The best time to formally promote the plan would be after the product was sold overseas, earning several hundred million or even tens of billions in foreign exchange. Even if the capital side did not approve, there were still reform frontier cities like Shenzhen and Magic City watching closely. A quality enterprise that could generate substantial foreign exchange would surely attract the attention of local governments regardless of where it settled. At noon, at Li Yang's invitation, Mayor Zhou did not decline and stayed in the factory canteen to dine with Li Yang and the others. Seeing the high standard of meals for employees in the canteen, he praised Chaoyang Technology's corporate management. After the meal, Mayor Zhou and the others finally set off to leave. Before departing, he specifically reminded them that in a few days he would arrange for media reporters to visit the factory for a special interview. A quality enterprise like this emerging in the capital should be strongly promoted and recognized. Li Yang and the others readily agreed. In the afternoon, Li Yang did not linger in the factory area and went straight back to school. However, as soon as he stepped onto campus, he was called into the office by his counselor, Yu Jiao. "Sister Jiao, are you free tonight? It's been a while since we had a proper gathering in our class. Tonight I will host and organize a dinner for the classmates. What do you think?" Upon entering, Li Yang said with a playful smile. Yu Jiao playfully pointed at him and rolled her eyes. "You should communicate more when you have matters. I'm not someone rigid and unreasonable. Although student entrepreneurship might seem unprofessional, since you've made up your mind to do it, you must achieve results. Take these leave notes with you. In the future, if you have anything, just have your classmates pass them on. As for the subject teachers, I will help you handle it." After saying that, Yu Jiao handed over a whole notebook of leave notes, a thick stack more than enough for the entire year. Li Yang casually took it and joked with a grin, "Sister Jiao, I love you so much. Stop your nonsense. If my boyfriend hears this, he will definitely teach you a lesson." Yu Jiao laughed and scolded. The two chatted idly for a while before Li Yang finally got up to leave the office. Yu Jiao watched his departing figure, a smile still on her lips. The two had just agreed to hold a class gathering tonight, as per Li Yang's suggestion. Upon learning the specific conditions from Li Yang, she was also quite frank, saying she wanted to have a hearty meal. Li Yang walked out of Yu Jiao's office and immediately dialed the phone of the Death Warrior bodyguard, instructing him to send a level 2 Death Warrior skilled in culinary arts to the market to buy ingredients. Tonight he would host a dinner with his classmates in the recently renovated courtyard. After receiving the order, the Death Warrior bodyguard promptly set out. The entire afternoon, Li Yang felt drowsy. He was never cut out for studying. Sitting in class made him sleepy. After several struggles, he simply abandoned the thought of studying hard. As school was about to end, Yu Jiao walked into the classroom and publicly announced the news of the class dinner tonight, specifically pointing out that the dinner was organized by Li Yang and he covered all expenses. The classmates were all surprised, their eyes barely hiding their excitement. Seeing this, Yu Jiao did not elaborate further. Meanwhile, Li Yang had already arranged everything. As soon as the school bell rang, Li Yang led a group of female classmates marching grandly towards the school gate. At this moment, a magnificent Volvo B10M luxury bus was parked at the school gate, which Li Yang had specially arranged from the factory. "Ladies, get on the bus." Li Yang pointed to the bus with a cheerful smile. "Is this bus here to pick us up?" One female classmate widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. They had seen buses before, but had never encountered one so magnificent and luxurious. In this era, the Volvo B10M was considered a top-tier luxury bus with an elegant and impressive exterior. The interior was equipped with luxurious amenities, including airline seats, central air conditioning, an onboard color TV, a small refrigerator, and even a private restroom. Such features would not seem outdated even in the 21st century, which explained the shock of the classmates. "That's right, it's here to pick us up. Since we have a lot of people, I found a spacious bus. Don't overthink it, just hop on." Li Yang replied with a smile and stepped onto the bus first. Seeing this, the other classmates followed suit. Upon entering the bus, apart from a few classmates from slightly better-off families, everyone else curiously admired the exquisite interior, touching and exploring, filled with novelty. Li Yang walked to the center console, picked up the microphone to test the sound, and said, "Classmates, don't hold back. Today we are here to relax and have fun. Each seat is equipped with a small refrigerator. If you're thirsty, feel free to grab a drink. There is a restroom at the back of the bus, so you can go whenever you need to, no need to feel shy." After speaking, he put down the microphone and turned on the bus music. A melodious and soothing melody instantly filled the cabin. Yu Jiao sat in the front row with Li Yang, examining the luxurious bus in detail. Unable to help herself, she exclaimed in surprise and turned to Li Yang. "It seems I've underestimated you, young masterly. I've never even seen a bus like this before. It must be imported, right?" "The price must be quite high," Li Yang chuckled and casually replied. "Yes, it's fully imported, and it costs about 2 million yuan. "How much?" Yu Jiao was taken aback, frozen in place, her mind suddenly blank. With housing prices in the capital only costing tens of thousands for a unit, the price of a bus could buy 7 or 8 apartments. Such a staggering amount was nothing short of a fantasy for someone like her, who earned only a few hundred a month. Seeing her reaction, Li Yang felt a bit awkward. He had let slip the figure without thinking, and it was indeed shocking for Yu Jiao. Yu Jiao Jiao's exclamation caught the attention of classmates in the back, and Liang hurriedly lowered his voice, saying, Jiao, Jia, keep your voice down or others might think I'm bullying you. Hearing this, Yu Jiao Jiao regained her composure, realizing she had lost her cool. She quickly waved to her classmates, signaling that she was fine, then turned back to Liang and rolled her eyes at him, whispering, Right now, I actually wish you would do something for me. You can easily summon a luxury car worth over 2 million, so your background must be far beyond that amount. Liang merely chuckled and didn't respond. To him, although Yu Jiao Jiao had just graduated and was young, she was not his type. He was always straightforward, preferring the beautiful ones. Seeing his reaction, Yu Jiao Jiao somewhat understood that she probably had little hope. That half-joking remark was in fact her sincere desire. Having witnessed Li Yang's display of wealth combined with his decent appearance, she genuinely felt attracted. Girls naturally admire strength, and since they were close in age, there was no school rule strictly prohibiting teacher-student romance. Unfortunately, Liang clearly showed no interest in her. They quickly changed the subject to small talk, but Yu Jiao Jiao's expression remained somewhat distracted. In the back of the bus, Zhao Ming and Li Lu sat together, whispering and chatting, their topic inevitably revolving around Liang. The display of strength he showed today was beyond everyone's expectations. Li Lu had been a little money-minded since childhood. Although her family's situation was decent, it was merely middle-class, far from wealthy. She looked at the luxurious bus before her, filled with curiosity, unable to comprehend how Liang could casually summon such an expensive vehicle. In contrast, Zhao Ming came from a military family. Both her grandfather and father were soldiers, making her a genuine child of the military. She had seen much in her life. At a glance, she recognized that this Volvo B10M was specifically meant for transporting important foreign guests. Seeing Liang could easily arrange one, she was equally astonished. As for why she attended Shoshu University, it was simply because her academic performance was average. Even though her family could leverage connections to get her into a better university, she firmly refused. She had a clear understanding of herself. Having long dreamed of becoming a teacher, after communicating with her family, her elders stopped pressuring her, allowing her to attend Shoshu University. Ming, what do you think Li Yang's family does? Since the start of school, he has always been busy and often takes leave, and those excuses seem like mere fabrications. He said he would treat the whole class to dinner, which surprised me already. With over 40 people in our class, that will cost quite a bit, but now that we're on this bus, I suddenly feel like the cost of a meal might not be a big deal for him at all. Li Lu leaned closer to Zhao Ming, lowering her voice curiously. Zhao Ming looked at her cute, naive face, finding her extremely adorable. She reached out to gently pinch her chubby little face, teasingly saying, I don't know what the class leader's family does, but I can assure you their wealth is substantial. Aren't you the little money lover? Why not pursue the class leader? If you can win him over, you'll never have to worry about money for the rest of your life. Oh, you annoying person. I'm being serious and you're teasing me. I won't talk to you anymore. Li Lu's face instantly turned red from her teasing, bashfully turning her head away, not daring to look at her. Zhao Ming gently sighed, thinking to herself that this girl was truly smitten. It was no wonder Liang was the only boy in the class handsome and generous. If a classmate needed help, he never turned them down and often bought snacks and drinks for everyone. Now he had showcased such astonishing wealth, making him a prime catch. There were definitely more than a few girls in the class who secretly liked him. Lu, I'm being serious. If you really have feelings, you need to act fast. You know better than anyone how popular the class leader is. So many people are secretly coveting him. If you wait too long, you might end up with nothing. Zhao Ming's smile faded as she gently advised, pausing before adding, The bus you're asking about, I've seen it before. It's a special vehicle for receiving foreign guests, and there are very few in the capital. At the very least, it costs millions. If Liang can easily arrange one, you can imagine his family's strength. What? It's that expensive? Li Lu gasped in shock, covering her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. The bus smoothly navigated through the streets of the capital city, and before long, it came to a steady stop in front of the freshly renovated courtyard of Liang. At this moment, a few tall and imposing bodyguards were already standing at the entrance of the courtyard, quietly waiting. Liang was the first to push open the door and get out, greeting his classmates with a smile as he led them into the courtyard. Courtyards in the capital are often ranked by their layout. There are many houses with 2, 3, or even 4 courtyards. Liang's house may not be particularly remarkable, but with an area of over 700 square meters, it is certainly not small. The moment the classmates stepped through the gate, they were momentarily stunned by the spacious and orderly courtyard. Then a wave of enticing aromas wafted over, and everyone looked up to see several chefs busy at an outdoor cooking station, skillfully preparing a variety of delectable dishes. The rich scents filled the air, causing many to quietly swallow their saliva. Once everyone had entered the courtyard, Liang spoke loudly, Ladies, the dishes will take a little while longer to be served, so feel free to enjoy yourselves in the meantime. Each room was equipped with games, a television, and a VCD player, allowing everyone to watch movies or play cards for entertainment. Fruits, drinks, and snacks were also laid out, available for anyone to take. The room on the east side even had a pool table and KTV equipment. Whether they wanted to play games or make noise, they were free to do as they pleased without any restraints. Upon hearing this, the girls immediately erupted in cheers. Although everyone was already in college, they were still only 18 or 19 years old, full of youthful exuberance. Usually their playful nature was restrained by rules, so this rare opportunity to let loose was hard to come by. Soon the classmates paired off in small groups, each seeking out their preferred form of entertainment. Liang noticed that most of the girls chose to watch movies. At this time, the VCDs from Triads technology had not officially hit the mainland market, yet most products available were those that had been exported and returned. Only Liang, as the boss, could have so many VCDs at home. Moreover, Liang had specially prepared discs, mainly featuring Hong Kong and foreign films. At that time, video halls in the mainland were a mixed bag, and well-behaved girls rarely ventured there. Now being able to watch movies quietly in a comfortable room, no one wanted to miss this chance. Several films were playing in different rooms, with the girls nestled on soft sofas and beds engrossed in the movies, while casually snacking on fruits and snacks, and sipping cold drinks, feeling relaxed and at ease. Liang walked over to the outdoor kitchen and inquired with the chef about the menu for the day. The main dish was a whole roasted lamb with a crispy skin and tender meat, while the side dishes featured flavors from Sichuan, Shandong, Guangdong, Hunan, and various northeastern regions, each cuisine offering several signature dishes, including classics like guobao ro and shui zhu ro pian. By around 6 in the evening, a series of dishes that were visually appealing and fragrant were served, filling the table to the brim, which alone was enough to whet anyone's appetite. Liang didn't bother with excessive formalities, encouraging everyone to eat and drink freely, making this lavish dinner a cherished memory that many of the girls would find hard to forget for a lifetime. After dinner, everyone laughed and played for a while longer before Liang arranged for the bus to take each classmate back to school. On the way back, a girl tightly linked her arm, with Zhao Ming chattering away about the movie they had just watched, suddenly filled with longing, as she asked Ming Ming, "Do you think we can come back here again in the future? Today was truly the happiest day of my life. I could eat whatever I wanted and play whatever I wanted without needing to be cautious or worry about others' opinions. I really wish I could live like this every day in the future." Listening to her best friend's ramblings, Zhao Ming simply smiled faintly without answering. Who wouldn't want such a carefree and worry-free life? After that gathering, Liang discovered an amusing thing. Occasionally, a small note would appear in his usual desk, filled with youthful love poems. Looking at these notes, Liang felt both surprised and helpless. In both this life and his previous one, it was the first time he had been so popular with girls. However, he really wanted to tell these girls who wrote secretly it's fine to write love letters, but at least leave a name. In the class, aside from a few, most girls looked at him with sparkling eyes. He couldn't distinguish who wrote the letters. Before he knew it, October had arrived and good news began to pour in from the factory. First, the patent for the resistive mouse was officially approved, and soon after, the first batch of computers assembled by Chaoyang Technology successfully rolled off the production line. The electronic pet machines and VCDs continued to sell well in the market, but the electronic pet machines had yet to enter the European and American markets because Liang dismissed the approaching foreign agents. The European and American markets were critical for his profits, and these agents were too weak to meet his requirements. Moreover, the foreign merchants who previously represented VCDs showed no interest in electronic pet machines, which made Liang shake his head in disappointment, lamenting their short-sightedness, as they didn't even know how to profit. However, at this moment, there were already signs of imitation and counterfeiting for electronic pet machines, and Chaoyang Technology needed to quickly enter the European and American markets to seize the opportunity. After much thought, Liang happened to see news on the television that instantly sparked an excellent idea. If successful, Chaoyang Technology would surely soar and gain fame nationwide. What he had his sights set on was this year's autumn Canton Fair. The origin of the Canton Fair can be traced back to the early days of the founding of the nation. At that time, the country was under Western blockade and urgently needed to earn foreign exchange for importing construction materials. Yangqing, being close to Hong Kong and Macau with a large number of overseas Chinese, was the only channel connecting the capitalist world at that time, boasting unique advantages in foreign trade. With the decision of the national leaders, the Canton Fair was officially established, and even the name was personally coined by the esteemed Premier Xiangyu. Since its inception, the Canton Fair has been held 72 times, making significant contributions to the country's export earnings. Now, whenever the fair is held, foreign merchants from all over the world gather here. As long as the products are of sufficient quality, one need not worry about finding powerful partners. Having made up his mind, Liang immediately asked Zhao Gang to contact the director of the management committee, Wang Zhengwo, seeking his help in securing a booth. Although this was a backdoor approach, the fair was approaching and the registration period had already closed, so this shortcut was their only option. At this time, Chaoyang Technology's reputation was mostly concentrated in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Due to the lack of products available for sale in the mainland, their recognition was quite low. A few days ago, the capital's television station had only conducted an interview with Chaoyang Technology at the arrangement of Mayor Zhou, but the station's reach was limited and it did not create much impact. Wang Zhengwo did not dare neglect Chaoyang Technology's request, but his network was limited to the capital area, and he could only report it to Mayor Zhou out of necessity. Mayor Zhou, knowing Chaoyang Technology's capabilities, naturally supported them wholeheartedly, personally reaching out to the Yangqing side to coordinate a temporary exhibition booth for Chaoyang Technology. In mid-October, Li Yong, along with a group of bodyguards, arrived in Yangqing with products such as Chaoyang brand computers, electronic pet machines, and VCDs. On the day of the fair's opening, Chaoyang Technology's various products were neatly displayed at the booth. Li Yong first led everyone around the exhibition hall, and upon seeing the scene before him, a tinge of bitterness rose in his heart. At that time, most of the foreign trade exhibitions predominantly showcased light industrial raw materials and basic agricultural products. The country exported these unprocessed goods, which were then processed by foreign companies and sold back to the domestic market at a markup, resulting in a staggering profit disparity. However, this was also a reluctant necessity. With the nation's weak industrial foundation and lack of advanced processing technology, they had to rely on this method to earn foreign exchange. It was precisely through such trade that the country managed to survive its most difficult times. In stark contrast to the surrounding booths, Chaoyang Technology's booth was considered an oddity in the exhibition hall. With computers, VCDs, and electronic pet machines, each was a genuine high-tech product, standing out among the plethora of light industrial exhibits. Not long after the fair began, a crowd gathered in front of Chaoyang Technology's booth. Chaoyang brand computer. It's only priced at 6,000 renminbi. It can't be a defective product, can it? This is a VCD. The kind that's particularly popular overseas right now? An electronic pet machine. This thing is selling like crazy in Southeast Asia. The crowd buzzed around the booth, but Li Yong frowned slightly as he watched the crowd. Most of the onlookers were domestic merchants, while the foreign merchants he truly wanted to connect with were the capable ones from Europe and America. Just as Li Yong was feeling troubled, a bodyguard proficient in English whispered, "Boss, there's something happening over there." Oh. Li Yong looked in the direction the bodyguard pointed and saw a blonde, blue-eyed foreign businessman arguing with the exhibition staff. The two were speaking English at a rapid pace, and the scene appeared somewhat tense. Li Yong couldn't understand the specific content, but he could tell that communication was not going smoothly. The bodyguard immediately explained from the side, "Boss, this foreigner wants to hire a translator, but there are too many foreign merchants at the fair and there aren't enough translators. The staff's English level is limited and they haven't managed to clarify anything after a long conversation." "Oh, what's the background of this foreigner?" Li Yong casually asked. "He seems to be the purchasing manager from Walmart in America." "Walmart?" Hearing this name, Li Yang's eyes instantly lit up. Walmart is a global retail giant consistently ranking among the top in the Fortune 500, a true industry leader. It seems that this time they had a lead on a European and American agent. With that thought, Li Yong immediately approached the foreigner with the bodyguard, who was fluent in English. Standing in front of the foreigner, Li Yong took the initiative to speak, and the bodyguard provided accurate translations beside him. "Hello, sir, may I assist you?" Lawrence was at his wit's end when he heard the fluent and standard English, and he instantly beamed with joy. "Oh, thank God, I've finally found someone I can communicate with smoothly. I just arrived in Yangqing not long ago. I thought there would be translators at the fair, but with so many foreign merchants there aren't enough translators, and since I can't speak Chinese, this is just too troublesome. My name is Lawrence, and it's a pleasure to meet you." "Hello, Mr. Lawrence, I am Li Yong. This is my translator, Yongyu. If you don't mind, you can use our translator today until you find a suitable candidate. Of course, you can pay for the translation service as usual," Li Yong said with a smile. "Thank you so much. The fee is absolutely no problem. Thank you for your generous assistance." Lawrence quickly expressed his gratitude, his face filled with delight. "It's just a small favor. In our country, there's an old saying, to help others is to help oneself." "Mr. Lawrence, are you here to attend the fair?" Li Yong feigned ignorance in his question. Lawrence quickly waved his hand. "No, I'm the purchasing manager for Walmart in America. I came to the Canton Fair to select suitable products for procurement." "Walmart? That's a top-tier large supermarket globally. Oh, I've heard so much about it." Li Yong complimented at the right moment. Lawrence was somewhat surprised and raised an eyebrow as he asked, "Mr. Li knows about Walmart? In my impression, the inland areas of your country were relatively backward at that time, and Walmart was far across the ocean. It's likely that you had never heard of it." Li Yong smiled lightly. "Of course I know. It's the largest and most reputable chain store in America." "Haha, you're absolutely right. Oh, I'm proud of that too." Lawrence displayed a proud expression upon hearing this. Even if Li Yong might just be being polite, hearing someone praise the company he worked for still filled him with joy. "And what about you, Mr. Li? Are you here for procurement or to visit the exhibition?" Lawrence asked in return. "I am one of the exhibitors at this fair." Li Yong pointed to his own booth. "Our booth is right over there. If you're interested, you can come take a look." Lawrence looked in the direction Li Yong pointed and saw a crowd gathered in front of the Chaoyang Technology booth, and he couldn't help but be surprised. "Of course I'd love to. It seems that Mr. Li's products are very popular." "Naturally, our product quality can definitely withstand scrutiny," Li Yong stated confidently, without a hint of modesty. He understood the Western approach. Excessive humility could lead them to question the product's capabilities, while being confident and generous would earn their trust. The few of them walked together to the front of Chaoyang Technology's booth. Lawrence looked at the products displayed and couldn't believe his eyes. "Mr. Li, are these really all your company's products?" If I'm not mistaken, this is a computer and a VCD, right? That's correct, Mr. Lawrence. These are all products developed and produced by Triads Technology. The VCD is already on sale in the European and American markets. You can easily find out the name of Triads Technology. This computer has core hardware that is also independently developed, and it's definitely not just an ordinary assembled machine. Liang responded firmly. Lawrence was increasingly astonished, exclaiming, "This is unbelievable. The VCD that is so popular in Europe and America was actually developed by your company. As for this computer, are you sure it's not assembled? The entry-level computers sold in our American supermarkets cost over 110, yet yours is only priced at 700 with dual pricing, which is hard to believe. The quoted price is absolutely accurate, it's 700. If the order quantity is large enough, the price can be negotiated," Liang said calmly. "As for your doubts, I can guarantee that this is definitely not an assembled machine. You can have a professional disassemble it for inspection. Its performance is on par with similar computers in the European and American markets, and it is completely independently developed and produced, which is beyond doubt." This pricing strategy was specifically formulated by Liang for the European and American markets. The domestic computer market has yet to mature, and only a small-scale layout is needed, while the European and American markets have developed over the years with a high penetration rate. According to surveys, nearly every 8 households in America and Europe own a computer. To further open up the market, they can only rely on competitive pricing. The entry-level computers from European and American manufacturers are priced at 110, which is already the price after they have squeezed the profit. The profit for each unit is only $200 to $300. If they drop to 700, they won't even cover production costs, leading to a loss for each unit sold. And Liang intends to leverage this extreme cost-performance ratio to tear open the gap in the European and American computer markets and seize a tempting piece of the pie. Listening to Liang's earnest words, Lawrence's eyes instantly ignited with intense interest. However, he did not rush to the main topic. Instead, he reached out to pick up a small electronic device placed on the display table and asked, "What is this?" "This is an educational toy designed by our Triads Technology specifically for pet lovers who cannot keep pets for various reasons, as well as for children." Liang introduced with a smile, casually picking up another identical device and skillfully demonstrating the operation process to Lawrence. Lawrence watched Liang's actions intently, his eyes growing brighter. As the procurement manager of the global super-large chain supermarket Walmart Group, he had long honed a remarkably keen market sense. This seemingly unremarkable little gadget concealed the explosive potential to sweep the market. "I must secure the cooperation rights for this product no matter what." Lawrence's heart screamed wildly. The design is ingenious and the playability is exceptionally high. Even though his inner excitement was bubbling over, Lawrence maintained a facade of calmness and praised casually. "Indeed, this electronic pet machine has already sparked a craze across Asia, and our company has exported nearly 4 million units this year alone." Liang replied calmly. "What? You have already authorized the agency rights?" Lawrence was suddenly startled, his tone filled with urgency. Seeing his surprised expression, Liang understood the other party was clearly thoroughly interested. He smiled slightly and explained, "Previously, due to production capacity constraints, we only authorized regional agency rights to various Asian countries. So aside from Asia, the agency rights are still firmly in your hands." Lawrence immediately asked, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. "Exactly." Liang nodded, gently giving a positive answer. Lawrence took a deep breath and his expression became serious. "Mr. Lee, I think we need to find a quiet place to discuss this in detail. I have great confidence in the market prospects of this toy and firmly believe it will become a global sensation. Now, on behalf of Walmart Group, I officially submit an application for agency cooperation with your company." "That's exactly what we hope for. Triads Technology has always looked forward to collaborating with industry giants like Walmart for mutual success," Liang agreed with a smile. Then Liang took Lawrence to a nearby, elegantly styled cafe where they sat across from each other, officially starting the cooperation negotiations. "Mr. Lee, let's get straight to the point. What is the unit price of this electronic pet machine?" Lawrence asked without any hesitation. $30 per unit, Liang replied succinctly. "So expensive. Is that the CIF price?" Lawrence frowned slightly, looking surprised. "No, that's the FOB price." Just as Lawrence was about to open his mouth to negotiate, expressing concerns about the high price, he was interrupted by Liang. "Mr. Lawrence, I understand your thoughts. In fact, we need not be limited to the traditional agency cooperation model. We could try a distribution model, which might be more beneficial for both parties." "Oh." Lawrence leaned forward, showing interest. "Mr. Lee, please elaborate." As a senior purchaser, Mr. Lawrence must be quite familiar with the distribution model. Our Triads Technology can supply products directly to Walmart Group at a price of $31 per unit. Of that, $30 is the factory price, and the remaining $1 will be your personal commission. As for the selling price of the product once it arrives in America, that will be entirely at Walmart Group's discretion. We will not interfere at all. Additionally, we can first provide a small batch of goods for your company to test the market, and based on the actual feedback, we can finalize the scale of the cooperation order. Leon explained clearly. Mr. Lee, are you serious? For every unit Walmart purchases, I can earn $1 in commission. Lawrence's eyes sparkled with excitement, his tone carrying a hint of disbelief. Of course it's true, we can write this into the contract, and it will have legal effect. Moreover, our Chaoyang computers can offer the same cooperation model. For every computer Walmart purchases, you can also earn $5 in commission. As long as you are capable, if you procure 10,000 computers, you can earn $500,000 in commission. If it's 100,000 units, that's $5 million. All commissions will be transferred to the private account you provide at the first opportunity, and the computers also support trial sales, so you can rest assured, Li Yang said confidently. After hearing this, Lawrence felt his heart racing uncontrollably. Although he was the procurement manager at Walmart Group, he usually relied on his salary to get by. Even if he occasionally pulled tricks in procurement for personal gain, the profits were far less than what Li Yang offered. 100,000 computers, $5 million. These numbers spun wildly in his mind, stimulating his eyes to gradually turn red. Let's do it. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold while the timid starve. Mr. Lee, I accept this cooperation. Lawrence gritted his teeth and made up his mind, then added, however, I must make it clear in advance that the quality and patent testing of Chaoyang computers must be strictly enforced. Though I may not be well versed in computer technology, I understand that most core patents are held by major computer manufacturers. While I am eager for profit, I will never stake my career and future on it. I hope you can understand. Absolutely no problem. Walmart can arrange for testing at any time. Our Chaoyang technology can withstand any scrutiny, Li Yang replied calmly. Lawrence nodded and then said, I can finalize the trial sales of the electronic pet machine now, ordering an initial batch of 100,000 units. If we can sell a third of them within half a month, our group will definitely not miss this golden opportunity and will surely increase the cooperation efforts. Okay, absolutely no problem. Everything will be as you wish, Li Yang agreed readily. He had no concerns about whether Lawrence would run away with 100,000 electronic pet machines. From both a long-term cooperation interest and Walmart Group's industry strength, Lawrence would not jeopardize a significant gain for a trivial immediate benefit. Moreover, his core of loyalists was not just for show. If anything went wrong, they would teach them a lesson. Lawrence immediately booked a return ticket and, following Li Yang's suggestion, brought along Yang Yu to go to America. Before leaving, he also took several samples of the electronic pet machine. The 100,000 electronic pet machines would soon be packed and shipped crossing the ocean to America. The trade fair continued to thrive, and Chaoyang Technology's booth became increasingly popular, becoming the center of attention. After all, the market value of VCDs and electronic pet machines had already been validated in the Southeast Asian market, and these savvy domestic businessmen could naturally see the substantial profits at a glance. However, Li Yang had not released the agency rights for the domestic market. He was waiting for a chance to maximize profits. But the businessmen were relentless, crowding around Chaoyang Technology's booth every day. Whenever they saw Li Yang, they would swarm over to chat and pitch, making Li Yang quite annoyed. Ultimately, to avoid this group, Li Yang simply hid in the hotel to rest and no longer went to the exhibition site. On the other side, Lawrence hurriedly returned to the Walmart Group headquarters and immediately found his direct supervisor demonstrating the gameplay of the electronic pet machine on the spot. After just a moment of observation, his supervisor immediately recognized the product's immense market potential and promptly approved the trial sales. Subsequent matters went much more smoothly. After obtaining permission from higher-ups, all Walmart supermarkets across America simultaneously stocked the product and allocated a special budget for advertising. In just 3 days, the electronic pet machine exploded in popularity across America, just as it had in the notebook market. Young people and children went crazy for this little toy, and the initial batch of 100,000 units quickly sold out, creating a situation of supply falling short of demand. Seeing the product's sales soaring, Lawrence did not dare to delay. He immediately rushed back to Dragon Country. This time he brought a super large order that would shock the industry. In the Chaoyang Technology Office building in the Yizhuang Development Zone, Beijing. Oli, this little toy of yours is simply amazing. Do you know? In just 3 days, all 100,000 electronic pet machines sold out. Now countless consumers are lining up waiting for restocks. It has become the hottest trendy item in America. Anyone who doesn't have one will be considered outdated by their peers. Lawrence stood in Li Yang's office, excitedly recounting the product's hot sales in America, his eyes filled with fervor for this gold mine. Li Yang wore a calm smile, quietly observing Lawrence's excited demeanor without saying a word. After a long while, Lawrence finally calmed down from his extreme excitement. He stepped forward, deeply bowing to Li Yang, his tone sincere and moving. Mr. Li, I feel incredibly lucky to have met you. Without you, and without this electronic pet machine, I would never have the position of Asia-Pacific president. It has completely changed my destiny. Li Yang thought to himself, this makes sense, but if he had merely earned a commission of $100,000, Lawrence would not have been so excited. Now that he had been promoted to Asia-Pacific president along with the subsequent substantial commissions, that was the true reason for his elation. No need to be so polite, Mr. Lawrence. Oh, we are partners. Your success is also the way for Chaoyang Technology to go further. Liang smiled and waved his hand, then changed the subject. By the way, you must have brought some exciting news for me this time, right? Of course. Lee, this is absolutely great news for both of us. Look at what I brought for you. Lawrence became excited again, saying as he pulled out a thick stack of paper documents from his briefcase and solemnly handed them to Liang. Mr. Lee, after a comprehensive evaluation by the headquarters, it has been unanimously determined that the electronic pet machine has unlimited market potential in America. Therefore, the headquarters has officially approved your distribution cooperation plan, deciding to order 5 million electronic pet machines at the price of $31 each with a total order amount of $1.55 billion. In addition, we learned that your company has not yet authorized agency rights in Europe, while Walmart Group also has a complete sales network and strong market influence in Europe. We kindly request that you grant us the distribution rights for the European region. If the cooperation is established, we are willing to pay $20 million in agency fees and additionally place an order for 5 million electronic pet machines. Lawrence spoke eagerly and sincerely, looking at Liang with great anticipation, waiting for his response. Hearing Lawrence's words, Liang's heart surged with joy, secretly exhilarated. It's here, it has finally arrived. This super big order that I have long awaited has ultimately come to fruition. And the surprise does not end there. As soon as he finished speaking, Lawrence immediately tossed out an even more significant cooperative condition. Mr. Lee, our group's senior executives are also extremely interested in your company's Chaoyang computer. In the team accompanying me there is a dedicated computer technology inspection expert. Once the expert completes a comprehensive verification if the product hardware is indeed, as you said, entirely self-developed and manufactured by your company, the group is willing to increase cooperation and sign a purchase order for 500,000 computers, although on the price side, we can only offer up to $650. Liang suppressed his excitement and responded loudly, Mr. Lawrence, your group is indeed financially powerful. Such sincere conditions are truly hard to refuse. Great, the exclusive distribution rights for the European region will also belong to Walmart Group. Upon receiving Liang's affirmative reply, Lawrence was so excited that he nearly jumped up. With the order of 5 million electronic pet machines in Europe, each yielding a personal commission of $1, in just a few minutes, he directly ascended to the ranks of millionaires. If he understood Chinese, he would surely exclaim timing and fate. Sometimes luck can rewrite one's life far more than strength. At that moment, the organizing committee of the Canton Fair was continuing to tally the transaction amounts of various enterprises. Liang did not hide anything, and after officially signing the cooperation contract with Lawrence, he promptly reported the order amount for record. The enormous order of $301 million instantly caused a sensation among the organizers of the Canton Fair. However, within the office of the director of the Guangdong Provincial Department of Foreign Economic and Trade, the atmosphere was exceptionally gloomy. Qian Mingli was sitting at his desk listening to the secretary's work report. He was the overall person in charge of this autumn's Canton Fair. Director, as of today, the total transaction amount for this Canton Fair has been completed, totaling $73 billion. Upon hearing this figure, Qian Mingli's face showed no trace of joy, but rather a heavy expression. He knew all too well how much hard work domestic enterprises had to invest to achieve this over $70 billion in transaction volume. Once again, handicrafts and light industrial textiles make up the majority, right? Qian Mingli sighed deeply, his tone filled with helplessness. The secretary bit his lip, silently nodded, unable to argue. This is the gap between us and foreign countries, so vast that it is despairing. Qian Mingli sighed with a dejected expression. The secretary naturally understood his deep meaning. The seemingly bright total trade volume relies entirely on low-end products to accumulate, consuming a massive amount of manpower and resources to exchange for foreign currency, making it difficult to buy even one high-tech product from abroad, while being forced to look at the faces of foreign enterprises and humbly ask for favors. Director, things will get better in the future. The secretary could only utter this pale consolation, unsure how to comfort him. Qian Mingli sighed heavily again, picked up the foreign trade transaction list on the desk, and began to read it slowly, his heart filled with worry. Just then a series of urgent knocks on the door suddenly sounded. Come in, Qian Mingli said in a deep voice. The door was pushed open and a young clerk hurriedly walked in. His cheeks flushed, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, looking both anxious and unable to hide his excitement. Xiao Chu, what's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? Qian Mingli frowned, feeling a sense of unease, secretly speculating whether a foreign-funded enterprise was about to withdraw a large order. Director Qian, it's a big deal, a very big deal. Xiao Chu spoke urgently, almost breathless. Seeing him like this, Qian Mingli immediately stood up, his expression instantly serious. Slow down and speak carefully. What happened? Is there a foreign-funded withdrawal? No, it's good news. Xiao Chu waved his hand, quickly calming his breath before speaking loudly. Just now, Chaoyang Technology Co. Ltd. In Beijing reported that they have reached a significant cooperation with Walmart Group, which will purchase 10 million electronic pet machines, with a total order amount reaching $1 billion, and they specifically reported it to the organizing committee. How much did you say? $1 billion. Not 31 million. Qian Mingli leaned forward, suddenly his voice trembling with disbelief. Seeing this, Xiao Chu secretly chuckled, thinking back to how he reacted the first time he heard this number. He had double-checked it several times before daring to confirm it. Director Qian, it's absolutely true. It is indeed $1 billion, or I have confirmed it repeatedly. Xiao Chu spoke with certainty. Qian Mingli exhaled a long breath, his tense nerves finally relaxing, though his chest still rose and fell with excitement. He steadied himself and asked again, Chaoyang Technology Co. Ltd. This name sounds somewhat familiar. The secretary quickly stepped forward to reply, Director, I remember this company. It was specially arranged by Mayor Zhou of Beijing, not following the regular advance reporting process for exhibition participation, and was granted special approval to enter the exhibition. Oh, I remember now. Qian Mingli slapped his forehead, instantly breaking into a smile, unable to help but laugh heartily. This old Zhou has truly delivered a tremendous surprise to me. By the way, what exactly is this electronic pet machine? I know it's a new type of electronic toy that is incredibly popular in Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia. Over there in Shenzhen, some people are even repurchasing and reselling from Hong Kong, and the price is not low. It's a genuine technology product. Xiao Chu quickly interjected. So this means it's a technology product developed by us. Qian Mingli's eyes lit up as he inquired. Yes, Director. Good, good, good. Qian Mingli repeated the word good 3 times, excitedly pacing back and forth in the office, the previous gloom completely swept away. Finally, there's a technology enterprise that brings us pride. No, this matter is too significant. Oh, I must report it to my superiors immediately. Enterprises that delve into technology and create foreign exchange for the nation must be strongly commended and fully supported. Before long, Qian Mingli reported the total trade volume of this year's trade fair, praising the outstanding performance of Chaoyang Technology with lavish compliments. It was this recommendation that made the higher-ups remember the name Chaoyang Technology. In fact, during the period in Haisheng, Chaoyang Technology had already entered the sight of relevant departments due to the substantial investment from Ryu International, but after the investment was completed, the company did not make any significant moves and gradually faded from memory. Moreover, due to the negligence of the personnel in charge, there was no in-depth investigation into Chaoyang Technology's main business, and thus this company became an inconspicuous name on the list with no one probing further. It was not until Qian Mingli's detailed report was presented that Chaoyang Technology truly attracted the high-level attention it deserved. The relevant departments acted swiftly, and within a short period the complete company profile and product information of Chaoyang Technology were laid out on the leaders' desks. The higher-ups then realized that the VCDs and electronic pet machines, which were all the rage globally, were actually self-developed products of this local enterprise. After learning the truth, a heavyweight leader from the capital personally issued instructions. Such a promising national technology enterprise should be known to the entire nation. We the people of Longhua are not inferior to foreigners. The technological products developed by Longhua people can also captivate the world. On the same day the instruction was issued, a CCTV reporter rushed to the Yizhuang Development Zone to conduct a special interview with Chaoyang Technology. That evening, CCTV's news broadcast program dedicated nearly a minute to report on the development achievements and innovative strength of Chaoyang Technology. It is worth noting that news broadcast was the top-rated television program globally at that time, making this minute of exposure invaluable. As a result of this report, Chaoyang Technology became a sensation, capturing attention across the country and rapidly becoming a benchmark for emerging high-tech enterprises in the domestic market. From then on, the front of Chaoyang Technology's doors was bustling every day with countless reporters and businessmen waiting outside, unwilling to leave. The reporters were eager to obtain first-hand interview materials, while the businessmen came seeking the regional agency rights for electronic pet machines and VCDs, all in a hurry. Faced with the incessant stream of reporters, Li Yang decided to delegate all communications to Zhao Gang, knowing well how troublesome media reporters could be and not wanting to expend energy dealing with them. As for the swarm of businessmen, Li Yang was also aware that it was time to lay out plans for the domestic market and fully stock products. He immediately instructed his subordinates to inform the merchants outside. Next Monday, Chaoyang Technology would hold a national bidding meeting for the agency rights of electronic pet machines and VCDs, advising the merchants to prepare carefully. What they needed to prepare was, of course, capital. The current market environment was vastly different from the future era dominated by sales, where companies would need to humbly seek agents and rely on top streamers to promote their products. However, at present, good products were in short supply, and the power was firmly held by the manufacturers. To secure regional agency rights, a significant fee had to be paid. Li Yang, being unfamiliar with these merchants, would naturally not grant any favors, and the highest bidder would win, which was the fairest rule. With only 3 days left until Monday, many businessmen were worried about insufficient funds and began to contact familiar peers to jointly participate. And as the news spread, the announcement of Chaoyang Technology's public bidding for agency rights rolled through the business community like a snowball, prompting more capable merchants from across the country to rush to the capital overnight, determined to secure this profitable agency right. At 9 o'clock on Monday morning, the conference room of Chaoyang Technology's office building was already packed with people, even standing in the aisles and back rows, creating a lively yet tense atmosphere. Under the protection of his bodyguard, Li Yong slowly walked to the center of the venue. Without any unnecessary pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Friends, I am Li Yong, the chairman of Chaoyang Technology. We all know why we are here today, so I won't beat around the bush and will clarify the bidding rules first. The agency rights are divided by province, with the 4 cities of the capital Modu, Yangqing, and Shinshan bidding separately. The consumption capacity of these cities is well understood by you all and is of exceptional value. Additionally, anyone who secures the agency rights must strictly adhere to the company's unified pricing. Private price increases or market disruption are strictly prohibited, and violators will have their agency rights revoked without leniency. Next, the bidding ceremony will be hosted by the company's vice president Zhao Gang. With that, Li Yong took a seat to the side, and Zhao Gang stepped up to officially start the bidding process. The first bid was for the agency rights of a remote inland province. To combat piracy at its roots, Li Yong temporarily adjusted the domestic pricing for the electronic pet machines. Originally, he planned to price it according to the Hong Kong dollar exchange rate at over 160 yuan per unit, but even with the color screen model increasing the piracy cost, the net profit of nearly 70 to 80 yuan per unit would still tempt criminals. After careful consideration, Li Yong ultimately set the unified domestic retail price of the electronic pet machines at 110 yuan, with the agency price at 90 yuan, leaving a profit margin of 20 yuan for each unit. This approach seemed to reduce the profit per unit, but in reality the factory cost provided by the system mall was only over 20 yuan, and a supply price of 90 yuan would still allow him to earn a substantial profit. More importantly, this low-price strategy would directly compress the survival space of pirates to the extreme, completely monopolizing the domestic market. Upon careful calculation, if piracy were allowed to run rampant, the domestic sales of electronic pet machines would only reach around 10 to 20 million units, but the actual market demand in the country was as high as 60 to 80 million units. Once market monopoly was achieved, the total profit from massive sales would far exceed that of allowing piracy and selling at high prices. As for the VCDs, there was no need to worry. Chaoyang Technology held exclusive global patents. If anyone dared to pirate, Li Yong would undoubtedly strike back, hard, demanding either a high copyright fee or facing legal consequences with no room for negotiation. Currently, the VCDs had yet to reach their market explosion period. Once the public fully accepted this new audiovisual product, sales would undoubtedly surge, and that day was not far off. To this end, Li Yong set the domestic price of the VCDs at 120 yuan per unit, significantly lower than the overseas price, fully accommodating the domestic market's consumption acceptance. The entire bidding meeting was exceptionally competitive. The merchants present understood that securing the product agency rights from Chaoyang Technology meant grasping a continuous flow of wealth. Initially, many distributors remained cautious, looking for opportunities to pick up bargains, but when an agency right for a remote province soared to 3 million, no one could sit still, and they all joined the bidding. The competition for agency rights in economically developed regions like the capital Yangqing and Shenzhen became even more intense, with the agency rights for Yangqing alone nearing 2 million, far exceeding most remote provinces, leaving everyone present in shock. Ultimately, the total transaction amount for the domestic agency rights of electronic pet machines reached 68 million yuan, while the VCDs, due to higher pricing and the market not yet fully popularized, had a slightly lower transaction amount of 47 million yuan. The total amount for both agency rights exceeded 100 million yuan, setting a record in the history of domestic agency bidding. While the bidding was underway, numerous reporters had already gathered outside the Chaoyang Technology plant, having learned about the news through various channels, eagerly anticipating breaking news from the participating merchants. After the bidding ended, the merchants who secured the agency rights were overjoyed, while those who missed the opportunity wore expressions of disappointment. As soon as they exited the factory, they were surrounded by reporters. When the reporters learned that the total bidding amount for the agency rights had exceeded 100 million yuan, they were all extremely excited, as this figure was unprecedented in the domestic business community. The next day, major media outlets across the country scrambled to report on the event, with front-page headlines showcasing the grand bidding event of Chaoyang Technology, further fueling its already booming reputation. The fame of the electronic pet machines and VCDs also spread to thousands of households, igniting countless people's curiosity and desire to purchase. Just as Li Yong was busy arranging production and coordinating supplies for agents across the country to prepare for a full-scale market launch, an urgent phone call brought terrible news. His cousin Su Xin, who managed the flagship store of Hongbin Building in H City, had suddenly gone missing. Upon receiving the news, Li Yang did not dare to delay for a moment and immediately took a flight back to H City. Inside the flagship store of Hongbin Tower, he sat on the office sofa with a grim expression, listening to his subordinates report the situation. Brother Yang Xin went missing after work last night. The store was open until after 11 o'clock. She was supposed to return to the dormitory with the other waitresses, but they said that Xin seemed to have forgotten something and returned alone to get it. After that, no one saw her again. This morning, when she didn't show up for work, we sensed something was wrong and notified you immediately, a subordinate whispered. Where were you when my cousin turned back? Brother Yang, the girls' dormitory is in a different direction from our place. Last night there were more than 10 people with Xin, so we didn't follow closely. It was our negligence betraying your trust. The subordinate's face turned pale, filled with self-blame. Li Yang understood in his heart that this matter could not be blamed on the subordinate. The true root cause lay within himself. He ultimately forgot that this was not the peaceful era of the future where nothing goes missing. Now was the time of rampant thugs and chaos. His restaurant chain had expanded rapidly, and with the skills of his elite chefs, each city he entered became a hot spot, making money faster and attracting the attention of lawless elements. As the person in charge of the restaurant, Su Xin handled significant daily revenue and had likely been secretly watched long ago. If he had only reminded them to provide close protection for Su Xin, perhaps this disaster would not have occurred. Li Yang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging anger in his heart. Does my cousin have any acquaintances here? Could she have gone to a friend's place? No. Only Xiao Lei from the branch store in the outer district is Xin's biological sister, and they often keep in touch. We called her immediately, but Xin did not go there. Have you reported it to the police? Li Yang frowned tightly. Yes, but the police said that Xin is an adult. There are no signs of a struggle at the scene, and the disappearance time is too short to file a case immediately. Li Yang's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. However, he did not panic. Instead, his gaze became even colder. Listen, do as I say. First, immediately notify all the city store subordinates that from now on they must provide close escort for the staff during their commutes. I will not allow this to happen again. Second, offer a reward of 200,000. I will deploy a large number of people to scour this street and area, questioning every household. Those who provide information will receive a fee, and those with key leads will receive 200,000, no less. Third, contact the TV station and radio station to publish missing person notices, also offering a reward for information and generous compensation for any clues. Fourth, get me a list of all the prominent social figures in H City. H City is too large. I want to leverage the mouths and eyes of these local snakes. Fifth, negotiate with the police station. As long as they can initiate an investigation immediately, I will donate 5 police cars. Understood, Brother Yang. The group of subordinates immediately acknowledged the orders and swiftly dispersed to take action. Li Yang then called Zhao Gang, instructing him to dispatch 2,000 subordinates directly from the factory to assist in H City. He then called Yu Yang and Su Xin, ordering him to bring most of the remaining subordinates and rush to join him immediately. This time Li Yang was almost exhausting all his resources. Aside from the stronghold in Ganqing, he gathered over 2,400 subordinates in one go. He had made up his mind. No matter how much it cost, even if he had to turn H City upside down and dig 3 feet into the ground, he would see his cousin alive or her corpse. The subordinates took their orders and left, leaving Li Yang alone in the office, his fingers tightly gripping the phone, knuckles turning white, and an icy chill surrounding him. He leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and rapidly replayed the whole incident in his mind. In the 1990s, H City was a chaotic mix with tangled underworld forces. The street security was already in disarray, and with Hongbin Tower's daily influx of customers and substantial cash flow, Su Xin returning to the restaurant alone at night undoubtedly provided an opportunity for criminals. The absence of signs of a struggle means either the perpetrators were discreet or Su Xin was lured or forcibly controlled without having time to resist. It was definitely not a simple case of going missing. The police not filing a case means there is no official search force, and relying on himself requires swift and ruthless action. After receiving Li Yang's orders, Zhao Gang did not dare to delay, directly gathering most of the subordinates in the factory, issuing travel allowances to each of them, and instructing them to return to H City quickly, demanding only one thing: speed regardless of cost. Yu Yang, being nearby, brought the first batch of supporting subordinates and arrived before Li Yang in less than 40 minutes. Li Yang saw Yu Yang and wasted no time, stating directly, I will give you half a day. I don't care what method you use. By 8 o'clock tonight, I want to see all the prominent social figures in H City before me. Can you do it? Brother Yang, rest assured, I guarantee to complete the task. If even one person is missing, I will break my own hands. Yu Yang replied resolutely. That won't be necessary. Oh, just do your best to go as fast as possible. Li Yang looked at Yu Yang's fierce expression and knew this guy would definitely deliver, quickly stopping him. Li Yang then assigned tasks to Yu Yang as well. In order to speed things up, Yu Yang chose the simplest and most brutal approach. He first sent people to various billiard halls and video game arcades to inquire about the names of the prominent figures in each district, taking notes one by one, and then found out where these social figures' strongholds were. Once the strongholds were confirmed, 5 subordinates would form a group and head straight to the enemy's lair. Upon entering, they would first extend an invitation. If reason failed, they would resort to fists and feet. Once a knife was at the throat, everything would be negotiable. In the office of Jinxing Microloan Company, smoke lingered in the air, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. Boss Zhao Jinxing sat arrogantly in the main seat, holding a half-burned cigarette between his fingers, his brows knitted together as he spoke in a low voice to a group of subordinates gathered around the table. Think it over. How are we going to collect those bad debts? Day after day you all are slacking off. His voice was hoarse, laced with the harshness of years spent in the underworld, and his eyes brimmed with impatience. This company, which bore the name of a microloan service, was to anyone with clear eyes a den of usury. Zhao Jinxing rose from the streets, making a name for himself through sheer ruthlessness, leading a group of brothers to carve out a reputation in the district, known for his black hard ways and unscrupulous methods of making money through lending and debt collection. His name was well known in the local underworld, and in Dao District no one dared to underestimate Zhao Jinxing. Yet no matter how hard he racked his brain, he never expected that his overly loud reputation would lead him to a grave downfall today. At this moment, a team of death warriors under Li Yong had gathered intel and pinpointed his lair, making their way directly to him. In the lobby on the first floor of the microloan company, several tall, grim-faced men strode in, quickly exuding an aura that warned others to stay away. The front desk assistant hurriedly reported this to Zhao Jinxing, who assumed they were clients seeking a loan, and he waved his hand dismissively, instructing his subordinates to bring them up. Before long, his subordinates brought these unfamiliar men into his office. Zhao Jinxing, still putting on airs as the boss, spoke arrogantly. You all understand the rules, right? To borrow money, you need to provide physical collateral. In our line of work, we typically expect 9 returns for every 13 lent. Think it through before we talk further. However, the leader among them scanned Zhao Jinxing with steady eyes and in an unwavering tone said, Are you Zhao Jinxing? We are not here to borrow money, and my brother wants to see you. Come with us. This statement was undoubtedly a blatant provocation to Zhao Jinxing. His expression froze instantly, his face darkening as he glared at the speaker with a sinister gaze. Who is your brother? Such arrogance, saying you want to see me just like that. The leader frowned slightly, his patience clearly wearing thin. Zhao Jinxing, we don't have time to waste on you. Just answer, are you coming or not? Zhao Jinxing immediately flew into a rage, slamming his hand on the table, shouting, I see you bunch think you can bully me. Do you know whose territory this is? This is Zhao Jinxing's. If I let you little brats intimidate me today, how am I supposed to survive in this world from now on? As soon as he finished speaking, hurried footsteps echoed from outside, and more than a dozen loyal subordinates armed with clubs charged in, with fierce expressions surrounding the death warriors, causing the atmosphere to become tense. Zhao Jinxing thought that his display of force would intimidate the visitors, but the leader merely remained unmoved, coldly uttering 2 words, attack. Without any hesitation, the sounds of fighting screams and the crashing of furniture erupted violently in the office, with the dull thuds of fists and feet falling alongside the wails of his subordinates. In less than half a minute, the clamor abruptly ceased. Looking around the office, it was already a scene of devastation. Documents scattered everywhere, tables and chairs toppled, and a dozen subordinates lay haphazardly on the ground, each clutching their wounds and groaning in pain, completely unable to fight back. Zhao Jinxing was particularly thrown by one of the death warriors, who kicked him hard, sending him crashing into the wooden cabinet behind him, blood streaming down his forehead and sliding down his cheek, leaving him looking disheveled and fierce, devoid of any trace of his former authority. The leading death warrior stepped forward slowly, pulling out a sharp dagger from his waist, grabbing one of Zhao Jinxing's hands and pressing it on the desk, the cold blade pressing tightly against his fingers, his voice as icy as the steel. I'll ask you one last time, are you coming? The chilling sensation at his fingertips made Zhao Jinxing's face go pale as he looked at the glinting dagger, his previous arrogance evaporating completely. He knew well that his subordinates, who had fought alongside him for years, were all capable fighters, ranking among the best in the area, but the other side had merely 5 men who had easily taken down everyone. The disparity in strength was beyond comparison, and any resistance would only lead to a more brutal end. I'll go. Brother, I'll go. Let's talk this over nicely. Please don't make a move. Zhao Jinxing's voice trembled as he nodded, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Seeing him relent, the death warriors said no more, swiftly sheathing their dagger and signaling 2 subordinates to support the weakened Zhao Jinxing, shoving him out of the microloan company and stuffing him into a Toyota van parked by the roadside, which soon roared to life and sped away. Inside the van, the atmosphere was deathly still. Zhao Jinxing huddled in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, glancing fearfully at the cold-faced man beside him. In this day and age with few surveillance cameras, he feared that they might take him to a remote area and bury him, which would truly be the end for him. Gathering his courage, he cautiously asked, Brother, may I ask who your big brother is? We have no past grievances and no recent enmities. The lead man shot him a sidelong glance, his murderous intent unmistakable, causing Zhao Jinxing to immediately fall silent, not daring to utter another word, and obediently retreating into the corner. Before long the van came to a slow stop in front of an abandoned factory. The factory's walls were mottled, and its doors and windows were in disrepair, exuding an eerie and desolate atmosphere. Zhao Jinsheng was shoved into the factory by the Death Warriors, and as soon as he entered he was taken aback by the scene before him. The large factory was filled with a throng of people, with young strong men standing in every corner, each with a tall posture and sharp eyes resembling the men who had brought him here. It was clear they were all part of the same group. In the center of the factory there was also a group of people, but they all looked dejected, sporting bruises and swollen faces resembling Zhao Jinsheng's current pitiful state. Zhao Jinsheng took a closer look, and his heart sank sharply. Among them were several familiar faces, such as Li Mingwei from Dongxiao and Xiao Zhengnan from Xiqing, all of whom were once formidable figures in their respective territories. There were also many others he recognized, all prominent figures in the underworld of H City. Pushed into the crowd by the Death Warriors, Zhao Jinsheng stood still as Li Mingwei noticed him approaching with a bruised face and a limp, whispering in a trembling voice filled with fear, "You were caught too." "You too?" Zhao Jinsheng asked, his voice quivering in disbelief. Li Mingwei nodded with a pained expression, lowering his voice even further. "It's not just us, these people are all directly kidnapped from their homes and venues, all from the underworld, and almost all of H City's district bosses have been taken." Zhao Jinsheng gasped, cold sweat breaking out on his back. The underworld of H City was a mix of fish and dragons, with many ruthless characters, and various forces had been entrenched for years. No one had ever managed to capture all the local tyrants in one night. The scale of this operation was simply shocking. What about Wu Tian? Has he been caught too? That brat has always been arrogant. He wouldn't just submit like this, would he? Zhao Jinsheng steadied himself and quickly asked. Wu Tian was known as a ruthless character in H City, even worse than him, and he wanted to know if he had been captured. Li Mingwei pointed to a corner of the factory with a fearful tone, and Zhao Jinsheng followed his gaze to see a person lying on the ground motionless, and if not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would have looked like a corpse. "That's Wu Tian," Li Mingwei said, fear creeping into his voice. "I heard he resisted fiercely and fought the group, and they ended up breaking all his limbs and tendons. He's finished, a complete cripple now." Zhao Jinsheng's legs turned to jelly, nearly collapsing to the ground, his face paling further as only one thought remained in his mind: these people really dared to kill. What the hell is going on? Who are they? After calming himself, Zhao Jinsheng asked with a trembling voice. "I don't know either. These people are too sinister. They don't seem like they belong to the underworld, but it looks like they aren't here to kill us. If we behave ourselves, we should be fine," Li Mingwei quickly urged, and Zhao Jinsheng nodded vigorously, keeping his head bowed, not daring to breathe loudly. Soon more and more underworld bosses were brought into the factory by the Death Warriors, and by 8 in the evening a synchronized sound of footsteps finally echoed outside the factory. A group of Death Warriors surrounded a young man walking in slowly. The man was tall and cold-faced, exuding a powerful aura. His gaze swept over the entire room, and everyone who met his eyes instinctively lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. This man was none other than Liang. Liang walked to the center of the factory, calmly surveying the surroundings before he slowly spoke, his voice not loud, yet clearly resonating throughout the factory. "My name is Liang. I apologize for bringing you all here so abruptly. The means may not be proper, but it concerns lives, and I cannot afford to be too careful. I know all your backgrounds, so don't try to play tricks with me. Otherwise I will show you what true ruthlessness looks like." He paused, his tone becoming firm. "The reason I've gathered you here is simple. I need you to use all your connections to mobilize all the thugs and petty criminals in H City to help me find one person. Shortly my men will distribute photos of the person we are looking for to you. This will not be a free job for any important leads, provided there will be a reward of 500,000 for directly finding the person. The reward is 1 million. Additionally, I will also provide mobilization funds. Each subordinate sent out will receive 50 yuan a day. The more people you send, the more I will pay down to the last cent. But don't think about trying to fool me. If you dare to play tricks or slack off, you will bear the consequences." Initially, when they heard Liang asking them to help find someone, the underworld bosses felt indignant, thinking it was too humiliating to be beaten and then still be made to work for someone else. But once the figures of 500,000 and 1 million were mentioned, everyone's expressions changed instantly. In 1992, 500,000 and 1 million were astronomical sums. These men were still in the phase of petty squabbles, engaging in usury and watching venues earning money through hard work. Even the boss couldn't save much more than a few thousand a year. 1 million was enough for them to wash their hands of this life and live comfortably for the rest of their days. Who wouldn't be tempted? "Li, brotherly, are you serious?" Zhao Jinsheng's eyes widened, suppressing his fear as he gathered courage to speak. He had dreamed of getting that 1 million. Liang did not answer directly, but gestured to Yu Yang beside him. Yu Yang stepped forward immediately, carrying a huge black suitcase, and with a heavy thud, he placed it on the ground. When opened, bundles of brand new blue 100 yuan bills were neatly stacked inside the glaring red seals. Particularly eye-catching, the sight of the cash dazzled everyone. The money is right here. This case holds 3 million. If it's not enough, I can add more anytime. As long as you can find the person, Li Yang will keep my word and will not shortchange anyone. Li Yang's tone was firm and resonant. As the saying goes, money can make the devil push a millstone, but with such a large sum of cash in front of them, no one could resist. Even if they couldn't get the big bonuses, the bounty for their subordinates was still a guaranteed income. Moreover, these underworld bosses knew best that having their subordinates run errands to find someone was much easier than risking their lives, so the subordinates were more than willing to do it. At this moment, two paths lay before them: either resist, stubbornly ending up like Wu Tian, or take the money and work steadily. Anyone with a normal mind would know how to choose. Li Yang immediately ordered his men to give each boss a deposit of 50,000 and arranged for 5 death warriors to accompany each boss, ostensibly for protection, but in fact to supervise them, ensuring they used the money to find the person. Afterwards, he sent everyone back one by one. Once these underworld bosses returned to their territories, they swiftly gathered all their subordinates, distributing photos and issuing strict orders commanding everyone to go all out to search for leads. In no time, the streets of H City were filled with figures searching for someone, and a citywide manhunt had begun. Meanwhile, in an old and dilapidated neighborhood on the outskirts of H City in Building 4, Room 503, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and the room was filled with smoke, the air thick with the smell of cigarettes and a murky stench. 3 men and 1 woman sat around the living room, holding cigarettes, exhaling smoke, their expressions revealing a mix of urgency and greed. Hongyu has that woman we brought back last night woken up. Gang Gu, sporting a bushy beard and a face full of flesh, flicked off the ash and asked, his eyes glinting with calculation. The woman named Hongyu blew out a smoke ring, pouting slightly with annoyance as she glanced at the young man beside her. Not yet. A Xiao Gao put too much of the drug last night. That woman is sleeping like a dead pig and won't wake up no matter how much we shout. We can't wait any longer. Go get a basin of cold water and splash it on her. Gang Gu crushed his cigarette harshly, his tone severe. We've been watching her for several days. She's the owner of a large restaurant and definitely has money. If we pull this off, we can retire this year and enjoy life. Alright, I'll go right now. Hongyu stood up, walked into the kitchen, filled a basin with cold tap water, and turned back towards the bedroom. In the bedroom, a woman was tightly bound to the headboard, her limbs secured with thick ropes, and her mouth taped shut, lying motionless in a deep slumber. Without any hesitation, Hongyu picked up the basin and poured the water over the woman's head. The cold water instantly soaked her hair and clothes, making her shudder violently, and her long eyelashes fluttered before she slowly opened her eyes. After a moment of confusion, pure terror followed. She looked at Hongyu in front of her and instinctively wanted to scream, but found her mouth sealed shut and her limbs immobilized, only able to emit muffled sounds filled with despair. Hongyu watched her panic-stricken face, and a cold smile crept across her lips as she spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Sister, you know the situation you're in right now. We are just here to seek money. You run such a large restaurant, a few 100,000 shouldn't be a big deal for you. If you cooperate and hand over the money, we will let you go. But if you don't cooperate, those brothers outside are ruthless characters who really dare to kill. Think carefully about what you want to do. I will tear off the tape from your mouth now. Answer my questions honestly, and don't even think about shouting for help. This neighborhood is old, and there are few residents. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one will hear you. The woman trembled all over, her heart sinking in despair, yet trapped without any means of resistance, could only nod vigorously, signaling her willingness to cooperate. Seeing her compliance, Hongyu smiled with satisfaction and reached out to tear off the tape from her mouth. As soon as the woman's mouth was uncovered, she began to cough violently and urgently said with a hoarse voice, "You've got the wrong person. I truly have no money. I'm just the manager of the restaurant. The restaurant isn't mine. Oh, it belongs to my cousin. I'm just an employee." Hongyu's expression tightened at her words, her face darkening. Without saying a word, she grabbed the tape again and resealed the woman's mouth, turning on her heel and swiftly exiting the bedroom to return to the living room. "Ganga, something's not right. That woman says the restaurant isn't hers. She's just in charge, and the restaurant belongs to her relatives," Hongyu said in a lowered voice to Ganga. "What? So our efforts over the past few days have been in vain." Xiao Gao, who was nearby, became anxious in an instant. They had been lurking for several days to finally capture her, and if they couldn't get any money, all their efforts would be wasted. Gang's eyes hardened as he waved his hand dismissively, saying sternly, "What's there to panic about? Even if she doesn't have money, her relatives must have money. If she can manage such a large restaurant, her connections must be extraordinary." Hongyu continued to ask her for her relatives' contact information. "The plan remains unchanged. Tomorrow I'll call the restaurant to demand ransom, and if they dare to refuse, we'll handle it the old way." The others exchanged glances and nodded, saying no more as the room fell silent once again, save for the oppressive sound of their breathing. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Yang had been watching over the restaurant all night, his eyes bloodshot, unable to close them for even a moment. As dawn broke, his subordinates, the Death Warriors, hurriedly rushed over to report. Brother Yang, the police have filed a case stating that the case of Sister Xin is similar to several recent kidnapping cases, and they plan to investigate them together. Li Yang's spirits lifted at once, and he immediately commanded, fully cooperate with the police investigation and send someone to closely monitor the police station. Any leads must be reported back immediately. Additionally, assist the police in checking the route Sister Xin took back to the restaurant, surveying the surrounding alleys, roadside vendors and residents, and visit every household to ensure no detail is overlooked. Understood, Brother Yang. As soon as his subordinates left, the desk phone suddenly rang urgently, the sound cutting through the silence with an unbearable sharpness. Li Yang immediately grabbed the receiver, his voice laced with urgency. Hello. Brother Yang, we have a lead. The voice of a death warrior on the other end was filled with excitement. Someone reported that a silver Santana has been lingering around the restaurant these past few days, behaving suspiciously. Li Yang tightened his grip on the receiver, hope igniting in his eyes as he said solemnly, Good. Bring the person who provided the lead over immediately. I need to question them face to face. Hanging up the phone, Li Yang stood by the window, gazing out at the street, his eyes resolute. With a lead, there was now a direction. Su Xin, he would definitely find her. The death warriors received Li Yang's command, moving swiftly like the wind. In just a few minutes, they brought all the witnesses before Li Yang. Li Yang's gaze swept over the several anxious individuals in front of him, then turned to the death warrior beside him, asking in a deep voice, did they all see it with their own eyes? Yes, Brother Yang. We visited each one and checked. These nearby residents have all seen that silver Santana, the death warrior affirmed. Li Yang nodded slightly, looking at the tense residents, and spoke in a calm tone, everyone, there's no need to panic. Just share the details of the car you saw honestly. Rest assured you will not be left empty-handed. There will be generous rewards afterwards. Please recall carefully if that silver Santana had any noticeable features or if anyone remembers the license plate number. Seeing that Li Yang was young, yet spoke gently and politely, without a hint of arrogance, the tense expressions of the residents began to ease. After a moment, a woman in her 50s spoke first, her tone firm. I live in the alley opposite the restaurant. That alley is narrow, and the car was parked at the entrance blocking the road, so I remember it very well. The car was silver gray, looking somewhat old, and there was a large dent on the rear. As for the license plate, I didn't pay attention at the time. Li Yang nodded upon hearing this, gaining another precise clue in his mind about the damaged rear bumper. He then looked at the other individuals. Their descriptions were quite similar to what the woman had said, but there were also many key details hidden within. A young man about 15 or 16 recalled that the car windows were tinted with a dark film. He couldn't remember the numbers on the license plate, but confirmed it was a Black A license, indicating it was a local vehicle. With these clues gathered, Li Yang was overjoyed, finally relieved that his subordinates would no longer have to search aimlessly like headless flies in the vast city. Then Li Yang immediately took out cash and handed each witness 500 as a token of gratitude. The individuals, overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly expressed their thanks before being sent away. After settling the witnesses, Li Yang quickly picked up the phone, dialing one by one, instructing the search teams to focus their efforts on that silver gray Santana. In this era, private cars were rare. There were only a few tens of thousands of motor vehicles in the entire H city. Excluding other brands and models, there were at most 1,000 or 2,000 Santana cars. Combined with the color, the dark film, and the damage to the rear, the likelihood of finding this car was extremely high as long as the kidnappers had not left H city. As for why this car was suspected, Li Yang had also instructed the death warriors to inquire. There were no residents in that alley with a Santana, nor did any of the residents have relatives who owned a Santana, yet this Santana had been idling at the alley for days, directly facing the restaurant. With orders being relayed over the phone, and once all arrangements were made, Li Yang exhaled a breath of relief. Just as he wanted to take a break, the desk phone suddenly rang urgently. He quickly picked it up, speaking in a deep voice, hello. Is this Hongbin Tower? A low, hoarse voice came through the line, tinged with a hint of vigilance. Who are you? Li Yang frowned, keenly sensing something was off. I'm looking for Su Xin's cousin Li Yang, the other party said directly. Li Yang's heart tightened instantly, concluding that the person on the other end of the line must be the kidnapper of his cousin. Suppressing his inner anger, he spoke coldly, that's me. Is my cousin Su Xin in your hands? Clever, no wonder you're the boss. Since we've come this far, I want beat around the bush. Bring 1 million out, otherwise you can wait to collect your cousin's corpse. The tone of the other party was harsh, leaving no room for doubt. No problem. Li Yang almost immediately responded, as long as you guarantee my cousin's safety, not to mention 1 million, I'll pay 2 million. For Li Yang, with his current wealth, a few million was merely a drop in the bucket. His willingness to agree so readily, even offering to increase the price, was to make the kidnappers understand that Su Xin was a bargaining chip that could bring in a hefty ransom, deterring them from easily taking her life. The kidnapper on the other end of the line was evidently stunned for 2 seconds. 1 million was a price suggested casually by the leader Gang Go. He had originally thought that negotiating down to several 100,000 would be a stroke of luck, but he did not expect the other party not only to agree at once, but also to double the ransom. Gang Gu, regaining his composure, was overjoyed knowing they had hit the jackpot, this job would ensure their financial security for the rest of their lives. Alright, that's settled. 2 million it is. I want cash without sequential numbers, and you have 1 day to prepare it. Tomorrow when we get the money we will release her immediately. Gang Gu spoke with suppressed excitement. Fine, but I want to say a few words to my cousin first to confirm she's safe. Li Yong proposed his own condition as he agreed to the ransom. Gang Gu pondered for a few seconds and quickly relented. Alright, you have 10 seconds, not a second more. MHM. Li Yong briefly responded, his fingers unconsciously tightening around the receiver. Gang Gu was consumed with thoughts of the imminent large sum of money and was in high spirits. He hurried to the room where Su Xin was being kept, ripped the tape off her mouth, and coldly ordered, your cousin wants to talk to you for 10 seconds. Don't play any tricks. Su Xin froze for a moment, then tears streamed down her face as she choked out, Xiao Yang, it's me. Hearing his cousin's voice laced with tears, Li Yang's heart finally relaxed a bit. As long as she was alive, that was enough. His greatest fear was encountering ruthless and desperate criminals who might tear up the deal before the ransom was paid. That would be the worst-case scenario. He took a deep breath, his tone steady and firm. Cousin, it's me. Don't cry yet. Listen to me. I will definitely rescue you. Just stay there and cooperate with them. Don't resist and don't let them harm you. Trust your cousin. I will definitely get you out. As soon as he finished speaking, Gang Gu abruptly yanked the phone back from Su Xin's ear. Okay, you've heard her voice. Hurry up and prepare the money. Don't worry, we are honest in this business. Oh, once the money is in hand, she will naturally be released. Gang Gu dropped that line and directly hung up the phone. Hearing the busy tone from the receiver, Li Yang's expression instantly darkened to a terrifying degree. Had he not already obtained information about these people through the police, knowing that they had committed multiple serious crimes and had killed over a dozen people without any integrity, he might have believed their lies. In the afternoon, 2,000 death warriors urgently dispatched from the capital arrived in H City one after another. Li Yong immediately deployed this fresh force, vowing to locate the kidnapper's hideout before the ransom transaction the next day. With this powerful force joining, the search efficiency significantly increased, extending the investigation range from the city center to the suburbs. Song Tianyi was a small leader under Zhao Jinxing, and he had been participating in the search operations these past few days. As a large number of death warriors arrived to provide support, he was reassigned to a new search area, leading a group of younger brothers to search in the suburbs. Over these days, Song Tianyi had been quite pleased with himself. He had always yearned for the so-called society person lifestyle, believing that leading a group of younger brothers around, being imposing and powerful, was the real deal. This large-scale operation in H City just happened to satisfy his vanity. In reality, Song Tianyi was merely a vocational school student. He was able to work with Zhao Jinxing solely because his cousin was a trusted subordinate of Zhao Jinxing. To gather personnel this time, Zhao Jinxing had brought him along. Zhao Jinxing was ruthless to outsiders, but somewhat benevolent to his own subordinates. For this operation, Li Yong paid 50 yuan per head to each participating gangster. Zhao Jinxing took 20, while the remaining 10 went to the small leaders, leaving 20 for the ordinary younger brothers. In an era where the average monthly wage for workers was only 200 or so yuan, earning 20 yuan a day was already a considerable income. And with Song Tianyi bringing along more than 30 younger brothers from vocational school, he could earn over 300 yuan a day, making him feel extremely pleased. On the day of the agreed transaction with the kidnappers, Song Tianyi instructed his younger brothers to spread out in the southern suburbs of the city, forming groups of several people to continue searching for the target vehicle. Before long, a few younger brothers rushed up to him, panting and excited, saying, Tian, go, we found a silver gray Santana in Xiangrui community, the same car you said to look for. All the features match perfectly. Song Tianyi's eyes lit up in surprise as he asked, are you serious? Absolutely. Lao Lu is still watching it. He hasn't left for a moment. The younger brother replied quickly, ha, great. It's a blessing from the heavens for us brothers. The opportunity to get rich has come. Overjoyed, Song Tianyi immediately ordered you continue to keep a close watch on that car. He'll call Shenggu to report. He quickly ran to a nearby convenience store and dialed Zhao Jinxing's number. Hello. Zhao Jinxing's voice came through the phone. Shenggu, it's me, Xiao Tian. Song Tianyi's excitement was hard to conceal. Oh, Xiao Tian, what's up? Is there a situation? Zhao Jinxing asked casually. Shenggu, we have a major discovery. The silver gray Santana you told us to find has been located in Xiangrui community in the suburbs. The color of the film and the damaged rear match the details you provided exactly. Song Tianyi reported excitedly, recalling that Zhao Jinxing had promised a reward of 100,000 for whoever could find the car. He had never seen so much money in his life. What did you say? You're not joking with me, are you? Xiao Tian, this is serious business. You can't mess around. Zhao Jinxing stood up suddenly, his voice filled with disbelief and excitement. Shenggu, I wouldn't dare to deceive you. My younger brother is still on the scene keeping watch. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourself. Song Tianyi quickly assured. All right. Zhao Jinxing repeatedly exclaimed, urgently instructing, make sure to keep a close watch on that car. If anyone starts the vehicle, you must see the driver's face clearly. You have money, right? Immediately take a taxi and arrange for people to follow in shifts. Don't let them get suspicious and discover anything. If this is handled well, not only will I give you 100,000 bonus, but it'll also help you open a pool hall to ensure you have a stable livelihood in the future. Understood. Shingu, rest assured, I guarantee everything will be handled perfectly and there will be no mistakes. Song Tianyi patted his chest to assure him. After hanging up, he immediately led the remaining younger brothers to Xiangrui community. He was quite clever, having more than 30 younger brothers spread out surrounding the silver-gray Santana with a radius of 50 meters, leaving no blind spots, and he also called for 4 taxis to stand by nearby. Once the car left, they would follow immediately. Zhao Jinxing hung up the phone, excitedly raising his fist. These past few days searching for someone in a city with a population of millions felt like searching for a needle in a haystack, and he was about to give up on the huge reward. Unexpectedly, a little brother under him had accomplished a great feat. He calmed his excited heart and immediately called Liang. Upon learning that the suspect vehicle had been found, Liang was also filled with joy and praised Zhao Jinsheng's meticulous arrangements. With his cousin still in the hands of the kidnappers, they could not afford to make any mistakes. If the kidnappers escaped from H City, finding them again would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Liang then instructed Yu Yang to lead over 50 second-level death warriors to Xiangrui community to replace Song Tianyi and his group. Such cautious tracking and monitoring tasks were best entrusted to loyal and efficient death warriors. With crucial clues in hand, Liang decided to remain calm and quietly wait for the kidnappers' call. He had already devised a plan in his mind. When the kidnappers came to collect the ransom, they would surely split up. The fewer people they had at home, the lower the risk would be when rescuing his cousin. Around 10 in the morning, after Gang Go and the others had breakfast, they began to deploy their plan to collect the money, their expressions filled with greed and ruthlessness. Gao Yi, you stay at the residence to keep an eye on that woman. Hong Yu and Shun Zi come with me to collect the money. The other party is a wealthy individual, so we must be cautious. This time we will split into 3 teams and proceed carefully. Gang Guest's gaze was cold as he methodically arranged, I will drive our own car, and you two will take a taxi. I will first give them a false transaction location, and then temporarily redirect them to Longmen Overpass. Hong Yu, you wait under the bridge. I will have them throw the money from the bridge, and as soon as you receive it, immediately take a taxi with Shun Zi heading south. I will meet you 500 meters to the south, and we will converge in the car then. He paused, looking at Gao Yi, his tone suddenly turning fierce. Gao Yi, this is your responsibility. If anything goes wrong on our side, I will immediately send you a pager, and you must act to tear up the deal without leaving any witnesses. Did you all understand? Gang Gu said sternly. Understood. They all replied in unison, their eyes revealing their eagerness for the 2 million yuan. Once this heist was successful, they would be set for life. Oh, as for Su Xin's life or death, it had never been in their consideration. Over the years, they had kidnapped and extorted more than 10 times, and every time they succeeded, they would brutally tear up the deal and then vanish without a trace, never failing. This time they planned to use the same old tricks. Just past 11 in the morning, the phone call from the kidnapper leader Gang Go came through to Li Yang's mobile phone. Li Yang's gaze was cold and somber as he picked up the call without hesitation. Is the money ready? Gang Guest's voice was hoarse, dripping with unabashed greed and arrogance as he bluntly questioned. Of course it's ready. Now tell me how we will proceed with the transaction. Li Yang's tone was flat and emotionless, revealing only an icy indifference. In a moment, send someone with a phone to tell me the phone number, and I will notify him to go to the designated location. I warn you, don't play any tricks, or you'll never see your cousin again. He Gang Go threatened, darkly convinced that Li Yang wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Fine, I will do as you say. But how do I know that once you get the money you will release her? Li Yang asked in a deep voice, deliberately feigning concern. Then you can only take a gamble. So are you going to give me the money or not? Gang Gu toyed with the knife in his hand, feeling invincible as he spoke more audaciously. Li Yang did not waste another word. His voice suddenly turned firm and calm. Let me hear my cousin's voice to confirm she is unharmed, and I will do as you request immediately. Now that's more like it. No problem, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll fulfill this small request of yours. Huh? Gang Gu laughed heartily, full of pride, and casually brought the phone to Su Xin, who was tied up nearby. Moments later, a weak yet clear voice from Su Xin came through the phone, and Li Yang was fully assured that his cousin was still alive. The call was soon disconnected, and as soon as it ended, Li Yang methodically initiated his already prepared rescue plan. On the other side, Gang Gu and his 2 accomplices were also ready, hastily heading downstairs according to their prearranged roles. They had no idea that the moment they opened the building door, dozens of hidden eyes had already locked onto their figures, watching their every move closely. Gang Gu walked straight towards the silver-gray Santana parked downstairs, opened the door, and got in. Hong Yu and another accomplice noticed a row of waiting taxis parked by the roadside of the community without any suspicion. The 2 of them got into 2 different taxis, one after another, following behind the Santana as they drove out of the community gate. In the shadows of the community, a death warrior lowered his voice and reported to Yu Yang. Beside him, Boss Yu, the target has been completely locked in. The 3 people who just left are highly suspicious. The other 2 kidnappers in the taxis have no idea that the drivers are our people. They want escape. What should we do next? Yu Yang's expression was stern, a glint of cold, killing intent flashing in his eyes, as he decisively ordered, "Since we have already identified their hiding building, let's act immediately. Gather another 100 brothers, organized into groups of 5 disguised as community workers, and check each household. Remember, control everyone inside the house as soon as you enter. Xin is still in their hands, so we must do everything we can to ensure she suffers no further harm." "Yes, I will notify everyone immediately." The death warrior beside him took the order and swiftly disappeared around the corner. In just 10 minutes, nearly 150 death warriors had all arrived, quickly breaking into smaller groups and silently entering the residential building from which Gang Ge and his 2 accomplices had exited. This building had 7 floors with 4 households on each floor, totaling 28 households. The manpower gathered by Yu Yang was sufficient for a thorough and comprehensive search. All the death warriors quickly took their positions, guarding in front of each door. With a command from Yu Yang, the search operation officially began. In room 403 on the 4th floor, Gao Yi, who was left behind, sat listlessly in the living room, staring at the television screen, with no interest, his heart already drifting towards the transaction location along with Gang Ge and the others, hoping they would successfully obtain the ransom. At that moment, a sudden loud knocking on the door abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Gao Yi frowned sharply, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart. Gang Ge and the others had keys to the door and never knocked, so the one outside must be a stranger. To be safe, he quickly grabbed a gleaming axe, tiptoed to the door, held his breath, and listened intently. The knocking continued outside, not only on his door, but also on several neighboring doors. After the neighbor opened the door, a gentle voice came from outside, claiming to be a community worker. "Sir, we are from the community committee here to re-register household information. Are there people home in these neighboring households?" "Yes, they're all home," the elderly neighbor replied cheerfully. Hearing this, Gao Yi inwardly cursed the old man for being meddlesome, but his anxious heart also relaxed. In this day and age, community committees often conduct population surveys and information registration. This was nothing unusual, so it was likely there would be no problems. He loosened his grip on the axe, planning to open the door and deal with them briefly before sending them away. But as soon as he opened the door, a tremendous force suddenly burst in from outside, violently pushing the door wide open. Gao Yi was caught off guard and stumbled, falling heavily onto the cold floor. Before he could get up and curse, several strong, agile men had already burst into the room, one of whom swiftly approached and grabbed his hair, forcefully pressing his head to the ground. Gao Yi struggled desperately, but he found himself as weak as a chick in their hands, with no power to resist. "Who are you? How dare you break into a private residence?" Gao Yi shouted hoarsely, his face filled with terror and rage. "Don't move. Cooperate with us, and we'll give you 200 yuan as a reward for your trouble," said the death warrior, his tone leaving no room for doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice of suppressed excitement came from inside the room. "Found it. Xin is here." Meanwhile, at the transaction location, Gang Ge was listening to upbeat music while driving to Longmen Sky Bridge, his face filled with confidence and pride. The entire transaction process had gone smoothly, and even at this moment he failed to notice anything unusual. Thinking that the person bringing the money would arrive soon, in just a few minutes the huge ransom would be in his hands, making his heart increasingly restless, filled with greedy fantasies about wealth. But just as he was lost in his sweet dreams, the dozen or so cars that had been driving normally around him suddenly changed direction simultaneously, rapidly surrounding his Santana like a steel drum. Before Gang Ge could react to what was happening, the surrounding vehicles had all stopped and dozens of strong men quickly got out, completely surrounding the Santana. The leading man walked directly to the car door, exerting force with one hand. With a loud crash, the entire door was forcefully ripped off. Gang Ge was completely dumbfounded, rooted to the spot in confusion. The next second, the leading man landed a heavy punch on his face, the force so great that it left him dizzy, stars flashing before his eyes. He didn't even have time to cry out in pain before 2 strong men firmly restrained him and swiftly shoved him into a nearby vehicle. Meanwhile, Hong Yu and another accomplice in the taxi experienced the exact same ambush with no ability to resist and were instantly captured. In Xiangrui community, the kidnapper's hideout, Li Yang walked into the room surrounded by numerous death warriors. His cousin Su Xin had already been properly arranged and sent to the hospital for examination and treatment. "Brother Yang, the hush money has been distributed and all the residents of this building have been registered. There will be no follow-up troubles left behind." Yu Yang quickly approached and reported to Li Yang in a low voice. Li Yang nodded slightly, his gaze falling on the floor where the 4 kidnappers were tightly bound, lying on the ground like dumplings, unable to move. Among them, Gao Yi looked the most miserable, with all 10 fingernails pulled out, one ear partially missing, his left eye swollen and nearly shut, covered in bruises, clearly the result of the death warriors using a powerful memory recovery technique to force him to divulge information. Li Yang gestured for the death warriors to bring a chair, slowly sat down and coldly scanned the 4 on the ground before slowly speaking. "You 4 have really been hard to find." Without finishing his sentence, Li Yang suddenly stood up and kicked Gang Ge hard in the head. Gang Gu let out a muffled groan as his body crashed heavily onto the floor, making him tremble in pain, but unable to make a sound. Have you asked everything you need? What did you find out? Li Yang turned his head and asked Yu Yang, his tone eerily calm. Yu Yang hurriedly handed over a detailed record, his face filled with anger, as he said, Brother Yang, these 4 people are simply inhumane, worse than dogs and pigs. They are not locals from H City, they are from Q City. In recent years, they have roamed the country specializing in kidnapping and murder. More than 20 people have died at their hands, and their methods are extremely cruel. Each time they kidnap a hostage, they first drain all their money, then cruelly execute them, dismembering and disposing of their bodies, mostly targeting women, particularly those working nightlife jobs. We also found evidence of their recent crimes in the kitchen and bathroom, and there were even victim body parts in the refrigerator that they hadn't had time to dispose of. Li Yang listened to the report with a stern expression, each word deepening the coldness around him. He had already made up his mind, these 4 inhumane demons must die today, even the King of Heaven couldn't save them. Since you enjoy dismembering so much, I will let you personally experience the taste of being dismembered. No, I will skin you alive, making you pay the most painful price for your actions. Li Yang's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion, each word carrying a chilling, murderous intent. He turned to Yu Yang and instructed in a deep voice, you handle this. Do as I say. Also arrange their crimes and confessions to leave for the police. After speaking, Li Yang no longer glanced at the 4 on the ground and turned to leave the room. In his eyes, these doomed demons were not worth wasting more words on. After Li Yang left, Yu Yang slowly turned to look at the trembling 4 on the ground, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That night, the police received reports from citizens claiming that blood was seeping out from the door of a certain building in the Xiangrui community, creating an eerie scene. The police quickly dispatched and rushed to the scene. After the criminal investigation team leader arrived, he immediately organized personnel to pry open the door of the involved residence. As soon as the door opened, the horrific scene inside came into view, and several young criminal investigators who had just joined couldn't help but bend over and vomit, their faces pale. A male corpse hung from the beam. Although its limbs were intact, all fingers and toes had been crushed. One ear was missing, the left eye was swollen shut, and the body was covered in injuries, a sight that was shocking. On the floor below the male corpse lay 3 bloody heads, their eyes wide open in extreme terror, as if they had seen the most horrifying scene before dying. The criminal investigation team leader suppressed his discomfort and led the team deeper into the house to search. In the corners of the bathroom and kitchen, they discovered a large number of dismembered limbs and severed arms, the stench of blood pervading the entire room, chilling to the bone. Captain, there's a letter on the table. A young criminal investigator suddenly called out after discovering something unusual while inspecting the desk. The criminal investigation team leader quickly approached, took the envelope, and began to read. After finishing, he let out a long breath, and as he looked at the 4 gruesome corpses in the room, his eyes held no pity, only coldness. Collect all the bodies, secure the scene, and take them back to the station for further investigation. After a few seconds of silence, the team leader ordered in a deep voice. Although the other officers were puzzled and did not understand why the captain made such a decisive call, they did not dare to ask more and promptly followed the orders, methodically carrying out the scene investigation and body collection. The air in the police conference room hung thick and still as senior officers exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to break the silence first. Yesterday's case had already spread throughout the bureau. Anyone with discerning eyes could see its strangeness, though the crime scene clearly pointed to another perpetrator. It bore Gao Yi's signed confession and letter of repentance. The letter meticulously recounted his and his accomplice's years of heinous crimes, and declared his sudden awakening, his unforgivable guilt, and his subsequent decision to slay 3 fellow criminals before hanging himself. The chief tapped his fingertips lightly against the table, shattering the suffocating quiet. Everyone, take a look. How shall we officially classify this case? Gao Yi's confession lies before us, yet this matter cannot be so simple. Has the Criminal Investigation Unit uncovered any new leads? Silence descended once more, until after several seconds the CID captain replied gravely, not yet. We conducted a comprehensive sweep of the scene and its surroundings, but the site was too chaotic, yielding no trace of a third party. I suspect the intruder was an exceptionally professional operational team. Moreover, local residents all confirmed they heard no unusual sounds throughout the night. In my view, these scoundrels got exactly what they deserved. The deputy chief, a former military officer, slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with fury. Whoever took them down did nothing less than uphold heavenly justice. If I'd encountered them myself, I'd have shot them on the spot, spared the people their corruption. The chief cleared his throat twice, gently restraining the deputy's outrage. True as that may be, we are police officers, bound by national law and institutional discipline. We cannot tolerate private vengeance, even against such irredeemable criminals, for doing so would erode social order itself. Therefore, the CID will continue its investigation without time constraints, pursuing truth until it is fully uncovered. As for the cases committed by Lu Weigong's gang, compile the files for formal closure and notify the relevant bureaus in the jurisdictions where those crimes occurred, so they may simultaneously close their own records. At those words, a flash of quiet understanding and faint amusement flickered across the CID captain's eyes. The chief had made his stance unmistakably clear. Whether or not the case was investigated remained at their discretion, whether or not it yielded results depended entirely on chance. As for Lu Weigong's gang, their official designation as closed was now irrevocable. Relief washed over the officers. After all, they were flesh and blood men carrying within them the most fundamental sense of justice. Rumors of Lu Weigong's gang's atrocities had long circulated, and now, with poetic retribution delivered, even if administered extrajudicially, many secretly raised a silent toast. Beyond the precinct walls, the storm had already been quietly quelled by Li Yang. Upon completing his mission to rescue his elder cousin, he ordered his elite operatives to withdraw in shifts to designated standby locations, and formally registered a security company in City H. Henceforth, this firm would assume full responsibility for the security of all Li Yang's enterprises. Its inaugural deployment included 20 Level 2 operatives and 100 Level 1 operatives, laying foundations both deep and unshakable. Night fell over City H. At the flagship Hongbin Lu restaurant, chandeliers blazed and voices surged. Li Yang deliberately chose this venue to host a banquet, expressing gratitude to the network of influential allies who had aided him recently, district-level titans and entrenched local power brokers across City H. Having already revealed himself, he no longer concealed his intentions, acting instead with increasing decisiveness. Though only a handful sat at the head table, their presence alone commanded the entire room. After taking his seat, Li Yang raised a glass brimming with soft drink and declared, "I owe each of you profound thanks for your steadfast support in this matter, especially Mr. Zhao. Without your full cooperation, success would have been impossible. Let me offer this drink in place of wine, to honor you all." No guest dared hesitate. All sprang to their feet, lifted their glasses, and drained them in one swift motion. None dared show the slightest disrespect, for this morning's news had announced the police's successful dismantling of Lu Weigong's criminal syndicate. Yet every seasoned underworld figure present knew the truth: those kidnappers had been eliminated, not by the authorities, but by this very young man before them. Many among them bore bloodstains on their hands and carried convictions for grievous bodily harm. They understood cruelty intimately. Yet none had ever witnessed anyone dispatch 4 men with such ruthless efficiency, and then compel the police themselves to endorse the conclusion: case closed. Even without knowing the precise maneuvers behind the scenes, they instinctively recognized one immutable truth: this young man was untouchable. Li Yang set down his glass, gestured for the guests to resume their seats, and bent to retrieve a black leather briefcase resting beside his chair, opening it with quiet precision. Neat stacks of crisp 100-yuan notes were laid out across the tabletop, drawing involuntary swallows from the assembled crowd. Mr. Zhao's contribution was paramount. The promise I made earlier stands. Li Yang's voice remained calm, yet resonated with unassailable authority. This 1 million yuan belongs to Mr. Zhao. Each of the rest of you receives 50,000. A token of appreciation, nothing more. To Li Yang, he was now a resource-rich entrepreneur. Forcing these streetwise figures into action inevitably stirred resentment, and certainly incurred debts of obligation. Rather than risk future complications, he preferred to settle matters cleanly with cash, eliminating entanglements before they could take root. Eyes fixed on the money, breaths quickened. No one refused wealth. Only Zhao Jinxing, the patriarch seated at the head, gazed upon the thick wad of bills with conflicted expression. He drew a deep breath, clenched his jaw, rose, and turned to Li Yang with sincere intensity. Mr. Li, I know you are destined for greatness. I do not wish for this money. I only ask for one chance, to serve you loyally as your most devoted subordinate. A subtle lift of Li Yang's brow betrayed momentary surprise. This man possessed uncommon intelligence. "Oh, what do you mean by that, Mr. Zhao?" Li Yang raised his eyes and asked in a calm tone. "You are a person who accomplishes great things. Why, old Zhao may not have read much, but I still understand the principles. The line of work we are engaged in is ultimately not a long-term plan. Everything we do treads on the red line of the law. If the country truly decides to crack down, we would be like fish in a barrel with nowhere to escape. After so many years of struggling through a life of fighting and petty dealings, I have had enough. Now I simply want to find a legitimate way to make a living and do something substantial. I hope Mr. Li can give me a chance to take me in." Upon hearing this, Li Yang's gaze towards Zhao Jinxing grew more appreciative. This person has a certain vision and experience. Zhao Jinxing is not wrong. In this era, it may seem that the underworld brings quick money and glory, but the government's crackdown on organized crime will inevitably come. At that time, countless so-called gang leaders will not escape the reckoning. To see the situation clearly at this time and decisively want to withdraw and change careers is indeed a sign of farsightedness. With this thought, a smile crept onto Li Yang's lips, and he half-jokingly said, "If you follow me, all your current assets will have to be abandoned. Are you truly willing to do that?" What is there to be reluctant about? Zhao Jinxing grinned, waving his hand with a carefree tone. Those petty enterprises of mine aren't worth much. Working alongside Mr. Li is far more significant and cannot be compared. All right, since you have made up your mind, I will agree to it and guide you on a clear path in the future. Liang nodded slightly, then lifted his glass, his tone becoming relaxed. Today is a day of celebration, so let's not talk about these things. Let's drink. Sure. Listening to Mr. Li, Zhao Jinxing's face instantly filled with joy upon hearing Li Yang's agreement, and he hurriedly echoed. From then on, Zhao Jinxing completely considered himself a subordinate of Li Yang, bustling around during the gathering. Although Li Yang did not lack attendance, Zhao Jinxing's perceptive and respectful attitude still pleased him. After all, leaders appreciate subordinates who can read the room. The other few social elites present viewed Zhao Jinxing's decisive allegiance to Li Yang with varied expressions. Some looked disdainful, feeling he had lost face for the underworld. Others were envious, wishing they could take his place. Li Yang had no intention of drinking much, only casually moving his chopsticks before getting up and leaving the table to rest briefly in a lounge. The banquet remained lively until 10 at night before gradually dispersing. After the guests departed, Zhao Jinxing was brought to Li Yang's resting room by a servant. Mr. Li. Upon seeing Li Yang, Zhao Jinxing immediately bowed, his tone exceedingly respectful. Li Yang sat on the sofa glancing at him before slowly speaking. Old Zhao, you are a smart person. Having the courage to withdraw at the right moment is truly rare, and I admire you for it. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Li. Old Zhao will not disappoint your trust. Zhao Jinxing quickly bowed his head in thanks, his tone filled with gratitude. Since I have decided to take you in, I will naturally provide you with a good path. Li Yang's tone was calm as he shifted the topic and asked directly, what do you think of the real estate industry? After some thought, Zhao Jinxing honestly shared his views, saying, in my opinion, as development continues, the demand for housing among the common people will only grow larger and the real estate industry will surely thrive. However, this industry has high entry barriers. To get involved, one needs a substantial amount of capital which ordinary people cannot easily manage. Your insight is quite accurate, and I also see great potential in this industry. Li Yang nodded in agreement, then suddenly shifted the topic. By the way, how much liquid capital do you currently have? Zhao Jinxing paused slightly. Although he didn't understand Li Yang's intent, he dared not hide anything and replied truthfully, to be honest, Mr. Li, after so many years in this line of work, I have to support a group of brothers, and my expenses are considerable. I only have about 300,000 to 400,000 in liquid cash. If I were to sell my house and car, I could barely gather up to 500,000. You don't need to sell your house and car. Li Yang waved his hand, speaking with certainty. I plan to establish a real estate development company, and there will be an injection of 25 million from Hong Kong investors, with me personally contributing another 25 million. You can invest all your liquid cash into it, and I will give you 1% of the company's shares. Additionally, once the company is established, I will reserve a vice president position for you. What do you think? Oh, Mr. Li, are you serious? Zhao Jinxing's eyes widened in disbelief, his face filled with amazement and surprise, almost thinking he misheard. I have always been clear about rewards and punishments. You have contributed to me, and this is what you deserve. Li Yang spoke calmly with a hint of certainty in his tone. And don't underestimate this 1% of shares. In 2 to 3 years you will understand the value of these shares. They will definitely not disappoint you. I understand. Thank you so much for this incredible opportunity, Mr. Li. I will invest and get the money ready right away. Zhao Jinxing was well aware of the significance of this opportunity. The several 100,000 he had was just a drop in the bucket compared to millions in investment. Without Li Yang's nod, he wouldn't even qualify to step into this industry. In essence, Li Yang had given him a ticket to board the great ship of opportunity, allowing him to completely bid farewell to his dark past and step onto a new path. Seeing Zhao Jinxing's perceptiveness, Li Yang nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand, letting him return to prepare. In fact, Li Yang already had a comprehensive plan for the real estate industry. As a reincarnated individual, he understood the explosive development the real estate industry would experience in the coming decades. Countless business tycoons and top wealthy individuals in the future rose by riding this wave. Now that he had returned to this era, he certainly would not miss out on this significant cake of the era's dividends. Currently, his construction team had already matured and honed their professional skills, making the establishment of a real estate company a natural progression. As for Zhao Jinxing, he was experienced and skilled in social dealings. Li Yang had already decided to entrust him with tasks like land acquisition and external coordination for the company. Surely he would achieve results with half the effort. As for the company's financial authority and personnel decisions, Li Yang would naturally not relinquish them. Simply put, Zhao Jinxing only needed to exert his value and be a tool earning his rightful share of dividends, while the remaining core powers were beyond his reach. Early the next morning, Li Yang made a special trip to the hospital to visit his cousin, Su Xin. Seeing that his cousin's spirits had improved and her external injuries were slowly healing, the worry in his heart finally eased. In fact, Su Xin did not suffer too much hardship while in the hands of the kidnapper Lu Wei. Firstly, Li Yang had warned her beforehand to cooperate obediently and not resist, which she followed without fail. Secondly, Liang had promised a large ransom to the other party, keeping them focused on the money, thus they paid little attention to her. However, she did receive a few slaps at the beginning, but those were just minor injuries and not a big deal. Nonetheless, this sudden kidnapping ultimately scared her, leaving her somewhat dispirited, and she would need to recuperate for a while. After repeatedly advising his cousin to focus on her recovery, Li Yong returned to the capital. By the time he returned to campus again, it was quietly nearing the end of October. Li Yong first returned to his dormitory. Pushing the door open, he saw several roommates inside. Lu Yong was the first to approach, jokingly saying in an exaggerated tone, "Boss, you're finally back. It's been ages. Since the semester started, you've hardly spent more than 10 days in the dorm. We thought you forgot about it." Li Yong chuckled and casually explained, "My home is in the capital, so it's convenient for me to go back and forth. How have you all been during this time at school?" What else could there be? The same old routine of classes, meals, and passing time. Fong sighed, looking forlorn as he pouted. "But in our dorm, it's that brat Jiang Nan who is living the best life. It's really infuriating how some people are so lucky." "Oh, what happened with Jiang Nan?" Liang asked curiously upon hearing this. "What else? That guy has found a girlfriend. I just can't understand where's the fairness in that." Fonda pretended to be indignant, making a show of it. "Oh, I didn't expect our dorm to have the sixth guy in a relationship first. Congratulations, sixth." A glint of surprise flashed in Li Yang's eyes, and he smiled as he congratulated Jiang Nan. Jiang Nan's face turned red, instantly feeling a bit shy as he waved his hands, bashfully saying, "We just hit it off, so we're trying to see how it goes. Nothing is set in stone yet. If you ask me, having money is essential. If Jiang Nan doesn't take that girl out for nice meals every day, buy her fruits, and give her gifts, how could such a pretty girl possibly take a liking to him so easily?" Just then a sarcastic voice came from the innermost bed in the dorm, dripping with undisguised jealousy. Li Yong frowned slightly. The speaker was Lu Ming. It seemed that during his absence the atmosphere in the dorm was far from the harmonious facade it appeared to be. "Who spilled the vinegar? Why are you so sour? Jiang Nan being wealthy is his own skill. How does that concern you? Did anyone eat less of the snacks he brought back? Why make such unpleasant comments? Who are you?" Without waiting for Jiang Nan to speak, Lu Yong, being straightforward, couldn't help but retort immediately. "Over time one can see people's true colors. There are always those who cannot stand others doing well, selfish and self-serving. At first the few people in the dorm got along relatively well, but as time passed their true natures were revealed. Such narrow-minded individuals naturally found it hard to make true friends. Fearing that a conflict would arise among them, Jiang Nan quickly reached out to hold Lu Yong, hurriedly trying to defuse the situation. "It's not worth getting upset over someone like him. Let's not bother with him. Since the boss is back, let's go to a restaurant near the school for a meal. It's on me." After saying that, he pulled Lu Yong, Fangda, and Li Yong out of the dorm without giving them a chance to respond, leaving Lu Ming and Wu Jiachuan behind in the room. Once outside the dorm, Lu Yong couldn't help but pour out his grievances, looking quite indignant. "Boss, you have no idea. At first we all got along pretty well, but I don't know when it started Lu Ming began to target the sixth guy for no reason, like he was sick with jealousy. The sixth guy is younger and soft-hearted. He has been reduced to tears several times by him. Fangda and I couldn't stand it and helped the sixth guy a few times, but after realizing what kind of person Lu Ming was, we decided to cut off contact with him. And then there's that Wu Jiachuan. He's a peculiar fellow who borrows everything and never returns it. But when we need to borrow something from him, he insists he doesn't have it, even though he clearly does. It's impossible to get along with such a selfish person." Liang listened, chuckling lightly. Having lived 2 lives, he was already over 50 years old and had seen all kinds of people. Characters like this who are selfish and cannot stand others doing well had long ceased to surprise him. However, he did not expect to encounter such troublesome individuals in his university dormitory. A few people walked out of the school gate and found an inconspicuous little restaurant by the street. They pushed the door open and the warmth of the kitchen enveloped them. A few wooden tables were cleaned, but the diners were sparse, making it quite peaceful. It wasn't like in later years college students had only a few coins in their pockets and only occasionally came out to improve their meals. Jiang Nan inherently inherited her father's generous and open-minded personality. As soon as she sat down, she picked up the menu and waved her hand, ordering 6 hearty dishes in succession, all meaty. It was only when Liang hurriedly waved his hands with a smile, saying, "That's enough. We can't finish it would be a waste," that she reluctantly closed the menu. "Today old Lu has really spent a lot," Liang joked with a smile. Jiang Nan waved her hand, dismissively saying, "What's this? My dad gives me 1,000 yuan for living expenses every month. This little bit of money for dishes isn't going to make me poor." As soon as the words were spoken, Lu Yang and another roommate exchanged glances and their lips twitched in unison. These years are not like in later times. An ordinary worker's monthly salary was only a couple of hundred yuan. For students, to have 1,000 yuan in living expenses is practically the definition of a rich kid. In later years, that would roughly equate to 20 or 30,000 yuan, which explained Jiang Nan's confidence. The small restaurant had few customers, and the kitchen prepared food quickly. In just over 10 minutes, steaming dishes were served one after another. The fragrant smell of sauerkraut fish and the rich aroma of braised pork instantly filled the air, whetting everyone's appetite. Jiang Nan called the boss to bring over a few bottles of chilled beer. The group filled their glasses and began to eat, drink, and chat. Among the four in the dormitory, Li Yang and Jiang Nan clearly came from affluent families. Lu Yang and the other two were already curious. After a few rounds of drinks, they naturally began discussing family matters. Lu Yang picked up a chopstick of tender sauerkraut fish and couldn't help but asked old Lu to be honest, the monthly salary for ordinary workers is only 100 or 2. Looking at your spending habits, it's obvious you both come from well-off families. I don't mean anything by it, just curious, what do your families do? Li Yang was the first to put down his glass, his tone flat. My family runs a small factory, just barely sustaining it. Life is okay. He had never liked to flaunt wealth, yet everything he wore and used was undoubtedly the best of this era. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell his family was not ordinary, so there was no need to hide it. Jiang Nan was even more direct. She grinned and said, my family engages in trade with the Bear Nation, dealing in goods to make some hard-earned money. This casual remark struck Li Yang like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Having been reborn for so long, he had completely forgotten about the Bear Nation. Suddenly awakened, the memories of the past surged back into his mind. In 1991, the once superpower Bear Nation, which spanned the Eurasian continent and shook the world, suddenly disintegrated, its vast empire collapsing overnight. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, everything flourishes. After the Bear Nation collapsed, the domestic economy plummeted almost to the brink of collapse. This country had always been known for its heavy industry, yet it lagged severely in light industry, leading to extreme shortages of basic necessities. From clothing and food to everyday small commodities, nothing was readily available. The Dragon Nation was adjacent to the Bear Nation's border. At that time, countless daring individuals seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, becoming what people referred to as dealers. They gathered various small goods urgently needed by the Bear Nation from within the country, transported them across the border, and exchanged them for scarce resources like steel, timber, and machinery. The profits were at least several times, even dozens of times, as long as they followed the proper customs procedures. Everything was completely legal. Li Yang secretly lamented in his heart, wishing he could slap himself. He had almost forgotten such a crucial opportunity in this pivotal era. If he had remembered this matter when he was just reborn, he wouldn't have been short of money scrambling for funds. Of course, he also understood that behind this immense profit lay dangers unimaginable to ordinary people. In his past life, he had heard numerous rumors. The situation in the Bear Nation was chaotic, local officials were corrupt and exploitative, and bureaucratic practices were extremely severe. Moreover, there were domineering gangs that would resort to blackmail and violence. Theft and robbery were commonplace along the domestic border, and there were even desperate criminals who directly blocked roads to rob goods. The entire trade route was fraught with danger, filled with trepidation. Yet these dangers hardly posed an obstacle in Li Yang's eyes. Now that he had money and people, how could the bureaucrats over there be a problem? Just spend money to smooth things over, and if they were really difficult, there were ways to deal with it. Just find someone willing to cooperate. Would the gangs dare to resort to blackmail? A group of rabble, how could they be a match for trained elite fighters? Moreover, abroad, he didn't have to be as constrained as he was domestically. He could act much more freely. The reason he held back at home was that Li Yang always remembered he was a citizen of the Dragon Nation. Although he couldn't say he had a deep sense of patriotism, he still hoped for the prosperity and strength of his homeland. If he ran amok in the country, not only would he be in opposition to the state machinery, but he could also delay the pace of national development. He absolutely did not want to bear such a reputation, ending up in a fate as notorious as Qin Hu's. In the midst of these thoughts, Li Yang suddenly gained clarity, feeling that he had previously been too narrow-minded, wasting the opportunity of his rebirth and the elite fighter system. Heaven had given him such a chance against the odds, and his previous approach had been somewhat too conventional. He could be bolder and crazier, seizing the momentum of the times and carving out a space for himself. Having figured all this out, Li Yang felt as if the road ahead had opened up. A glint of ambition flashed in his eyes. After eating and drinking to their fill, the group dispersed, heading to the teaching building for their major class. As Li Yang walked into the classroom, he immediately attracted a few gazes, but it did not cause much of a stir. As the class monitor, who often missed classes, the students were already used to it. And since even the instructor had never inquired, naturally no one else would say anything. Just as he found an empty seat to sit down, Zhao Ming came over with Li Lu and a few other girls. Our class monitor finally finished and came back. Zhao Ming stepped in front of him, arms crossed, her tone teasing. Li Yang scratched his head and chuckled. Did the big secretary look for me for something? Li Yang, how can you still say that? Zhao Ming rolled her eyes, unable to help, but complained, you've been missing for 10 days or half a month, and all the class matters have fallen on me alone. I'm almost overwhelmed, and you, on the other hand, have become a hands-off manager. I'm really sorry, you've worked hard, big secretary. Li Yang quickly apologized with a smile. How about this? After class, I'll have someone bring some snacks for everyone in class as a treat. We've been too busy lately, so please bear with me and don't hold it against me. At least you still have a little conscience. Zhao Ming's expression softened slightly at this, and then said, by the way, the school is organizing a cultural performance recently requiring each class to put on 2 programs for evaluation. Once selected, they will perform in the auditorium. Since you're back, this task will be handed over to you. Li Lu, with her round face resembling a soft bun, quietly added the performance will also be evaluated and scored. Each class needs to prepare seriously. Oh, understood. Thank you for the reminder, Lulu. Li Yang nodded and readily accepted. All right, I'll take care of this. I'll arrange it. Selecting a program for a literary performance may seem like a daunting task for others, but for Li Yang, it's merely a piece of cake. As a reborn individual, he holds countless classic and stunning program ideas from the future in his mind. This is Li Yang's first time leading an important class activity, and he is determined to make it a splendid success, allowing the whole class to shine. Throughout the entire class, Li Yang couldn't absorb a single word of the lecture. He was completely immersed in the vast repository of memories in his mind, meticulously filtering out suitable programs for the stage, intent on presenting a work that would absolutely amaze everyone. After much deliberation, Li Yang finally decided on 2 programs. The first is a dance deeply imprinted in his memory, Thousand Hand Guanyin. This is a godly dance that astonished the nation during a spring festival gala in the 21st century. Even years later, it remains highly praised, firmly occupying a place among the classics of past galas. This dance is performed entirely by girls, and coincidentally, there are enough girls in his class to meet the rehearsal needs. For the second program, Li Yang chose a song that is suitable for both solo and group performances, perfectly aligning with the aesthetic of the current era. The song is called De Longue. However, Li Yang is uncertain whether this song has already been released in this time and space, and he needs to verify this matter. Looking at the 2 program names written in his notebook, a satisfied smile spread across Li Yang's face, and he felt a surge of confidence. As soon as the class bell rang, Li Lu tiptoed over to Li Yang and whispered, "Class monitor, have the programs been decided yet? It needs to be reported to the school for approval by tomorrow, and the performance is scheduled for this weekend. We need to hurry up with the rehearsals." Looking at the adorable and eager girl before him, Li Yang felt a playful thought emerge, wanting to tease her intentionally. Feigning a distressed expression, he raised his hand to his forehead and sighed as a boy, "And considering this is my first time organizing such a cultural event, I really have no good ideas. I'm quite troubled by it." "Huh. Then why did you agree so readily just now? Sister Ming Ming is particularly experienced in this area. No way, I have to go find Sister Ming Ming and let her take over." Li Lu became anxious upon hearing this and turned to find Zhao Ming. Li Yang had only been joking, not expecting Li Lu to react so strongly. He quickly reached out to grab her wrist and hurriedly said, Wait, I was just teasing you. I've already decided on the programs." As he spoke, he pushed the notebook with the written program plans towards Li Lu. But in the next moment, Li Yang sensed something unusual. Li Lu's cheeks instantly flushed red, her gaze fixated on their intertwined hands, and she froze. Li Yang was stunned for a moment, then quickly reacted, letting go of her hand, and apologetically, saying, "I'm sorry, Lu. I was too eager just now, it wasn't intentional." Li Lu hurriedly withdrew her hand, subtly hiding it behind her back, and her voice was barely above a whisper, "It's okay, I know you didn't mean it." With that, she lowered her head and hurriedly ran away, her flustered demeanor suggesting that something was chasing her from behind. Even if Li Yang was somewhat oblivious, he could see through Li Lu's feelings at that moment. In this era, there are strict boundaries between men and women. If Li Lu harbored no special feelings for him, she wouldn't have just stood there when he held her hand. She would have forcefully pulled away. Thinking of this, a faint smile involuntarily appeared on Li Yang's face. Li Lu's gentle and adorable nature was exactly his type, and if she truly had feelings for him, trying to start a relationship wouldn't be out of the question. As for Deng Yue, he had seen her a few times since school began, but every time was brief. Though their feelings were stable, they hardly met, simply relying on phone calls to stay in touch. Li Yang was quite clear about romantic relationships between men and women. When fate comes, one should hold on tightly without overthinking. After class, Li Yang immediately arranged for his bodyguards to inquire about the copyright information for De Longue at a nearby music store, confirming whether it had already been released. If it hasn't been released, yet he even planned to register the copyright for fun. Not long after, the news returned that this song had never been created or published in this time and space, and Li Yang arranged for his bodyguards to register the song's copyright. At this moment, although Li Yang was already very familiar with the lyrics and melody, he had no understanding of arrangement or composition. In desperation, he could only find Zhao Ming, hoping to ask if she had any solutions. Zhao Ming took the lyrics manuscript that Li Yang handed her, and after listening to his words, her eyes widened in shock as she asked, "You mean you created a song all by yourself within just one class period?" A sort of inspiration struck suddenly, and I just wrote the lyrics down. Take a look at the content first and help me think of a way. I can hum the tune, but I have no idea about arranging it, and I really don't know what to do. Li Yang replied somewhat shyly, feeling a bit less confident, since he was essentially plagiarizing a future work. Zhao Ming didn't ask further, lowering her head to carefully read the lyrics word by word. "We all have a home called Longue. There are many brothers and sisters, and the scenery is beautiful. Two dragons, the Yangtze River and the Yellow River spiral through our home, and Mount Everest is the highest peak. She read each word carefully, and after a long while she looked up, her gaze complex as she turned to Liang. Though the lyrics seemed straightforward, they contained a pure and sincere love for the motherland. A closer look revealed 4 layers of depth, comparing the motherland to a warm home full of affection and a sense of belonging, praising the magnificent landscapes, using the Yangtze and Yellow Rivers as metaphors, reflecting on the hardships endured by the motherland, while its children remain resilient and steadfast, and an ingrained sense of national identity, along with the sincerest blessings for the country. I really didn't expect you to have such talent. Zhao Ming couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Liang just scratched his head and chuckled a couple of times without responding, then asked again, "Stop praising me. Do you know anyone who can help with the arrangement? If not, I'll go find a professional outside of school. I know someone. Wait, I have a senior from the music academy we can go find right now." Zhao Ming's eyes lit up as she looked at Liang. "Liang, I suddenly think your song could really become a hit. Whether it becomes a hit or not doesn't matter, as long as our class program can amaze everyone, that's enough. By the way, I've also choreographed a dance, so with your looks and charisma, you are the perfect choice for the lead dancer. As the class group leader, you wouldn't refuse, would you?" Liang said in a half-invitation, half-teasing manner. "Liang, you are too much using this kind of talk to pressure me," Zhao Ming replied, gritting her teeth in annoyance. "I didn't mean to. I assure you this dance will be unforgettable for everyone who sees it. Just agree to cooperate a little," Liang said with a smile. Zhao Ming huffed lightly, but her curiosity about this mysterious dance grew, and she chose not to argue further, silently agreeing to the idea. The second class was an elective, and the two had a tacit understanding. Zhao Ming brought her 2 best friends, and they all quietly skipped class to head straight to the music academy to find her familiar senior. After reading the lyrics of De Longue, the senior was equally impressed and immediately agreed to help find someone to complete the arrangement. The entire process went exceptionally smoothly. Liang hummed the melody from his mind word by word, and the professional musician quickly organized a complete score. The music academy was not lacking in various instruments, and the senior, being kind-hearted, helped Liang by contacting classmates to complete the song's accompaniment as well. That evening, Liang specially hosted a banquet at a restaurant near the school to treat these helpful seniors. Though everyone said it was a friendly gesture, he couldn't truly ignore social etiquette. Directly paying would be too mercenary. A sumptuous meal expressed his gratitude appropriately. As for the dance accompaniment, 4,000 Han, although Liang couldn't recall the complete track, he vaguely remembered it was a soothing and grand piece, and he could sift through suitable music later, which wouldn't be much of a problem. By the next morning, Liang asked for leave again, still for the sake of the literary performance. The reason 1,000 Han became a classic is that the exquisitely beautiful costumes are key, as the lights shine down, the golden glow swirls and dazzles, creating a visually impactful effect. Thus, the costumes must be custom-made in advance. Liang was not short on money, and with clothing factories plentiful in the capital, he quickly found a reputable manufacturer to expedite the custom dance costumes. Unfortunately, after so many years, the details of the costumes in his memory had long since faded, and he could only rely on his impressions to recreate their appearance as closely as possible. After paying the deposit and urging the manufacturer to rush the work, Liang hurried back to school. At this moment, Zhao Ming had already selected the girls who would participate in the dance performance according to Liang's requirements. They borrowed a spacious activity room to officially begin the intense rehearsals. The days of rehearsal were tense and busy. The borrowed activity room became the class-exclusive rehearsal venue, and Liang took on the role of the overall director. 1,000 Han rehearsal was far more demanding than anticipated. This dance emphasizes extreme precision in synchronization, the accuracy of hand gestures, and the layering of formations. Every lift of a hand, every turn, and every step must be executed flawlessly. Relying on his memories from the future, Liang meticulously refined the details of the movements, from the curvature of gestures and body posture to the spacing between performers and the rhythm of the lighting coordination. He patiently guided them, not daring to be careless. As the lead dancer, Zhao Ming bore the greatest pressure and was the most dedicated. With her outstanding temperament, putting on the hastily made golden dance attire, she stood at the front of the group, exuding an air of dignity and purity. At first, the dancers' movements were uneven and their formations were chaotic. They couldn't even keep the rhythm of the music. But Liang remained calm, demonstrating the movements repeatedly and breaking them down, even personally adjusting each individual's position. The girls were also filled with determination, sacrificing their free time to practice repeatedly. Even when their arms ached and legs went numb, they took only brief rests before diving back in. In just a few days, the initially scattered movements gradually became synchronized. The golden sleeves opened and closed in a stunning display, their arms layered upon one another, already taking on the shape of a classic dance from the future. Even passing teachers couldn't help but stop to watch, repeatedly praising the dance's uniqueness. On the other hand, the rehearsal for De Longue was also proceeding smoothly. Liang chose a choral format paired with simple stage movements. The song's melody was both stirring and warm, and the straightforward lyrics resonated deeply with the students who sang with genuine emotion. Each performance was filled with heartfelt passion that stirred the listeners' spirits. Before long, the day of the evaluation arrived, and unsurprisingly, the 2 programs from Class 4 of Chinese Language and Literature were selected without comparison against others, as if they were on a whole different level. Then the weekend quickly arrived, and the campus literary performance officially began. The school auditorium was packed with all teachers and students present, along with invited school leaders gathering together. The stage lights were dazzling, and the programs from various classes were performed in succession. Although they were all splendid, they adhered to the usual format of campus performances, lacking any particularly striking surprises. Finally, it was time for Li Yang's class to take the stage. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and the audience fell silent. First came Thousand Hand Guanyin. The melodious, soothing, and majestic accompaniment gradually began to play. A spotlight fell on the center of the stage, and the girls dressed in golden dance costumes slowly took the stage and stood in formation. Zhao Ming stood at the forefront, her eyes lowered, her expression solemn. Then one by one the arms rose in an orderly fashion, layered upon one another like 1,000 hands blooming in sequence. The golden light shimmered under the stage lights, pure and stunning, instantly capturing the attention of everyone in the audience. Any remaining whispers in the audience faded into silence. The entire hall was utterly quiet, with everyone wide-eyed, holding their breath, their gaze fixed on the stage, fearful of missing any moment. The school leaders also sat up straight, their eyes filled with amazement and approval. As the final pose was struck and the music gradually tapered off, the stage lights dimmed once more. Though the dance lasted only a few minutes, it immersed the entire audience in its beauty, leaving them spellbound. After a few seconds of silence, someone in the audience began to clap, and soon after thunderous applause and cheers erupted, echoing throughout the auditorium, the applause lasting longer than for any previous performance, with some students unable to restrain themselves from shouting praises. Before the audience could recover from their astonishment, the performance of De Longhua began immediately. The stirring and warm prelude played as Li Yang and the choir walked onto the stage. This time they wore no glamorous outfits. Li Yang donned light blue trousers while the girls wore light blue skirts, all paired with matching white shirts. As the first line of lyrics rang out, the simple yet sincere singing echoed throughout the hall. We all have a home called Longhua. There are many brothers and sisters, and the scenery is beautiful. The straightforward lyrics and catchy melody combined with the students' heartfelt performance expressed the purest love for the motherland and a sense of belonging. The powerful and passionate singing instantly struck a chord in the hearts of everyone in the audience. The audience, composed of teachers and students, couldn't help but gently clap along to the melody humming along. The school leaders nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with satisfaction and admiration. After the song ended, the applause erupted once more, cheers and shouts rising and falling, with even some classes chanting Li Yang's class slogan, pushing the atmosphere to the peak of the entire performance. After the performance, the audience was still buzzing with discussions, everyone talking about these 2 stunning programs. Oh my god, Thousand Hand Guanyin was absolutely incredible. I've never seen such a beautiful dance. De Longhua was also so beautiful. The lyrics hit me hard, making my skin crawl. This Class 4 of Chinese Language and Literature is too amazing. Their programs completely overshadowed everyone else. I can't believe our school could have such top-tier performances rivaling professional stages. In the end, the judges unanimously awarded class for the highest score. Unsurprisingly, Li Yang's class won the first prize in the literary performance. The school leaders personally went on stage to present the award, praising Li Yang and others, stating that these 2 programs were not only creatively brilliant, but also filled with positive energy, marking the biggest surprise of the entire event. Standing on the podium, looking at the cheering classmates below and the astonished teachers, Li Yang smiled. This time it could be said that it was Li Yang's first opportunity to shine in the campus. Below, Li Lu, who hadn't had time to change clothes, gazed at the shining Li Yang on stage with admiration and joy, her cheeks unconsciously flushing. Zhao Ming, holding the award, secretly glanced at Li Yang. Beside her, her heart filled with respect for this boy, who always managed to bring surprises to everyone. After the award ceremony, the school leaders specifically called Yu Jiao Jiao aside, their tone filled with praise. Teacher Yu, the program your class put together is truly excellent, full of ideas and substance. Which student was responsible for this? Such talent could definitely be recommended to the student council for further training. Yu Jiao Jiao's face instantly flushed with excitement. She knew in her heart that the entire program for this arts performance was planned solely by Li Yang, but she never expected the results to be so impressive that the principal would personally commend it. For her, this was akin to a sudden windfall of achievements. Principal, the student who arranged the program is the one I mentioned to you before, Li Yang. The principal's eyes sparkled with insight, and he nodded slightly. So it was him. No wonder. This child is a good seed. Tell him that with great power comes great responsibility, and the student council is in need of talents like him. Alright, I'll tell him right away. After the performance ended, everyone returned to their classes to celebrate. Yu Jiao Jiao walked alongside Li Yang, and as soon as they entered the classroom, she couldn't help but step forward and give Li Yang a tight hug. "Good boy, you really made me proud. It was worth all the effort. Instructor, this is all thanks to your guidance." "Oh, I can't take all the credit," Li Yang replied with a smile. Those words made Jiao even more satisfied with him. She understood Li Yang's family background and never cared about whether he studied hard, for she recognized that there are many paths in life beyond academics. Moreover, she had an instinctive feeling that Li Yang would be the most outstanding and remarkable student in her teaching career. It was wise to get close to him early on, as it could only bring benefits. However, Jiao did not anticipate that the benefits would come so quickly. The results of the arts performance were directly linked to her professional title evaluation, and now that she had caught the principal's attention, her future path would likely be much smoother. Others need not think of Jiao as mercenary. It is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm, especially since she genuinely cared for Li Yang, exchanging sincerity for sincerity without ulterior motives. One could only say that when a person is exceptionally outstanding, even those around them will be illuminated by their brilliance. Subsequently, Jiao shared the principal's intention for him to join the student council. Li Yang originally had no interest in the student council, but he could not resist Jiao's persistent persuasion, ultimately nodding in agreement to give it a try. Meanwhile, the principal returned to his office and took out a file concerning Li Yang from his drawer. Ever since Jiao mentioned him, he had quietly instructed someone to investigate Li Yang's background outside of school. Li Yang had always been discreet in his actions, but with his position as the principal of Su Xin University, obtaining such information was not difficult. When he learned that Li Yang was actually the chairman of Chaoyang Technology, the principal was stunned on the spot. Chaoyang Technology had made headlines and was a company of significant national interest. With his years of political acumen, he understood all too well the weight Chaoyang Technology held in the eyes of higher-ups. Su Xin University was merely an ordinary key university, now equivalent to a second-tier institution in later generations. Over the years, very few alumni had made significant contributions or held substantial influence. For a university, producing a truly top-tier outstanding alumnus would be immeasurably beneficial for its reputation, resources, and future development. Now, with Li Yang being a person destined for greatness, choosing to study at Su Xin University was akin to a windfall. If he didn't seize the opportunity to do something, he wouldn't deserve to be the principal. Coincidentally, he had already planned to bring Li Yang into the student council soon, and now that Li Yang had made such a splash with the arts performance, it seemed that everything was falling into place. For someone so capable, it's only right they take on more responsibilities. The principal glanced at Li Yang's file again, picked up the office phone, and directly dialed the number of the secretary of the student council. "Hello, principal. It's me. Isn't there still a vice president position vacant in the student council? The party committee wants to recommend someone, Li Yang, from class 4 of the Chinese language and literature major. This student is exceptionally talented, and we believe he can handle the role. He should be registering with the student council in the next few days. Secretary Lu, please discuss this internally." "Huh, principal, he's only a freshman. Isn't that against the rules? Plus, he hasn't even been in the student council yet. Now he's going directly into the school student council." Secretary Lu was taken aback. Secretary Lu, capable individuals need not be constrained by age. The party committee is only recommending. The final decision still lies with your student council. The principal spoke in a calm tone and hung up the phone. Secretary Lu thought to himself, "You've personally intervened. How could I dare to disagree?" After pondering for a moment in his office, he immediately called the president of the student council and privately conveyed the situation. Li Yang, pressed by Jiao, submitted his application to join that afternoon. To his surprise, within half an hour his application was approved instantly, and he was directly accepted into the school student council. Li Yang couldn't help but marvel at this efficiency, which was much faster than many units in society. Since he had joined, he had to show his face and clarify his stance. He was very busy and often needed to take leave. If the student council couldn't accommodate him, they could remove him. He originally didn't plan to participate. However, the subsequent developments completely exceeded Li Yang's expectations. As soon as he arrived at the student council office, the president personally came out to greet him. Li Yang expressed his concerns about his frequent absences and limited time, but the other party not only showed no concern, but also repeatedly assured him that it was fine, hoping he could attend a few important meetings while at school. Then they dropped an even more significant piece of news. The party committee recommended him to directly serve as the vice president of the student council, with a public election meeting next Monday, and he must be present that day. Li Yang was stunned on the spot. Just joining and becoming the vice president. Such treatment was something even the principal's own child might not receive. He wasn't foolish and quickly grasped the key point. Most likely his identity outside of school played a role. Su Xin University is a provincial-level institution, and it wasn't difficult for them to get to know his background. The school's generous treatment was quite evident in its intentions. As the old saying goes, today you take pride in the school, and tomorrow the school takes pride in you. The school's current attempts to win him over and remove obstacles were simply a means to bind him early, hoping that when he achieved success in the future, he would remember the good of his alma mater. Just like the famous lay general from Dami and Wuhan University, where famous institutions produce renowned individuals and renowned individuals shine on the institutions, achieving mutual success. During the student council's regular meeting on Monday, the entire conference room was filled with a serious atmosphere. The election of the new cadre was a major event of concern for the whole school. The top students from various departments and seasoned members who had been around for a year or two were all eagerly eyeing those core positions. Everyone knew that the vice president of the student council was someone who could truly be a prominent figure on campus. In the meeting room, the presidium, various ministers, and the secretary of the youth league had already taken their seats, whispering to each other, their eyes filled with competition and anticipation. Secretary Liu glanced at his watch, cleared his throat. Everyone is here, let's start the meeting. Today we mainly discuss the supplementary candidates for the vice president of the student council. Besides the previous candidates, the party committee has also recommended a spot. After the party committee's deliberation, the Youth League Committee has decided to recommend Li Yang from Class 4 of the Chinese Language and Literature major for the position of Vice President of the Student Council. Instantly, the meeting room fell silent for half a second, and then a flurry of discussions erupted. Li Yang? Who is that? A freshman. Directly Vice President. I haven't heard of him, he hasn't even been in the Student Council before, right? What a joke, this is too outrageous. Several skeptical questioning and even mocking glances swept around the room. Just then the door was gently pushed open. Li Yang walked in leisurely. He stood tall with a calm expression, showing no hint of a newcomer's timidity or humility. Li Yang merely glanced around the meeting room, emanating an aura of someone who was used to holding power and had long been accustomed to controlling situations, effortlessly quieting the previously noisy room. This was an aura cultivated from his recent habit of giving orders. Secretary Liu immediately stood up, his tone unusually polite. Li Yang, you're here, please sit here. The student council president also quickly stood up, proactively making way for him near the presidium. Such treatment left the veteran members wide-eyed. Someone couldn't hold back and spoke up. Secretary, I have an opinion. The student council elections have always looked at capability and seniority. He's just a freshman who hasn't even been exposed to departmental work. It's hard to convince people to accept him as vice president, right? Upon hearing this, many people secretly nodded, waiting to see Li Yang's embarrassment. Secretary Liu then looked at the person, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable weight. Whether or not one is accepted is not about seniority, but about capability. He paused, his voice not loud, but clearly audible throughout the meeting room. The student council is a place to serve the school and the students, not a place for seniority and hierarchy. His seemingly light words struck down like a hammer on the table. The vice minister who had just questioned turned pale, his face flashing between green and white, opening his mouth, but unable to respond further. Secretary Liu continued, putting an end to the discussion. The capability of Li Yang has been witnessed by the school leadership. The program he organized for the arts performance stirred the entire school, and the principal personally praised him. Such talent deserves to be in the position of vice president. From now on, Li Yang will be the vice president of the student council, responsible for coordinating large-scale events and external communications. Everyone please cooperate. There was no voting, no to-go for, it was decided directly. The room fell silent. All eyes turned to Li Yang, filled with shock, reluctance, curiosity, and more, trepidation. They finally realized that this suddenly appointed freshman was not just an ordinary student who relied on connections. He was someone whom even the principal and party committee wanted to actively draw in. After the meeting, a group of key student council members gathered in the corridors, speaking in hushed tones. What kind of background does this guy have? A freshman directly as vice president, the secretary shows him such respect. I heard the principal pays special attention to him. I think it's not that simple, there must be something behind it. Li Yang walked past them, looking straight ahead, as if he were just passing by a group of inconsequential bystanders. He was very clear in his heart. The so-called student council and position were merely convenient for him. He was Li Yang, the chairman of Chaoyang Technology, a person destined to grasp great trends and stand at the pinnacle of the era. The prestige and status the school offered were not charity, but an investment, and he was willing to give his alma mater this face. Walking along the campus path, Yu Jiao walked towards him, and upon seeing Li Yang, her eyes lit up as she hurriedly approached. How did it go? Was it smooth? Li Yang smiled faintly. It went well. I became the vice president. Yu Jiao was so excited that she almost jumped up. I knew you would definitely succeed. From now on, you will be the vice president of the student council. You really made me proud. Li Yang looked at her, genuine happiness for him, feeling a warmth in his heart. In this renewed 1992, some people flattered the powerful, while others were short-sighted, but there were also individuals who sincerely treated him well. He raised his hand and gently patted Yu Jiao's arm, speaking in a calm tone, but with a reassuring strength. Instructor, don't worry. As long as I'm here, no one will make things difficult for you. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, falling on the youth who, despite being just a freshman, already possessed an aura that could shield others from the storm. Yu Jiao looked at him, her heart inexplicably racing. She suddenly felt certain she probably wouldn't meet another student as brilliant as Li Yang in her lifetime. The next day, Liang officially assumed the role of vice president of the student council. Since the school had given him enough respect, he naturally wouldn't let that goodwill go to waste. The night before, he specifically sought out a key student council member to inquire about the current difficulties the school faced, wanting to see if there were any areas where he could lend a hand. The student council member rambled on about quite a bit, but the crux of the matter was a single word: poor. The dormitories and office buildings were decades-old structures that needed repairs every year, otherwise they wouldn't be safe for living or working. The more pressing issue was that of impoverished students. Though the government provided subsidies, some students faced severe financial difficulties, and the allowances the school distributed barely covered their living expenses, let alone sending money home. The school was also at a loss. The upper-level funds were limited, but the number of impoverished students was vast, making it impossible to address everyone's needs. In dire straits, the school could only offer a few work-study positions, which were a mere drop in the bucket for the entire population. After understanding the situation, Liang began to formulate a plan. He decided to start by helping impoverished students, but of course not by simply handing out money. He had no such obligation. His approach would still be through work-study. However, unlike the school, he had his own company and could offer positions that far surpassed those available on campus. During the internal meeting of the student council that day, Liang got straight to the point. I know many of you here are not convinced by me thinking I got here through connections. I don't care about that. My presence here indicates that the school leadership values not just my connections, but also my ability to get things done. As soon as he said this, the key members below felt a sudden discontent. In terms of ability, who in the room didn't have it? How could someone who rose through connections dare to speak so boldly here? Yet what Liang said next left everyone in shock. Now I will directly show you. Yesterday I learned about the school's current situation from our staff, and to be honest, the situation is not optimistic, especially regarding assistance for impoverished students. I've heard that some students can only afford one bun and some free rice soup for a meal. Even then, life remains a struggle. The limited work-study positions on campus can hardly help many people. As the vice president responsible for external relations, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Last night, I contacted a company that is willing to provide our school with a batch of work-study positions. These will be temporary positions, and considering everyone's heavy coursework, the company has agreed to schedule them only on weekends. This company pays by piecework. Each part assembled earns 8 cents. A novice can assemble over 100 parts in a day, which amounts to $8. Once familiar, they can easily do 200 a day. Even if they only work 2 days on the weekend, they could earn nearly $30 a month, which is already a significant income for students. I believe this will greatly alleviate the pressure on many impoverished students. Chairman Lee, is what you're saying true? As soon as he finished speaking, the head of the work-study department stood up excitedly. Of course it's true. I don't have time to joke with you all. The company has already confirmed 200 positions per week. I plan to implement a rotation system, so each impoverished student will get a turn each month, covering nearly 800 students. Liang replied calmly. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces filled with disbelief. A part-time job that could earn over $10 a day and offer so many positions at once. This newly appointed vice president truly had solid capabilities. As Li Yang's voice fell, the student union's core members fell silent, the room enveloped in an oppressive hush. Everyone understood that no one among them possessed the courage or ability to resolve the living difficulties of 800 impoverished students in one go. It's easy to talk big, but when it comes to genuinely offering resources to assist students, they simply could not do it, leaving them without the confidence to say another word. As the meeting neared its end, Li Yang's gaze swept across the room with a heavy intensity. His tone was resonant and authoritative, commanding respect. These exclusive job positions are solely allocated to those truly struggling students in need of support. I lay it down here: no one is allowed to take advantage of this opportunity for personal gain or to exploit it for their own benefit. Should anyone be found to dare siphon off resources or make things difficult for impoverished students, not only will the school take strict action in accordance with the regulations, but I, Liang, will follow up personally, hiring a lawyer out of my own pocket to pursue the matter relentlessly, showing no mercy. Liang had always been well-versed in human nature, never harboring unrealistic fantasies of goodwill. He had seen too many small figures, once grasping a bit of power, recklessly manipulate others, particularly preying on the impoverished to extract meager benefits. For such morally corrupt parasites, he maintained a zero-tolerance policy, showing no leniency. The meeting's content quickly spread throughout the entire Capital Normal University, igniting a wave of fervent discussion across the campus. It should be noted that the national special allowances received by impoverished students each month barely totaled over 50 yuan. The positions Liang finalized could provide an additional 20 yuan in living expenses each month for these needy students. In the early 1990s, when resources were scarce and prices low, this sum was substantial. It was enough for students from poor families to afford an extra meal each day and add a couple of vegetable dishes, alleviating the need to survive on hard steamed buns, and even allowing them to buy essential study supplies, effectively easing a significant portion of their living difficulties. In no time, students from various classes flocked to the student union office to inquire, each eager to verify the authenticity of the job openings, fearful of missing this rare opportunity for assistance. Liang was always decisive and efficient. Immediately after the meeting, he assigned personnel to initiate the qualification screening for impoverished students. Understanding the ways of the world, he knew that many students from relatively better-off backgrounds would envy the monthly supplement and attempt to exploit the situation. Unfortunately, with limited positions available, he could only prioritize the most impoverished and helpless students, unable to accommodate every interested student. That afternoon, the student union coordinated with all classes to distribute the official application forms for assistance to impoverished students. Students filled out their family situations and daily income and expenditures truthfully, and all forms were collected and compiled by the student union, entering multiple rounds of cross-verification and strict selection. Among those in dire need of assistance was sophomore Yuzuki from the mountainous areas of southern Jiangxi, who found herself in the most difficult circumstances. She was the first student from her impoverished village in decades to gain admission to a key university in the capital, and a typical example of a student who relied solely on steamed buns soaked in rice soup to get by. Her family of 5 had been living off a few acres of barren land for generations with meager harvests. After a year of hard work, their total income barely added up to 100 yuan. The travel and basic living expenses for her to study in the capital were all cobbled together by the villagers, each contributing small amounts, just enough to make it work. Long-term severe malnutrition had left Yuzuki frail and weak, standing at only 154 centimeters tall. Her hair was dry and frizzy, her complexion pale and waxy, with an unshakable fatigue hidden in her eyes. She looked worn and haggard, completely lacking the vitality of her peers. Her classmates were aware of her predicament, but as fellow students from ordinary backgrounds, they wished to help, but lacked the means to do so. The school had very few fixed work-study positions available, and the number of desperate students competing for them was staggering. She had applied each time only to end up disappointed and forced to endure the hardships of campus life, silently hoping to graduate and take on the family burden to change her fate. That afternoon, the class was quietly studying when a student union officer hurried into the classroom, their face barely able to hide their excitement, exclaiming, "Classmates, great news! A significant development concerns all students at our school." A nearby boy familiar with the officer casually asked Lao Lu, "What good news is it? Don't keep us in suspense. It's a major work-study initiative specifically for impoverished students." The officer cleared their throat and announced loudly, "Liang, our new student union vice president, has personally liaised with reputable external companies to secure a batch of exclusive job positions. To accommodate our studies, work will only be scheduled on weekends, ensuring it does not interfere with classes. The pay is piecework, with each task earning 8 cents. A beginner can complete over 100 tasks in a day, earning 8 or 9 yuan, and once familiar, they can easily exceed 200 tasks a day, comfortably making over 10 yuan. These positions are directed at assisting impoverished students, so those from well-off backgrounds should consciously avoid taking away opportunities from them. All applicants will undergo thorough scrutiny, who do not entertain any thoughts of cheating. Now, students receiving less than 15 yuan in monthly living expenses, please come to me to register." It's worth noting that in 1992, a typical factory worker earned just over 5 yuan a day. Not having to work full-time and only relying on weekends, one can earn more than 10 yuan a day. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity. As the news spread, the classroom erupted with excitement. Students whispered among themselves, eyes filled with genuine longing. Yuzuki's heart raced, her fingers tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, unable to suppress her excitement. She suddenly stood up and walked briskly to the officer, her voice trembling, yet resolute. "I want to apply. Do I meet the criteria?" The officer, already aware of Yuzuki's struggles, nodded in agreement, without hesitation, carefully recording her name on the application form. The application data from all classes quickly made its way to Liang. Even though he was mentally prepared, his heart sank upon seeing the total. Over 1,300 students had applied. It should be noted that the total number of students at Capital Normal University was only just over 8,000. Thus, the originally planned 200 positions each week would clearly be insufficient. Thinking about the importance of seeing things through, Liang promptly decided to add an additional 100 positions. The remaining students who had not yet been assigned would be arranged in batches to take up positions later, ensuring no eligible impoverished student is left behind. After confirming the positions, Liang personally led a team of reliable student union members to randomly check the living conditions of dozens of applicants. They observed daily clothing, meals in the cafeteria, and spending habits transparently and fairly. Not a single case of deceit was found. All reported impoverished students successfully passed the verification and retained their eligibility for the positions. 2 days later, the first batch of work-study positions was officially posted on the bulletin board outside the student union office. Students had already crowded around the bulletin board, some anxiously checking their names, while others simply stood by to see the excitement, the air buzzing with voices. Yuzuki had arranged to meet 2 classmates who also passed the review, and after a struggle, they finally reached the front of the list. The 3 of them held their breaths, quickly scanning the densely packed names. I made the list. I'm here in the 3rd row. Moments later, Yuzuki could not contain her joy, her voice rising in a whisper of cheer, her eyes reddening. Her 2 roommates also found their names, and in an instant the 3 were filled with joy, their previously anxious hearts finally at ease. Look, there's an additional notice at the end of the list. Someone with sharp eyes immediately reminded the crowd. Everyone focused closely. The neatly printed black characters stood out clearly. Students on the list are to gather at the school gate this Saturday morning at 8 for a free shuttle to the company. Breakfast is self-catered, but the company cafeteria will provide lunch and dinner. Each work period lasts 2 days, strictly adhering to safety regulations. Those violating rules will be permanently blacklisted from the positions, losing all assistance eligibility. Wages will be transparently calculated, and diligent workers can earn at least 20 yuan over 2 days. Students are advised to cherish this hard-won opportunity and approach it with caution. A shuttle service and free meals. This company is incredibly considerate. The students watching the notice exclaimed in genuine admiration. Yuzuki felt a surge of warmth. Working for 2 days would not only secure her living expenses, but also save on 4 meals from the cafeteria, a win-win situation. She silently resolved to work diligently in the factory and follow the rules, determined not to make any mistakes that could cost her the opportunity. With this extra income, she would be able to afford an additional serving of vegetables and a hot steamed bun for each meal, no longer having to endure hunger. She could even save money to buy a few inexpensive hair ties, tidying herself up, no longer needing to look so disheveled. On Saturday morning, as dawn broke, Yuzuki got up early, quickly tidying her clothes and grooming herself. Her roommate, still groggy, opened her eyes and asked, "Ziki, it's Saturday, and we don't have classes. Why are you up so early? What are you busy with?" "I got selected for a work-study position. The factory shuttle will pick us up at 8, so I need to get there early and can't be late." Yuzuki replied with a smile in her eyes and a lightness in her tone. Her roommate, filled with envy, also wished to seize such a good opportunity, but alas, her own living expenses far exceeded the standard, leaving her ineligible to apply. After a brief farewell, Yuzuki hurried to the school gate. At that moment, a large number of successful students had already gathered at the gate, chatting in small groups, eagerly anticipating the upcoming work. At 7:40 a.m., 6 brand new buses slowly entered the school gate, smoothly pulling up to the roadside. The first bus door opened, and Liang stepped down, his posture tall and his demeanor calm and efficient. The student union officer in charge of maintaining order immediately approached, respectfully reporting, "Chairman Li, all 308 listed students are present, not a single absence, and order has been well maintained." "Good." Liang nodded slightly, instructing in a deep voice, "Organize the students onto the buses orderly and remind everyone to pay attention to their safety during travel." "Understood, Chairman Li." The officer turned and efficiently directed the line of students. The students boarded the buses in an orderly fashion, and the convoy slowly drove out of the school gates, heading towards the Yizhuang development zone. After a drive of several dozen minutes, the cityscape outside rapidly changed. At that time, Yizhuang was undergoing rapid development, with new factory buildings, orderly office buildings, and clean employee dormitories rising up, showcasing a thriving industrial scene. Students who had long been confined to campus had never seen such large-scale factories, and they leaned against the bus windows, filled with curiosity and excitement. The bus drove directly into the factory area, eventually stopping steadily in front of a spacious, standardized production workshop. Numerous staff members were already lined up at the entrance, awaiting their arrival. Liang was the first to disembark, exchanging a glance with Zhao Gang, the sturdy and composed factory manager, nodding slightly as they conveyed a few arrangements. Zhao Gang, showing utmost respect, promptly confirmed all arrangements. He was a loyal subordinate of Liang, reliable and competent. Behind Zhao Gang stood dozens of neatly dressed technicians, all carefully selected personnel responsible for hands-on training for the students. Zhao Gang stepped forward, addressing all the students loudly, "Hello, everyone. I am Zhao Gang, the head of this factory. For the next 2 days, we will work in the rear workshop. Each of the instructors behind me will be responsible for 10 students, providing hands-on teaching on assembly techniques for components. All promised wages and benefits will be fully paid on time, with no deductions or delays. If you encounter any problems or emergencies during work, feel free to come to my office on the 3rd floor of the administrative building. Now please line up orderly to receive your work uniforms and follow your instructors into the workshop." With that, the instructors stepped forward to guide the students in groups. Yuzuki was led away by a tall, serious-looking instructor. Initially, she felt a bit nervous and hesitant, not daring to speak much. After a short while, she realized that the instructor was merely stern in appearance, but very kind and patient inside, explaining the processes in detail and thoroughly teaching practical skills with no reservations. The tense emotions of the students gradually relaxed as they followed the instructor to learn the work. The core task in the workshop was the assembly of computer keyboards, a simple and easy-to-learn process that wasn't physically demanding but required patience and attention to detail. Initially, they struggled with assembly, taking over 10 minutes to complete one keyboard. However, as they learned the techniques from their instructor, their efficiency steadily improved. Some students with quick hands could assemble 17 keyboards in an hour, garnering praise from the instructor for their impressive efficiency. Yuzuki worked diligently and attentively, her speed ranking among the best. By midday, she had successfully assembled over 60 keyboards, placing her among the top in her group. The lunch bell rang punctually, and the instructor led them to the factory's employee cafeteria. Seeing the varied and plentiful hot meals in the cafeteria, Yuzuki was momentarily dazzled, feeling as though she had walked into a proper restaurant on the street. The instructor smiled and kindly recommended the cafeteria meals are unlimited, so eat to your heart's content as long as you don't waste. The signature braised pork and sweet and sour tenderloin are both quite good. Everyone should give them a try. This group of students, who had long been accustomed to frugality and making do with their meals, had never encountered such a hearty and fulfilling spread. They all filled their plates according to their needs, enjoying their meals, fully adhering to the rules, and after eating, they took the initiative to clean their plates, displaying excellent manners and understanding. After lunch, there was an hour of free time. The instructor added, after dinner each day, the cafeteria will reserve enough affordable meals, and for just 50 cents you can take away a large portion of meat to enjoy in your dorm, which is a special hidden benefit of the factory. Additionally, the uniforms and safety shoes provided today are all free for everyone to keep. Just wear them next time you come to work. Really, that's incredibly affordable and wonderful. Yuzuki and her classmates exclaimed in surprise and delight. The food quality in the factory far exceeded that of the school cafeteria, and the cost-effectiveness was remarkable. This benefit was genuinely thoughtful, and even the work uniforms were quite nice, suitable for wearing outside. By the end of the day, after working diligently, Yuzuki calculated her output and had successfully assembled 142 keyboards. With each task paying 8 cents, her total earnings amounted to 11 yuan and 36 cents. After work in the evening, the factory's financial staff came to the workshop entrance to calculate the cash payments on site, ensuring transparency and no delays, directly handing Yuzuki 11 yuan and 40 cents. Holding the fresh warm cash in her hands, Yuzuki felt a lump in her throat, her eyes instantly reddening. This was the first money she had ever earned through her own hard work, and it represented a real hope to improve her life and support her daily expenses, heavy and warm in her grasp. Once the wages were settled, everyone headed to the cafeteria for dinner. After eating, Yuzuki gritted her teeth and spent 50 cents to pack a portion of braised pork. She had a close friend in her dorm whose family was equally impoverished and who had not been able to secure a job position this round. She wanted to bring this rare meat dish back to share the warmth and joy with her friend. Once Yuzuki and the other students who had participated in the work-study program returned to campus, word of the factory's generous treatment ignited a campus-wide sensation, transforming the initiative into a fervent topic of discussion among faculty and students alike. Across the campus, students bustling between classes spoke almost exclusively of the work-study program. Its popularity reached unprecedented heights. Such extraordinary public resonance inevitably drew swift attention from the university's senior leadership. At Monday morning's executive meeting, university leaders attentively listened as the student union president delivered a detailed report on the work-study program, each face radiant with quiet elation. Especially the president had decorum, and the presence of colleagues not restrained him. He would have burst into unrestrained laughter. President Lee, your foresight and discernment are truly unparalleled. The work-study initiative led by student Li Yang has genuinely resolved a major institutional challenge. Who could have imagined that a freshman would possess such extraordinary capability? Secretary Liu of the Communist Youth League was the first to speak, his words brimming with praise for Li Yang and subtly honoring the president's acumen in identifying talent. Privately, the president reflected, I've long known Li Yang possesses exceptional aptitude. Otherwise, I would never have championed his appointment as vice president of the student union, overriding considerable opposition. Yet such inner thoughts remained unspoken, carefully withheld from public utterance. The president gently raised a hand, his voice calm, and measured Li Yang's accomplishments stem entirely from his own outstanding abilities. Even during last semester's campus arts festival, I recognized him as an uncommonly gifted young man. As university leaders, we must remain vigilant observers of our students' daily conduct, attentively nurturing and uncovering excellence wherever it appears. Not a single promising seed must be allowed to wither in obscurity. Absolutely correct, President. Precisely so. Nods and affirmations rippled through the room. Li Yang, meanwhile, remained entirely unaware of this high-level deliberation. Having meticulously settled all post-program logistics, he redirected his full focus toward organizing a delegation to initiate trade cooperation with the Soviet Union. At that time, the Soviet Union suffered acute shortages of light industrial goods and foodstuffs, commodities Li Yang, backed by ample capital, could procure in vast quantities with relative ease. His paramount strategic concern now lay in maximizing returns from this bilateral trade. From a national perspective, acquiring advanced weaponry represented the most ideal outcome. While the Dragon Nation's ground forces ranked among the world's elite, its air and naval capabilities lagged severely behind. America's fifth-generation fighter development was nearing completion, whereas the Dragon Nation's air force still relied predominantly on second-generation aircraft, a technological chasm so vast that numerical superiority could not possibly bridge it. Naval strength was even more precarious, confronting America's dozen-plus carrier strike groups. The Dragon Nation's navy resembled an ant gazing up at the heavens, utterly powerless to mount even the faintest resistance. Yet Liang lacked no access to arms. His system mall enabled him to purchase any weapon system currently deployed worldwide, at one-third its original factory cost. Still, top-tier armaments carried price tags in the tens of millions of dollars, far beyond his current financial capacity for bulk acquisition. Moreover, introducing excessively advanced weaponry into trade would inevitably provoke American suppression and potentially lethal pursuit, placing Liang himself in grave peril. This fundamental risk explained why he had thus far refrained entirely from entering the arms trade. His immediate imperative was quiet, steady growth, accumulating strength beneath the radar. However, reselling advanced Soviet weapons domestically constituted a viable commercial proposition. With the Soviet Union in political turmoil, its vast stockpiles of cutting-edge military hardware were being fiercely contested by countless factions, each vying to claim fragments of a fallen superpower's legacy. His participation would draw no undue attention. Thereupon, Liang picked up his pen and inscribed for bold characters in his notebook, "Arms resale." As for domestic transactions denominated in RMB, this posed no obstacle whatsoever. He held no prejudice against the currency. Beyond armaments, the Soviet Union's abundant energy resources held immense allure. Its annual crude oil output stood at 314 million tons, an asset whose future market value Liang, armed with memories of a reborn timeline, understood profoundly. Even if immediate demand for such volumes was negligible, mass accumulation promised extraordinary latent wealth. Natural gas, however, remained impractical for now, its transportation constrained by stringent pipeline infrastructure requirements beyond his current operational reach. Likewise, Soviet timber and mineral resources had plummeted to historic lows in price, making large-scale acquisition both timely and strategically advantageous. Liang duly incorporated them into his trade blueprint. Most critically, he aimed to recruit the Soviet Union's foremost experts and scientists across all disciplines. Political instability had left these researchers in dire straits, unable to sustain either livelihood or scholarly inquiry. Though Liang commanded Tier 3 deathless agents, whose potential, given sufficient time, included ascending to authoritative status in their respective fields, their cultivation demanded protracted investment. In contrast, the Soviet scholars were already mature world-class talents, making this moment the optimal window for recruitment. Opportunity knocks, but once to hesitate would squander his unique advantage of prescience. Having crystallized the broad contours of his strategy, Liang immediately convened his recently activated Tier 3 deathless agents to refine implementation details. Their intellects were prodigious, consistently yielding insights both visionary and eminently practicable. After absorbing Liang's overarching vision, Wang Feiyu, the first among them to speak, offered, "Brother Yang, your strategic pillars align perfectly with the Soviet Union's present reality. Yet I propose enhancements, 3 critical refinements to fortify the entire plan." Liang leaned forward, intently nodding slightly. "Continue." "First, local power anchorage. Your vision is grand and far-reaching. Thus, establishing a stable local power base within the Soviet Union is indispensable. Without such a fulcrum, execution will face formidable obstacles. I recommend approaching local criminal syndicates. At present, organized crime wields pervasive influence there, many backed discreetly by high-ranking political figures. We can dispatch operatives to covertly assume control over select syndicates, thereby forging channels to senior officials. This ensures secure logistics and personnel protection alike. As for recalcitrant factions, eliminate them without hesitation, replacing them with loyal proxies. Second, risk diversification. The scale of our acquisitions, both material and human, is colossal. Concentrating everything domestically would expose us to unacceptable vulnerability. Several volatile regions worldwide offer suitable locations for establishing overseas operational bases. Brother Yang, possessing strength, yet concealing it, is fundamentally distinct from possessing none at all. True self-reliance empowers sustained advancement. Third, procurement of trade commodities. For light industrial goods and foodstuffs destined for Soviet exchange, we should pursue a dual-track approach, partially manufacturing in-house, partially outsourcing to partner enterprises. Products such as instant noodles and canned meats command substantial profit margins. Sourcing directly from manufacturers, bypassing intermediaries, enhances profitability while simultaneously expanding our industrial footprint and accelerating diversification. Liang listened intently, his gaze growing ever brighter. As the ancient adage holds, 3 humble craftsmen may rival a master strategist. Yet these were no ordinary minds, but Tier 3 deathless agents of transcendent intellect and proven capability. Subsequently, the remaining agents each contributed incisive perspectives, fleshing out the framework with rich layers of operational nuance. Should this comprehensive strategy succeed, Liang would reap extraordinary gains, not merely financial, but transformative, catapulting his power to an entirely new tier. The K-24 train heading towards the Bear Country roared forward with Wang Feiyu accompanied by 22nd-tier death warriors who scattered and seated themselves in various compartments of the same hard sleeper carriage, each closing their eyes to rest, emanating a serene aura. They were the vanguard sent by Li Yang to the Bear Country, taking this international train directly to the capital Mo City. Inside the carriage, the noise of people was particularly lively, with many travelers carrying large bags, clearly heading to the Bear Country for business. As for the capable big businessmen, they had long made substantial profits and typically preferred the more comfortable soft sleeper compartments, rarely squeezing into the hard sleeper area. Wang Feiyu was deep in thought, planning the execution of their objectives upon arrival, when suddenly 2 piercing screams from the next compartment shattered the din. Robbery! Help! As the cry faded, several death warriors beside Wang Feiyu instantly stood up, their gazes fixed on him, waiting for orders, moving swiftly and silently. Wang Feiyu frowned slightly. He had heard that the security along this international train route was chaotic, with various security incidents frequently occurring, yet he didn't expect to encounter robbers on his first ride. Go see what's happening, Wang Feiyu instructed in a low voice. A death warrior quietly pushed open the compartment door, quickly glanced outside, then swiftly returned, reporting flatly. There is a group of armed robbers. I can see 3 of them currently robbing each compartment, and they're heading our way. There should be more in the other compartments. Prepare for combat. Don't let these thieves delay our business. Wang Feiyu's eyes turned cold as he commanded in a deep voice. The death warriors in the compartment immediately tapped lightly on the walls, signaling their companions in the next compartment. After receiving the message, the scattered death warriors quietly pulled out their concealed knives, holding their breath and focusing, waiting for the robbers to come. Before long, there was a loud crash, and the door of the compartment where Wang Feiyu was located was violently kicked open. 2 robbers wearing masks that revealed only their eyes were about to step in, but upon seeing the scene inside the compartment, their footsteps froze, their faces displaying shock. The robber following them impatiently urged, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry up, time is tight, grab the stuff and retreat immediately." However, when he caught sight of the 6 or 7 robust men with fierce gazes inside the compartment, each wielding gleaming knives staring coldly at them, the words on his lips were instantly swallowed, and he stood frozen at a loss. "Take them out," Wang Feiyu said calmly, leaning against the bunk, uttering 3 words quietly. The moment the order was given, the death warriors in the compartment showed no hesitation and simultaneously lunged at the robbers with their knives moving with lightning speed. "Damn," the leading robber cursed, hurriedly raising his hand axe in a futile attempt to defend himself. But his resistance was utterly ineffective against the professional death warriors. The second-tier death warriors brought by Wang Feiyu, besides their robust physical qualities, were all proficient martial artists capable of handling 3 opponents with ease, and moreover, they were currently outnumbering the robbers 6 to 3, creating an extreme disparity in strength. In the blink of an eye, the 2 robbers blocking the door were left covered in blood, crashing heavily to the ground in the aisle of the carriage. The robber at the back, witnessing this, was terrified and hurriedly reached for the pistol at his waist, but in the next second a sharp knife had accurately pierced through his wrist, and in agony his pistol fell to the ground. Before he could make another move, a flash of cold light zipped past, and a gruesome line of blood appeared on his neck, killing him instantly. "Throw the bodies out of the window, and everyone clear out the remaining robbers in this carriage quickly. Finish it swiftly." Wang Feiyu looked at the fallen robbers, his tone flat, as he swiftly arranged, "Understood." The death warriors quickly responded, then dispersed to rapidly eliminate the robbers in the entire carriage. In just a minute or 2, the dispatched death warriors returned one after another to report back. One death warrior stepped forward to report, "Brother, all the robbers in this carriage have been eliminated and the bodies have been thrown out of the window. Additionally, 5 passengers and 1 police officer were unfortunately killed. There were a total of 6 robbers, all dealt with, and 3 Type 54 pistols were found on them, all right here. Don't worry about the corpses, collect all the pistols. We can only carry knives departing from Beijing, and these 3 pistols will come in handy." Wang Feiyu took the pistols and quickly instructed, "The train should be arriving soon. It will definitely be thoroughly checked. With more than 20 of us gathered together, it's too conspicuous. We need to disperse to other compartments and conceal our movements." "Understood." Just as Wang Feiyu expected, half an hour later the train temporarily stopped at a small station where armed police officers and local police had already surrounded the platform, maintaining strict vigilance. As soon as the train came to a halt, the military and police swiftly boarded, conducting a thorough search of every compartment. It turned out that this group of robbers were habitual offenders, numerous in number, with clear divisions of labor. After robbing one target compartment, they would jump out the window to escape, exhibiting extremely cunning behavior. After a thorough search, the military and police found nothing, only the bodies of the victims. In the aftermath, it was calculated that this train robbery resulted in over 20 casualties, showcasing the brutal ferocity of these robbers. Wang Feiyu and his group were also taken for questioning, and everyone had already agreed on a unified story claiming they had bravely resisted and driven off the robbers, but since the robbers had firearms they did not dare to pursue them, rashly ultimately watching helplessly as the robbers jumped off the train to escape. In this era, there were no surveillance devices on the train, and coupled with everyone holding legitimate work passes from Triad Technology, as well as having the train tickets and all necessary paperwork, there were no flaws. After the questioning, not only were they released, but they also received verbal commendations from the authorities for their courage in resisting the robbers. During this time, some passengers caught a glimpse of the Death Warriors fighting with the robbers and came forward to testify for Wang Feiyu and the others. However, these passengers did not see the process of the Death Warriors killing the robbers clearly, thus becoming the best witnesses. The train stopped at the small station for half a night before restarting, continuing its northbound journey. After several days of long-distance travel, the K-24 train finally arrived at the capital Mo's city of the Bear Country. Upon arrival, Wang Feiyu immediately left 5 second-tier Death Warriors to establish a temporary base in Mo's city and to establish local connections. Subsequently, he led the remaining Death Warriors to continue traveling by train to the several core port cities at the border between the Bear Country and the Dragon Country. The first stop was Blagoveshchensk, referred to as Blagoveshchensk, corresponding to the Chinese black market port. The second stop was Vladivostok Haitianway, corresponding to the port of Suez City in China. The third stop was Baikal, corresponding to the port city of Manli in China. After establishing bases and deploying personnel in these 3 cities, Wang Feiyu set out again to the last critical location, Tajikistan. After the disintegration of the Bear Country, the surrounding member states immediately fell into significant turmoil, with political party struggles and religious conflicts erupting successively, leading to a complete loss of control over the situation. The neighboring Tajikistan in particular has descended into a hell on earth, with the former government army and the current opposition armed forces locked in a fierce battle, and local warlords establishing their own territories, plunging the entire country into anarchy with chaos that is hard to describe. Yet in chaotic times, the greatest opportunities often lie hidden. Just as the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Li Yong previously adopted Wang Feiyu's suggestion to plan the establishment of a secret base overseas for stockpiling resources and developing influence. Clearly, the Bear Country was not a suitable choice. Even though it had disintegrated, a starving camel is still larger than a horse. If they dared to establish and develop a base within its territory, they would undoubtedly attract devastating blows. After repeated discussions, they ultimately settled on Tajikistan. The core reason for choosing this place was its completely uncontrollable chaotic situation. Only in such a war-torn, disordered place could they easily take advantage of the chaos and avoid the strict monitoring of major powers, allowing for a secure development of their strength. In addition, the locations for other overseas bases were also tentatively decided on Southeast Asia, Africa, and other third-world regions. There was no choice. Only in these regions with complex powers and weak oversight could they lay low and expand steadily. If they chose developed Western countries or areas favored by developed Western nations with Li Yang's current strength, it would be impossible to establish a foothold and would instead invite disaster. As Wang Feiyu led his team into the territory of Tajikistan, the air was thick with the acrid scent of smoke and dust piercing through the nostrils and making it hard to breathe. This was KZ City, adjacent to the border with the Bear Country, a city utterly consumed by the ravages of war. The buildings on both sides of the street were riddled with holes, the mottled walls covered in a dense array of bullet marks, distorted window frames, and exposed steel bars glimmered with a cold, hard sheen under the dim light. Occasionally armed patrols hurried through the alleys, their soldiers' eyes fierce as wolves, scanning every passerby, with sharp gazes radiating an unmistakable air of vigilance and hostility. The level of chaos in this city was far worse than Wang Feiyu had anticipated. Within the city, factions were rampant and armed groups scurried through the streets like hungry wolves, fighting fiercely to seize territory and loot supplies, completely disregarding the lives of ordinary civilians. The entire city had collapsed into disorder, with laws rendered meaningless, devolving into a jungle where the weak were preyed upon by the strong. It was this utter chaos that provided the Death Warriors under Li Yang with an excellent opportunity for infiltration. Not long after, Wang Feiyu, accompanied by several elite Death Warriors, proceeded directly to a wealthy district in the city to commence their search as per their pre-established plan. Everything was as he had expected. With the war spreading through Tajikistan and the situation in turmoil, the local wealthy and powerful had long fled abroad to preserve their lives, leaving behind empty private estates. However, these estates had already been repeatedly looted by marauders and refugees, with anything of value or utility stripped bare, leaving only ruins and many emaciated drifters huddled in corners, barely surviving. Wang Feiyu carefully surveyed the surroundings and finally selected a relatively intact standalone estate, leading the Death Warriors inside. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, several frail figures suddenly raised their heads. A few ragged, emaciated refugees stared in horror at Wang Feiyu and his group, trembling uncontrollably, their faces etched with despair and fear. The accompanying death warriors had already been equipped with the local language skills, and one stepped forward to speak in a deep voice. "This place has been requisitioned. You must immediately relocate elsewhere." The refugees dared not voice their anger, but under the cold tone and the imposing presence of the death warriors did not resist at all, hurriedly gathering their meager, tattered belongings, heads bowed, as they rushed out of the estate. The main building of the estate was a finely crafted two-story house, and Wang Feiyu and his group expelled all remaining refugees from the second floor, completely taking over this temporary stronghold. Afterward, everyone immediately set about cleaning. The estate, long occupied by refugees, was already filthy and chaotic, with garbage strewn everywhere and noxious odors permeating the air, making it uninhabitable without a thorough cleanup. Fortunately, the death warriors were well-trained and acted efficiently. Within less than an hour, they had cleaned the entire building spotless, restoring basic living conditions. In a spacious bedroom on the second floor, Wang Feiyu gathered the 6 death warriors who had come with him to hold an impromptu meeting. Next, you will split up and go into the street to ascertain the distribution and details of all nearby factions. Our primary task is to take down one faction to thoroughly resolve the issue of our logistics. We are currently short on supplies, but as the old saying goes, without guns and ammunition, the enemy will provide them for us. Wang Feiyu's gaze swept over the group, his tone steady and resolute. "Once we have gathered all the intelligence, we will act tonight." "Yes." The other death warriors responded in unison, without any dissent. This time, Wang Feiyu and his team had only brought a small amount of cash and basic supplies to last several days. The gap in logistics was urgent and needed to be addressed quickly. Upon receiving their orders, the 6 death warriors swiftly covered their faces with scarves and stealthily ventured onto the streets. In Central Asia, where sandstorms ravaged year-round, the local populace already had a habit of covering their heads with scarves. This attire perfectly concealed their identities, facilitating covert information gathering. The death warriors acted efficiently, spending only a little money to thoroughly investigate the power dynamics within KZ City. Currently, the most powerful force in KZ City was a warlord faction led by Rahman, who had been the commander of the border brigade before the outbreak of war in Tajikistan. After the situation in the country spiraled out of control, Rahman took hold of the remote KZ City, neither siding with the government forces nor joining the rebels, but directly claiming KZ City as his own through his military power, establishing himself as a local tyrant. However, after occupying the city, Rahman did not pacify the hearts of the people or restore livelihoods. Instead, he unleashed frenzied plundering. While still maintaining a semblance of dignity, he refrained from openly deploying troops to rob, instead covertly supporting local gangs by providing them with weapons, utilizing them to amass wealth and plunder the populace. The gangs, already a group of ruthless and immoral thugs, lost all restraint with a warlord backing them. In just 6 months, they turned KZ City into a hell on earth. The possessions of ordinary citizens were stripped bare, the streets were filled with the starving, and violence and murder occurred at every moment. Driven to desperation, the populace could no longer endure and eventually took up crude weapons to resist. From then on, KZ City was filled daily with intense gunfights and bloody assaults, plunging the entire city into chaos. It was not until the situation began to spiral out of control that Rahman pretended to send troops into the city to quell the unrest, attempting to stabilize the situation. However, by this point, the citizens had completely lost faith in Rahman, and his troops frequently encountered attacks from opposing forces. Currently, the entire city had formed a 3-way conflict. Rahman's regular warlord army was the strongest, followed closely by the gang forces, and finally the resistance armed groups, formed spontaneously by ordinary citizens. Each faction occupied a section of the city, creating a standoff. In fact, with Rahman's military strength, if he launched an all-out attack, he would have the capability to eliminate the other 2 factions, but he had already looted all the wealth and treasures from the city and was content to watch the gangs and rebels exhaust each other, naturally unwilling to expend his own forces unnecessarily. Wang Feiyu and his group were fortunate. The area they entered was precisely controlled by the civilian resistance forces, allowing them to proceed without any obstacles, without encountering any attacks. Had they stepped into the control zones of the other 2 factions, it would have been impossible for them to settle into the estate so smoothly. After receiving the detailed intelligence relayed by the death warriors, a glint of light flashed in Wang Feiyu's eyes. The current 3-way balance of power and mutual restraint in KZ City was a godsend opportunity for him. In an instant, a meticulous plan took shape in his mind. That night, Wang Feiyu, along with several death warriors, headed straight for the headquarters of the civilian resistance. The guards of the resistance, seeing several unarmed Easterners, did not impede their progress. After some communication, the leader of the resistance agreed to meet with Wang Feiyu. In a modest meeting room, a middle-aged man with a full beard scrutinized Wang Feiyu and his group straightforwardly, asking, "Dragon Country people, are you the ones who wish to see me? Are you the leader of this resistance?" Wang Feiyu did not answer directly, but calmly countered with a question. The bearded man narrowed his eyes, sharply assessing Wang Feiyu, and after a moment nodded, and replied, "That's right, my name is Umar, and I am the leader of the Iron Blood Resistance Organization. What do you want from me? If it's not urgent, I advise you to leave KZ City as soon as possible. It is fraught with danger. If you need help, I can provide some basic supplies within my means." "Mr. Umar, you can call me Wang. I am here specifically to help you. After entering the city, I witnessed the plight of the citizens and felt deeply sympathetic." Wang Feiyu spoke earnestly with an undeniable conviction in his tone. Upon hearing this, Umar's expression grew serious, and he asked in a low voice, "There's no such thing as a free lunch. Why would you help us for no reason?" "There are 3 reasons." Wang Feiyu calmly raised 3 fingers and slowly said, "First, I genuinely sympathize with the suffering of the civilians in the city and cannot bear to see them trapped in war and displaced. Second, we plan to establish a foreign trade company in KZ City, which holds significant strategic importance for us. But with the ongoing war, there is no soil for business to survive, and we urgently hope for peace to be restored here. Third, among the 3 factions in KZ City, only you are the righteous force compelled to resist for survival, while the other 2 are wicked individuals who burn, kill, and plunder. Collaborating with them is akin to courting disaster." "Mr. Umar, do you accept this explanation?" Umar furrowed his brow, lost in thought for a long time, before finally looking up and asking, "What kind of trade do you intend to pursue?" "If it's drugs, our Iron Blood Resistance Organization will not ally with you." "Not at all. We are engaged in legitimate trade, planning to import various goods from the Bear Country, making KZ City a hub for the transit and storage of goods." Wang Feiyu quickly responded, alleviating Umar's concerns. "All right, I believe you. We can cooperate." Umar ultimately relented as he had no real alternatives. The so-called Iron Blood Resistance Organization was merely a ragtag assembly of ordinary civilians. Although it seemed to have 700 or 800 members, it was in reality rife with internal factions, and not everyone obeyed his commands. He could directly control only about 400 men, merely a nominal leader. Even among those 400, the weapons and equipment were outdated and varied, far inferior to the armed gangs, and utterly incapable of contending with Rahman's regular army. The weapons in the organization were all painstakingly procured by Umar from black market dealers in the neighboring country of Gils, and due to limited funds the models were a mixed bag and old. After several skirmishes with the gangs, their ammunition supplies had become critically low, and it would not be long before they faced a dire situation of running out of resources. Observing Umar's serious expression, Wang Feiyu spoke softly, offering him an irresistible bargaining chip: "Personnel, weapons, and supplies, we can provide all of these for you, and if necessary, we can also assist in eliminating key enemy targets." Upon hearing this, Umar's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, "Is everything you said true?" "Absolutely true," Wang Feiyu affirmed, nodding heavily. "All right, I will cooperate with you." Umar immediately agreed, and since they had reached a consensus, he no longer played coy. "Since we are allies, I won't beat around the bush. What we currently lack the most are essential resources like weapons, food, and medicine. Our reserves cannot last through the next battle, and if we cannot replenish them, the consequences will be dire." "A trivial matter," Wang Feiyu replied, extending 2 fingers calmly. "Give me 2 days, and I will ensure all resources are fully supplied. Then I will await your good news." Umar's anxious heart finally relaxed, a long-lost sense of relief appearing on his face. As they stepped out of the Iron Blood Organization's headquarters, a death warrior beside him lowered his voice, confusion written all over his face. "Brother, you are the terms we offered too generous. Such a large investment seems a bit disadvantageous." Wang Feiyu chuckled lightly, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. "What I want is precisely this effect. We all have Eastern features, and here in this foreign land, we cannot gain the genuine support of the local populace. It will take time for reinforcements to arrive. Moreover, even if reinforcements arrive, if we rely solely on force to suppress the locals, we will only become targets of public resentment. One must understand that any nation, when faced with civil war and foreign invasion, will set aside internal conflicts and unite against external threats." He paused for a moment before continuing to analyze his plan. "Therefore, my strategy is to support a local force that is completely aligned with us. The Iron Blood Organization is the most suitable choice. They are a civilian-formed resistance group, not particularly strong, easily manageable, yet highly regarded among the local populace. As long as we firmly control their upper echelons, the entire Iron Blood Organization will never escape our grasp. Even if ambitious individuals emerge, we can simply eliminate them and support compliant figures to rise in their place. This move will yield immeasurable benefits for our total control over KZ City." Umar was right. There is no free lunch in this world. What we offer them now is unconditional aid, but in the future they will have to pay back much more. The death warrior suddenly understood, but then furrowed his brow. "So that's how it is. But brother, you mentioned gathering the resources within 2 days. Are you planning to transport them from the Hairy Bears? Given the tight timeline, it seems unlikely." "Transport? That's completely unnecessary." Wang Feiyu rolled his eyes, his tone laced with disdain and severity. "In enemy territory, resources are piled high, why not just seize them directly? Oh. The questioning Death Warrior was momentarily speechless, gazing at Wang Feiyu's nonchalant demeanor, unsure of how to respond. By the time they exited the Iron Blood organization, it was already 10 o'clock at night. The heavy darkness and overcast skies provided the perfect cover for covert operations. Wang Feiyu did not delay any longer. Leading a group of elite Death Warriors, they swiftly moved under the cloak of night towards the area controlled by the local gang. The gangs in this area were not a single organization, but a coalition of many small factions, each colluding with one another to dominate the region. Previously, the Death Warriors had thoroughly gathered intelligence about the situation here. Among them, the closest gang to the civilian resistance was a medium-sized gang known as the Wild Dog Gang with about 200 members. They were one of the first gangs to ally with the warlord Rahman, having profited immensely from successive raids on civilian areas, accumulating a large stockpile of food and various resources, as well as excellent weapons provided by Rahman, making them the ideal target for this operation. In the days of peace, the Wild Dog Gang stronghold was notorious as a red light district within the city. Now the entire city had become desolate and dilapidated due to the ravages of war, with crumbling walls and ruins scattered everywhere. Yet the area occupied by the Wild Dog Gang remained brightly lit throughout the night, its extravagance and noise starkly contrasting with the surrounding decay. Many members of other gangs came flocking here, seeking pleasure. The headquarters of the Wild Dog Gang was a large massage parlor currently bustling with business. However, beneath this facade of prosperity lay unspeakable evils. The women working in the parlor were all good families kidnapped and forcibly taken by the Wild Dog Gang. During the chaos of war, each of them beautiful, yet trapped in a hellish existence. Once news of these vile activities spread, members of various gangs flocked here, eager to indulge in debauchery. When Wang Feiyu and his group arrived at the front door of the massage parlor, they found it heavily guarded with a mixed flow of people coming and going. Several guards patrolled back and forth, weapons in hand, maintaining a tight security. Wang Feiyu's expression darkened slightly, and he immediately made a decisive choice to lead his men around to the back door. Sure enough, compared to the noisy and heavily guarded front entrance, the back was much quieter, with only a team of 6 guards stationed there. Wang Feiyu silently made a discreet gesture, and the accompanying assassins instantly understood, holding their breath as they stealthily approached the few guards. At this moment, the 6 guards were seated around a bonfire, carelessly boasting and joking, completely unaware of the impending danger. When the distance between them shrank to just over 10 meters, the waiting assassins suddenly sprang into action, moving like shadows, swiftly closing in on the guards. The guards didn't even have time to scream, let alone resist, before the sharp blades in the assassins' hands had pierced deeply into their necks. Blood gushed out in an instant as the guards futilely opened their mouths, their limbs twitching for a moment before losing their breath completely as their life force drained away. After swiftly dispatching the 6 guards, Wang Feiyu and his men immediately began to tally their spoils. They had seized 6 AK-47 assault rifles, each equipped with 2 30-round magazines, as well as 12 grenades. Not bad, these supplies will be enough to support our upcoming operations, Wang Feiyu remarked with a calm tone, glancing at the firearms and ammunition on the ground. The group quickly checked the condition of the weapons, and after confirming everything was in order, they gently pushed open the back door and silently infiltrated the massage parlor. However, as soon as they stepped through the back door, an impatient voice rang out from inside the parlor. "Lama, why have you recklessly left your post and come in again? The boss specifically instructed you to guard the back door, and you keep running in here. Do you believe I will report you to the boss immediately?" As the words fell, several burly men emerged from the shadows, coming into Wang Feiyu's view. At the moment that voice sounded, Wang Feiyu and his group had already raised their guns, the dark muzzles accurately aimed at the newcomers. The burly men had walked straight into the line of fire. "Who are you?" The leader of the burly men changed color as he recognized the unfamiliar attire and cold gun barrels aimed at him. Fear surged in his eyes, and just as he opened his mouth to utter a few words, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 gunshots accurately hit their targets. The 4 burly men had no chance to resist, instantly struck by bullets, collapsing into a pool of blood, their bodies twitching for a moment before going still. Pair up and advance separately. Eliminate any targets that pose a threat without exception. Wang Feiyu's eyes were cold as he immediately issued the combat order. Upon hearing this, the assassins quickly divided into small teams, advancing steadily and cautiously into the depths of the massage parlor. The sudden gunfire instantly alerted the members of the Wild Dog Gang inside the parlor. In a short moment, a large number of gang members rushed in from all directions, wildly shooting at Wang Feiyu and his group. However, they were ultimately just a rabble. In the face of the second-level assassins, whose physical capabilities and combat training far surpassed ordinary people, there was a stark disparity in strength. The shooting of the Wild Dog Gang members was chaotic and haphazard, relying solely on random fire, while the assassins did not miss a single shot, hitting their targets with precision every time they pulled the trigger. The narrow corridor became the burial ground for the Wild Dog Gang members as one batch after another fell, crimson blood flowing freely, quickly dyeing the ground a shocking scarlet. Soon after, 2 grenades were accurately thrown into the crowd of gang members, exploding instantaneously with shockwaves and shrapnel sweeping through, accompanied by cries of agony. The relentless slaughter thoroughly shattered the psychological defenses of the Wild Dog Gang members. Nearly 100 people surrounded only a handful, yet they were slaughtered like livestock. Anyone would be consumed by endless fear, losing any semblance of courage to resist. Wang Feiyu and his group, relying on their overwhelming strength, steadily advanced, methodically clearing out enemies on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors, ultimately pushing all the way to the highest 5th floor. In the 5th floor hall, the leader of the Wild Dog Gang, Abdullah, looked at the pale and trembling faces of the remaining dozen subordinates before him, his face turning ashen with rage, almost as if it would explode from his chest. A bunch of useless waste. Over 100 people, and you can't even deal with a few. What use do I have in keeping you? Get to the 5th floor exit and block it. If they charge up, I'll shoot you all myself. Abdullah's furious reprimand turned the faces of his subordinates white. To be honest, had it not been for the attackers blocking the entrance below, they would never have fled in panic to the upper floors. If Abdullah had been willing to lead the charge and fight alongside them to counterattack, they might have found the courage to fight. But now it was clear that Abdullah wanted them to act as cannon fodder, buying himself a chance to escape. With such selfishness, who would willingly go to their deaths? Abdullah continued to rage on the spot, wildly waving his rifle at the crowd, completely oblivious to the growing defiance and murderous intent in the eyes of his subordinates. At that moment, as he turned his gun to one side, distracted, a subordinate suddenly raised his weapon without hesitation and pulled the trigger, aiming straight at Abdullah's head. Bang! A crisp gunshot shattered the silence of the 5th floor. Abdullah's pupils constricted, his face still bearing traces of fury and disbelief as his body fell to the ground lifeless. The man who fired the shot lowered his weapon, scanning the crowd with a calm expression, and said indifferently, "He wanted us to die, so I sent him to meet his maker first. At this point, I think no one will blame my actions, right?" The remaining members of the Wild Dog Gang exchanged glances, all silent, no one daring to voice an objection. After a moment, one of the gang members, trembling, spoke up. "Now, what do we do? The enemy will be charging up soon. What else can we do?" "Surrender," the man who shot replied with a bitter smile, helplessly stating, "We are simply no match for them. Their shooting accuracy is superhuman. Anyone who shows their head will be instantly killed. This fight is impossible to win. Only by surrendering can we have a slim chance of survival." The crowd fell into silence again, but the fear of death weighed heavily on them. Before long, the first person trembled and dropped their weapon, kneeling down with hands raised high. Seeing this, the others followed suit, discarding their weapons and kneeling in surrender. When Wang Feiyu and the assassins stepped onto the 5th floor, they were greeted by the sight of the remaining members of the Wild Dog Gang, neatly kneeling and surrendering with their hands raised, a scene quite unexpected. Wang Feiyu's eyes flashed with surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. He signaled 2 assassins to stand guard while the others moved forward, methodically collecting the surrendered weapons. After thoroughly checking the area and confirming there was no further threat, Wang Feiyu asked, "Where is your leader?" "The leader is dead. He insisted on making us enemies with you and treated us as cannon fodder, so we joined forces to deal with him," the man who had fired the shot bravely responded. Wang Feiyu was momentarily speechless, silently reflecting on how the difference between shouting, "Charge with me," and "Charge for me," on the battlefield could lead to vastly different outcomes. With the leader slain, the Wild Dog Gang had long since fallen apart, leaving only this small remnant. Next came the time to sort through the spoils of war. These surrendered gang members were originally Abdullah's confidants and were well aware of the internal supplies of the Wild Dog Gang. With them acting as guides, the collection of spoils proceeded exceptionally smoothly. After a thorough inventory, the battle results were remarkable. A total of over 130 Wild Dog Gang members killed, more than 20 captured, while the remaining members either fled amid the chaos or were stationed at other gang properties. This battle yielded over 600 various rifles, 200,000 rounds of ammunition, 40 boxes of grenades, each box containing 30 grenades, and 6 RPG rocket launchers with 500 rockets. In addition to the vast array of weaponry, 2 large warehouses of food, clothing, and other daily necessities were also seized, sufficient to alleviate the urgent material shortages faced by the Iron Blood organization. The sudden demise of the Wild Dog Gang was like a heavy bomb, stirring up monstrous waves in the territories dominated by local gangs. All the various gang forces were shaken, filled with fear. They had no idea where this mysterious force that obliterated the Wild Dog Gang came from, nor could they uncover any details, so they dared not act recklessly, withdrawing their forces and retreating within their own territories, tightly shutting their doors to observe the changes, hoping to discern the enemy's identity before making any plans. After all, these gangs were merely a loose alliance, formed by temporary interests with no trust between them, sustained solely by the bonds of profit. Moreover, the Wild Dog Gang was already quite powerful locally with a multitude of desperate subordinates and a considerable stockpile of weapons and supplies, yet in a single night, they were quietly uprooted without even a splash of resistance. Such a thunderous and ruthless method would make anyone wary. No one wanted to stick their neck out fearing they might end up like the Wild Dog Gang facing obliteration. No one would be foolish enough to engage in such a losing venture. As for the gang's timid and dormant attitude, Wang Feiyu had long anticipated it and felt no surprise. After the Wild Dog Gang was destroyed, he did not greedily occupy their former territory, as that area was surrounded by enemies filled with a mix of people and fraught with hidden dangers. As the saying goes, it is easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. Although his death warriors were all skilled and formidable, they were not invincible. There was no need to put themselves in danger over a hot potato of temporary territory. Thus Wang Feiyu decisively commanded his men to load all the spoils from the Wild Dog Gang's lair onto trucks and transport them back to their temporary base, seeking stability rather than greed. 2 days later, Umar hurried to the temporary base of the Death Warriors. As soon as he stepped into the yard, his eyes were painfully assaulted by the mountain of piled-up weapons, ammunition, and food supplies, leaving him frozen in place, his face filled with disbelief and shock, unable to regain his composure for a long time. After being stunned for a long while, Umar suddenly came to his senses, his pupils constricting, his voice trembling with suppressed shock as he fixed his gaze on Wang Feiyu and asked, "Did you really do this to the Wild Dog Gang?" "As you can see, these are the belongings of the Wild Dog Gang," Wang Feiyu replied, raising his hand to point at the piled supplies, his tone calm, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. "In total, there are 500 various rifles, 120,000 rounds of ammunition, 3 rocket launchers, 200 shells, and 20 boxes of grenades. This firepower is sufficient for you to handle a medium-sized battle." Umar was profoundly shocked, quickly cupping his hands in gratitude and saying, "Wang, we are immensely grateful for your strong support. But there is one thing I simply cannot understand. With your formidable strength, you could easily occupy a territory and establish your own power. Why expend such effort to support us?" Wang Feiyu maintained a calm expression, his heart steady as he spoke disingenuously. "Mr. Umar, we are merely a legitimate business company, not wishing to or intending to involve ourselves in the conflicts of your factions. What we seek is simply to make a stable profit." Upon hearing this, Umar couldn't help but twitch his mouth in disbelief, internally muttering, which legitimate company has the capability to quietly obliterate a long-established gang at the first move? Such words were indeed hard to believe. However, he also understood that since the other party was unwilling to elaborate, he could not press further. The precious supplies they had right now were the most tangible assistance. With this batch of firepower and supplies, Umar's organization's strength surged instantly, and his voice within the organization grew stronger, gradually gaining control of most of the real power, acting with increasing confidence. Meanwhile, Wang Feiyu utilized the remaining supplies to begin recruiting displaced refugees and sought a strategically advantageous plot of land within the territory controlled by the Iron Blood organization, starting to construct warehouses, barracks, and other necessary facilities for subsequent layouts, gradually establishing a foundation in the Tajik country. Far back in the homeland, Li Yong felt greatly relieved and praised Wang Feiyu upon learning that he had successfully grounded himself and expanded his territory in the Tajik country. He immediately ordered a batch of newly refreshed first and second-tier death warriors to hasten to the Bear and Tajik countries to support Wang Feiyu's operation, strengthening his power and solidifying the overseas position. While Wang Feiyu was steadily advancing and expanding his territory abroad, Li Yong was not idle at home, constantly monitoring the projects in the Yizhuang development zone, finally awaiting the long-anticipated good news. Initially, Li Yong aimed to transform the Yizhuang development zone into a modern industrial new city of vision that had been reported layer by layer to the central government by Mayor Zhou. After multiple discussions and repeated validations, the higher authorities finalized the plan and approved this development. Fundamentally, it was because Chaoyang Technology had been growing its business significantly in recent years, garnering a reputation, both domestically and internationally recognized, as the most successful joint venture since the reform, and opening up with both strength and reputation acknowledged by the state. Moreover, Chaoyang Technology held a substantial amount of foreign exchange reserves, which was undoubtedly a great attraction for a country urgently needing foreign exchange to develop its economy. Since Chaoyang Technology was a joint venture, the revenue generated from exports was kept in the accounts of the Rihua International Investment, with only a small portion available domestically, and the state naturally did not wish to see such a large amount of foreign exchange lying idle abroad. Furthermore, the proposal to create an industrial new city would surely require a massive amount of construction funds, allowing that foreign exchange to flow back into the country and assist in economic construction. Moreover, the completion of a modern industrial new city could create tens of thousands of job opportunities, stimulate the development of upstream and downstream industries, and significantly boost the local GDP growth, making it a win-win situation for the country, and thus approval was entirely reasonable. To finalize the specific matters of the industrial new city, Mayor Zhou Liyang and Zhang Wei engaged in continuous negotiations for 3 whole days, discussing everything from land planning and investment plans to cooperation details, bargaining on each aspect, eventually finalizing the overall plan. In this negotiation, Liyang represented Chaoyang Technology, while Zhang Wei represented Rihua Investment, each fulfilling their roles to secure maximum benefit for their companies. According to the final agreement, the state would allocate an additional 60 square kilometers of development land in the Yizhuang development zone amounting to a total of 90,000 mu, and it was not industrial land, but rather highly valuable commercial land. After all, Liyang aimed to build a fully functional industrial new city, and the planning nature of industrial land clearly did not match, while commercial land in terms of later development value and land attributes fit the new city's positioning much better. Of course, the price of commercial land is naturally much higher than that of industrial land, which is also a consideration by the state to introduce foreign exchange funds through land cooperation with Rihua Investment. This is not a calculation but a win-win cooperation. The country gains development funds and industrial dividends, while Chaoyang Technology secures scarce land resources, each getting what they need. After several rounds of intense bargaining, the final price for the land was set at 110,000 yuan per mu, including the basic development of 3 connections and leveling. This price was the result of significant policy concessions made by the Beijing municipal government. Additionally, since Yizhuang is located on the outskirts of Beijing and has yet to be developed, if it were in the core urban area of Beijing, the price for 1 mu of commercial land would be at least 10 times this figure. Even so, 90,000 mu of land still amounted to a staggering 9,900,000,000 yuan. With Li Yang's current financial reserves, he could not make the full payment at once. Fortunately, both parties agreed that the investment could be made in batches, with the first investment not less than 2 billion yuan, and 80% of that must be settled in foreign exchange. After careful discussion and weighing the pros and cons with a few third-tier death warriors under him, Liyang determined that this deal would be profitable and immediately nodded in agreement. While others could not see the future development trends of the capital, Liyang, as a reborn individual, understood perfectly. At this moment, spending 9,900,000,000 to acquire 90,000 mu of commercial land in Yizhuang would not require long to wait. In just 20 years, the value of this land would multiply by more than 100 times, with its market value easily surpassing 1 trillion. This is also the reason why Liyang, despite financial strain, is determined to exhaust all efforts to secure this land. The potential profit is simply too enticing, as the appreciation of the land alone could yield a 100-fold return, coupled with the continuous income generated once the industrial new city is completed and operational, resulting in an astronomical figure. Such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for wealth, if missed, would make Liyang feel unworthy of his identity as a reborn individual. In addition to promoting the expansion of Yizhuang Development Zone, Liyang has also successively established instant noodle processing plants, canned food factories, and several cutting-edge home appliance production lines within the park. All kinds of production equipment are readily available in the System Mall, and Liyang specially went to Port City to exchange for all the equipment, transporting it back to the mainland in batches. As soon as he arrived in Beijing, his mobile phone at his waist rang. It was Mayor Zhou calling. "Hello, Mayor Zhou. Alright, I'll head over right away." Liyang hung up the phone and immediately instructed the driver to turn the car around and head straight to the municipal government. Upon arriving at the City Hall building, Mayor Zhou's secretary was already waiting downstairs to personally guide him inside. It would be a lie to say he wasn't moved. The personal secretary of the mayor of a directly governed city was a genuine deputy department-level official, someone from his past life he didn't even have the qualifications to meet. Now being treated with such courtesy, Liyang felt grateful once again, as if heaven had given him a second chance at life. Upon entering Mayor Zhou's office, he saw 2 composed middle-aged men already seated inside. As soon as Mayor Zhou saw Liyang, he immediately stood up enthusiastically and said, "Xiao Yang is here, please sit down. Let me introduce you. You mentioned wanting to invite a few experienced and capable planning designers, right? These 2 are Zhang Maoliang and Jin Ziyuan from the National Urban Planning Institute, both experts in the industry. It's a pleasure to meet you, teachers." Liyang promptly stepped forward and extended his hand to shake hands with the 2 men. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Mayor Zhou smiled and spoke. "The reason I called you over today is firstly to introduce these 2 talents to you. If you have any thoughts or requirements, feel free to discuss them with them. They will solidify the new city plan according to your company's vision. Both of them have studied abroad and have reliable vision and skills. Additionally, I want to inform you that the land use rights for the development zone have been approved. How are your finances coming along?" Liyang understood the introduction of talents was merely a side note. The real concern was still about foreign exchange and investment funds. "Rest assured, Mayor Zhou. During my trip to Port City, I have already negotiated with the executives of Ryu Investment, and they have agreed to an initial investment of 350 million US dollars, with the remaining amount covered by our Chaoyang Technology, totaling 2 billion US dollars. The funds will be transferred to the country in the next few days." Hearing this, Mayor Zhou visibly relaxed. "That's great. the higher-ups are very concerned about this funding. It's impressive that it can be implemented so quickly. Xiaoyang, you deserve the credit. The new city project was originally spearheaded by him, so if there were any issues with the funding it would undoubtedly become an indelible risk in his political career, which he couldn't ignore. By the way, do you have any other matters that require the government to coordinate? Feel free to speak up, the city will definitely assist you. Thank you, Mayor Zhou. I currently do not have any. If there is a need later, I will raise it with you. Mayor Zhou nodded and added with a smile. There is one more thing. Recently, Beijing TV is planning to hold a charity gala and intends to invite a batch of capable private entrepreneurs to attend. With your current stature, you are more than qualified. How about I give Uncle Zhou a favor and show up? Liang didn't particularly enjoy such social occasions, but since a mayor of a directly governed city had put it this way, refusing would be rather impolite. He immediately agreed. No problem, Uncle Zhou, I will definitely be there and learn a lot from the seniors. Haha, great. Mayor Zhou took out a gold-embossed invitation from his drawer and handed it over. Take this. Many notable entrepreneurs will be present. You should exchange ideas. It will be beneficial for you. All right. After leaving the municipal government, Liang headed straight for Yizhuang. The production equipment he brought back has all arrived at the factory, and under Zhao Gang's coordination the workers were diligently installing and debugging. As long as the equipment is assembled and the raw material supply is in place, production can commence immediately. After briefly inspecting the installation progress, Liang lost interest and turned to Meng Xin, the third-level operative in charge of external procurement, and asked, "How is the shipment to the Bear Country coming along?" Meng Xin immediately stepped forward and respectfully replied, "Brother Yang, the goods are basically ready. This batch of supplies was directly sourced from southern manufacturers by our personnel. 3 boxes of instant noodles, 1 boxes of canned food, 1 boxes of ham sausages. According to intelligence from the front lines, the Bear Country is currently most lacking in food and prices are the highest, so our first batch will focus on food products. In addition, there are down jackets, cotton hats, warm gloves, and a batch of commonly used medicines." He paused, slightly showing a hint of difficulty. "However, Brother Yang, the volume of this shipment is simply too large. Relying on truck transportation is not only slow but also prone to issues. It would be best to use the railway. But we don't have solid connections in the railway system. Through normal channels, we can only apply for 3 carriages at most. Given our current cargo volume, we need at least 8 carriages. I have run to the Beijing Railway Bureau several times, but I couldn't even meet the person in charge. It's truly difficult." Liang wasn't very familiar with the ins and outs of railway freight, and nodded slightly. "I see. You've worked hard. I will find a way for this matter." After inspecting the factory area, Liang met with planners Zhang Maoliang and Jin Ziyuan. He had a complete blueprint for this new city in his mind. After all, he was a person who came back from several decades in the future. No one understood the structure and prosperity of future cities better than him. He explained his thoughts one by one. First, we need to build a large, comprehensive commercial center modeled after the Wanda Plaza of the future. Liang was confident that once the Yizhuang new city is formed, it would undoubtedly attract a massive influx of population to settle and work. Although it is located in the suburbs of Beijing, it is genuinely under the jurisdiction of the capital. Moreover, he had already negotiated the settlement policy with the city government represented by Mayor Zhou. Once settled in the Yizhuang new city, one could officially obtain a Beijing household registration and enjoy all related benefits. This point holds an irresistible appeal for outsiders. With people, there will be consumption. A large commercial plaza will undoubtedly become a necessity. Moreover, Liang's ambitions do not stop there. Once the real estate company is officially established, he plans to replicate the Chaoyang Plaza model across major cities nationwide, ultimately, depending on market conditions. Thinking of the scene competing with that Wang's surname real estate tycoon in the future, a smile involuntarily crept onto Liang's lips. In addition to the planning of the commercial square, Liang engaged in in-depth discussions with 2 senior planning designers regarding the site layout of various public infrastructures, such as residential areas, high-rise apartments, and commercial office buildings. Even the planning districts for key supporting buildings like urban landmark structures, primary and secondary schools, and public hospitals were meticulously finalized. Such a comprehensive and grand urban construction plan even left the 2 seasoned experts marveling at the audacity and vision of the joint venture company. Once the entire plan is implemented, it will undoubtedly represent a substantial investment worth billions. As the negotiations drew to a close, Liang promised to bestow a generous token of appreciation to the 2 after the final design plan was drafted, sending them off after a courteous exchange. Watching the vehicles depart, Liang took out the invitation letter handed over by Mayor Zhou, its embossed signature clearly indicating that the charity banquet would take place tomorrow. The theme of this charity banquet centers around educational assistance, as the country has always prioritized educational development. However, due to objective factors such as regional economy and transportation conditions, the level of educational access in remote mountainous areas remains low. The Beijing television station is spearheading this banquet to raise funds for building Hope primary and secondary schools in remote mountainous areas, enabling children in the mountains to have books to read and schools to attend, thus nurturing their thirst for knowledge. This is not only a charitable event, but also a targeted aid from economically developed regions to underdeveloped areas, which carries an implicit political task. When it comes to building schools, a sudden heaviness gripped Li Yang's heart as he recalled the disaster that had brought the entire nation to sorrow. Although this event would not occur for another decade, he could not help but feel a deep regret every time he thought of it. Had there been precautions, many tragedies could have been avoided. In the next moment, the languor faded from his eyes, and his gaze became sharp and resolute. He was a person reborn who, since he foresaw the impending calamity, he must lay out plans in advance to avert it. In this era, there are few problems that money cannot solve. If a solution is not found, it merely indicates that the stakes are not high enough. With this realization, Li Yang no longer dwelled on it. He did not believe that laying out plans quietly over a decade in advance would draw any suspicion. As the saying goes, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Since he recalled this calamity, he could not stand idly by only seeking to act with a clear conscience and do his utmost to protect more innocent lives. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Li Yang arrived at the Beijing VIP Hotel, the venue for the charity banquet to assist education, riding the latest model of the Tiger Head sedan. As the car approached the hotel entrance, Li Yang noticed that the vast parking lot was already filled with various luxury vehicles. BMWs, Cadillacs, Lexuses, Lincolns, and other prestigious cars were everywhere. Even his own popular Tiger Head sedan was not a rarity here. The bodyguards accompanying him, guided by the staff on site, smoothly parked the car. Li Yang opened the door and, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, walked directly into the hotel. Due to the charity banquet, the hotel was closed to the public today. Guests had to present an invitation letter to enter, and each invitation allowed a maximum of 5 people. The staff member verifying identities took Li Yang's invitation letter, and upon seeing its design, a clear look of surprise flickered in his eyes. The invitations for this banquet were categorized into different levels, and the one in Li Yang's hand, adorned with golden edging, was of the highest grade, prominently stating Li Yang, chairman of Chaoyang Technology. The staff, not daring to show any negligence due to Li Yang's youth, recognized that Chaoyang Technology had gained prominence in the domestic tech industry and was a hot new player, astonished that its leader was so young. He quickly bowed and gestured respectfully, saying, "Mr. Li, this way please. I will take you to your seat." Li Yang nodded slightly and followed the staff to the main venue. The main venue for the banquet was set on the 4th floor of the hotel, which had been decorated in a solemn yet warm manner. In the spacious hall, many invited guests had already taken their seats, with familiar business figures and government officials gathered together, whispering and raising their glasses in a lively and appropriate atmosphere. The staff directly led Li Yang and his companions to the front row, arranging for him to sit at seat number 3, while the accompanying bodyguards were arranged in the adjacent 2nd row. Li Yang thanked the staff and then took his seat. At this time, the guests in the front row had not yet all arrived, and he looked around, not seeing any familiar faces, so he casually whispered to the 2 bodyguards beside him. As the opening time approached, the guests in the venue gradually filled the seats, and the 2 seats beside Li Yang also had guests arriving one after another. Seeing such a young business magnate in Li Yang, the guests beside him all showed looks of surprise. However, as the banquet was about to begin, they felt it inappropriate to approach him recklessly. Once all the guests were seated, 2 hosts from Beijing television station elegantly took the stage, delivering a rousing opening speech, warmly welcoming and sincerely thanking all the attendees. Soon after, a group of children from the mountainous areas, dressed in simple clothing, took the stage to perform. Their innocent singing and lively dancing, each act resonated with the theme of educational assistance, expressing their yearning for education, moving the audience to tears. Following this, several renowned artists from Beijing successively took the stage to showcase their talents, enhancing the atmosphere of charity in the venue. After the artistic performances concluded, the event finally reached its core segment, the charity auction. The hosts presented various donated calligraphy works and artworks from individuals of all walks of life. The organizers clearly understood the rules. Compared to direct donations, charity auctions could maintain the dignity of the guests while also better raising funds. The first auction item was a calligraphy piece donated by a domestic calligrapher. Although the artist was not of top fame, all the attending guests understood social customs and raised their hands to bid. This calligraphy piece, starting at a price of only 10,000 yuan after several rounds of bidding, was ultimately won by Su Xin, the chairman of Beijing Sitong Company, for 160,000 yuan. In this era, if it were not for Chaoyang Technology's sudden rise, Sitong Company would undoubtedly be the leading private tech enterprise in Beijing and even the entire country, with its president Duanji, famously known as the village chief of Zhongwankan. Sitong specializes in MS-series word processors, printers, commercial cash registers, and computer distribution, while also venturing into electronics, electrical engineering, and software joint ventures. Its core product, the MS word processor, occupies over 85% of the domestic market share, almost monopolizing the industry, and is the standard equipment for typing rooms in government agencies, major enterprises, and schools. It is also the most profitable product in Zhongguancun. Liang had long heard of Sitong Company, but since one is headquartered in Zhongguancun and the other in Yizhuang Economic Development Zone, their businesses had no direct intersection, so they had not had any previous interactions and were essentially strangers. Next up was a ceramic art piece with a starting price of 5,000 yuan. After several rounds of bidding, it was ultimately won by Lian Shangliu for 100,000 yuan. Liang couldn't help but scrutinize this controversial figure in the business world. At this moment, Lian Shangliu still appeared as a confident and elegant middle-aged man with a proper appearance and a steady demeanor. However, Liang, influenced by his preconceived notions, found it hard to develop a favorable impression of him, even harboring a subtle sense of scrutiny. After all, Chaoyang Technology's main business involves computer research and sales, while Lian Shangliu made his fortune through computer trade. The two companies would inevitably clash in the market, leading to an intense business battle. Liang was curious to see how this currently flourishing business figure would cope when faced with the advantages he held. As the charity auction progressed, more and more exquisite items were presented, and the prices of the auction items soared. However, Liang remained seated and did not raise his paddle, even once showing no interest in these antiques and artworks. As for when he would make his move, he had his own calculations. Nevertheless, his reluctance to bid was noticed by the keen observers in the venue, causing them to feel anxious. At the back of the stage, a leader dressed in formal attire with a composed expression turned to his subordinate, holding a notebook, and whispered, "Has Chaoyang Technology not taken any action up to now?" The subordinate quickly glanced at his notes and respectfully replied, "Leader, indeed they have not. Throughout the charity auction, they haven't raised a single paddle. This is illogical." The leader frowned slightly and murmured, "Chaoyang Technology is one of the most powerful companies present. Each of the enterprises has expressed their interest to some extent. Several tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands is nothing to them, so they shouldn't be completely unresponsive." Leader, could it be that Chairman Li of Chaoyang Technology looks down on the auction items? The subordinate cautiously suggested. Impossible. The leader shook his head decisively, a hint of understanding flashing in his eyes. These artworks and crafts are merely a facade, a way for enterprises and the organizers to save face. Liang, as the chairman of the group, would not fail to see through this. Let's wait a bit longer. If he still remains indifferent, you should go over and give him a reminder. This charity auction will be reported in the news. We can't let the scene look too bad. The subordinate quickly responded, "Understood, I will keep a close watch." The charity auction continued in an orderly manner, but as the process neared its end, Liang, who sat in the front row, remained still, showing no intention of raising a paddle. Seeing this, the subordinate dared not delay, quickly adjusting his attire and hastily walking to Liang's side, sounding a bit anxious yet polite. "Chairman Li, sorry to bother you. Our charity auction will be publicly reported later. You might consider raising a paddle for the last auction item, otherwise it would not look good for our corporate image in the summary and external publicity." Liang raised his gaze and glanced at the other person. Seeing his anxious expression, without a hint of mockery, he spoke calmly. "I won't participate in the auction. I am not interested in these items. By the way, how much has been raised so far?" Although the staff was filled with confusion, they did not dare to be negligent and reported truthfully. "So far we have raised about 3 million. "I see." Liang's tone was steady, devoid of any fluctuations. "You can inform your leader that Chaoyang Technology has always been concerned about the education issues of children in remote mountainous areas, so we won't join the frenzy of donations this time. Our company has decided to donate 50 Hope primary schools and 20 Hope secondary schools to the Yingchuan region. After the event, a dedicated person will liaise with the organizers for the specific matters." The staff was instantly frozen, their eyes filled with incredulous shock. Donating to build 70 Hope schools is an astonishing gesture, truly worthy of a top enterprise in the industry. The boldness is remarkable. It took him a moment to collect himself, and he nodded repeatedly. "All right, Chairman Li, I will report this to the leader immediately." After saying this, he hurried back to relay Li Yang's decision verbatim to the leader. Upon hearing this, the leader's face instantly lit up with joy. He understood that building a quality Hope school currently costs at least 150,000. Even if it's a basic construction, it would still amount to 100,000, but the teaching conditions and engineering quality cannot be guaranteed. 70 schools would amount to an investment of over 10 million, which is several times more than the total amount donated by all the enterprises present. This donation will be used specifically for its intended purpose, with supervision from higher authorities, making it impossible for anyone to profit from it. However, the charity fundraising task he led will be directly overachieved, and this achievement is tangible before him. How could he not be satisfied? As for the cost of building 70 Hope schools, Liang did not care at all. These 70 schools will cover all the remote districts of Yingchuan. He had long planned to send a dedicated team from the company to supervise the construction throughout, ensuring all school buildings meet the 9-point seismic resistance standard with regular maintenance scheduled every year. He didn't know if his actions could change anything, but as long as he had a clear conscience, that was enough. Not long after the charity auction officially came to a close, The host took the microphone and walked to the center of the stage, first announcing the total amount raised in the auction, then passionately declared, "Here we want to specially announce a significant donation. Just now, Chairman Li Yong of Chaoyang Technology officially decided to donate 70 Hope Schools to the impoverished mountainous areas in the West. On behalf of the event organizers, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Chaoyang Technology for their kindness and responsibility." As soon as the host finished speaking, the venue erupted in an uproar. The attendees were all business professionals. Even if they were not clear about the exact cost of building schools, they understood that this was by no means a small amount. 70 school buildings undoubtedly amounted to an astronomical figure. Previously, people thought that Chaoyang Technology's complete disengagement from the auction was merely a formality, but little did they expect the true, significant contribution to be hidden until the end, crushing all other donations. While some were filled with admiration, others, like Lian Shangliu, felt a sense of frustration. He had been the most active participant in this auction, having a preference for antiques and calligraphy, and had successfully bid on multiple exquisite items, making him the highest donor at the event. He was supposed to be the focus of the whole affair, yet now, compared to Chaoyang Technology, he had become the green leaves supporting the red flowers, feeling quite chagrined. Sitting in the front row just a few seats away from Li Yong, he immediately forced a smile and said, He is expected of a leading private enterprise. Their generosity is unmatched, completely overshadowing us old fellows. Truly, the younger generation is formidable." The bitterness in his words was clear to everyone present, including Li Yong. Li Yong turned to look at him, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, his tone direct and sharp, refusing to yield. As the old saying goes, the waves behind drive on the waves before, and the former waves perish on the beach. The times have changed. Now it is the era of the young people. As soon as these words were spoken, the front row fell silent, the air seeming to freeze. Everyone could hear that Li Yong was directly stating that the other party was already outdated and hardly worth mentioning. Lian Shangliu's face instantly flushed red. Infuriated, he slammed the armrest and scolded harshly, "You are incredibly arrogant." Li Yong raised an eyebrow, looking at him with some mockery. "Isn't it what defines youth to be a bit arrogant? Besides, I have the capital to be arrogant. Old man, don't try to use your age to pressurize me. I have no obligation to indulge you. You are simply insufferable." Lian Shangliu was trembling with anger, standing up abruptly, pointing angrily at Li Yong, his eyes blazing with fury, wishing to argue with him. "I can't be bothered to argue with you. You are the one who insisted on stepping out to seek discomfort." Li Yang's expression was indifferent, his tone tinged with impatience. "Hurry up and sit down. Don't get yourself worked up. I won't pay you for your anger." At this moment, Li Yong was nothing like the cautious person he was when he had just been reborn. Now, with all his arrangements progressing steadily, he had already gained strength. Normally, he didn't want to provoke trouble, but since Lian Shangliu had taken the initiative to challenge him, he naturally wouldn't indulge him. Originally, Li Yong had not thought of completely eliminating Lian Shangliu. He only intended to compete fairly in business. However, today the two of them had thoroughly formed enmity, and he planned not to hold back anymore, having already made up his mind to completely take Lian Shangliu out of the market in the future and see if he could still call out. A house full of loyalists. The surrounding staff quickly stepped forward to restrain the furious Lian Shangliu, trying their best to calm him down, barely stabilizing the situation. Yet this silent confrontation had already left a deep impression in everyone's hearts. The charity auction concluded, and the organizers took the opportunity to host a thank you banquet in the hotel banquet hall. With elegant attire and a flurry of toasts, the private entrepreneurs in attendance gathered in small groups, their glances occasionally drawn to the same point. Li Yong sat on a sofa in the corner, gently swirling his wine glass with his fingertips. The sharp aura he had displayed at the auction still lingered around him, and those around him couldn't help but secretly regard this young boss as fierce and overwhelming. Nevertheless, a steady stream of CEOs continued to approach him, offering toasts and exchanging business cards. After all, Chaoyang Technology had undeniably become the leading private enterprise in the country, with substantial resources, wild ambitions, and deep connections. As the chairman of the company, Li Yong undoubtedly possessed exceptional abilities, making it worthwhile to build familiarity and camaraderie now, so that in the future, if he needed anything from Li Yong in the business realm, he wouldn't be caught unprepared. Moreover, the business world is not about cutthroat competition, but rather about human connections and social dynamics. This principle was well understood by everyone present. As the banquet came to a close, Li Yong had accumulated a stack of business cards from various entrepreneurs and CEOs, effectively expanding his connections within the capital's business circle. Among the business cards, the one that caught his attention was from a trading company featuring the name Wang Zhonglei. Upon seeing this name, Li Yong suddenly recalled certain matters. If he guessed correctly, this person was one of the future founders of the domestic entertainment giant Huai Brothers, while the other founder was his brother Wang Zhongjuan. However, at this moment, the two brothers were not yet prominent figures. Wang Zhonglei was running a small foreign trade company with average scale, while Wang Zhongjuan was still studying abroad in America. It would be 2 more years before the two would return to the country and jointly establish Huai Brothers. Li Yang simply accepted the business card without engaging in further conversation. At this stage, the Wong brothers held no practical value for him. When they eventually entered the entertainment industry, he could simply invest heavily and secure a significant stake. Having been given a second chance at life, if he did not seize the opportunity to establish himself in the entertainment circle and engage in meaningful discussions with the future stars who would shine nationwide, wouldn't this second life be wasted? Leaving the hotel, Li Yang drove back to his courtyard. The yard was quiet, and as he sat in his study, his thoughts finally returned to the matter at hand, the railway cars to Kaohsiung. Li Yang was well aware that his connections in the capital were still quite limited. The only high-ranking officials he could really speak to were Director Wang from the Yizhuang Development Zone and Mayor Zhou from the city. To leverage the so-called independent kingdom of the railway system, it would be nearly impossible without the relationship he had with Mayor Zhou. After all, the title of Iron Boss was not given lightly. Currently, the Iron Boss operated with a closed system, concentrated power and vertical management, making it difficult for ordinary local officials to establish connections, let alone secure a large number of cross-border railway cars. After pondering for a moment, Li Yang no longer hesitated and picked up the phone to dial Mayor Zhou's private number. He had not wanted to trouble the other party easily, but the trade with Kaohsiung was a crucial link in his entire overseas strategy, and there was no room for delay. The phone rang just twice before it was picked up, and a familiar and friendly voice answered. "Hello, Xiaoyang. Uncle Zhou, it's me. What's going on? Is there a problem in Yizhuang?" Mayor Zhou's tone instantly turned serious. Yizhuang was currently a key project he was overseeing, and it could not afford any mistakes. When Li Yang suddenly called his personal phone, his first thought was that there was an issue with the project. No, don't worry, Uncle Zhou. Everything in Yizhuang is running smoothly," Li Yang quickly explained. "I have a personal matter I'd like to consult you about." "Go ahead. Here's the thing, my foreign trade company has just been established, and I'm preparing to send a shipment to Kaohsiung. The cost of transportation by truck is high, and the capacity is small and unsafe. I can only use the railway. However, I've only been allocated 3 railway cars, which is far from enough." Before he could finish, Mayor Zhou's cheerful laughter came over the line. "So you want me to help you find someone in the railway system, right?" Li Yang chuckled along, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Uncle Zhou, I truly have no other options. You are the only leader I know in the capital with whom I can communicate. If I don't come to you, I really wouldn't know whom to ask." "All right, cut the flattery," Mayor Zhou chuckled back. "As long as what you're doing is legitimate business that benefits the country and the people, I will naturally help you. I have an old classmate who is currently working in the Ministry of Railways. I'll give you a heads up and you can just go directly to him. He will help you arrange the railway cars. However, let me remind you that my old classmate is quite straightforward. He is solely focused on the welfare of railway workers and can be a bit of a hard nut to crack. When you go to do business, be prepared to give a little more and provide some benefits." Li Yang's heart leapt with joy, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Who should I look for? How should I address him?" "His name is Lu Weiman. He's the Deputy Minister in the Ministry of Railways in charge of the Transportation Bureau. Just mention my name and he'll know who you are." "Got it. Thank you so much, Uncle Zhou. I don't even know how to express my gratitude. How about this, Uncle Zhou? Could you choose a time for me to visit you? Let's skip the formalities. But since I've recognized you as my nephew, you should come to my home to pay your respects. I'll be free this Sunday. I'll come over for a meal and meet your aunt. I live in the No. 2 courtyard of the Municipal Party Committee's family quarters. Call me in advance, and I'll have my secretary let you in." "Definitely. I'll be there on Sunday. I won't be late at all." Mayor Zhou, being busy with official duties, did not chat much longer. After a few polite exchanges, he hung up the phone. Leaning back in his chair, Li Yang let out a gentle sigh. This is the power of connections. Many matters that one might struggle and exhaust themselves over could be resolved with just a phone call from someone else. He realized that his current status and influence were still far from sufficient. He needed to strive harder. The next morning, Li Yang tidied himself up and drove straight to No. 10, Fuxing Road, the Ministry of Railways office compound. The entrance was heavily guarded with sentries standing tall, and all incoming and outgoing vehicles had to be strictly registered and checked, giving off an air of solemn authority. Li Yang parked his car and registered his information at the gate, mentioning Lu Weiman's name and Mayor Zhou's recommendation. Before long, a staff member came out from the compound to lead him inside. Inside the compound, the trees were lush and the buildings had a simple appearance but exuded a heavy sense of power. The pedestrians hurried by, mostly officials in uniforms or formal attire, speaking in hushed tones, creating a quiet yet orderly atmosphere throughout the compound. Li Yang followed the staff member to the office floor of the Ministry of Railways and stopped in front of an office door. As he knocked and entered, a middle-aged man in his 50s with a calm demeanor was reviewing documents. He looked up and, upon seeing Li Yang, set down his pen and stood up. "You are Li Yang, recommended by old Zhou." "Hello, Minister Lu, I'm Li Yang. Thank you for your assistance." Li Yang extended his hand, his demeanor polite, yet not subservient. Lu Weiman shook his hand lightly and gestured towards the sofa. "Have a seat. Old Zhou has already called me. Now tell me, how many railway cars do you need? What routes will they take? And what goods will you be transporting?" Li Yang did not beat around the bush and directly outlined his trade plans with Kaohsiung, the types of goods, plan volumes, and long-term needs. Our company will maintain a steady export to Kaohsiung with subsequent shipments of food and light industrial products in large quantities. Initially, we plan to require at least 60 standard railway cars per month and hope to have priority scheduling and priority crossing to ensure timely delivery. Upon hearing this, Lu Weimin raised his eyebrows slightly. 60 railway cars with a fixed monthly plan was no small number. Ordinary foreign trade companies wouldn't even dare to think about it. He looked at the unusually young boss in front of him, paused for a moment, and then slowly spoke. I can approve the railway cars for you, but the railway has its own rules. Priority scheduling and cross-border transport will occupy core capacity. Since you are a younger generation of old Zhou and you are engaged in legitimate business and foreign trade, I can make an exception to arrange it for you. However, there are many railway workers, and the pressure on welfare and logistics is significant. If you truly want to ensure this route runs smoothly, you need to not only give old Zhou face, but also provide some benefits to our railway system brothers. Li Yong understood immediately and smiled. Minister Lu, rest assured I understand this. As long as we can secure the railway cars, I can arrange for winter heating supplies and welfare goods for the railway system in batches. I am in the high-tech product business. I plan to donate 1,000 VCDs to the Ministry of Railways first. If Yizhuang Development Zone and the railway have any cooperative projects in the future, I will definitely cooperate fully. Let's benefit each other and establish long-term cooperation. Lu Weimin finally showed a hint of relaxation on his face and nodded. All right, since you were straightforward, I won't beat around the bush with you. He picked up a pen, wrote down a few lines on a notepad, signed his name, and pushed it in front of Li Yong. Take this to the dispatch office and cargo department to handle the paperwork. I'll approve a 3-month fixed cross-border schedule for you, 60 railway cars per month with priority crossing. Whether it can be renewed long-term will depend on your shipping timeliness and reputation. Li Yong took the note, feeling a huge burden lift off his shoulders. The railway artery leading to Kaohsiung was now opened up. He stood up and said to Lu Weimin earnestly, thank you, Minister Lu. I will remember this favor. Go ahead. Lu Weimin waved his hand. Don't bring shame to old Zhou and don't cause trouble for our railway. As he exited the Ministry of Railways building, sunlight streamed down on him. Li Yong looked up at this imposing structure, symbolizing the power of the Iron Boss, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With the railway cars secured, the groundwork for his plans with Kaohsiung could finally be fully laid out. On a Sunday evening, as dusk began to envelop the walls of the municipal housing complex, Li Yong stood on the tree-lined path outside the gate half an hour early. Naturally, he did not come empty-handed. He carried carefully selected gifts, several boxes of rare Pre-Qingming tea, 2 bottles of aged white wine, and specially prepared nutritional supplements for Mrs. Zhou, along with novel toys for the Zhou family's children. The items were not exorbitantly priced, yet each was exquisite and tasteful, perfectly balanced to neither appear sycophantic nor overly modest. Within moments of dialing, Mayor Zhou's dedicated secretary briskly exited the gate, smiling as he welcomed Li Yong and led him through the family complex without obstruction, arriving at Building No. 2. Inside the courtyard stood an old-fashioned small building, unpretentious in appearance with no trace of extravagant decor inside. The furnishings were simple and orderly, the floor polished to a shine, radiating the unique rigor, cleanliness, and calmness of an old cadre's family. In the living room, Mayor Zhou had changed out of his formal attire, dressed in loose gray casual, were sitting on the sofa and waiting. Upon seeing Li Yong enter, a rare, warm, and relaxed smile graced his usually stern face. You're here? Sit down, don't be so formal. Your aunt is busy in the kitchen making dinner today. We'll sample the family's cooking. Uncle Zhou, I apologize for intruding and disturbing you and your family's rest. Li Yong set down the gifts, standing tall and composed, exhibiting neither obsequiousness nor awkward politeness, with every gesture perfectly measured. Mayor Zhou waved his hand, bypassing formalities, and got straight to the point. You don't need to be so polite with me. How are things going on the railway project? Thanks to your support, everything is going smoothly. Li Yong spoke steadily, his gaze clear. Minister Lu was very considerate and approved 60 carriages in one go. The first batch of goods is set to be loaded this afternoon and will be dispatched to the Bear Country the same day. Mayor Zhou nodded slowly, a look of satisfaction on his face, and earnestly reminded him, that's good. What you're doing is real foreign trade, a solid revenue-generating project, and it brings glory to the capital. Helping you make connections and bridge gaps is part of my duty. But you must remember to conduct business properly, keep your hands clean, and maintain your bottom line. Never get yourself into unnecessary trouble. Rest assured, Uncle Zhou, I always keep that in mind. Li Yong nodded firmly, his tone resolute. The goods headed to the Bear Country are primarily to exchange for high-precision machine tools, various core engine components, and basic industrial raw materials. All solid assets that can be developed in the Yizhuang Economic Development Zone, which will genuinely contribute taxes to the city and create numerous jobs. Listening to these words, Mayor Zhou's approval deepened, and his gaze towards Li Yong held more recognition, reflecting a senior's appreciation for a junior. Your vision is far superior to those businessmen who seek quick riches and only think about speculation. The Yizhuang Economic Development Zone will continue to expand and develop. As long as you earnestly engage in industry, the city will provide all necessary support without any hesitation. Just then Mrs. Zhou Feng emerged from the kitchen with steaming dishes in hand, and the family gathered around the dining table to eat. Mrs. Zhou worked in a government agency, treating others with warmth and generosity. The Zhou family had a pair of children, an 11-year-old son who was lively and sensible, and a 9-year-old daughter who was cute and well-behaved, both very charming. The atmosphere at the table was relaxed and harmonious, devoid of the stiffness of officialdom. Mayor Zhou shared stories of his youth spent in the countryside and his work experiences, occasionally inquiring about Li Yang's future business plans, patiently offering guidance. After a simple home-cooked meal, the originally straightforward professional relationship between the two had gained an extra layer of care, support, and protection from a senior to a junior. As they were about to part, Mayor Zhou personally escorted Li Yang to the door, patting his shoulder with sincerity. If you encounter any difficulties in the capital in the future, don't hesitate to speak up. I remember Uncle Zhou, thank you. Li Yang felt a warmth in his heart and responded earnestly. As he stepped out of the municipal housing complex, the evening breeze brushed his face, and Li Yang was acutely aware that from this moment on he finally had a solid backing in the capital. Mayor Zhou would not indulge him in reckless behavior, but he could clear many obstacles in business for him, ensuring his stable development, and this form of protection was something countless businessmen would strive for yet fail to attain in this era. Moreover, the fact that he garnered such importance from Mayor Zhou was never due to opportunistic tricks, but rather due to his own solid strength. Yizhuang Railway Freight Station. When Li Yang arrived, the vast platform was already bustling with activity. A dark green freight train stood quietly on the tracks, its cold steel body gleaming with a stern luster under the morning light. 60 carriages were neatly numbered, lined up in a row extending as far as the eye could see, creating an imposing sight. It is worth noting that railway carriages are currently in extremely short supply. Many businesses would fight tooth and nail for a single carriage, yet at this moment all 60 carriages were at his disposal, an unprecedented show of force. Staff on the platform, loading workers and freight agents paused to watch this scene from a distance, whispering among themselves. Whose goods are these? How could anyone secure so many carriages? 60 carriages approved at once. It's unbelievable. Right now carriages are more precious than gold. It's nearly impossible to get one. I heard it's from the newly risen Chaiyang Technologies foreign trade branch in the capital. They have significant connections, and it seems this decision was directly sanctioned by the Ministry of Railways. Just as the crowd buzzed with discussion, a silver Tiger headband sedan slowly pulled into the platform and came to a steady stop. As the door swung open, Li Yang stepped out clad in a sharp dark coat, his posture upright. Close behind him were several cold and imposing bodyguards, along with Meng Xin, the head of foreign trade operations. The group walked confidently, exuding an undeniable presence that immediately became the focus of attention. Presently, the station master hurriedly approached, his face filled with respect and his tone particularly courteous. Everything has been prepared according to your requirements. The loading team is all in place, and we can start loading at any time. Li Yang nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the endless carriages before him, his expression calm. The cargo soon to be loaded included food, clothing, shoes, daily necessities, and light industrial products. All hard currencies that are currently extremely scarce in the Bear Country and could double in profit once launched. Once these materials arrive in the Bear Country, he could effortlessly exchange them for high-precision machine tools, crude oil, precious metals, and other scarce resources. This was undoubtedly a highly lucrative trade chain. Start loading the carriages. Li Yang spoke softly, his tone concise yet powerful. With this command, the entire platform erupted into a flurry of activity. Forklifts zipped back and forth, producing a rumbling sound as the workers shouted synchronized commands. Boxes of goods were steadily lifted and placed into the carriages, seals of fixed information logged, and security checks conducted. All processes flawlessly executed. Staff from the railway department cooperated fully throughout, with scheduling, assembly, and inspections all receiving a green light. Even the usually stringent safety checks became remarkably smooth and efficient. Not far away, several small business owners who had come to apply for carriages stood dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed at the scene before them. One could not help but murmur, "We are all in business too, but this is what real business looks like. It's nearly impossible for us to secure even a single carriage, yet they have booked an entire special train. Having someone backing you makes all the difference. This company has connections at the Ministry of Railways that are simply unparalleled." Li Yang stood to one side of the platform, quietly watching the steady stream of goods being loaded into the carriages, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. This was the power of connections and strength. What others fought tooth and nail for, he could effortlessly achieve with solid relationships and reliable strength, smoothly opening up the most vital railway transport routes nationwide. This is the value of connections, the backing of power, and a downward pressure on ordinary businessmen in the tide of the times. Hours slipped by in an instant, and all 60 carriages were filled with goods and sealed. The station master approached Li Yang with the completed paperwork, speaking respectfully, President Li, all goods have been loaded, the paperwork is complete, and the customs clearance has been processed in advance. The train can depart at any time. Liang took the paperwork, quickly scanned it, then picked up a pen and gracefully signed his name. Dispatch the train. Upon receiving the order, the signal light beside the tracks turned from red to green. In the next moment, the train engine let out a deafening long whistle. Whoa! White steam and black smoke billowed upward as the steel wheels slowly began to turn, gradually accelerating, carrying 60 carriages filled with wealth and hope, slowly departing from the capital's platform, heading north toward the vast lands of the Bear Country. The train continued to move farther away, eventually becoming a black that disappeared at the end of the tracks. On the platform, the evening breeze lifted the hem of Li Yang's coat as he stood tall, gazing toward the northern horizon. Beside him, Meng Xin could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Brother Yang, this trade will yield at least 5 to 10 times our profit." Li Yang smiled faintly, his tone calm, yet imbued with a dominating aura. This is just the beginning. In the future, on this international railway line, there will be a special train belonging to our Chaoyang foreign trade, heading to the Bear Country every few days. While others scramble for carriages, we will simply book them. While others make small profits, we will directly establish a major artery for international trade. He raised his eyes to the deep northern sky, his gaze sharp and fair, reaching, his voice steady and powerful. The Bear Country is a piece of cake for us. We can finally take a big bite out of it. After the first batch of goods was successfully shipped, Li Yang promptly contacted Wang Feiyu, who had returned to Man City, instructing him to prepare in advance for receiving the goods. When Wang Feiyu returned to Man City, several assassins who had previously established a base here had already thoroughly assessed the local situation. Although the situation within the territory of the Bear Country is much more stable than that of Taji's, the rampant gang activities and chaotic order remain unchanged. The cross-border trade in Man City is almost entirely monopolized by a gang called the Blood Axe Gang. The Blood Axe Gang's greatest reliance is a local powerful official. This group operates with extreme dominance. Anyone wishing to conduct business in Man City, whether buying or selling, must surrender 30% of the transaction amount. The local police have long been completely corrupted and bought off. Even if a merchant reluctantly chooses to report the extortion, it is of no use. Previously, there was a headstrong merchant from the mainland who refused to pay this unjust fee and clashed with the Blood Axe Gang. After reporting to the police, not only did they not uphold justice, but they also extorted the merchant for a fee for dispatching officers. As a result, that very night, the Blood Axe Gang located the warehouse where the merchant's goods were stored, and an entire batch of goods vanished without a trace overnight. There is no need to elaborate on what happened next. The merchant lost everything and returned home in disgrace. Some with a stronger disposition, unwilling to yield, simply vanished without a trace, with no remains found. Making a living in a foreign land is far from the glamorous simplicity that others imagine, especially in this chaotic era where order has collapsed and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. The rules are always in the hands of the powerful. After understanding the entire situation, Wang Feiyu already had a plan in mind. He intended to designate Man City as the final dumping ground for these 60 trainloads of goods. Further west lies the capital of the Bear Country, where the various forces are even more convoluted and mixed, making it far less manageable than the border town of Man City. However, Wang Feiyu would never agree to being extorted for 30% of the transaction amount without reason. A bulk sale of this magnitude would yield astronomical figures, or would he simply hand over 30%? Did they really think this group of assassins was a bunch of soft persimmons to be squeezed? If that's the case, then the so-called Blood Axe Gang, along with its backing, no longer has any reason to exist. A clean and decisive elimination plan quickly took shape in Wang Feiyu's mind. That night, at the headquarters of the second largest gang in Man City, the Brotherhood, at the White Bear Tavern, Wang Feiyu, clad in a leather jacket and accompanied by 4 coldly composed second-tier assassins, pushed the door and walked in. Man City has dozens of gangs, but only 3 are truly capable of holding their ground. The Blood Axe Gang firmly holds the top position, controlling the most lucrative cross-border trade. The Brotherhood ranks second, primarily engaging in illegal gambling and other shady businesses. The last one is the local branch of the first mafia in the Bear Country, profiting from drugs and usury. Of course, it's not that the Brotherhood and the mafia branch aren't envious of the trade profits held by the Blood Axe Gang. It's just that the backing of the two is far less entrenched than that of the Blood Axe Gang. Although the Brotherhood is a local gang at scale, manpower and financial resources are inferior to those of the Blood Axe Gang. The mafia branch's support is far away in the capital, making it difficult to solve immediate problems, forcing them to remain low-key and develop quietly. The tavern was filled with swirling smoke, the pungent smell of cheap vodka mingling with tobacco wafting through the air. Several burly men with dyed hair and bulging waists leaned against the bar, their fierce gazes scanning every person who entered. Wang Feiyu and his group walked with steady steps, emanating a chilling aura that starkly contrasted with the surrounding thugs. As soon as they entered, they immediately attracted their attention. The Brotherhood thugs stationed at the staircase exchanged glances, and then one burly man stood up, blocking the way with his arms crossed, shouting in broken dragon language, "Dragon country. People, you are not welcome here, please leave." As he spoke, one hand had already pressed against the gun handle at his waist. Hearing this, Wang Feiyu didn't even raise an eyelid. A nearby assassin stepped forward without a word and lightly twisted the thug's wrist with one hand. With a crack, the sound of bone breaking accompanied by a shrill scream echoed through the tavern, and the thug was forced to kneel on the ground, instantly losing the ability to resist. The scream caused the noisy tavern to fall silent. Moments later, the door to a private room on the second floor directly opposite the downstairs was yanked open, and a burly scar-faced bear man descended quickly with a dozen subordinates. This man was the leader of the Brotherhood, Ivanov. As Ivanov came down, his gaze fixed sharply on Wang Feiyu, his eyes cold, and his tone laced with undisguised killing intent. "Dragon country person, do you dare to make a move on my territory? Are you tired of living?" Wang Feiyu stepped forward calmly, his voice steady, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. "I'm here not to fight, but to discuss business. I feel that the Blood Axe gang monopolizing trade in Man City has eaten too much of the pie. Oh, it's time to spit some out." Wang Feiyu's words caused Ivanov, who was about to explode with anger, to suddenly pause, his gaze darting over Wang Feiyu and the others. A few seconds later, Ivanov suddenly smiled. "So it turns out we have a friend here. Come, let's talk upstairs." On the second floor of the White Bear Tavern, the dim yellow light cast mottled shadows in the air, while the scents of strong liquor, tobacco, and faint gunpowder mingled, isolating the space from the noise below, leaving only a quiet undercurrent. Wang Feiyu sat across from Ivanov at a polished wooden table, the atmosphere thick with silence. Ivanov, known for his straightforward personality and inability to hide his thoughts, could no longer restrain himself, and broke the silence, looking intently at Wang Feiyu. "My friend, what exactly did you mean by what you just said?" Wang Feiyu lightly tapped his fingers on the table, choosing not to answer directly. Instead, he raised his gaze to meet Ivanov's, his tone calm, yet carrying a penetrating weight. "Mr. Ivanov, I have just one question for you. The largest piece of the foreign trade pie in the city has long been tightly held by the Blood Axe gang. Are you truly willing to remain subordinate to them?" This statement hit a nerve with Ivanov. His expression changed abruptly, brows furrowing tightly as he replied in a low voice. "What can we do if we are unwilling? In terms of backing and manpower, the Brotherhood is far inferior to the Blood Axe gang. If we confront them heated, it would only result in our total defeat and disaster. But this gentleman from the Dragon Kingdom, what insights do you have?" "You can call me Wang." Wang Feiyu introduced himself casually. Ivanov, the other party, quickly responded with his name. "If I could help you eliminate all the high-ranking members of the Blood Axe gang, completely uprooting their support, would your Brotherhood have the courage to engage in a full-scale war with them and seize this territory?" Wang Feiyu's expression remained calm, his tone almost casual, as if discussing something trivial, yet the severity of his words jolted Ivanov's heart. Ivanov's eyes suddenly narrowed, his pupils contracting. After a moment of contemplation, he looked up, determination gleaming in his gaze. "Of course we dare. But there's no such thing as a free lunch. What price would our Brotherhood have to pay? Indeed, anyone who could lead a powerful faction was no fool." Wang Feiyu was pleased with Ivanov's reaction, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he slowly replied, "You won't need to pay any tangible price. Our company mainly engages in foreign trade, and I am specifically in charge of the business here. Our company is large, yet the Blood Axe gang demands a staggering 30% of our transaction volume, which we absolutely cannot accept. I have only one request: if your Brotherhood can replace the Blood Axe gang and take control of the foreign trade landscape, you must not take any commission from our company's transactions." He paused for a moment and continued, "Of course, our company is always willing to cooperate long-term with capable partners for mutual benefit, unlike the Blood Axe gang's brutal one-sided exploitation. If your Brotherhood can secure rare resources and special supplies in the future, we would be more than happy to exchange them with you under the best conditions. After all, it was the Blood Axe gang that crossed our bottom line, which is why I took action." Ivanov was initially taken aback, internally criticizing what kind of legitimate foreign trade company is this. Which proper company would entertain thoughts of annihilating a gang just because their interests were obstructed? This method is even more ruthless than those who dwell in the Underworld. Yet he had to admit he admired such audacity to undertake significant ventures. In fact, the Brotherhood had considered assassination operations against the high-ranking members of the Blood Axe gang before, but the risks were simply too high. If even one target was not fully resolved, the Brotherhood would face a furious counterattack from both the Blood Axe gang and their connections in the Underworld, and above, leading to certain annihilation with no hope of recovery. Now, with an external force actively targeting the Blood Axe gang, it was a godsend opportunity for them. If successful, the Brotherhood could reap the benefits, completely taking over the territory and interests of the Blood Axe gang. If they failed, the Brotherhood would not be implicated at all, suffering no losses. Understanding the stakes, Ivanov immediately broke into a wide grin, his face radiating sincerity and eagerness as he extended his hand. Wang He raced to a pleasant cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Wang Feiyu replied, shaking his hand, his tone still calm and composed. After you return, immediately gather the Brotherhood's members and be on standby. Once I send word, you will take action to seize the Blood Axe Gang's territory. As he stepped out of the White Bear Tavern, the night had deepened and the cold wind swept in, carrying a chill. A death warrior stationed outside quickly approached, lowering his voice to report, "Brother, all the movements of the high-ranking members of the Blood Axe Gang are under our strict surveillance. Their backer just received word from a brother that he has returned to his private estate. However, this person values his life greatly, and the estate is heavily guarded with sentries and bodyguards, making assassination very difficult. We can only choose a direct assault." "Then let's go for a direct assault," Wang Feiyu said, his tone cold and decisive. "Speed is of the essence. If even the slightest hint of danger leaks, and they become aware, it will be troublesome afterward. Notify all brothers to act simultaneously at 11 o'clock. I will personally lead the team to the estate of the Blood Axe Gang's backer." At exactly 11 o'clock, the night was as dark as ink, and the entire city had fallen into slumber, with only a silent killing intent spreading through the darkness. Smirnov, the leader of the Blood Axe Gang, was being driven to the residence of his mistress, where he kept his treasures, accompanied by several bodyguards. At that moment, Smirnov was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He firmly controlled the most vital foreign trade interests in the city, with daily revenues pouring in. Even after paying a hefty sum to the higher-ups, the remaining wealth was enough for him to squander lavishly for a lifetime. Who would have thought that the poor boy who once had nothing would now wield power and wealth, enjoying such a glamorous life? Leaning against the soft back seat of the luxurious car, Smirnov closed his eyes to rest, already calculating how to train his beautiful mistress once he arrived. The ultimate pleasure brought by power and wealth had him submerged in a blissful reverie. Just as the convoy turned slowly around a remote bend, disaster struck. 3 giant dump trucks suddenly approached, heading side by side across the road, showing no signs of slowing down, like 3 uncontrollable steel beasts crashing violently into Smirnov's convoy. Smirnov and his bodyguards hadn't even had time to react when an ear-splitting collision noise erupted, the screech of metal tearing through the night sky. Their vehicle was instantly sent airborne, flipping multiple times before crashing down hard to the ground, the frame completely twisted and deformed. And this was far from over. Following that, 3 black sedans sped in from behind the convoy, coming to a steady halt beside the wrecked vehicles. The doors swung open in unison, and a group of fully armed, masked men swiftly exited. Their movements were extremely swift. They exited the vehicles, raised their automatic rifles, and disengaged the safeties in one fluid motion, immediately opening fire on the abandoned sedan at the roadside. Bang, 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 bang. The dense gunfire echoed incessantly in the silent night, flames leaping from the muzzles as bullets poured down like a torrential rain upon the car, denting the metal and shattering the glass. After several rounds of gunfire, the masked men gradually ceased fire. 2 team members approached to check, confirming that everyone inside the vehicle had been turned into a sieve and was devoid of any signs of life. The leader raised a hand, signaling for an orderly retreat, and all the masked men quickly vanished into the night, leaving no trace behind. Almost simultaneously, the remaining high-ranking leaders of the Blood Axe Gang faced precise, targeted elimination. Their security forces were already far inferior to that of leader Smirnov. The Death Warriors were all agile and well-coordinated, typically completing assassination tasks effortlessly in pairs. On the other side, at the private estate where the backer of the Blood Axe Gang resided. When Wang Feiyu arrived, a 20-man team of Death Warriors was already fully armed and on high alert in the woods under the night sky, all equipped with advanced assault weapons radiating a chilling aura. Wang Feiyu put on the bulletproof vest handed to him by a subordinate, quickly donned the assault rifle offered to him, his gaze as cold as ice. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his hand, signaling a decisive attack towards the estate. At Wang Feiyu's command, the Death Warriors began to stealthily approach the estate like ghosts. The estate was surrounded by high walls topped with electrified fences, making it impossible to infiltrate. Wang Feiyu's expression darkened as he immediately ordered, "Use the RPGs to blow open the gates." 2 Death Warriors quickly retrieved RPG launchers, loaded them with ammunition, and aimed at the steel gates of the estate, firing off 3 rockets in quick succession. The rockets, trailing bright orange flames, cut through the night sky, striking the heavy steel gates with pinpoint accuracy. With 3 deafening explosions, the immense shockwave shattered the gates into pieces, sending debris flying. The security personnel stationed at the gates barely had time to scream before being obliterated in the blast. "Charge!" Wang Feiyu shouted, leading the way into the estate with the Death Warriors closely following. Anyone they encountered among the estate's security personnel was met with ruthless gunfire, showing no mercy. Inside the main villa of the estate, the backer, who had been drinking, was jolted awake by the violent explosions. The alcohol dulled his senses, and he momentarily failed to comprehend the source of the tremendous noise. Only when his anxious bodyguard dragged him outside did he suddenly come to his senses, his face turning red with anger as he shouted, "Damn it! Which reckless fool dares to lay hands on me? I will tear them apart." Yet no matter how fast the bodyguard was, he could not match the trained Death Warriors. In the face of the overwhelming firepower of the Death Warriors, the security forces in the estate crumbled like paper, utterly incapable of withstanding the assault. Just as the bodyguard managed to pull the backer into the first-floor hall of the villa, the Death Warriors had already surrounded the villa, sealing off all exits. Seeing the numerous gun barrels outside and the heavy machine guns and RPGs set up by the team, the remaining security and servants in the villa turned pale, their eyes filled with despair, lacking even the courage to resist. Wang Feiyu stood at the front of the crowd, his expression stern, his gaze devoid of warmth, coldly uttering two words: "Open fire." In an instant, a barrage of bullets pierced through the villa's ground floor windows like a torrential downpour, accompanied by the sharp sound of shattering glass, accurately hitting every person inside. When the gunfire finally ceased, the villa was engulfed in silence, leaving behind only pools of crimson blood, shattered limbs, and the wreckage of what was once the proud stronghold of the Blood Axe Gang, now utterly annihilated beneath the cloak of night. After confirming the target's death, the assassins did not linger and returned to their base in Man City. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Wang Feiyu dialed the phone number left by Ivanov. The call was quickly answered. "Hello, it's me. The target has been completely eliminated. It's time for your brotherhood to take action." "Oh, so soon?" Ivanov exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Wang Feiyu furrowed his brow and asked with a somewhat unfriendly tone. No, Wang, I will act immediately." Ivanov, sensing Wang Feiyu's tone, couldn't help but shiver and hurriedly replied. "Good, I hope to hear good news from you by tomorrow morning. Also, our company's goods will arrive in Man City tomorrow afternoon. You know what to do, right?" Understood, Wang. "Rest assured I will arrange everything," Ivanov quickly replied. When Ivanov hung up the phone, he realized his back was already drenched with sweat. He couldn't fathom what kind of power could eliminate the top gang in a city within just a few hours. The strength displayed by the enemy filled him with terror. If the Blood Axe Gang couldn't withstand it, neither could his brotherhood. Ivanov initially had some small thoughts, but after witnessing the absolute strength displayed by Wang Feiyu and the assassins, those thoughts had long since vanished, leaving only fear and reverence. Then Ivanov called his trusted aide and explained the action plan. Shortly after, the aide left to begin preparations. This night was destined to be one of blood and chaos. When the sun rose, the once largest gang in Man City, the Blood Axe Gang, had vanished, replaced by the rapidly growing Brotherhood. In the latter half of the night, the Brotherhood's forces surged forth. With careful preparations, they swiftly seized the Blood Axe Gang's various casinos, warehouses, foreign trade checkpoints, and underground strongholds, taking advantage of the gang's disarray and lack of leadership. Meanwhile, the members of the Blood Axe Gang, now leaderless, were thrown into chaos and unable to resist. They either surrendered or fled in a panic, making the Brotherhood's operation remarkably smooth. Upon learning that the Brotherhood had completely taken control of the Blood Axe Gang's power, Wang Feiyu nodded in satisfaction. He said little more. His eagerness to act quickly stemmed not only from the fear of leaking information, but also from his desire to intimidate the Brotherhood. Now it seemed that the effect was quite good. At least for the time being, the Brotherhood would not offend his side. Of course, in the long run, the Brotherhood would not turn against him, as trade would inevitably arise between them. With the ties of profit and the deterrence of strength, the Brotherhood would know how to choose, as long as they weren't foolish. At exactly 3 in the afternoon, the first batch of goods from Chaoyang Trade, sent from the capital of Longhua to Man City, arrived punctually at the freight platform of the train station. A seemingly endless line of freight cars stretched across the tracks like a steel dragon, the dark carriages glinting with a cold, hard sheen under the afternoon sun, a sight that left the merchants waiting at the platform wide-eyed and dumbfounded. Whose goods are these? They're incredible. I've been doing business in Man City for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen such a spectacle. Who knows? They definitely have a significant background. By the way, didn't you notice something odd? Usually the crew at this freight yard is all from the Blood Axe Gang, right? They were always so fierce, but why are they all replaced by another group of burly fellows today? Looking at their attire, they are clearly members of the Brotherhood. Another well-informed merchant quickly pulled him aside and whispered, "Chill. Keep your voice down. You're so outdated with your news. Just last night the Blood Axe Gang offended someone they shouldn't have. The entire upper management was wiped out. Now the streets of Man City are buzzing with this explosive news, and the Brotherhood took advantage of the Blood Axe Gang's disarray to launch a night raid on all their territories. Now Man City's underground world belongs to the Brotherhood. My heavens, so explosive. A change of power overnight." The crowd gasped in shock. They had been doing business in Man City for years, so they knew the formidable power of the Blood Axe Gang, but to see such a powerful gang extinguished overnight was truly hard to digest. On the other side, the train came to a steady stop, but what followed on the platform left all the observing merchants slack-jawed, completely overturning their understanding of the powers in Man City. Dozens of tall and fierce-looking members of the Brotherhood marched in unison, yet these burly men, who usually acted tyrannically on the streets, now showed none of their usual arrogance. They followed closely behind several stern-looking, upright Longhua people, keeping their heads down, their expressions respectful and humble, even a bit cautious, entirely in the posture of subordinates before their masters, not daring to overstep in the slightest. These Longwa individuals were the assassins dispatched by Wang Feiyu to oversee the goods. They exuded a frigid aura that warned others to stay away and walked steadily toward the freight office to handle the goods transfer, while the Brotherhood members followed closely, not daring to breathe a word. The observing merchants were in an uproar, yet did not dare to discuss loudly, instead whispering to each other with shocked expressions. My God, the Brotherhood is now so submissive to the Longwa people. This is outrageous. Who is this formidable character? Even the newly ascended Brotherhood is bowing their heads. Their background must be unfathomably deep. At this moment, a leader of the Brotherhood in charge of the freight yard had already been waiting personally at the door of the freight office. Seeing the assassins appear, he quickly approached with a beaming smile, his tone extraordinarily respectful. Gentlemen, I have arranged for the personnel to count and secure the goods. Our brothers are stationed around the freight yard, ensuring the goods are completely safe. The vehicles for subsequent transport are also on standby at any moment. Just give your orders. The head assassin merely nodded slightly, his tone devoid of any fluctuation. Count the goods as planned and transfer them to the designated warehouse as soon as possible. Yes, I will arrange it immediately. The leader responded, repeatedly turning and sharply instructing his subordinates, moving swiftly, without a moment's delay, completely placing himself in the role of an executor, filled with utmost reverence for the Longwa assassins. Throughout the entire goods transfer process, the Brotherhood was fully committed, not daring to show a moment of laziness. The freight checkpoint at the train station, which was once the most difficult to handle in Man City, would now operate smoothly under the banner of Chaoyang Trade. The observing merchants watched all of this unfold, and were already convinced that a formidable force had emerged in Man City, and it was someone from Longwa, but they could not tell which power it was. After the goods from the Hairy Bear were successfully shipped abroad, Li Yong found himself at leisure, entering a state of idle fish mode. He attended class on time, and spent his free time chatting with the girls in his class about their dreams, living a comfortable and relaxed life. Through frequent interactions over this period, the relationship between Zhao Meng, Li Lu, and Li Yong grew increasingly close. Especially Li Lu, who seemed to have suddenly become enlightened, gradually shed her initial shyness in front of Li Yong, becoming bold and lively, often playfully teasing and joking with him. Meanwhile, Zhao Meng and the others occasionally egged them on, deepening the affection between the two with only a thin layer of glass yet to be broken. That morning at 9 was a public class, and Li Yong arrived at the large lecture hall lazily around 8:40. Upon entering, he instinctively glanced at the small group where Zhao Meng and Li Lu usually sat, but noticed something was off. Zhao Meng and several girls were huddled together, whispering with their heads down, all looking anxious, and Li Lu was conspicuously absent. Feeling curious, Li Yong walked straight over. Now that he was already familiar with them, he spoke without much hesitation, smiling as he asked, "What are you all secretly discussing here so passionately? Where's Li Lu?" Hearing Li Yang's voice, Zhao Meng immediately looked up, her eyes filled with urgency. "Class monitor, you came at just the right time. This morning our dormitory received a call from Lulu's family. Something happened to her father back home, and he's currently hospitalized. Lulu is packing her things in the dormitory, preparing to rush back home." "Something happened? Was it an accident? Is it serious?" Li Yang's brow furrowed, and his tone grew grave upon hearing this. Zhao Meng's expression darkened instantly, her voice filled with concern. "It seems it wasn't an accident. Lulu was crying and said that her family is being targeted by someone. She didn't explain the details, just kept crying. We really don't feel comfortable letting her go back alone, so we were discussing whether a few of us should accompany her." "Targeted by someone?" Li Yong murmured softly, his fingers gently stroking his chin. After a moment of contemplation, he made up his mind. "Let's go. Follow me to the girls' dormitory to find Li Lu. I'll accompany her back to her hometown. Even if you girls want to help, it won't carry much weight. If trouble arises, it could be even more dangerous." Zhao Meng and the others, already indecisive, did not hesitate upon hearing Li Yang's initiative and immediately stood up, nodding okay. "Then well, trouble you, class monitor." Li Yong led Zhao Meng and the others briskly towards the girls' dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory building, Zhao Meng and the others went upstairs to find Li Lu, while Li Yong waited quietly below. Before long, the group emerged carrying luggage with Li Lu at the center. Li Yong looked up and saw the girl's eyes were red, her eyelids swollen like ripe walnuts and dark circles under her eyes, clearly having cried for a long time, making her appear frail and wrong, no longer the lively figure she usually was. Upon seeing Li Yong, the accumulated grievance within Li Lu seemed to find an outlet. Her eyes turned warm and tears began to stream down her cheeks as she choked out, "Class monitor. Don't cry, it's okay. The sky isn't falling. I'll accompany you home, and if something comes up, we'll solve it. It's nothing too serious." Li Yong did not say many sentimental, comforting words, yet his calm and confident tone carried a reassuring power that instantly made the panicked and helpless Li Lu feel a sense of stability, alleviating much of her underlying fear. Li Yong stepped forward, casually taking the luggage from Zhao Meng's hands, and turned to instruct, "Zhao Meng, please help me ask for a leave from the instructor Just say I'm accompanying Li Lu back to handle family matters. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. You all must pay attention to safety when you go there. If you encounter any insurmountable trouble, call my dorm room anytime. My family still has some connections that might help. Li Yong looked at Zhao Ming with some surprise, not expecting this usually gentle girl to come from a well-off family. However, this was not the time for inquiries. He nodded slightly, signaling that he noted it. After bidding farewell to everyone, Li Yong comforted the still low-spirited Li Lu beside him, while quietly taking out his phone to call his personal bodyguards, instructing them to immediately arrange for 20 bodyguards to accompany Li Lu back home. The two reached the school gate where Li Yong and Li Lu waited by the roadside for a vehicle. Seeing that Li Yong had yet to make a move, Li Lu wiped her tears from the corner of her eyes and gently reminded him, class monitor, the bus station is on the other side. If we go now, we can catch the next bus. No need to take the bus, I've already sent someone to drive over. It'll be faster to drive back. Li Yong replied softly, then asked, by the way, where is your hometown? Oh, wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? My hometown is in Z City, South Province, Li Lu said, somewhat shyly, feeling a surge of gratitude inside. We're friends, it's not a hassle at all. Driving saves time compared to taking the bus, and we can reach home sooner, Li Yong replied with a faint smile, reassuring her. In just a few minutes, a steady engine sound approached from afar. A silver Mercedes-Benz leading the way, followed closely by 8 black Crown sedans lined up perfectly in front of the two, exuding an impressive aura. Once the vehicle stopped, the bodyguards inside immediately and uniformly opened the doors and got out swiftly, approaching to respectfully take the luggage from Li Yang's hands and carefully place it in the trunk, remaining silent throughout, emanating a solemn presence. Stop dawdling, get in the car, Li Yong gently tugged at the still dazed Li Lu, speaking up. Li Lu stared in astonishment at the scene before her momentarily forgetting how to react. Only when she heard Li Yang's urging did she quickly snap back to reality, obediently opening the rear door and sitting inside while Li Yong sat beside her. After getting in the car, Li Yong instructed the driver to head to Z City, South Province, then took out a chilled drink from the small refrigerator in the car and handed it to Li Lu, saying, drink some water to calm your emotions. Watching Li Lu gradually regain her composure, Li Yong slowly continued, now tell me what exactly happened at home. Be clear about the details. When mentioning her family, Li Lu's eyes reddened again, but this time she held back her tears, her voice choking as she slowly recounted the sequence of events. Li Lu's father had ventured into business earlier, but his endeavors had always been small-scale and unremarkable. As the family's children grew up and expenses increased, her father had discovered some business tactics over the years and decided to take a gamble by using all his savings and borrowing some money to increase his investments. In the 1990s, it was a time of abundant business opportunities, as long as one dared to take risks, success was possible. Li Lu's father was fortunate, and this investment soon yielded substantial returns, earning over $800,000. However, as the old saying goes, wealth should not be flaunted. After Li Lu's father suddenly became wealthy, he couldn't help but feel a sense of pride, and his actions became more ostentatious. He bought a new house in the city, acquired a new car, and even equipped himself with the latest model of the rare Big Brother phone, displaying his success to others. Such high-profile behavior caught the attention of a local gangster in the city. The two were already acquainted. Earlier, Li Lu's father's business was meager and the gangster hadn't regarded him, but now that Li Lu's father had suddenly become rich, he naturally became a target. A few days ago, the two ran into each other on the street. Li Lu's father politely offered a cigarette to greet him, but the gangster deliberately picked a fight, claiming Li Lu's father looked down on him, and then insisted on following Li Lu's father home. Once inside, the gangster boldly demanded to borrow money, surrounded by 5 or 6 thugs clearly intending to extort. Li Lu's father was deeply unwilling, but fearing for the safety of his wife and younger daughter Li Shuang, he could only endure the humiliation and part with 50,000. Yet greed knows no bounds. The insatiable desire couldn't be satisfied with just 50,000. Li Lu's father was aware that the gangster wouldn't let it go easily, so he sent his wife and younger daughter to the countryside to hide. As expected, the next day the gangster returned with his men, this time demanding 300,000 outright. Li Lu's father was thoroughly enraged and refused to compromise any further. As a result, he was severely beaten by the thug group, and before leaving they issued a harsh warning, giving him 2 days to come up with the money or they would go after Li Lu's family in the countryside. Li Lu's father sustained serious injuries, and it was only when a neighbor discovered him that he was rushed to the hospital overnight. Li Lu's mother was a typical rural woman, uneducated and lacking assertiveness. Faced with this unexpected disaster, she was utterly panicked and had no choice but to call Li Lu, who was far away in the capital. After hearing the whole story, Li Yong sighed inwardly. The 1990s were a golden age when daring to take risks could lead to great wealth, but it was also a chaotic time when order was still being established and criminal forces ran rampant. Even if an ordinary person seized the opportunity to gain wealth without sufficient background and strength, they could not hold on to it and would ultimately become prey in the eyes of the wicked. He knew well that if he did not have a system to support him, even if he were reborn, he might not navigate this path so smoothly. Looking at Li Lu, whose eyes were red, Li Yang's expression was resolute as he comforted her in a steady tone. Don't worry, it's just a gang in society. This is something your class monitor can handle completely. Just lean back and rest. We'll slowly resolve everything once we reach Z City. The convoy sped along, entering Z City around 5 o'clock in the evening. Li Yang then inquired about his father's hospitalization location, instructing the assassins to drive directly to the hospital. Around 6 o'clock, Li Yang walked into the first hospital of Z City with Li Lu. They found the ward where Li Yang's father was staying on the second floor. As soon as they pushed open the ward door, Li Lu could no longer hold back her emotions and burst into tears, stumbling to her father's bedside. At this moment, Li Yang's father was still in a deep sleep. By the bed stood two women, one looking a bit older and the other resembling Li Lu closely. It seemed they were Li Lu's mother and sister. After crying for a while, Li Lu finally calmed down a bit with the comfort of her mother and sister. Mom, how is my dad doing? Li Lu asked. Upon hearing this, Li Lu's mother showed a pained expression and replied, your father has one leg broken, 3 ribs fractured, and most importantly, he suffered a severe blow to the head. The doctor said it was a concussion. Those heartless scoundrels are trying to kill him. Whoa. As she spoke, Li Lu's mother hugged her 2 daughters and cried again. Li Yang did not interrupt, quietly waiting as they were facing a great family tragedy, and he had the patience to let them vent their feelings. After a while, everyone's emotions finally stabilized. At this moment, Li Lu's mother noticed Li Yang. Xiao Lu, who is this? Li Lu's mother asked, a bit embarrassed as she wiped her face. Mom, this is my class monitor Li Yang. He heard about our family situation and came back with me because he was worried. Oh, I see. Hello, Li Yang, thank you for taking care of Lu Lu along the way. Li Lu's mother said. You're welcome, Andy. Li Lu and I are not just classmates, but also good friends. Friends should help each other, right? By the way, Auntie, you haven't eaten yet, right? We'll go get some food. Li Yang replied with a smile. Oh, no need, no need. We're very grateful that you brought Xiao Lu back. How can we let you spend money on food? He'll go buy it, you all wait a moment. Li Lu's mother insisted as she was about to get up. No, let me go, Auntie. You and the girls need to take care of Uncle. Running errands is something I can handle. Li Yang quickly responded. After saying this, Li Yang turned and left the ward, not giving Li Lu's mother another chance to speak. After he left, Li Lu's mother asked Li Lu, is this young man really your classmate? He wouldn't be your boyfriend, would he? It's quite a distance from Beijing to Z City. Who would go that far to send you? Li Lu's mother asked, causing Li Lu's face to turn bright red. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I like him. Li Lu replied softly. Seeing her daughter's reaction, her mother understood immediately. They probably weren't officially dating yet, and were still in the ambiguous phase. Li Lu's mother then said, the young man does seem quite good. Just based on him coming such a long way to send you back, his character must be decent, and he looks quite spirited. Don't worry, Mom supports you. Oh, Mom, let's not talk about this. I don't have the heart to think about that right now. Have we reported my dad's situation to the police? Li Lu changed the subject. Sigh. Li Lu's mother sighed, and continued that South Tiger has been bullying the weak for years. If reporting it to the police were useful, that scoundrel would have been shot long ago. Even if we report it, that guy will make his subordinates take the blame and then seek revenge. People like him are not something we can provoke. Li Lu's mother sighed again, looking troubled. After hearing this, Li Lu felt powerless. Facing such a situation, the 3 women really didn't know what to do. Not long after Li Yang returned to the ward with the food he bought with the assassins. Seeing that the Li family women were silent, he pulled Li Lu aside to ask what had happened. Li Lu initially didn't want Li Yang to get involved, but given the circumstances, she really didn't know who else to turn to. After considering Li Yang's imposing presence, she gritted her teeth and told him everything that was going on. After listening, Li Yang felt some disdain inside. He wanted to see if this South Tiger was as fierce as rumored. It's nothing, just a local bully in the society. With the class leader here, he'll handle this situation. Li Yang raised his hand and gently patted Li Lu's drooping head, his tone steady and powerful, filled with undeniable certainty. You go back and comfort your family, well, take good care of your father. Justice, I will definitely help you reclaim it. Listening to this warm, yet dominant promise, Li Lu felt a pang in her nose, and a profound sense of security surged within her. It turned out that the feeling of having someone backing her up was so reassuring. The crowd was restless, hastily finishing dinner. Li Yang immediately arranged for 4 death warriors to remain at the hospital guarding the safety of the Li family without leaving their side. He then took the rest of the team and left the hospital, finding a nearby hotel for temporary accommodation. Dealing with these rough people in society was already second nature to Li Yang. He firmly believed that strength creates miracles. As long as he thoroughly subdued and intimidated the opponent, all troubles would naturally be resolved. As for calling the police and alerting the authorities, he preferred not to. Rather than adhering to the tedious procedures, he preferred to operate outside the rules and solve problems in the most direct manner, which was the specialty of his death warriors. Moreover, such matters didn't even require him to take action personally. The death warriors could handle everything, he just needed to wait for good news. As night deepened and time was short, Li Yang simply decided to schedule the action for the next day. Having a dreamless night at dawn, he glanced at the time and immediately gathered the accompanying death warriors along with the newly assigned personnel from the previous night. He even specially equipped some death warriors with shotguns. In today's society, local bosses often hid weapons. His preparation was thus prudent. With over 30 death warriors armed with 15 double-barreled shotguns, Liang thought that this lineup should be more than sufficient to deal with a local bully. It was fortunate that this was within the country. If it were abroad, Liang could have easily equipped the death warriors with AK-47s. For now, using double-barreled shotguns was already adequate. After dispatching the death warriors, Liang bought breakfast and headed straight to the hospital to visit Li Lu's family. Meanwhile, after the group of death warriors left the hotel, they continued to use the most reliable old method, heading directly to various entertainment venues in the area to gather information about the local bully known as Nan Lao. Nan Lao was merely a nickname. His real name was Nan Yu. In his youth, he was ruthless in fights and unscrupulous, with a dark heart and bold demeanor, earning himself a fearsome reputation among those in the underworld. Although the method of gathering information was not novel, it proved particularly effective. Whenever Nan Lao was mentioned, the small-time thugs in the entertainment venues were all familiar with him. Without much effort, the death warriors quickly uncovered all the details about Nan Lao. Currently, Nan Lao was not in the city. A few days ago, through improper means, he had forcibly occupied a coal mine in a town under Z City. Most of his time was now spent guarding the mining area. In the second half of 1992, coal prices skyrocketed, making coal mines an enviable asset. However, Nan Lao had taken over too recently, and his initial investments had yet to pay off. He still needed to continue pouring money into it. Due to his urgent need for profit, he had become increasingly unscrupulous. The death warriors were newcomers to the area and unfamiliar with the local terrain. They simply walked into a video hall, and the leading death warrior directly seized a buzzcut thug speaking in a low voice. "Do you have any brothers who know the location of Nan Lao's coal mine? If you do, come with me. They'll give you $200 when we're done." $200. In an era where monthly wages were only around $100, this sum was enough for the thug to enjoy for several months. His eyes brightened instantly, and he nodded eagerly. "But with caution, bro, I know the place. But I don't care what you want to do. I can't mess with Nan Lao. I'll just guide you, and I won't get involved in anything else." Quite clever. The leading death warrior chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, just direct us. The rest has nothing to do with you." As they turned onto another street, the thug's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight of 8 crown cars lined up before him. Not to mention anything else, just one of these crown cars would be unaffordable even if he sold himself. The death warriors had the thug sit in the lead car to guide them, and the convoy roared towards the Nan Lao's coal mine. The mine was only about 60 or 70 kilometers from the city. However, the rural dirt roads were rough, causing delays. Even so, the convoy arrived at the destination in about an hour. "Bro, that iron gate up ahead is the entrance to Nan Lao's mine." The thug pointed nervously at the closed iron gate a few hundred meters away. "Got it. You stay in the car and don't move." The leading death warrior commanded indifferently, then signaled the convoy to continue forward, stopping steadily right in front of the mine's iron gate. As soon as he finished speaking, the death warriors swiftly pushed the doors open and got out of the cars with astonishing agility, each grabbing their double-barreled shotguns and striding silently into the mining area. The thug in the car watched this scene through the window, his heart racing. He felt both exhilarated and terrified. This was truly a grand scene. While they usually brawled with knives, looking at these people in front of him with more than 10 shotguns drawn, the atmosphere was intimidating, reaching an extreme level of awe. Once the death warriors entered, they realized that the mine's entrance was unguarded, while at that moment Nan Lao was inside the warehouse bullying the miners with his gang. This coal mine had originally been seized by Nan Lao. The original owner was forced to flee, leaving behind a group of miners who had not been paid. The original owner owed the miners 2 months' wages, and logically this debt should fall on Nan Lao, who took over the mine. However, he was a brazen bully and would never acknowledge this debt. Without wages, the miners naturally refused to work. Since the small mine relied entirely on manual labor for extraction, if the miners slacked off, coal could not be produced, and Nan Lao would earn nothing, gradually falling into a vicious cycle. Frustrated and furious, Nan Lao planned to make an example out of the miners to discipline those who refused to listen. Inside the warehouse, Nan Lao sat with his legs crossed on a shabby chair, his face full of ferocity. His subordinates were mercilessly punching and kicking 3 middle-aged miners. "It's you guys who incite the miners to stir up trouble and refuse to work right. Don't you know who I am? Beat them to death. If you accidentally kill them, just toss them into the coal pit and bury them. Dare to oppose me. You must be tired of living." Nan Lao yelled angrily while holding a cigarette, his eyes filled with menace. "Stop hitting us. Nan Lao, we've made a mistake. We won't do it again. Please spare us." The 3 miners who had led the demand for wages were beaten to a pulp, curled up on the ground in pain, repeatedly begging for mercy, their cries echoing throughout the warehouse. But there was no trace of pity on Nan Lao's face, only the anger of being defied and cold-hearted ruthlessness. The other miners were cornered by his subordinates, watching helplessly as their companions were beaten. Although their hearts burned with anger, they dared not step forward because several thugs around them were gripping 5-shot shotguns glaring at them. Anyone who dared to move would instantly invite disaster. Seeing the three miners gradually losing their motion, Nan Laohu impatiently waved his hand. Stop. Check if they're dead. If they are, drag them away and bury them. If they're not, toss them back to the workers' shed. Yes, boss. A subordinate immediately responded and stepped forward. Just then the closed warehouse door was suddenly kicked open with a loud bang. Nan Laohu's brows furrowed tightly. Just as he was about to curse, dozens of tall, cold-looking figures stormed in, among which more than 10 directly raised double-barreled shotguns, the black muzzles, aimed at everyone in the warehouse. Instantly, the chaos and sounds of violence in the warehouse ceased, cloaked in a deathly silence. Once the scene was brought under control, the leader of the deathly bodyguards brandished a double-barreled shotgun, its dark body gleaming coldly. He scanned the panicked crowd and barked, "Which one is Nan Laohu? Step forward and let me see you." The crowd instantly understood that this group had come specifically seeking revenge, their gazes fixating on a man in the corner with a sinister expression. Nan Laohu felt a sudden chill in his heart, cursing his bad luck, yet he still forced himself to stand tall and replied with a fierce facade, "I am him." "What does this mean? Do we have a grudge?" "Heh." The deathly bodyguard's lips curled in a mocking arc, his tone chilling. "I heard you have quite the audacity, daring to extort and threaten others in their own homes. We specifically came to meet someone like you." Nan Laohu's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes, but he still steeled himself to probe. "Are you sent by Li Jianfei?" "You don't need to know who we are." The deathly bodyguard chuckled lightly, and before Nan Laohu could make any move, the shotgun in his hand erupted with a deafening roar. Bang! Bang! Two thunderous gunshots shattered the silence of the warehouse. In an instant, Nan Laohu's legs were blown out, leaving two grotesque, gaping wounds, blood gushing forth. Oh! The excruciating pain caused him to collapse to the ground, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. A stir among the group of henchmen nearby was met with the cold, black muzzles of dozens of guns pressed against their foreheads, the icy metallic touch freezing them in place. "Move an inch and he'll blow your heads off." The leading deathly bodyguard's cold gaze swept over them, his tone devoid of any emotion. "We're here to find Nan Laohu, but you followers are all accomplices as well." The deathly bodyguard paused, his eyes icy. "Break one of their hands to teach them a lesson. If there's a next time, I will take your lives." As soon as the words fell, the deathly guards watching the henchmen drew out sharp daggers, grabbing one of the small-time thugs by the hand and unhesitatingly stabbing through it. The warehouse was instantly filled with a cacophony of piercing shrieks, the stench of blood permeating the air. At that moment, a miner curled up in the corner realized the danger and shouted loudly, "Big brother, we're not with him. Moreover, we have deep-seated grievances against him." The leading deathly bodyguard looked up in response to the voice and asked in a deep tone, "What do you mean?" "Big brother, we are the miners here. Nan Laohu has long been defaulting on our wages and has beaten us mercilessly. Look over there." The miner pointed to a few people lying on the ground, his voice tinged with a sob. "The three of us stood up against him and nearly got beaten to death." Upon understanding the situation, the leading deathly bodyguard's eyes shifted, his tone softening slightly, but still carrying an oppressive weight. "Since you have grievances against him, I won't make things difficult for you. However, regarding today's matter, you are all bystanders and should show some acknowledgement. So each of you should give one more stab to Nan Laohu's henchmen, and this matter will be settled. You can leave afterward." Upon hearing this, someone in the crowd reacted immediately, picking up a heavy steel bar from the ground and plunging it viciously into the other hand of a small thug beside him, without a moment's hesitation, again and again, until that hand was utterly mangled, before tossing aside the steel bar and rushing to his fallen comrade's side, crying, "Brother, how are you? I'll take you to the hospital right away." The other miners, seeing this, understood the stakes and followed suit, completely incapacitating Nan Laohu's henchmen. "All right, everyone, get out of here. Take this trash to the hospital as well." Seeing that everyone complied, the leading deathly bodyguard no longer pressed them, turning to Nan Laohu's henchmen and leaving a harsh remark, "Losing a hand, at least you can still scrape by. If you dare to harbor any ill intentions, I'll twist your heads off and pour you into the cement columns to build walls." You can try and see if I'm joking or not. No one in the room dared to question the weight of those words. Moments later, only Nan Laohu remained on the ground, moaning in agony. The leading deathly bodyguard stepped forward, slowly grabbing his hair and forcing his face up, his tone playful yet cold. "Nan Laohu, tell me, how should I deal with you?" Nan Laohu completely crumbled, tears mixed with sweat streaming down his face, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Big brother, spare my life. I really won't dare anymore. He'll disappear from now on and never set foot in Z City again. Please." The leading deathly bodyguard narrowed his eyes slightly, a hint of ruthlessness flashing within them. "I don't care where you go in the future. You need to go find Li Jianfei and apologize, making sure to compensate him fully. If the Li family spares you, consider yourself lucky. If not." Okay, big brother. I'll go with you to apologize right now. Whatever amount the Li family wants as compensation, I will give it. I'll make sure they are satisfied." Nan Laohu dared not voice any dissent, nodding his head vigorously. "Take him away." With a command from the leading deathly bodyguard, two of his subordinates stepped forward to drag him out like a dead dog, shoving him into the car. The convoy sped away, heading straight for the hospital. The leading deathly bodyguard handed 200 yuan to a trembling small thug beside him, his tone serious. "Little brother, today you saw nothing, heard nothing, understand?" The small thug hurriedly accepted the money, his voice shaking. "Big brother, I understand. I didn't see anything." He had witnessed many people being severely injured and dragged out, even the once dominant Nan Lao, who treated like trash, and such life-threatening matters were not something he dared to involve himself in. "Good, I believe you." The leading deathly bodyguard patted his shoulder, his tone softening slightly. "At your age, don't waste your days, go learn a proper skill, so you can have a stable meal in the future." For some reason, looking at this young man, he felt an urge to offer advice, but of course whether he listened was a personal choice. The death warriors hurriedly escorted Nan Lao, quickly arriving at the hospital. Seeing his wretched state, the lead warrior feared he might die, so they had to let the doctor stop the bleeding first. In that era, money could indeed resolve gunshot wounds. Moreover, seeing the fierce gaze and intimidating aura of the death warriors, the doctor dared not ask any further questions and could only obediently comply. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Li Father's hospital room was so heavy it seemed as if it could drip with water. Li Father finally woke up from his coma, and the family sat around the bed in silence, the air thick with oppression and helplessness. Li Lu quietly recounted how she had entrusted the matter to Li Yang, but looking at Li Yang's youthful face, the Li family could not hide their doubts. After a long hesitation, Li Mother said hesitantly, her voice trembling, "We should go back to the countryside and hide for a while. Today was the last deadline given by Nan Lao. What if he barged in again later?" Upon hearing this, Li Father's face turned ashen. As a man being bullied to this extent made him wish he could immediately confront Nan Lao and perish together. However, he was gravely injured, powerless to act, filled with anger, yet unable to do anything. Li Yang, on the other hand, was completely unconcerned about the doubts of the Li family, showing no signs of embarrassment from their mistrust. For he understood the strength of the death warriors too well. At this moment, he only needed to sit quietly and patiently wait for the warriors to return. Li Yang knew that everything would soon come to a conclusion. One must say the Li family had a kind heart. Even though they harbored doubts about Li Yang, they had just solemnly thanked him and repeatedly urged him not to get involved again, fearing that he might attract trouble. About 20 minutes later, Nan Lao's injuries were treated in an emergency, and he was finally out of danger. However, his legs had been penetrated by bullets, and even if healed, he would likely have to rely on crutches for the rest of his life. Then Nan Lao was helped by two death warriors limping to the entrance of Li Father's hospital room. Knock, knock, knock. The soft knocking sound broke the silence of the ward. Li Yang, who was closest to the door, immediately stood up and opened it. Upon seeing Li Yang, the death warriors instantly displayed respectful expressions and hurriedly reported, "Yang Go, it's done, we've brought the person to you." Li Yang gave a slight nod and stepped aside to clear a path. The death warriors immediately understood and walked in supporting Nan Lao. The Li family members in the hospital room, except for Li Lu, who did not recognize Nan Lao, were all shocked and turned pale upon seeing him. But soon after they noticed that Nan Lao's legs were wrapped in thick bandages and his face was as pale as paper, clearly indicating he was severely injured. "Nanyu." Li Father struggled to sit up straight, his eyes blazing with anger as he questioned, "Do you really intend to force our entire family to the brink?" Nan Lao forced a smile that was more tragic than crying, enduring the excruciating pain in his legs. He cautiously replied, "Li Go, what are you saying? I came today specifically to apologize to you. What happened before was entirely my fault. I was blind to my own actions. Please have mercy on me this once." As he spoke, he could not care less about the agonizing pain, and with a thud he knelt on both knees and bowed deeply to Li Father. This scene left everyone in the Li family dumbfounded, exchanging glances. Was the person pleading for mercy before them really the same Nan Lao who had been so domineering in town? Why did he now resemble a toothless sick cat? Immediately, everyone's gaze turned in unison toward Li Yang. In this room, the only one capable of making Nan Lao behave like this was probably this young man. Li Yang lightly coughed, his tone calm, yet filled with undeniable authority. "Li Shu, Li Shan, my people have spoken to Nan Lao. This guy knows his place and realizes his mistakes, so he came personally to apologize. Now feel free to state any conditions you have, you need not hold back." He turned to Nan Lao, his lips curling slightly. "Nan Yu, am I right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Lao felt a sudden tightening on his shoulder, a great force that almost made him cry out. At that moment, he finally understood who was truly dealing with him. But he never expected it to be such a young kid. Moreover, it seemed that this young man had a close relationship with the girl from the Li family. Damn it, that old man Li Jinfei really raised a good daughter. Nan Lao cursed Li Father 1,000 times in his heart, but he dared not show any displeasure on his face, quickly flattering, "Yes, yes, yes. What this brother said is absolutely right. Li Go, whatever conditions you have, just state them. I will do my utmost to meet your demands." Is this really true? Li Father and Li Mother finally returned to their senses from the shock. Hearing that they could still receive compensation, they felt somewhat numb, momentarily unable to believe their ears. Liang smiled, his tone firm. Of course it's true. Speak up and Nan Laohu will definitely agree. Li father took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented excitement. The feeling of having the person he hated the most kneeling before him to apologize was like enjoying a refreshing ice cream on a scorching summer day. Absolutely exhilarating. He even felt that the pain in his body had significantly lessened. He slowly exhaled a long-held breath and said in a deep voice, "You hurt me like this, so you must cover the medical expenses. And the 50,000 you extorted from me before must be returned in full. Let's settle it this way. From now on I don't want to have anything to do with you." Liang understood that Li father was still somewhat apprehensive. He immediately spoke up to help clarify the conditions, his tone calm, yet assertive. "What Li Shu said is very reasonable. However, during this time you were injured and unable to work, so compensation for lost wages must also be included. Moreover, this was not an accident, but a man-made injury, so you must also account for emotional damages." I think 30,000 is a fair amount for Nan Laohu to offer. How does that sound, Nan Laohu? Hiss. In the hospital room, gasps of disbelief filled the air. Both the Li family and Nan Laohu were greatly shocked by this figure. In that era, 30,000 was indeed a considerable sum. Although it sounded harsh when thought through, it was quite reasonable. Nan Laohu inwardly lamented wanting to haggle, but the pressure on his shoulder only increased, causing him to grimace in pain, nodding repeatedly, with a forced smile. "Not too much, not too much. I will go home right now to get the money for you." "Good, it's settled then. Once you bring the money, we will be clear of any ties moving forward." Liang made his statement with finality, leaving no room for hesitation. After that, Nan Laohu was escorted by the death warriors, limping away to fetch the money. The hospital room fell silent again, but all eyes on Liang had fundamentally changed. Their gazes held shocked curiosity and an unmistakable excitement and reverence. Feeling somewhat uneasy under their scrutiny, Liang excused himself to smoke a cigarette and left the hospital room. As soon as he left, Li mother eagerly pulled Li Lu over and asked excitedly, "Lu, who exactly is your class leader? He's too impressive." Before Li Lu could respond, Li father spoke up with a tone filled with shock. "Not just impressive, he's simply terrifying. As the saying goes, a strong dragon does not oppress a local snake, but Lu's class leader returned just a day ago and has already tamed the local tyrant Nan Laohu to the point where he doesn't dare resist at all. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve this?" At that moment, Li Lu's mind was a chaotic mess, with only one thought lingering. Throughout history, tales of heroes saving the damsel have been lauded. But what Liang did today was not just saving a damsel. He had clearly saved the lives of everyone in the Li family. I only know he's from the capital and his family is in business, seemingly quite successful. Beyond that, I don't know much else." Li Lu replied somewhat confusedly. "Silly girl, when you meet such a good person, you should actively pursue it. Mom supports you." Li mother suddenly slapped her thigh and said earnestly, "Sister, I support you too," Li Shuang said with sparkling eyes, looking infatuated. "Brother-in-law was just too handsome. So impressive. If you don't pursue him, I will. I don't look worse than you. Get lost, you little brat. What do you know?" Li mother playfully scolded Li Shuang, yet a contented smile lingered on her face. Nan Laohu returned home to retrieve the bankbook and then went to the bank to withdraw 300,000. Only then did he return to the hospital. Looking at Father Li on the hospital bed, he gritted his teeth and laid a stack of cash on the bedside table, the blue bills covering half the surface. With a reluctant glance, he then turned and left in a hurry. As soon as he exited the hospital room, the death warrior following him narrowed his eyes and made a swift gesture across his throat. In a low voice he said, "Brother Yang, this kid is unpredictable. Keeping him is a risk. Should we just—" "No need." Liang rubbed his chin, his gaze sweeping over Nan Laohu's retreating figure, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable resolve. "First get the bullet out of his leg and let the injury heal. Then send him to Su Xin and hand him over to Wang Xiang." He paused, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. "There are many mines in Su Xin, all in deep mountains and forests guarded by our people. He won't be able to escape. Have Wang Xiang arrange a night watch for him, just keep an eye on him and provide him with meals. After a few decades, his temper will have long worn away. If he really can endure and dies, it's just a matter of compensating a bit of money. It's a safe plan." The death warrior immediately bent forward and replied, "Impressive, Brother Yang is truly thoughtful." Liang waved his hand, saying no more. People like Nan Laohu are greedy and cunning. He didn't trust the Li family, nor did he trust him. It's better to keep them contained in Su Xin. Killing him would only bring trouble. It's better to keep him at the mine to drain all his resentment. On the Li family side, having received a large sum of money, Father Li immediately shouted to be discharged. His injuries were indeed not as serious as imagined. Nan Laohu's goal was to squeeze money, so he naturally wouldn't kill Father Li. The most severe injury was a concussion, but the doctor said that after recovery, it would be no big deal. Then there was the broken leg, which could also be nursed back at home. The Li family couldn't oppose him and could only follow his wishes. Watching Father Li limp away, Liang knew this matter had come to a close. He originally wanted to return directly to the capital, but the Li family insisted on having a meal with him. Even Li Lu's sister Li Shuang tugged at his arm, acting spoiled for a while. Unable to refuse their warm invitation, Li Yang had no choice but to agree. Dinner was set at the Li family home. In the evening, Li Yang carried several bottles of matai and a few packs of soft Chinese cigarettes, knocking on the Li family's door. "Xiaoyang, why are you being so formal?" Mother Li chided as she came forward, taking the items from his hands and turning to shout into the inner room. "Lulu, Xiaoyang is here, hurry and make tea for your brother Yang." Li Yang smiled a little awkwardly. Their warmth made him feel a bit unaccustomed. Entering the room, the coffee table was already filled with fruits, sunflower seeds, and various snacks piled high. Although Li Yang didn't lack these things, seeing such a heartfelt display warmed his heart. Father Li and the Li sisters sat around the sofa chatting with him casually. Mother Li was busy in the kitchen, the sounds of pots and pans mixing with the aroma of food wafting out. Li Lu and Li Shuang occasionally went in to help, their laughter ringing out. Before long, a table full of sumptuous home-cooked dishes was served. Father Li looked at the spread of dishes, then at Li Yang, smiling as he opened a bottle of matai, pouring a cup for himself and Li Yang. "Xiaoyang, we both share the surname Li. Who knows, we might have been one family 500 years ago. Thanks to you this time, otherwise Uncle's family wouldn't know what to do. Come, let's drink a few cups together." Li Yang was not good at drinking in both this life and the last. His alcohol tolerance was mediocre. But unable to refuse their warm hospitality, he raised his glass, gently clinking it with Father Li's. They both drank their cups in one go. After a few rounds of drinks, Li Yang was persuaded to drink one cup after another. Unknowingly, half a gin of liquor had gone down and the effect of the alcohol surged up. The figures in front of him began to sway and the table started to spin. He forced himself to drink another cup, but ultimately couldn't hold on any longer, crashing down onto the table with a dull thud. Haha, Xiaoyang's drinking skills still need practice. But one's character is reflected in their drinking. He's a good young man. Father Li laughed heartily, patting his shoulder. He then called out to the blushing Li Lu, whose cheeks were as red as ripe apples. "Lulu, hurry, help your brother Yang to your room, to rest, take good care of him." Hearing this, Li Lu's ears instantly turned bright red, spreading down to her neck. Nevertheless, she and her sister carefully helped the drunken Li Yang up, one on each side, slowly leading him to her room. That night, Li Yang felt a soft and fluffy thing snuggling into his arms, and he reached out to embrace it tightly, feeling particularly comfortable. As the early morning light gently spilled over the window, Li Yang was stirred from his sweet dreams by a sudden discomfort in his abdomen. He instinctively opened his eyes, only to find something soft and warm like jade in his arms. Looking down, he realized it was Li Lu. However, both of them were fully clothed, merely embracing each other in sleep, yet this scene was far more delightful than fine wine. After staring at Li Lu for a few seconds, Li Yang couldn't help but chuckle. He distinctly noticed Li Lu's long eyelashes gently quivering beneath her eyelids. This girl was clearly awake, but was pretending to be asleep. "Stop pretending," Li Yang said with a light laugh, gently patting her back. "If you keep it up, I might just take it seriously and devour you, my little white rabbit, completely." Li Lu's shoulders stiffened slightly, and then she shyly opened her eyes. Her cheeks flushed like the morning glow on the horizon, her gaze darting away, yet she mustered the courage to speak, her voice as soft as a whisper, but resolute. "It's like this. Li Yang, I like you, and I want to be your girlfriend." Li Yang deliberately prolonged his tone, observing the nervousness on the young girl's face, before smilingly replying, "What a coincidence. I like you too. From now on, you can call me your boyfriend." "How annoying. You scared me." Li Lu pouted, shooting him an indignant glance before throwing herself into his embrace, tightly hugging Li Yang, her voice filled with joy. "Hello, boyfriend." As guests at the Li residence, they naturally couldn't be overly affectionate. Li Yang took some harmless liberties before accompanying Li Lu to wash up. In the dining room, Li's mother had already set out a steaming breakfast. Seeing the two of them walk out side by side, her expression was warm, showing no signs of anything unusual. Li's father laughed heartily, patting Li Yang on the shoulder. "Xiaoyang, you need to practice your drinking skills." Li Yang chuckled foolishly and sat down to start eating. Beside them, Li Shuang puffed out her cheeks and shot a resentful glance at her sister, secretly muttering to herself, "Last night, I clearly wanted to be close to Yang first, but my sister left me no chance at all." After breakfast, Li Yang stood up to take his leave. Li's mother held Li Lu back, gently saying, "Lulu, why don't you go back with Xiaoyang? There's nothing going on at home. Now you should focus on your studies and not delay your education." Li's father agreed from the side. Seeing her parents say this, Li Lu obediently responded, "Okay." At 9 in the morning, the bodyguards had already prepared the vehicle, waiting quietly outside. After a speedy drive, the convoy entered the bustling capital city after more than 7 hours of bumpy travel. Li Yang didn't instruct the driver to head back to school, but instead directed him straight to his courtyard. Once inside the courtyard, the bodyguards discreetly retreated outside to guard, leaving behind a private space for just the two of them. When the feelings ran deep, Li Yang naturally wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. Since his rebirth, he had adhered to the principle of not being casual, and now that this budding little white rabbit had come to him willingly, how could he refuse? After a tender moment that left Li Lu completely exhausted, Li Yang lit a cigarette, leaning against the headboard with the cigarette, but between his fingers contemplating how to arrange things for Li Lu. Having acknowledged her as his woman, Liang planned to provide her with the utmost security. He never skimped on material things. Although he couldn't offer her exclusive love, he would strive to create a life of prosperity and stability for her in this lifetime. By mid-morning, the two awoke again. Full of energy, Liang initiated another round of morning exercise during which he endured quite a few 9-in white bone claws from Li Lu, causing him to burst into laughter. After washing up, the dining room was already filled with delightful aromas. The dedicated chef was on standby 24 hours a day, and a lavish breakfast was laid out across the long table. Lulu, later, let's go somewhere. I have a surprise for you, Liang mysteriously said while serving her some food. Moi. Li Lu blinked in confusion. Girls of this era were pure-hearted and couldn't guess the deeper meaning behind his words. After the meal, Liang took Li Lu straight to the housing management office. When the staff presented a contract for a property over 150 square meters in front of Li Lu, she was utterly stunned. This apartment, while not exorbitantly priced in today's capital, was still worth 30 to 40,000. Liang had casually transferred it into her name. After a long pause, she finally lifted her head, looking seriously at Liang. Yanggu, I know you're amazing and wealthy, but I am really not with you for your money. I genuinely like you as a person. The house. Let's forget about it. Liang gently shook his head, reaching out to tuck a stray strand of hair behind her ear, his tone warm, yet undeniably firm. Silly girl, the house is secondary. Your household registration is still at school. With this apartment, you can settle down in the capital immediately after graduation. You are my woman, and this is my first promise of security to you. In the future, when you are with me, you must obediently listen, or I have my ways of punishing you, he said, playfully winking, which earned him a playful roll of her eyes from Li Lu. This profound sense of security warmed Li Lu's heart. She no longer rejected it, and silently accepted this intention. By the time they returned to school, it was already afternoon. Li Lu, still in her blossoming youth, couldn't withstand such turmoil, her complexion bearing a hint of barely noticeable pallor. Liang, filled with concern, escorted her to the dormitory before turning to leave. In the dormitory, Zhao Meng and her roommates had already gathered together, and upon seeing Li Lu return, they immediately surrounded her. Lulu, how did things go at home? Zhao Meng asked with concern. Everything's resolved thanks to Yanggu. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable, Li Lu replied with a smile, her eyes full of reliance and gratitude. I'm glad it's resolved. You could have at least called us. You scared us to death, one roommate complained. Sorry, there were many things to handle after I returned home, and I forgot, Li Lu quickly apologized. Wait a minute, another roommate suddenly leaned in, raising her eyebrows mischievously. Lulu, after going home with the class monitor, why does your way of addressing him change? You and him. Li Lu's cheeks flushed as she nodded generously. Yes, I'm together with Liang now. We are officially dating. Wow, Lulu, you're so fast. The roommates erupted in excitement, teasing her all at once. All right, don't tease her anymore. Zhao Meng laughed, trying to mediate. It's thanks to the help of all of us sisters that you reached this point. Lulu, to celebrate, you have to treat us to a big meal. No problem. Li Lu agreed, eagerly, her smile radiating happiness. After returning to school from the Li family, time quickly slipped into December. During this period, the industries under Liang's name continued to progress steadily. In the Yizhuang development zone, since acquiring another 90,000 acres of land, construction has now entered the building phase. Due to the enormous scale of the project, aside from Liang's own real estate development and construction companies participating, he also plans to introduce several other domestic construction companies to work simultaneously, ensuring the project can be completed swiftly. To introduce other companies, Liang opted for a bidding process. Once Chaoyang Technology released the news, many emerging real estate companies across the country began actively seeking information. The goal was clear: they wanted to secure some project contracts from Chaoyang Technology. The year 1992 was a crucial turning point for the marketization of the real estate industry. Influenced by the Southern Tour speech, this sector experienced explosive growth, with the number of domestic real estate companies skyrocketing from around 3,000 at the beginning of the year to 12,000, with even greater increases expected next year. The real estate industry's explosive growth has made high-quality project contracts even more sought after. Such contracts are naturally characterized by quick returns and strong connections, and the industrial new city being built by Chaoyang Technology fits this description perfectly, making it hard for these real estate developers to resist. Zhao Jinxing has been living quite comfortably lately. He feels that his previous life, which he thought was going well, was nothing but a joke. Since being recruited by Liang, he has been helping to establish Chaoyang Real Estate Development Company in H City. After the company was founded, before Zhao Jinxing, the legal person, could discuss some municipal projects Liang issued in order to transfer him to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, Zhao Jinxing realized just how formidable his new boss was. When the planning blueprint for the industrial new city was presented to him, he was completely dumbfounded. That was a staggering 90,000 acres of commercial land, all owned by his own company. It is no exaggeration to say that calling Liang Li half city is not far from the truth. In the entire Long Nation, which businessman could claim to own a city, especially one in the capital? Only Liang had that kind of capital. Li Yong then assigned tasks to Zhao Jinsheng. He did not need to manage the company's operational tasks, only to handle external reception and negotiations. Then Zhao Jinsheng enjoyed himself, and I mean really enjoyed it. After the news of Chaoyang Technologies bidding for the construction of the new city was released, countless real estate companies flocked to the capital to gather information. Upon learning that the external contact for Chaoyang Real Estate was a deputy general manager named Zhao, these companies' public relations teams dug up Zhao Jinsheng's contact information. Consequently, Zhao Jinsheng began to receive endless calls and invitations every day. Now Zhao Jinsheng's life can be described as a continuous party. What delighted him even more was that the people flattering him were those he had once tried hard to associate with, but could not reach. Now these individuals were bowing and scraping to him. Sometimes Zhao Jinsheng would think to himself, the ancients were right, as long as you follow the right people, even a dog can soar. Now even if someone calls Zhao Jinsheng Li Yang's dog, he wouldn't refute it. Being Li Yang's dog was a privilege for him. Of course, while Zhao Jinsheng indulged in eating, drinking, and having fun, he categorically refused to accept any bribes. This guy was quite clever. A ladder to the heavens was right before him, and he wouldn't sacrifice his glorious later life for a little petty gain. Is eating, drinking, and having fun useful? Naturally, it is useful. From Zhao Jinsheng's perspective, some companies received insider information, such as which projects were open for bidding, which projects had higher profits, and how many competitors there were. With this information, even if they spent tens of thousands in public relations fees, these real estate companies felt it was worth it. Moreover, Zhao Jinsheng also held recommendations, making it even more worthwhile to invest. The bidding ceremony was held at the headquarters of Chaoyang Technology in the Yizhuang Development Zone. After a rigorous selection process, the following real estate companies were awarded the bidding qualifications: Country Garden Jianyapali and Beijing City Construction, among others. Li Yong looked at the shortlisted companies and expressed his agreement. After all, these real estate companies were well-known giants in later years. To grow their enterprises, these companies must have their unique operational models. At the very least, at this initial stage, they wouldn't tarnish their reputations. On the day of the bidding conference, real estate giants from all over the country gathered at the venue, and luxury cars filled the outside, making it a gathering of big shots. Once the meeting commenced, the head of Chaoyang Real Estate, the third-tier warrior Teng Fei, took the stage to deliver a brief statement. The implication was that this bidding process completely abandoned the prevailing practices of personal connections and underhanded dealings in the industry. The company established strict rules: priority on construction timelines, quality above all, and transparent pricing. All companies would compete based on their strengths, with detailed written proposals outlining construction plans, completion timelines, budget estimates, and technical standards, sealed bids, and on-site evaluations, ensuring clarity, fairness, and justice. Furthermore, each company could bid according to their areas of expertise. Some specialized in residential construction, while others excelled in building commercial complexes, and so on. Once the bidding officially began, each company showcased their best skills for the projects they desired. Poly, with a state-owned enterprise background, operated steadily, boasting rich experience in infrastructure. Greenland Group, from the Magic City, presented cutting-edge area development models. Wantong Real Estate's team had advanced concepts and exceptional construction efficiency, and the emerging Country Garden even lowered its stance, cutting profits and increasing workforce, promising round-the-clock shifts. Thus, companies continuously compressed construction schedules, optimized plans, and lowered inflated bids, marking the beginning of the industry's first round of competition. The reason for this was that the projects bid by Chaoyang Technology were simply too attractive. Financially, there was no need for upfront costs. Payments would be made after completing each phase and passing inspections. Moreover, the industrial new city project was currently a focal point nationwide. Once completed, it would elevate the company's reputation across the country. These two factors compelled these companies to fight hard. During the evaluation process, Li Yong naturally held the final decision-making power. Since Li Yong did not know anyone, there was no need to consider personal relationships or private interests. He only needed to assess the strengths and weaknesses of each proposal to accurately select the top teams that combined speed, quality, and cost-effectiveness. It must be said that any company capable of future growth had its strengths. As the results of the bidding were announced on the spot, basically all of the top real estate enterprises in the country were selected. Afterward, Teng Fei held a signing ceremony with each company. Following the signing, all companies quickly entered the site. With advanced equipment, established teams, and standardized management fully implemented, multiple construction teams began working simultaneously in coordinated zones, racing against time, day and night. Within just a few days, the construction site transformed dramatically, with the roar of machines and tens of thousands working, greatly accelerating the development speed. This was only possible because Li Yong was financially robust. Otherwise, if this were any other company, any issue with the cash flow could spell instant disaster. In addition to the large-scale development and construction in the Yizhuang Development Zone, distributors of electronic pet machines in the American market and various regions of the country have continuously received positive news. After Walmart finalized a massive order for millions of electronic pet machines, they immediately launched extensive promotions. The electronic pet machines already popular in the European and American markets saw a surge in demand that exceeded supply. Walmart even invited the Hollywood superstar Macaulay Culkin, known worldwide for his role in Home Alone, to be their spokesperson. At that time, Macaulay had an unmatched appeal among teenagers, and coupled with the strong purchasing power of developed countries in Europe and America, the sales of electronic pet machines in these markets skyrocketed, surpassing 600,000 units in less than 2 months. Walmart's profit strategy was remarkably shrewd. The electronic pet machines were priced at $50 each locally, and after deducting taxes, overseas shipping costs, and channel losses, the pure profit per unit remained stable at $13 to $14. In less than 2 months, Walmart raked in over $100 million in profits from this single product. Originally focused on short-term gains, Walmart's executives fully recognized the product's incredible profit potential. After an urgent internal discussion, they elevated Chaoyang Technology's cooperation level, designating it as a core strategic partner. In the domestic market, the electronic pet machine was also gaining popularity. However, due to the overall consumption level of the population in the 1990s, sales were far behind those overseas. Yet this was merely a limitation of the times. Given time, as the financial situation of the Chinese populace improved, China would undoubtedly become the largest consumer market in the world, and that day was not far off. On another front, Chaoyang's overseas expansion was also progressing steadily. Thanks to Li Yang's early preparations and stockpiling, the first batch of Chaoyang's self-branded computers officially entered the North American market. However, due to the late start and insufficient foundation of the brand, it was still challenging to compete with established brands in Europe and America in the short term. Nonetheless, Chaoyang's greatest advantage was its outstanding cost-performance ratio. At that time, overseas branded computers were priced at over $1,000, whereas Chaoyang Technology and Walmart had a clear agreement: the maximum selling price of Chaoyang computers in North America could not exceed $800. Ultimately, Walmart set the price at $799, and this friendly price immediately attracted a large number of low-income groups and ordinary family users. With comparable hardware configurations and performance levels, but a price nearly 30% cheaper, coupled with solid user reviews gradually spreading, Chaoyang computers were bound to establish a foothold in the overseas market and carve out a space for themselves. The layout in the domestic market was also being implemented simultaneously. Previously, due to a quarrel, Li Yang had a grudge against Lien Xianglu. Now that the time was ripe, he had long prepared a counter-strategy. Chaoyang computers were fully stocked across the country, employing a unique direct sales model, and the strategy was particularly pointed. Wherever there was a Lianxiang computer store, a Chaoyang Technology direct store would surely open next door or across the street, clearly indicating close competition and direct confrontation. The core battleground was the price war. In 1992, the most basic ordinary computer under Lianxiang was priced at around 8,000 yuan. At this price level during the 1990s, when prices were generally low, it was undoubtedly an astronomical figure for ordinary families. With Li Yang backed by a systematic supply chain, he had a cost advantage over his competitors and fired the first shot in the price reduction for computers with the same configuration and level. Chaoyang priced theirs at 7,000. In terms of brand recognition, Chaoyang Technology was currently riding high, having eclipsed Lianxiang. The general public had little understanding of new technology products like computers, often just seeking something that sufficed. Given the minimal performance differences, the 700 yuan price difference was sufficient to prompt the vast majority of consumers to decisively choose the more cost-effective Chaoyang. The market feedback was immediate. After the full launch of Chaoyang computers, within just 1 month, Lianxiang's computer sales were halved, and the downward trend continued, putting them in a precarious situation. Inside the headquarters of Lianxiang Group, Lianxiang Lu stared grimly at the dismal monthly sales report on the table, his face dark with rage. "This is outrageous. Absolutely outrageous." He slammed the desk and shouted angrily, his eyes filled with hostility. "Lower all prices for me. You want to engage in a price war, Chaoyang Technology? I'll match you to the end. For the same specifications, drop the price to 6,005. If I can't do well, then neither can you, Chaoyang." No, you absolutely cannot." An executive nearby quickly intervened, looking anxious. "Our production cost is already 6,004, and when factoring in labor, storage, and store operations, a price of 6,005 would mean significant losses. We can't sustain that. What if we lose money? I can afford it. I want to see if they can keep this up." Lianxiang Lu squinted his eyes, his face dark and fierce, stubbornly insisting, "Set the price, as I said. I want to see if Chaoyang Technology dares to continue lowering their prices." The news of Lianxiang's forced price reductions quickly spread. After learning this, Li Yang merely smiled and calmly issued an order: lower the prices across the board to 5,800. In a price war with his exclusive supply and extremely low costs, he had never feared any competitor. Lianxiang's losses were merely self-inflicted wounds. Moreover, even at a price of 5,008, Chaoyang's cost per computer was less than 4,000, still leaving ample profit margin. This low-price strategy could not only suppress competitors, but also accelerate the domestic proliferation of computers, broadening the market foundation. Two birds with one stone. When the price of 5,008 for Chaoyang computers was announced, Lian Xiang Lu nearly fainted on the spot. In the competitive market, the principle has always been to inflict 1,000 points of damage to the enemy, while suffering 800 ourselves, but Chaoyang Technology's approach seemed self-destructive to him, harming 1,000 while hurting themselves 2,000, just to counteract, which was utterly reckless. This time Lian Xiang Lu dared not recklessly cut prices any further. Continuing to lower prices would only completely deplete their resources, leading to catastrophic losses. However, to bow down and seek peace was also difficult for him to swallow in terms of pride and face. Caught in a dilemma, he simply decided to leverage his connections to secretly exert pressure, intending to give Chaoyang Technology a proper lesson. Little did he expect that this reckless move would trigger an even bigger storm, ultimately backfiring on him. In various business districts of the capital, Chaoyang Technology's direct stores were sprouting up everywhere, all closely situated next to Lian Xiang's stores. Each store had a giant red banner suspended in front with white letters on a red background that stood out: manufacturer direct promotion, national brand Chaoyang computers, only 5,800 yuan. In contrast, the Lian Xiang store nearby had a glaring price tag of 6,500 yuan hanging at its entrance, a stark contrast that was both glaring and awkward. The solid 700 yuan price difference with comparable configurations and performance made the consumer choice clear. Both stores opened for business simultaneously, and customers with purchasing needs passing by would almost never hesitate walking straight into Chaoyang Technology's direct store, while the neighboring Lian Xiang store remained deserted, cold, and desolate. The calm situation was thoroughly shattered that morning. Just after 10 o'clock in the morning, outside the flagship store of Chaoyang Technology in a core business district of the capital, several government vehicles suddenly arrived, and law enforcement personnel from multiple departments, such as fire safety, industry, and commerce and health, entered the store for an inspection. Upon entering, the group deliberately sought faults and criticized, listing various alleged issues, such as inadequate fire safety facilities and unsatisfactory store hygiene, issuing multiple fines on the spot, and ordering the store to suspend operations for rectification. The manager of this flagship store was a second-tier assassin under Liang. Calmly handling the situation, he did not impulsively argue with the law enforcement officers, but instead picked up the fines with a composed demeanor and coldly stated, "Before you impose penalties, do you know which company this store belongs to?" "So what? No matter how large Chaoyang Technology is, it must abide by the rules and laws," said an arrogant industry and commerce clerk with a forced smile. "We can still investigate and penalize for violations." What a great phrase about acting according to the law. The assassin store manager's gaze turned cold, his tone firm and unquestionable. "If there are indeed compliance issues, we will accept the penalties. But if you are deliberately making things difficult and nitpicking, thinking that Chaoyang Technology is weak and can be bullied, then you have miscalculated." The law enforcement officers listened to the warning from the second-level death squad store manager, still wearing expressions of indifference. This matter was a task personally assigned by the higher-ups. They were merely the errand runners executing orders. If anything went wrong, a high-ranking official would take the blame, leaving them unscathed. When Liang learned that all 7 of his stores in the capital had been ordered to cease operations for rectification by the relevant authorities, his expression instantly darkened, and the atmosphere around him grew tense. If 1 or 2 stores were investigated and penalized, it might be due to operational oversights. However, the simultaneous punitive measures against 7 stores were clearly a sinister scheme that anyone with a bit of sense could see through. Liang almost instantly grasped the crux of the matter. This was undoubtedly the work of Lian Shangliu. He was a cunning old fox who had thrived in the capital for years, building connections and relationships in the bureaucracy. Liang scoffed inwardly. Those renowned entrepreneurs in later years who boasted of starting from scratch and achieving success alone were all spouting nonsense. Doing business in Longhua, especially in the 1990s, without any background meant that companies could hardly get off the ground, let alone grow and thrive. Looking back at the business moguls who later rose to the top, such as Ma Yun from Alibaba and Ma Huateng from Tencent, while their abilities were outstanding, they certainly had family connections that paved the way for them in the beginning. Even Lu Qiangdong, who seemed to come from a humble background, had the backing of his first girlfriend's father to rise to prominence. No one's success is entirely without support. It's merely the networks operating behind the scenes that are rarely spoken of openly. Back to the point, since Lian Shangliu had chosen to tear the facade and play such underhanded tricks, Liang would not show any mercy. When it came to playing dirty and underhanded tactics, he was particularly skilled. That very night, Liang immediately instructed several death squad bodyguards to quietly mobilize. The next morning, all employees of Lian Xiang's stores arrived on time for work, only to be frozen in shock at the sight before them. The storefronts and signs of the stores had all been covered in thick red paint, making them unrecognizable. It was impossible to conduct normal business, let alone even look at the stores. What was even more shocking was that this was not an isolated incident. Every store in the capital under Lian Xiang was affected, with none spared. Li Yang's thoughts were straightforward and ruthless. Since you are trying everything to prevent me from doing business, let's all come to a standstill. No one will have it easy. In this era, street surveillance was already scarce, and even in places where equipment existed, the death squad executing the task wore masks, leaving no traces. No matter how hard the police tried to investigate, they would not find any clues. Moreover, since it was merely vandalism of stores and not a life-and-death case, the police would not invest too much energy in pursuing it. In addition to this counterattack, Li Yang had another plan in place, promptly arranging for third-level death squad member Zhao Gang to visit the capital Foreign Trade Committee. It should be noted that Chaoyang Technology was not merely an inland private enterprise, but a key enterprise jointly invested by Hong Kong and mainland capital, with Chaoyang Computers being a core product focused on exports and generating foreign exchange for the country. While the current foreign exchange earnings did not seem top-notch to Li Yang in comparison, it appears they were far ahead and also held a huge order of over $30 million from Walmart. In this era of domestic business environment, everything had to be facilitated for exports to generate foreign exchange. Currently, Chaoyang Technology had almost seized all the policy advantages of this era, and with such weight, it remained to be seen whether the Foreign Trade Committee would take action or not. Furthermore, Li Yang was not afraid of escalating the matter. He simply invited a group of media reporters with generous remuneration to cover the malicious targeting of joint ventures and the abuse of public power. With a seamless series of countermeasures, he caught Lian Shangliu and his backers completely off guard and in a daze. The Foreign Trade Committee reacted swiftly, as Chaoyang Technology was a key joint venture enterprise receiving attention and support from higher authorities. Now facing malicious difficulties locally, it was clearly a slap in the face to the higher-ups. The committee immediately gave this matter high importance, launching a special investigation and submitting formal documents to the municipal government to demand a thorough investigation. Meanwhile, the reporters, well compensated, did not hold back in their coverage, and along with Chaoyang Technology's market influence, they conducted comprehensive and in-depth reports on this malicious commercial retaliation and public power abuse, revealing the intricate interests and underhanded dealings behind the incident. In an instant, public opinion in the capital erupted, with the public and business community discussing fervently and all fingers pointing at the administrative units that had previously imposed illegal penalties on Chaoyang Technology. Everyone anticipated that Li Yang would not sit idle, but no one expected his counterattack to be so swift and the situation to escalate to such a degree. The backers of Lian Shangliu were now thoroughly panicking. I can no longer manage this matter. The public outcry has reached an unmanageable level. Let me ask you, Chaoyang Technology is a joint venture. Why did you say nothing about it? Now that the Foreign Trade Committee has issued a formal document demanding clear explanations from the municipal government, do you not realize what era we are in? Foreign investments, joint ventures, and generating foreign exchange are not things we can easily offend. From now on, I will completely cut off all relations with you. The things you have done, you will bear the consequences yourself. Good luck. The cold, busy tone of beep, beep, beep rang out, completely severing the call. Listening to the emotionless disconnection sound on the other end of the line, Lian Shangliu's face instantly turned as pale as paper, trembling uncontrollably. He originally thought that by using some connections to give Li Yang some trouble, he could force the other party to back down, and he could then take advantage of the situation to manipulate and pressure him, easily resolving the matter. But he never expected that Li Yang's counterattack would be so fierce and relentless. Now that the situation was completely out of control, he himself could not escape severe punishment. As expected, everything was developing in the direction Lian Shangliu feared the most. Li Yang originally did not want to easily trouble Mayor Zhou, but the Foreign Trade Committee's attitude was firm, directly placing the matter in the open and boldly seeking justice from the municipal government. The Foreign Trade Committee was of high rank, and this matter was instantly classified as a key political affair. Mayor Zhou quickly learned all the details. Upon learning that Chaoyang Technology, which he had always supported, was being maliciously harassed and subjected to illegal enforcement by subordinate departments, Mayor Zhou was furious and declared on the spot this matter must be thoroughly investigated. If Chaoyang Technology was indeed guilty of operational violations, he would handle it fairly, withstanding all external pressures. But if someone was abusing power, seeking revenge, and acting arbitrarily, Zhou would not show any leniency and would surely punish them severely. With Mayor Zhou's clear statement, the municipal government immediately set up a special investigation team to conduct a comprehensive and detailed investigation into the store closures and illegal penalties. In truth, the facts had long been clear. Li Yang had never hesitated to invest, and all his enterprises had installed closed-circuit television in advance, which was a rare surveillance device in this era. The ugly face of the law enforcement personnel who acted arbitrarily and maliciously was fully recorded. Moreover, all the stores under Chaoyang Technology had complete and compliant procedures, so they did not meet the criteria for penalties requiring ceasing operations. All the penalties were utterly baseless. After the investigation results were revealed, Mayor Zhou immediately convened an emergency meeting at the municipal government and summoned all the heads of the departments involved in the illegal enforcement to attend. Liang was not too informed about the specific contents of the meeting, but soon the municipal government issued a formal notice of processing all senior officials involved in this malicious enforcement incident received severe disciplinary actions. A frontline illegal law enforcement personnel were directly dismissed, and the involved departments were also required to issue formal written apologies to Chaoyang Technology. The instigator of the entire affair, Lian Shangliu, could not escape justice either. All the trouble arose from his malicious collusion and unfair competition, leading to the prosecutor's office directly filing charges against him, with the court expediting a strict review and sentencing, ultimately convicting him of unfair competition and sentencing him to 2 years in prison. After the incident calmed down, Mayor Zhou personally called Liang, his tone carrying a hint of reproach, complaining that Liang did not treat him as family, as he had not sought his help immediately after such a major incident. Mayor Zhou also reiterated that as long as it was a legal, compliant, and reasonable business activity, Liang could boldly develop Chaoyang Technology without any worries, with the government providing him with protection. Liang felt warmth in his heart, quickly accepting Mayor Zhou's concern and protection, and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Speaking of which, the stubborn and petty store manager, who was a second-level death warrior under Liang, had been keeping the attitude of the industrial and commercial staff in mind ever since that day in the store. After learning that the arrogant industrial and commercial staff member had been directly dismissed due to abuse of power and internal issues, the second-level death warrior store manager, harboring resentment from that humiliating day, began to contemplate revenge. He secretly gathered information and ascertained the man's residence, patiently waiting at the entrance of an old residential building for 2 consecutive days, finally spotting the disheveled former industrial and commercial clerk. The moment the man lifted his head and saw the store manager, his expression froze, his eyes filled with a complex mix of frustration and trepidation. The conflict between the two had long been laid bare, and the man could not forget how he had deliberately targeted a small store, resulting in such a fate. "What are you doing here?" The man frowned, his tone stiff and guarded. The second-level death warrior store manager, with a cold gaze and hands casually tucked in his pockets, spoke without any politeness, laced with blatant sarcasm. "I specially came to see you. Weren't you quite arrogant and powerful that day in the store? Now that you no longer have the government backing, why are you so timid? Can't you maintain your former bravado?" The harsh ridicule hit hard, the man's complexion alternating between green and white, his anger boiling inside, yet he dared not lash out easily, only wishing to sidestep and flee. But the store manager stepped forward to block his way, refusing to give an inch, his tone growing increasingly harsh. "You used to wield your authority like a feather, bullying merchants and manipulating ordinary people. Did you really think you could treat anyone as you please? It's only because my boss is magnanimous and doesn't bother to argue with someone like you. Otherwise, with our capabilities, we could easily make it impossible for you to survive in the capital, let alone a decent job. Even if you were to end up on the streets scavenging, no one would take your refuse, you short-sighted fool." This merciless admonition shattered the man's last shred of dignity. The anxiety of being unemployed for days, the despair of a ruined future, combined with the humiliation of being publicly shamed, instantly crushed his rationality. With bloodshot eyes, the man roared and lunged at the store manager with clenched fists, disregarding everything. But an ordinary person stood no chance against a second-level death warrior. The store manager remained indifferent, slightly shifting his body to easily dodge the attack, his foot executing a precise and clean sweep. Thud! The sound echoed as the man lost his balance, crashing hard onto the cold ground, landing awkwardly, his entire body instantly aching and numbing, struggling to get up for a long time. The store manager slowly crouched down, pressing one hand firmly against the back of the man's head, forcing him down into the ground, his voice low and hoarse, emanating a ruthless intensity. "Let me make this clear to you. I am without parents, alone, without family, without wife or children, with nothing to hold me back, just a worthless life. If you're not convinced, I'm always ready to entertain you. We have plenty of time to drag this out, to torment each other." He leaned closer, the pressure palpable. "By the way, you'd better think carefully if you are also alone like me." The cold words pierced the man's heart like a sharp knife, a chilling wave sweeping over him. He instantly became clear-headed, all his hostility and resistance dissipating. The other party was a desperate individual with no vulnerabilities and nothing to lose. If pushed to the brink, he could resort to extreme measures. A great fear enveloped him, and he immediately ceased, struggling laboriously, raising his head, his eyes red, voice trembling, filled with pleading. "Brother, I was wrong. I truly realized my mistake. Please let me go this once. I promise to keep a low profile in the future." The store manager coldly smiled, applying slight pressure with his fingertip, his tone icy and piercing. "You don't truly realize your mistake. You are just scared. Remember today's lesson: some people and forces are not something you can provoke at will." After venting his pent-up anger, the store manager finally released his grip. Killing is merely a point on the ground. The other party was ultimately just a small character relying on false authority, narrow-minded, and unable to stir up significant waves. It wasn't worth causing trouble for such a minor figure, putting the boss at risk and involving himself. This incident later reached Li Yang's ears. He listened to the entire account with a calm smile, not taking it to heart at all. In a society of human connections, it has always been the case that some individuals wielding a bit of insignificant power become arrogant, disregarding the law, bullying the weak, and lacking the most basic sense of reverence. Using firm measures to discipline such people, helping them remember their place and understand that there are higher powers and greater people, is not necessarily a bad thing. On the domestic front, matters were steadily being resolved and advancing in an orderly manner, while far away in the Bear's cross-border trade line, continuous good news was also coming in. Since the establishment of Chaoyang Foreign Trade, in a short period the headquarters in the capital had dispatched 7 fully loaded trains of goods to the Bear's Far East region. A vast array of light industrial goods, daily necessities, clothing, appliances, canned food, and other materials, all smoothly completed cross-border exchanges under the coordination of Wang Feiyu with a mature and efficient trading process. More importantly, with the groundwork laid by these large-scale barter trades, the meticulous and far-sighted Wang Feiyu successfully connected with a powerful military official from the Bear, opening up a new gray cooperation channel for Chaoyang Foreign Trade. This big figure was rooted in the Far East military district, belonging to the core military faction, holding significant military forces and immense power, wielding strong influence in both military and political circles. The smooth connection between the two was purely a matter of opportunity. The military official's son-in-law was also stationed in the Far East, engaged in long-term management of cross-border trade. In 1992, the Bear faced widespread turmoil. The ruble collapsed, the economy fell apart, and light industry was completely paralyzed, leading to extreme shortages of goods across the region. Now Chaoyang Foreign Trade, relying on its terrifying supply capabilities, stable transportation routes, and massive trade volume, had firmly established itself as the #1 foreign trade merchant in the Far Eastern border, gaining immense fame. Initially, when they started collaborating, the other party was quite generous, immediately setting a demand for 30 trainloads of various livelihood goods. At first, Wang Feiyu treated it as normal foreign trade business, exchanging goods at market prices, ensuring a stable transaction. However, after several collaborations, he keenly discovered that the other party's purchase volume was extraordinarily large, far exceeding the range of ordinary merchants, and their operations were low-key and mysterious, indicating something significant was underway. With the intention of establishing a connection, Wang Feiyu gradually uncovered the true identity of the other party. This traitor was merely a front, and the real backing was the core high-level officials of the Bear's Far East military district. All large-scale trades were secretly profiting for their family. Meanwhile, through each solid transaction, the other party also comprehensively understood Chaoyang Foreign Trade's robust capital strength and its endless supply capabilities. In the chaotic and perilous Bear, a stable, reliable, and financially strong partner from the Dragon Kingdom, like Chaoyang Foreign Trade, was undoubtedly a sought-after quality ally, naturally willing to bind deeply and cooperate long-term. As time passed, both sides tested each other and exchanged sincerity, both harboring thoughts of deep cooperation and mutual benefit. Thus, the son-in-law of the military big shot took the initiative to bridge the gap, personally bringing Wang Feiyu to meet his true backer. In chaotic times, there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Currently, with the domestic situation in the Bear collapsing and prices soaring, currency turning into worthless paper, not only ordinary citizens are struggling to make ends meet, but even high-ranking military officials and wealthy families are filled with pessimism and anxiety about the future. To safeguard their family's future and accumulate wealth, utilizing their positions to sell off surplus military supplies and reserves has become a tacit secret among the high-ranking officials of the Far East military. This military big shot is a core figure within this scheme. His name is Alexei Popov, an active major general serving as the commander of a group army in the Far East military district, holding core authority over military allocations, material management, and warehouse logistics, wielding tremendous power. After their meeting, they closed the doors for an in-depth discussion, both candidly disclosing their positions. Wang Feiyu laid out the complete strength of Chaoyang technology and Chaoyang Foreign Trade, promising that no matter what materials the other party presented, they could fully take them on with no limits on their absorption capacity. Alexei completely lowered his guard, fully aware that only a business giant of this level could handle the vast quantities of special military supplies in his hands. Indeed, the core deal they privately settled was not ordinary civilian goods, but various sealed military supplies, military equipment, military components, and special strategic materials. Upon learning that the other party's source was military supplies, Wang Feiyu immediately agreed to accept everything without hesitation. These materials are highly valuable and have a wide range of applications, perfectly suited for continuous supply to overseas bases in Tajikistan, fully arming the Death Warrior units, filling equipment gaps, and strengthening overseas military force. Wang Feiyu promised on the spot that as long as Alexei could provide stable supplies, no matter the categories of materials, Chaoyang Foreign Trade would offer exchange conditions far exceeding the market price, ensuring satisfaction for the other party. Thus, a secret and stable trade line for military supplies was completely established. Relying on Alexei Popov's military privileges, large quantities of idle military materials, special steel military machinery, vehicle parts, and field equipment flowed continuously from the military district under the cover of civilian trade, completing secret deliveries. These sensitive military materials would be separately channeled and secretly transported to overseas bases for storage. Meanwhile, legal civilian goods, such as timber steel Russian vehicles military grade, while genuine leather heavy machinery and high-quality fertilizers were transported back to the domestic market in large quantities through properly customs cleared trainloads for quick monetization. While secretly strengthening the foundation of private armed forces, they simultaneously took advantage of cross-border trade to reap the benefits of the times, advancing on two fronts with profits and strength surging simultaneously. Various goods continuously transported back from the territory of the Bear have already piled up in the warehouses and open spaces of the Yizhuang development zone. Among these, basic construction materials like wood and steel coincidentally align with the vigorous construction period of the new Yizhuang city, requiring no external transportation, allowing for immediate local consumption, and the costs are far lower than the domestic market price. After all, these were originally exchanged for low-priced light industrial goods from the Bear, and bringing them back only incurs a transportation fee, making the cost-effectiveness remarkable. However, aside from these essential construction materials, a large number of unused supplies have accumulated, becoming a thorny issue: brand new sedans, off-road vehicles, as well as smooth and thick furs of minks, foxes, and sheep that have undergone simple tanning, all occupying a vast amount of storage space and consuming manpower for management. Early that morning, Zhao Gang, a third-level assassin in charge of managing Yizhuang, hurriedly found Li Yang, who was reviewing construction blueprints in his office, his expression filled with urgency as he went straight to the point upon entering. "Brother Yang, there's something I need to discuss with you that requires your personal authorization." Li Yang put down his pencil, looked up at Zhao Gang's serious face, and raised an eyebrow in confusion. "What happened? What happened?" "It's the backlog of goods transported back from the Bear." Zhao Gang sighed, quickly walked to the desk, and spoke with a tone full of helplessness. "For trucks and freight vehicles, we can form a dedicated transport team to internally utilize them, but there are simply too many personal cars. Our entire development zone, including all assassin teams, could easily make do with a few dozen vehicles, yet in the newly built dedicated parking lot in Yizhuang, over 600 sedans, such as Lada and Volga, are parked densely packed, as far as the eye can see. If we keep hoarding them like this, not only do we have to send personnel for management and occupy space, but it also wastes a significant amount of manpower and resources, and we simply do not have that many people to use them." Moreover, regarding those furs, Zhao Gang continued, his brow tightening further. "Although they have undergone preliminary anti-corrosion treatment and can be stored temporarily, the ventilation conditions in the warehouse are limited and the quantity is simply massive. When piled together without air circulation, it will definitely lead to mildew and rot if we continue to store them like this, resulting in significant losses. I've been thinking, shouldn't we quickly move a batch to activate these supplies?" Upon hearing this, Li Yang raised his hand to slap his forehead, suddenly recalling that he had overlooked this matter. When the first batch of cross-border goods arrived, the majority consisted of construction materials like wood and steel, coinciding perfectly with the urgent needs of Yizhuang's construction, so he directly allocated all of them for use in the development zone without considering external sales. Subsequently, after the incident involving Lianxiang Lu targeting Chuyang technology erupted, he was completely focused on handling that matter and completely forgot about the supplies that had been transported back. He had not anticipated that Wang Feiyu sent to the Bear would have such smooth dealings, directly connecting with the high-ups there, with the frequency of goods transport, product quality, and quantity all rapidly increasing. Countless shipments were continuously brought back, and if Zhao Gang had not come to remind him, he would have still thought that what was returned were still raw materials for construction, not realizing that so many cars and furs had accumulated. After pondering for a few seconds, Li Yang formulated a plan in his mind, looked at Zhao Gang, and slowly began to arrange. "Indeed, I overlooked this. You take care of it. We don't need to sell the furs directly as raw materials. You should contact the major state-owned garment factories in the capital, discuss cooperation with them, and we will provide the fur raw materials, paying them processing fees to have them create stylish fur coats. Currently, state-owned factories have fixed production targets, and after completing their planned orders, most of the production lines and workers are idle. This is a perfect opportunity for us to outsource production, allowing them to earn some extra money to support their factories while we save time on building our own production line. With the long and cold winters in the north, fur coats are already in high demand. Selling ready-made garments will yield much higher profits than selling raw materials directly. Selling raw materials is simply not cost-effective." Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang's eyes lit up. This method is clearly much more sophisticated than merely selling furs, but he then showed a puzzled expression. "Brother Yang, I'm 100% in favor of making fur coats, but we don't need to seek out other garment factories. We have people and resources. We can completely establish a dedicated garment factory ourselves, controlling production capacity and quality without needing to rely on outsiders, right?" Li Yang shook his head, gently, patiently explaining, "Building our own garment factory is definitely a long-term plan, But the most urgent matter at hand is to clear the backlog of fur inventory. Think about it: from site selection, building production lines, to hiring skilled workers. Every step will consume a significant amount of time, especially since the skilled tailors are mostly in state-owned garment factories. It's nearly impossible to poach them in a short time. By the time our factory is officially in production, this batch of furs might have already gone bad. Furthermore, the supply chain from the bear has been completely opened up, and in the future there will be several shipments of materials returned each month, providing ample raw materials like furs, so we need not worry about the source of future materials. The urgent task is to quickly digest the existing inventory to recover funds. Leveraging state-owned factories is the fastest method. Moreover, those old state-owned factories are currently struggling. They shout slogans for reform, yet their systems are rigid and burdensome, making it far from easy to change. Liang spoke with a calm tone, yet with a certainty that showed he had seen through the situation. In my opinion, these state-owned factories, clinging to a planned economy model, will inevitably move towards restructuring and will only truly come to life in private hands. By sending them orders now, we are essentially offering them timely assistance. By establishing this connection, when they can no longer sustain themselves and need to sell or transfer their factories, we will be in a prime position to take advantage of the situation and expand our industrial landscape. Zhao Gang, who was already exceptionally clever, suddenly realized everything upon Li Yang's suggestion, looking at Li Yang with growing admiration, but then he showed a shocked expression, unable to suppress his exclamation. Brother Yang, do you mean those large state-owned factories with thousands of workers really will not be able to sustain themselves and will collapse completely? In his understanding of this era, state-owned factories had always been synonymous with job security and stability, never having imagined that such massive enterprises could face closure. Liang nodded slightly, his tone extremely firm. The wave of market economy is unstoppable and development is changing rapidly, yet these large state-owned factories remain bloated with personnel burdened with pensions for retired employees and have rigid and outdated management systems. They also bear enormous costs associated with providing dormitories, canteens, and clinics as part of their social responsibilities, which completely fails to keep up with the market rhythm. Clinging to a planned economy and ignoring market demands will inevitably lead to their complete elimination from the market in the long run. I understand. I will handle this right away. Zhao Gang finally relaxed, immediately agreeing, but then he thought of another issue and quickly asked, Brother Yang, what if the directors of the state-owned factories are unwilling to accept our orders? Li Yang smiled lightly, his tone calm and unhurried. If they are unwilling, then they deserve to go bankrupt. If the state-owned factories refuse, there are plenty of flexible and adaptable private garment factories around the capital that would be eager to secure stable orders. You can directly contact these small factories. We are merely providing temporary orders during this transitional period. It doesn't matter who fulfills them, and there is no need to insist on it. Regarding the price of those cars we brought back, what is the approximate cost price? Liang raised his eyes to Zhao Gang and asked calmly. Based on the material exchange with the bears, excluding transportation and customs costs, the average price is about 15,000 RMB per vehicle. Zhao Gang pondered for a moment and replied, after careful calculation, of course, the vast majority of this batch are second-hand cars, with only a small portion being brand new from the factory. Then how much can they be sold for in the domestic market under normal circumstances? Liang gently tapped his fingers on the table, continuing to inquire. Prices are set according to the model. Zhao Gang had already done his homework on the market prices and replied promptly, the second-hand Lada series can sell for 50 to 60,000. Brand new Ladas are priced between 70 to 100,000. The second-hand Volga is even more sought after, selling for 70 to 100,000, while new models can reach 100 to 120,000. The remaining miscellaneous brands of Soviet cars can at least sell for 50 to 70,000. Upon hearing this, Liang nodded subtly. As a person who had been reborn from the future, to be honest, he looked down on cars made by the bears. The flaws of Soviet cars are countless. They are extremely poorly made, with gaps in the bodywork wide enough to fit a finger. The interior consists entirely of hard plastic, lacking any sense of quality. The cars have no power steering, no ABS system, let alone airbags, making them very unsafe. The old carbureted engines consume fuel excessively, and coupled with the heavy body, they are cumbersome to steer, leaving one's arms sore after prolonged driving. Not only is the design concept decades out of date, but the aging circuitry is also a common problem, making later repairs both troublesome and costly. In the future, these cars would undoubtedly be eliminated from the market. However, in the domestic market of 1992, Soviet cars possess a fatal advantage that overshadows all their shortcomings: affordability, making them practically unbeatable in cost-performance ratio. At this time, joint venture and Western imported cars had already entered the domestic market, and their quality and driving experience were indeed far superior to that of Soviet cars, yet their prices were prohibitively high. Take the most popular Santana and Jetta for example. A Santana costs 200,000 upon delivery, while a Jetta costs around 170,000, whereas the price of Soviet cars is less than half of theirs, with second-hand models costing only a third of the price. It's a glaring disparity. For the economically less affluent domestic populace, especially in inland areas where the demand for cars is just beginning to emerge, the sturdy and affordable Soviet cars are far more cost-effective than the distant joint venture vehicles. Moreover, in this era, it is considered quite prestigious for an ordinary family to own a motorcycle. Cars are entirely luxury items and symbols of status. Li Yang's disdain for Soviet cars does not mean the market does not recognize them. Currently, many governments in the North are severely lacking in public service vehicles, with few cars and outdated models. As long as the prices are reasonable, these relatively good-conditioned Soviet cars will definitely be snatched up in the market without any worries about sales. Stopping the tapping of his fingers on the table, a thought flashed through Li Yang's mind, and he immediately made up his mind. You should keep this batch of cars well maintained, and do not move them for now. I owe a few favors to some people, so I will first ask if they have any car purchasing needs. If they don't, you can pick out the cars with good condition and spacious interiors, and we will set up a taxi company. He paused and continued to analyze. Now the development of urban areas in the country is accelerating and the public's demand for convenient transportation is rising. Moreover, taxi license approval is currently lenient and the policy thresholds are low, so opening a taxi company will definitely not result in losses. For the remaining scattered vehicles, we will rent a few storefronts along the street and sell them directly. Understood, Yonggu. I will arrange this right away. Zhao Gang bowed in response, his expression respectful, and quickly left the office. After Zhao Gang left, Li Yang sat alone for a moment, cleared his thoughts, and then picked up the old-fashioned landline on the table, dialing Mayor Zhou's number. The phone rang twice before being answered, and a calm and gentle voice came from the other end. Hello, Xiaoyang. Uncle Zhou, it's me. Are you busy at the moment? Li Yang spoke respectfully with a tone of closeness typical of a junior. I'm not busy, I just finished handling some documents. If you have something to say, just go ahead. Mayor Zhou replied with a smile, always valuing Li Yang, a capable and tactful young man. It's like this, Uncle Zhou. Do you remember the foreign trade company I ran before? Last time we were able to get the railway transport line open largely thanks to your help in smoothing out relationships. I have always remembered this favor. Li Yang sincerely expressed his gratitude first, then smoothly explained his purpose. Of course I remember. What's up? Did something happen with the railway freight again? Mayor Zhou's tone became slightly serious, questioning instinctively. Not at all, Uncle Zhou. Don't worry, everything is running smoothly. Li Yang quickly explained the company is developing well. Recently, I brought back a batch of small cars from the Bears, including Ladas and Volgas, both new and well-maintained second-hand cars. They are affordable and durable. I thought about how the government's public service vehicles have always been in short supply, so I wanted to ask if the government needs to supplement a batch of public cars. If you don't mind the lower-end vehicles, I would like to donate a batch to the government free of charge to support our city's administrative work. Upon hearing this, Mayor Zhou's eyes lit up instantly, his tone filled with delight. Xiaoyang, are you serious? You've helped me tremendously. Our city has always had a tight budget, and the public service vehicles in various departments are old and insufficient. Many units can only squeeze into one car for grassroots research and business trips, which is very inefficient. I've been worried about how to resolve the public service vehicle shortage. You are truly a lifesaver. It is known that the procurement cost of an ordinary public vehicle is a significant expense for local finances. Li Yang's donation not only resolves the government's urgent need, but also does not cost the treasury a single penny. This gesture and capacity greatly impressed Mayor Zhou. Li Yang smiled upon hearing this, his tone sincere. Uncle Zhou, you're being polite. I couldn't have succeeded in business without your support and that of the city. Contributing to the city is something I should do. Please let me know when it's convenient for you. I will have someone send over the list of vehicle models and conditions. You can select 100 cars, choosing the most suitable public vehicles to keep, and I will arrange the rest separately. 100 cars. Good. No wonder you are our leading private enterprise. Your generosity is extraordinary. Haha, I will have the staff in the city government office coordinate with you right away. Once this is done, I'll thank you on behalf of the city. Mayor Zhou responded very pleasantly upon hearing the donation amount, continuously agreeing. After exchanging a few pleasantries and confirming the follow-up arrangements, he finally hung up the phone. Putting down the landline, Li Yang leaned back in his chair, a faint smile tugging at his lips. 100 cars may seem like a lot to others, but to Li Yang it is hardly anything. Moreover, since he chose to donate, he wanted to fulfill the obligation in one go, otherwise donating 5 or 10 would be quite embarrassing. Furthermore, donating public vehicles is not only repaying Mayor Zhou's favor, but also solidifying the foundation for his own business. If something like the previous situation with Lianxiang Lu happens again, the departments benefiting from this donation will have to give a bit of face to Chiang Technology. Otherwise, if they are excluded from future good opportunities, one can only imagine the complaints from the subordinates. One must understand the importance of human relationships. Having finalized the arrangement to donate official vehicles to the city government, Li Yang immediately instructed his bodyguards to prepare the car and set off for the Ministry of Railways once again. During his time striving in the capital, the only ones who provided substantial support to Li Yang were Mayor Zhou and Deputy Minister Lu Weimin of the Ministry of Railways. Even though Lu Weiman's initial assistance was mostly due to his connection with Mayor Zhou, the tangible help laid before him was something Li Yong would always remember. He valued actions over intentions. Li Yong was never the kind of person to burn bridges. His past experiences taught him the ways of human relationships. If you respect me by an inch, I will repay you by a mile. Only in this way can their friendship endure, transforming from mere transactional interactions into genuine camaraderie. Such short-sighted practices as using people when they are useful and discarding them when they are not were utterly unthinkable for someone of his character. As the car drove into the Ministry of Railways compound, Li Yong skillfully completed the registration at the gate and requested the guard to connect him through to Lu Weiman's extension. Before long, a staff member from the office came out to guide him directly to Lu Weiman's office. Upon seeing Li Yong enter, Lu Weiman, who was busy processing documents, immediately put down his work, a broad smile spreading across his face as he joked, "You finally made it. It's been a while since you last stepped into my office after the railway transport issue was resolved. You truly are a rare guest." Listening to Lu Weiman's playful remarks, Li Yong smiled slightly, feeling a bit shy, and replied respectfully, yet warmly, "Minister Lu, you are being too formal. I would love to visit you often, but I know you are busy with official duties, so I wouldn't dare disturb you, as I wouldn't want to delay your work." Lu Weiman laughed softly and gestured for Li Yong to take a seat on the sofa, casually picking up a box of cigarettes from the table and offering one to him. Li Yong reached out to accept it, and upon closer inspection, a glint of surprise flashed in his eyes. It was a special supply of Little Panda cigarettes. He had never seen such a rare item in his past life. He quickly stood up to light one for Lu Weiman before igniting his own. "So what's up? You never come here without a reason. Have you encountered some trouble again?" As soon as Li Yong sat down, Lu Weiman took a puff of his cigarette and asked straightforwardly, "Minister Lu, you are overthinking it. I specifically came here to bring you some good news." Li Yong replied with a smile, his expression calm. "Oh, good news. Do tell." Lu Weiman raised an eyebrow and added with a smile, "By the way, old Zhou told me he has accepted you as his nephew, so you don't need to call me Minister Lu anymore. Just call me Uncle Lu. Oh, I can handle that." "Oh, great. Uncle Lu." Li Yang's heart leapt with joy at the words, and he readily accepted the proposal. Lu Weiman, as the Deputy Minister of Railways, wielded power equal to that of Mayor Zhou. When the other party actively extended an olive branch to build a closer relationship, rejecting it would be foolish. Hearing the genuine Uncle Lu, Lu Weiman nodded in satisfaction and gestured for Li Yong to continue discussing the matter at hand. "It's like this, Uncle Lu, my foreign trade company is currently thriving. Recently, we just returned a batch of cars from Russia with both slightly used and brand new ones. I came specifically to ask if the Ministry of Railways needs to supplement its official vehicles." Li Yong stated his intention succinctly. Lu Weiman's eyes lit up at the mention of this. It was indeed unnecessary to ask. What government agency in the country wasn't short on vehicles? Even if the department's vehicles were barely sufficient, who would complain about having too many official cars? Having more would facilitate the execution of various tasks. "What price range?" Lu Weiman asked directly. "Uncle Lu, if you want them, I won't make a penny off you. I'm offering them at cost price, 35,000 each. You can choose any car you like, and I guarantee they are all top-quality vehicles." 35,000. Lu Weiman frowned slightly, looking at Li Yong with a hint of skepticism. "If I remember correctly, even a used Lada on the market sells for 40 to 50,000. Aren't you going to lose money at that price?" "I won't lose anything. At worst, it will be a break-even deal. After all, you are my elder." Li Yong grinned widely, his tone sincere. "The market price is for others. For you, Uncle Lu, it's the genuine cost price. You have quite the silver tongue." Lu Weiman laughed heartily, his gaze towards Li Yong filled with increasing admiration. After laughing, Lu Weiman composed himself and said in a serious tone, "All right, this is indeed good news. I will represent the Ministry of Railways to order 50 vehicles. But let me make it clear, you cannot substitute inferior goods for the good ones. If I find out there's something wrong with the vehicles, even if old Zhou tries to plead for you, I will not be polite. You can rest assured, Uncle Lu." Li Yong immediately promised seriously, "I have personally had someone check every vehicle's engine and condition, and I assure you they are in top-notch state with absolutely no issues. Moreover, if your friends or family need to purchase cars, I can offer them at 31,000 each, also freely choosing and selecting with no compromise on the vehicle condition." "You really are thoughtful and thorough. All right, I'll ask around for you," Lu Weiman said with a broader smile, fully approving. After discussing business matters, the two engaged in casual conversation, the atmosphere becoming increasingly harmonious. About a quarter of an hour later, Li Yong stood up to take his leave. This visit not only finalized the vehicle arrangements, but also transformed their relationship from mere professional acquaintances into a closer uncle-nephew bond, deepening their connection significantly. Both the city government and the Ministry of Railways exhibited remarkable efficiency. After Mayor Zhou and Lu Weiman issued their orders, the logistical staff from both sides arrived together at the Yizhuang Development Zone the next day. Upon seeing the outdoor parking lot filled with hundreds of neatly parked Russian cars, everyone's eyes gleamed with undisguised delight, and they promptly began selecting vehicles in an orderly fashion. The logistics personnel conducted thorough inspections of the vehicles, checking every detail inside and out, squatting down to examine tire wear, opening doors to assess interior wear, and even leaning close to the engine to listen to the sound of idling. After confirming that all vehicles had clear tire treads, minimal interior wear, smooth engine starts, and no stray noises, the representatives from both sides praised Li Yang endlessly. Mr. Li, the condition of this batch of vehicles is far better than we expected. Thank you so much. The logistics chief of the city government shook Li Yang's hand, earnestly beaming with gratitude. The staff from the Ministry of Railways specifically selected 50 spacious and sturdy Volgas to be distributed to various stations along the line, making it convenient for staff to patrol the routes and conduct their work. The team leader even patted his chest, speaking sincerely. Mr. Li, we won't waste time with pleasantries. This batch of vehicles has completely resolved our significant problem. In the future, we will prioritize your company's railway freight orders and ensure everything goes smoothly, leaving you with no worries whatsoever. Li Yang smiled and cupped his hands in response, then instructed Zhao Gang to bring in the staff to assist with the vehicle handover procedures. Standing aside, he watched as 150 sedans drove away from the parking lot in succession, the previously crowded area instantly becoming much more spacious. Yet Li Yang felt remarkably clear-headed. This investment in connections and convenience was far more valuable than merely selling cars for profit. Just 2 days after this event, Li Yang received a call from Lu Weiman saying that his nephew wanted to purchase a private car and was inquiring if he could reserve a brand new vehicle at the previously agreed price. Without hesitation, Li Yang asked Zhao Gang to select the vehicle in the best condition and the newest Volga, personally driving it to Liu's residence. Lu Weiman's nephew, who was in the building material business, lit up upon seeing the brand new Volga. He was immensely grateful to Li Yang and immediately grasped his hand, saying he would introduce clients from his circle to Li Yang. Li Yang smiled and politely declined, saying they were all family and no need to be so formal. Upon learning that Li Yang was the chairman of Chaoyang Technology, Lu Weiman's nephew's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm and his attitude towards Li Yang became even more respectful. Li Yang understood that the other party was trying to leverage this connection for collaboration and development, but he had always been cautious about forming relationships. He planned to observe this person's character before deciding whether to lend a hand. If someone lacked integrity, even if they were a close relative of Lu Weiman, he would not compromise. Fortunately, Lu Weiman's nephew was perceptive and conducted himself appropriately. After returning, he praised Li Yang's strength, vision, and generosity within his circle. As a result, many second and third generation individuals within the system of Beijing heard of Li Yang's name, recognizing that this young Mr. Li not only had a thriving business and extensive connections, but was also righteous and generous, prompting many to desire to get to know him. It is worth noting that during this period the market economy was just beginning to take shape. Even with their parents' networks, these second and third generation individuals were not particularly wealthy, often only able to earn small amounts of money through their elders' connections, with no clear paths or directions to pursue larger businesses or profits. Consequently, many began reaching out through Lu Weiman's nephew, using the pretext of buying cars to actively seek an introduction to Li Yang. Li Yang neither resented nor felt close to these young people within the circle. Their current wealth and confidence stemmed from their parents' hard work, which was their due. However, among them were certainly those with high aspirations but low abilities, and Li Yang held a strong disdain for such behavior. Moreover, he was not interested in deliberately integrating into their circle. Nevertheless, since they took the initiative to reach out, Li Yang adhered to the principle of not offending and understanding boundaries, appropriately managing each encounter while maintaining his own principles and giving them face. That day, Lu Zhong, the nephew of Lu Weiman, hosted yet another banquet, specially inviting Li Yang as the honored guest. Having weathered numerous such social engagements recently, Li Yang had long grown accustomed to such affairs. It required no speculation to grasp the truth. A gathering of Beijing's second and third generation science, seizing Lu Zhong as pretext to forge ties with him. Yet he held an unshakable standard within his heart. Casual acquaintance was welcome, but should anyone seek partnership or advancement, their moral character and inner integrity would be his sole criterion. At the Beijing Hotel, in the most opulent private dining room on the top floor, fragrant tea curled gently in the air. A dozen young men, impeccably dressed, exuding refined poise, sat gathered around the table, conversing idly, their glances flickering repeatedly toward the doorway, brimming with anticipation for Li Yang's arrival. Brother Zhong, you've truly risen to prominence these days. Having secured the patronage of Director Li of Chaoyang Technology, who wouldn't envy this towering benefactor? With the Yizhuang Development Zone now surging forward in massive construction projects, even a single trickle of opportunity from Director Li would catapult your building materials company skyward. A young man spoke with undisguised admiration, then bowed lightly toward Lu Zhong at the head of the table, and added with a smile, when Director Li arrives, do favor us with a few kind words. Let us share in your good fortune. Lu Zhong beamed broadly at the remark, waving his hands modestly. Not at all, not at all. I owe this entirely to my uncle's grace, which granted me the rare privilege of meeting Director Li. Truly, Director Li is not only extraordinarily capable, but also upright and honorable in conduct. Observe the automobile I drive today, a brand new Volga top-tier configuration, and yet Director Li charged me only several 10,000 yuan. On the open market, one could scarcely acquire such a vehicle for less than 100,000 yuan. In truth, Lu Zhong had not mentioned a word about supplying construction materials to Chaoyang Technology. He knew full well that his rapport with Li Yang had not yet matured to the point where he might casually request business opportunities. An ill-timed plea would only breed resentment. By contrast, the extraordinary bargain on the car was a tangible favor, one he could proudly cite to demonstrate closeness without overstepping boundaries. Moreover, his uncle Lu Weimin had repeatedly warned him Li Yang was no ordinary tycoon. He addressed Mayor Zhou as uncle, and his background was anything but common, certainly no mere scion to be trifled with recklessly. Precisely for this reason, Lu Zhong never missed an opportunity to praise Li Yang publicly, deliberately magnifying their intimacy, not only to elevate his own stature through association, but also to introduce Li Yang to influential peers via his own network, thereby proving his utility and securing this hard-won bond. Soviet-made vehicles may be inexpensive, but they're plagued with minor flaws, far too temperamental to maintain. I personally prefer the superior craftsmanship of German automobiles, remarked another young man, lifting his teacup nonchalantly. Huh, to each his own, but I'm utterly delighted with mine. Driving it commands instant respect. Lu Zhong stroked his chin, grinning with unmistakable pride. As the group chatted, one of Lu Zhong's aides hurried into the chamber and whispered urgently into his ear. Lu Zhong's expression sharpened instantly. He rose and strode briskly toward the door. The assembled heirs, keen observers all, immediately sensed the arrival of the principal guest and sprang up in unison, following closely behind. At the main entrance of the Beijing hotel, a stately Mercedes-Benz S-Class glided smoothly to a halt. Li Yang stepped out, flanked by two tall, austere bodyguards whose presence radiated quiet authority. As he advanced toward the hotel entrance, Lu Zhong came sprinting up, breathless and radiant with warmth. "Xiaoyang, you've arrived. I thought you'd be delayed a bit longer." Lu Zhong's booming voice preceded him, brimming with genuine enthusiasm. Seeing him, Li Yang smiled and waved lightly. "Brother Zhong, slow down. You needn't rush. We're all family here. There's no need for such formality. Waiting inside would have sufficed." No, that simply won't do. You've honored us with your presence. If I failed to greet you personally, it would violate every protocol. And what would people say?" Hearing Li Yang address him familiarly as brother, Lu Zhong swelled with pride and replied heartily. As he reached Li Yang, Lu Zhong gestured deferentially toward the group. "Xiaoyang, let me introduce you. These are close friends I've long trusted. Many harbor plans to purchase automobiles, and having heard I secured exceptional value through you, they've been pressing me relentlessly to broker introductions." He paused, then raised his voice to formally present Li Yang to the assembly. "This is Li Yang, chairman of Chaoyang Technology. From now on, address him as Brother Yang." Within Beijing's elite circles, hierarchy was typically determined by age, yet when one's power and stature eclipsed all others, natural deference elevated them beyond convention. Given Li Yang's immense wealth and capability, he stood unchallenged even before the elders of these very youths, so calling him Brother Yang was not beneath them, but rather a strategic alignment. None among them were fools. They grasped the unspoken rules instantly, and with reverent composure chorused in unison, "Brother Yang." Li Yang responded with a calm, affable smile, warm yet commanding, striking a flawless balance between approachability and authority. The entourage then escorted Li Yang back into the private room where everyone settled in. Around the banquet table, the young men appeared to converse casually, yet subtly revealed the scope of their family's influence across various government departments. Collectively, their elders held positions no higher than bureau level, ranked one tier below Lu Zhong's uncle Lu Weimin. Yet each occupied pivotal posts in core functional departments: industry and commerce, taxation, fire safety, materials supply, transportation, true local power brokers in their respective provinces. Still, amidst Beijing's dense concentration of political elites, they remained outside the apex echelons. To Li Yang's quiet astonishment, Lu Zhong's lineage proved far more distinguished than anticipated. His father currently served as a deputy provincial official in Heilongjiang province, a senior cadre dispatched from Beijing, and Heilongjiang happened to be Li Yang's native province. Throughout the dinner, the guests lavished Li Yang with effusive praise. Though their ages aligned in this world, competence and substance commanded reverence wherever one went, a timeless truth. Listening attentively, Li Yang gradually pieced together their backgrounds. Most harbored no ambition for official careers, nor were they designated heirs to their families' dynasties. Now reaching adulthood, they recognized money's growing centrality, and thus leveraged familial connections to launch modest enterprises, earning annual incomes in the hundreds of thousands, substantial wealth for their era. Yet to Li Yang today, such sums held negligible significance. After 3 rounds of toasts and 5 courses, Li Yang leaned slightly toward Lu Zhong and lowered his voice. "Brother Zhong, how would you assess the personal integrity of those seated here?" Lu Zhong's eyes lit up instantly. He understood the implication. An opportunity was being extended. Leaning in, he whispered, "Rest assured, they're all reliable. Though they rely on family ties to conduct business, each possesses innate discretion, never exploiting privilege to bully others or stir trouble. All are grounded, conscientious individuals." Liang nodded faintly, his judgment already formed. He cleared his throat softly, and the previously boisterous table fell silent at once, every gaze converging upon him, expectant and rapt. "I thank you all sincerely for your generous hospitality tonight, and I understand your aspirations well. In this era of reform and opening up, everyone seeks prosperity and a better life, and at the heart of it all lies one word: money." Liang paused, briefly scanning the faces around him. Lu Zhong seized the moment, chiming in enthusiastically, "Xiao Yang speaks absolute truth. Our lives improve daily, and so does our need for capital, yet earning it remains arduous. We, frankly speaking, merely eke out livings by virtue of our family connections. Without that protection, our ventures would collapse overnight." These words struck deep chords. None were time travelers, bound by the era's cognitive limits. They possessed networks, but lacked vision, trapped managing small businesses, unable to seize transformative opportunities. Liang nodded in agreement, and continued calmly, "Thus, I fully comprehend your predicament. Earning wealth need not be difficult. It hinges solely on identifying the right windfall and choosing the correct path. For instance, what are your thoughts on today's automotive industry? That's undoubtedly a sunrise sector." No sooner had Liang spoken than Xiao Wu blurted out, eyes alight with reform and opening up, more citizens achieve prosperity, and demand for convenient, dignified personal mobility rises accordingly. I predict confidently within a few years automobiles will become indispensable to every household. Liang looked up, studying Xiao Wu intently, and inwardly commended him. Sharp insight, remarkable foresight, perfectly aligned with future industry trajectories. Decades later, cars indeed would permeate every home, becoming a universal fixture of daily life. Flustered under Liang's gaze, Xiao Wu ventured cautiously, "Brother Yang, did I speak wrongly?" "Not at all. You spoke wisely with uncommon prescience." Liang offered a faint approving smile. "In my view, the automotive industry is poised for explosive growth. If you wish to earn wealth, the path is clear. As you know, I operate Far East's largest trading firm in the Soviet Union, capable of importing Soviet-made vehicles en masse. Currently, Soviet vehicles remain exceptionally popular across northern China, with robust, unwavering demand. Since you address me as brother, I shall ensure none of you suffers disadvantage." His tone steady, Liang unveiled his proposal. "Each of you may select a northern province as your exclusive regional automotive distributor, entering formal partnership with me. 2 cooperative models are available. Choose whichever suits you best. First, sell at my fixed retail price. I pay you a commission per unit sold, 5,000 yuan per vehicle. Second, procure vehicles directly from me at wholesale cost. Then set your own retail prices freely. Purchase at 50,000 yuan, sell at 70 or 80,000. You keep every cent of the margin. Additionally, recognizing your limited initial capital, I waive all deposits for your first order, allowing you to draw 20 vehicles up front for immediate sales. How does this proposal strike you?" Silence descended upon the chamber. Then wide-eyed astonishment erupted across every face, electrified by incredulous excitement. No wonder Lu Zhong constantly praised Director Li's righteousness. This wasn't mere generosity, it was handing wealth directly into their palms. They knew intimately how scarce automobiles remained nationwide, and how fiercely Soviet models were sought after in the North, guaranteeing effortless sales. A guaranteed bestseller, combined with consignment terms and zero upfront investment, was an unparalleled, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Brother Yang's magnanimity knows no bounds. From this day forth, you are my true elder brother. Whatever command you issue, I shall obey without hesitation, even at mortal risk." Xiao Wu recovered first from shock, snatched up his Tuxing half-cup glass of Baijiu rose, declared his vow fervently, and drained it in one swift, decisive motion. Others swiftly followed suit, hearts soaring, raising their glasses in unified loyalty, each cup emptied in solemn tribute. Liang merely lifted his soft drink, sipped gently, and gestured for them to resume their seats. "There's no need to decide hastily. Reflect carefully on which model suits you, and coordinate your respective sales territories to prevent future competition and preserve harmony." "Brother Yang, I choose Model 2. Xiao Wu declared, again resolute. "Model 1 guarantees steady profit with zero risk, but growth is sluggish. Model 2 entails modest inventory risk, yet offers vastly greater profit potential. I thrive on challenge, and embrace Model 2 without reservation." The others pondered deeply. Ultimately, only 2 or 3 opted for the safer commission-based model. The rest, ambitious and bold, chose autonomous sales for maximum returns. Seizing momentum, they swiftly negotiated and demarcated exclusive sales regions, eliminating any possibility of future conflict over territory. With cooperation finalized, the banquet's atmosphere grew even more convivial. Glasses clinked, laughter flowed, camaraderie flourished. In truth, offering automobile distribution rights had been Li Yang's spontaneous decision. In his past life, he held little regard for privileged scions who relied solely on pedigree, and initially intended minimal engagement. Yet tonight's observations revealed them to be neither arrogant nor unruly, but rather humble, courteous, and instinctively restrained. More crucially, the extensive networks behind them were precisely what he urgently required. Li Yong knew while his enterprise portfolio was expanding rapidly, Chaoyang technology, thriving steadily, and Yizhuang, electronic pet devices, and VCD players exporting globally, Soviet trade operations fully deployed, and forthcoming ventures in real estate and high-end electronics. Relying solely on himself, Mayor Zhou and Lu Weimin would inevitably prove insufficient. A solitary pillar cannot bear such weight, nor could he perpetually burden senior officials with operational matters. These young men, though outside Beijing's highest elite stratum, boasted elders entrenched across powerful departments: industry and commerce, taxation, fire safety, materials, transportation, capable of facilitating action at every level. Unifying them would weave a comprehensive web of influence spanning Beijing and northern provinces, ensuring smooth operations, preempting obstacles, and granting unimpeded progress across all future ventures. Such a network held immeasurably greater value than transient profit. After the banquet dispersed, Li Yong kept Lu Zhong for a moment, and the two entered a nearby lounge. Throughout their interaction, Li Yong had a good impression of Lu Zhong. This person understood the nuances of social situations and had a certain liveliness in his gaze. Coupled with an impressive family background, he was indeed someone worth cultivating. During the banquet, Lu Zhong had entertained the thought of getting involved in the car dealership business, but Li Yong subtly restrained him with a gesture. Yet Lu Zhong did not show any signs of displeasure, he merely smiled faintly. This calm and composed demeanor made Li Yong nod inwardly. With the door closed, only the two remained. Li Yong raised his teacup, took a sip of the warm by Luo Chun, and smiled gently. Brother Zhong, don't take it to heart that I stopped you from getting involved in the car dealership matter just now. Lu Zhong waved his hand, speaking candidly without a hint of insincerity. What are you talking about, Xiaoyang? You paved the way for this business. Bringing me along is a kindness, and not bringing me along is just business. If I were to hold a grudge over this trivial matter, that would be truly foolish. Li Yang's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. He then shifted the topic, saying, I know Brother Zhong has been in the building materials business for many years. Lu Zhong's heart stirred. He immediately understood and eagerly replied, That's right. Don't think that my company is of the top scale, but I'm very familiar with the building materials channels in the capital. As long as it's what the construction sites need, cement, sand, and gravel, rebar, red bricks, there's nothing I can't procure. Moreover, under the premise of maintaining quality, I can be 10% cheaper than others, and I can deliver supplies on demand without delaying the schedule. Li Yong nodded slowly, his tone serious yet gentle. I trust in Brother Zhong's abilities. My construction company has already started work in the Yizhuang development zone. There are many new city projects, and they are of considerable scale, but I cannot hand them all over to you at once. Let's first give you a project to test the waters and see the quality of your supplies. He paused, noticing Lu Zhong's eyes suddenly brighten, and continued, Even if it's just a test run, I can assure you that you won't suffer any losses. Based on the normal market price, whether it's more or less by 10%, I don't mind. But upon completion of this order, I guarantee you can earn at least 8 to 10 million. Tomorrow I'll have the person in charge connect with you. The project details and supply requirements will all be clarified. 8 to 10 million. Lu Zhong gulped hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. There are indeed projects in the capital that can earn millions, but those projects are intricately tied to the upper echelons of power. With his background, he wouldn't even be able to touch the fringes, only watching others feast. Now such a grand opportunity had fallen into his lap. He suddenly stood up, then quickly sat back down to suppress his excitement, his voice trembling. Xiaoyang, no more words. From now on, with a word from you, Lu Zhong, we'll go through fire and water without hesitation. As for the building material supply, just look at how I handle things. Li Yong put down his teacup, his expression becoming serious. In this industry, building materials are the foundation. If there's an issue with quality, we brothers won't have anything to do. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhong immediately patted his chest, his tone resolute. Brother, don't worry. I will personally inspect all the building materials from raw materials to production, ensuring every step is checked. If there's even a hint of quality issue, I, Lu Zhong, will come to see you with my head in hand. He was clear as day. What scale was the Yizhuang New City project? Li Yang's projects were innumerable, and if he messed this up, it wouldn't take Li Yong to act. The spit from outside could drown him. Others would only say, look at that Lu who clung to General Li's thigh yet dared to cut corners. That's just asking for death. With that thought, Lu Zhong couldn't help but smile, though he felt a sense of pride. Li Yang's acknowledgement made him feel relaxed. He had really been regarded as one of their own. The two chatted for a while longer about supply details and the connection process before parting ways. The efficiency of elite workers was always peak. The next day, just at dawn, Zhao Gang's call reached Lu Zhong's home. Upon receiving the call, Lu Zhong sprang out of bed like a carp leaping from water, hurriedly getting dressed so quickly that even his wife was stunned. What happened? Why are you in such a rush? Lu Zhong's wife rubbed her eyes, looking bewildered. While tying his tie, Lu Zhong laughed heartily, excitement bubbling in his tone. Good news. A huge piece of good news. As long as the contract is signed today, our family's wealth and glory for the rest of our lives will be secured. Signing a big deal, eh? Lu Zhong's wife instantly became alert, her eyes wide. What do you mean by big deal? Lu Zhong leaned closer to her ear, lowering his voice, but unable to hide his excitement. Do you remember the car trader my uncle introduced last time? The car we have at home was bought from him. Guess who he is? Chairman Li of Chaoyang Technology. Who? Lu Zhong's wife exclaimed, suddenly wide awake. Isn't he the biggest private enterprise owner in the country? Aren't they building a new city in Yizhuang? Exactly. Lu Zhong was overjoyed, his face filled with pride. I've been getting close to him every day, and finally he opened up yesterday. He said he'd first give me a project to test my skills, or as long as I do well, there will be plenty of building materials orders for the new city in the future. Honey, our family is about to take off. My dear. Lu Zhong's wife leaped up and planted a firm kiss on his face, her eyes sparkling with admiration. You're amazing. Flattered by his wife's praise, Lu Zhong beamed, hastily tidying up and driving straight to the Yizhuang development zone. As he entered Yizhuang, the sight before him warmed his heart. Towering cranes, roaring excavators, and buildings rising from the flat land, the outline of the new city was already visible. This bustling scene made him truly feel that he could finally squeeze into this fertile ground and become one of its members. At the front desk of Chaoyang Technology's headquarters, Lu Zhong reported his name, and soon a staff member led him to the general manager's office. Upon reaching the floor of the general manager's office, Lu Zhong noticed several men in suits looking haggard pacing back and forth in the corridor. To his surprise, they were all familiar faces in the building materials circle: General Zhang, General Chu, and General Wang. General Zhang, General Chu, why are you all here so early? Lu Zhong approached first to greet them politely. Lu Zhong. The others replied weakly, their eyes showing fatigue and bloodshot, clearly having not slept well. Not wanting to pry further, as they weren't well acquainted, Lu Zhong followed the staff inward. Just as they reached the office door, a loud shout came from behind. Comrade. We clearly came first. Why is Lu Zhong allowed to go in first? The speaker was General Chu, his face filled with agitation as he stepped forward to block the staff. The staff glanced at him indifferently, their tone flat yet firm. General Lu was specially invited by our General Zhao. You all came uninvited, understand? With that single sentence, General Chu was left speechless, his face alternating between red and white, no longer daring to utter another word. Lu Zhong walked ahead, feeling exhilarated by the exchange he had just overheard. He knew all too well that these peers were there for the building materials orders of the Yizhuang new city. Before he knew Liang, he had also contemplated snatching orders, but his company was small and lacked competitiveness, so he had to give up. Now, however, with Liang as his powerful backing, he was the one being invited, while these people could only wait. Thinking this, Lu Zhong couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes filled with a sense of triumph. Entering the office, Zhao Gang was focused on processing documents. Upon seeing Lu Zhong enter, he gestured for him to sit down and got straight to the point. Hello, Lu Zhong. I'm Zhao Gang from Chaoyang Technology. I've arranged everything that Chairman Li specifically instructed regarding you. Please take a look at this contract in front of you. If there are no issues, you can sign it directly. Lu Zhong dared not show any signs of negligence, quickly nodding. Okay, let me take a look first. He took the contract in both hands and carefully read through it line by line. The more he read, the faster his heart raced, as the contract involved a road project with a cost of nearly 100 million. For this type of project, Lu Zhong was well aware that the cost of building materials accounted for more than half, which was over 50 million. Moreover, the profit margin for supplying building materials ranged from 25 to 30. Calculating it out, he could earn over 10 million just from this single order. Lu Zhong's fingertips trembled slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, he picked up a pen and signed his name. Road building materials are fundamental supplies: cement, sand, and gravel, lime, rebar. Supplying them was a piece of cake for him, a veteran in the Beijing building materials circle. He also made calculations in his mind. First, he would complete this order well to secure his position, and then he would start planning to build his own sand and gravel factory and brick factory, further increasing his profits. Seeing him finish signing, Zhao Gang nodded slightly, his tone serious. The contract is signed, and you need to enter the site immediately. The previous suppliers have already terminated their cooperation. The inventory they left can last about a week. Your supply must keep up. It absolutely cannot delay the new city's construction schedule. Don't worry, General Zhao. Lu Zhong quickly replied, his eyes firm. I will mobilize all channels and prepare the stock overnight, ensuring the goods are delivered to the construction site at the first opportunity, not delaying for even a minute. Zhao Gang nodded and said nothing more. The two briefly verified the supply list and acceptance standards, and Zhao Gang stood up to escort him to the door. However, just as they walked out of the office, Lu Zhong was stunned by the scene before him. In addition to the few familiar faces from the building materials circle, there were now more people. Upon seeing Zhao Gang, they immediately surrounded him, and a middle-aged man in a suit looking disheveled suddenly fell to his knees. With a pale face and a voice tinged with tears, he pleaded, General Zhao, I am the person in charge of Xintai building materials here. Is there a misunderstanding between us? Why did our supplies suddenly stop? Xintai Building Materials. Lu Zhong's heart sank. This was an established giant in the Beijing building materials circle, having operated for many years, holding many supply channels for construction sites, and even some state-owned enterprises would give them some face. Now the person in charge was kneeling in public just to save a supply contract. Zhao Gang's expression was calm, unperturbed, and his tone indifferent yet firm. There is no misunderstanding. We simply adjusted the suppliers temporarily. Isn't the penalty already transferred to your account? The contract clearly states in black and white that we have the right to unilaterally terminate the agreement, and the process is compliant with all the paperwork in order. The Xintai person in charge felt a tightness in his throat, looking up and staring hard at Zhao Gang, his tone filled with unwillingness and pleading. General Zhao, we have supplied without issue for so many years. Our quality has never had a problem. We always deliver on time and in full, and our prices have always been fair. Even if you want to change suppliers, you have to give us an explanation. Now we have a large stock of building materials in the warehouse, and hundreds of workers are waiting to start work and eat. Are you trying to force us into a dead end? The others chimed in, their faces filled with panic. General Zhao, we ask for nothing else. Even a small part of the order would be fine. Sand and gravel, red bricks, auxiliary materials. We can drop our prices by 10%, double the quality guarantee, just to continue working with Chaoyang Technology. In order to preserve this partnership, they were willing to grit their teeth and accept even a 2 or 3% price cut. But Zhao Gang merely shook his head slightly, his tone showing no sign of leniency. No need. All building material supplies have already been finalized with new partners. In the short term, no new suppliers will be added. Please leave and do not obstruct the company's normal operations here. The cold refusal shattered their last hopes completely. The Xintai person in charge slowly stood up, his back instantly slumped, his gaze dimmed, radiating a sense of defeat. Arriving with anxiety and a glimmer of hope, he left filled with despair. As he passed by Lu Zhong, the gazes of the few landed on him simultaneously, filled with complex emotions, jealousy, unwillingness, and disbelief. They had clearly seen that Lu Zhong was prioritized by the staff to enter the office, indicating he had signed the coveted big deal. In terms of scale, strength, and connections, Lu Zhong's company was far inferior to Xintai Building Materials, yet this inconspicuous man had connected to a powerful relationship and risen to great heights. Such is the fickle nature of the world. With a bitter smile, the few said nothing more, turned dejectedly, and left their backs, appearing hopeless, as if all their strength had been drained. The corridor returned to silence. Zhao Gang looked at Lu Zhong, his expression regaining calm, and spoke solemnly. General Lu, you witnessed the scene just now. The Yizhuang New City project is of immense scale, and countless people are eyeing this cake. The competition is far more intense than you can imagine. Chairman Li giving you this opportunity is both trust and a test. You must strictly maintain quality and deliver on time. You absolutely cannot betray this trust. Lu Zhong immediately collected his inner pride, his expression extremely serious, nodding emphatically. Rest assured, General Zhao. Lu Zhong will remember this opportunity from Chairman Li for life. I will personally inspect all building materials, ensuring quality from production to transportation, absolutely no cutting corners, and guarantee timely and full delivery to the construction site, ensuring the new city schedule is not delayed by a second. He was very clear in his heart. Today's outcome for Xintai Building Materials was the best warning. Leaning on a big tree provides shade, but the more benefits one holds, the more one must remain grounded. Liang could easily replace a long-established giant, and naturally he could effortlessly replace a newly appointed supplier like him. Only by working diligently and firmly holding onto Liang's leg could he continue to prosper and stand firm. Zhao Gang nodded slightly, his tone softening a bit. As long as you understand. This afternoon someone will deliver the detailed supply list, delivery schedule, and the information on the liaison officer to your company. Funds will be settled monthly and payments will be made on time after quality inspection with no delays whatsoever. Monthly accounts and timely payments. This was a tremendous benefit in the engineering circle of 1992. How many project owners were suffocated by triangular debts and delayed payments, some even going bankrupt because of it? Chaoyang Technology was financially robust and never defaulted on payments. Just this point alone was enough to make countless suppliers fight for a chance. Lu Zhong's heart raced, and he quickly stood up, bowing in gratitude. Thank you, General Zhao. Thank you, Chairman Li. I will definitely work hard and not cause trouble for you too. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Zhong, clutching the signed contract, walked out of Chaoyang Technology's headquarters with a heart full of excitement. Once in the car, he gripped the contract tightly, his fingertips trembling. A nearly 100 million road project with tens of millions in pure profit was just the first test order from Liang. As long as he executed this order well, subsequent building material orders for the entire new city's buildings, factories, and municipal facilities would continuously flow into his hands. With that thought, Lu Zhong could no longer contain his excitement, throwing his head back and bursting into laughter, his eyes filled with ambition and limitless dreams for the future. Time flowed quietly, and before he knew it, the New Year's Day festival had arrived. During this period, Li Yang lived a comfortable and pleasant life. Once a solitary man, he now had a beautiful companion by his side, adding a touch of warmth to his mundane life, no longer the lonely bachelor he once was. Not only that, but he had also quietly mastered a skill known only to the masters of romance in his past life, a master of time management. While wholeheartedly accompanying Li Lu, he never neglected Deng Yu. Thankfully, it was the early 1990s, a time when communication methods were primitive and mobile phones were a rarity. Had it been in a later, more information-driven era, his half-hearted tactics would have likely exposed him. On New Year's Day, as if responding to the auspicious omen of a new year and new beginnings, the long-dormant system in his mind suddenly emitted a notification sound without warning. Ding! Congratulations, host, the system has successfully upgraded. Hearing the familiar mechanical notification, Li Yang was momentarily stunned, but then intense joy erupted in his eyes. Without a moment's delay, he focused and opened the system panel. Host Li Yang, age 20. Occupation: Chairman of Chaoyang Technology, Chairman of Chaoyang Foreign Trade, Chairman of Chaoyang Real Estate, Chairman of Chaoyang Catering, Chairman of Chaoyang Mining, Chairman of Chaoyang Construction, Actual Controller of Sun and Moon Investment, Student. Level 7 upgrade progress, 10,500,000. Daily refresh of Warriors 60, Level 1 Warriors 15, Level 2 Warriors 3, Level 3 Warriors refreshed weekly. System Mall opened with 2 epic-making items added. The host can view them at will. Current number of Warriors 7,436, Level 1 Warriors 507, Level 2 Warriors 38, Level 3 Warriors. Refresh rules: daily newly added warriors can materialize within a 10-kilometer radius of the host. New functions: unlock female warrior refresh rights with a Malito female warrior refresh ratio of 1:1. A new perception connectivity system allowing the host to remotely contact level 2 and above warriors at any time. Looking at the newly refreshed and significantly upgraded system panel, Li Yang felt a deep sense of satisfaction and exhilaration. His efforts over the past year had finally led to a qualitative leap in the system. Suppressing his excitement, Li Yang quickly clicked on the system mall, eagerly checking the 2 epic-making items awarded by the system. The moment he saw the items, Li Yang abruptly sat up straight, his gaze suddenly freezing. He had originally thought that the system's so-called epic-making items were merely cutting-edge technological products decades ahead of their time, but to his astonishment, the system presented him with truly transcendent treasures that belonged to the realm of science fiction. Even decades later, he had never heard of any country capable of developing such astonishing items, clearly things that only existed in sci-fi movies. These 2 items were a gene optimization liquid and a nano battle armor 1 set. Gene optimization liquid can deeply optimize human genetic structures, fundamentally extending lifespan and significantly enhancing immune system strength to theoretically achieve immunity to all diseases. 1 vial of gene optimization liquid can extend lifespan by 150 years, with each person limited to 3 vials in a lifetime. The second vial adds 100 years and the third vial adds 50 years. If the human body fails to break through the first genetic lock, it will ultimately still exhaust its lifespan. A subsequent unlocks of genetic lock-breaking potions will follow, so the host is advised to strive for upgrades to break the first genetic lock for an additional 500 years of lifespan. Nano battle armor stored within a special nano wristband. The wristband contains billions of programmable nanobots. Considering that the host currently has no self-defense ability and is easily susceptible to external crises, this item was specially refreshed in the mall. The core of the armor focuses on ultimate protection, requiring the host to drop blood to recognize ownership. After absorbing the host's blood, the nanobots will bind to the host at the genetic level, never to betray. When the host senses danger or encounters a fatal attack, the armor triggers a passive protection mechanism, which can fully cover the host's body within microsecond timing, establishing absolute defense capable of withstanding direct hits from powerful missiles. While wearing the armor, the host can gain 10 times the strength and speed of an ordinary person, facilitating rapid escape from danger and self-defense. Note: this armor is not equipped with any offensive weapons. After reading the detailed introduction of the 2 treasures, a huge wave surged in Li Yang's heart, and he almost couldn't help but bow deeply to the system. These 2 items are simply too extraordinary, too much in line with his desires. Throughout history, humanity's obsession with longevity has never waned. From Emperor Qin Shi Huang sending alchemists to seek the elixir of immortality to today's top global billionaires investing heavily in biological research, the essence is merely to enjoy a few more years of worldly splendor. Li Yang was no exception. Now that he had wealth and influence, sitting on a vast empire and countless warriors, it was the time of his life. Yet he deeply feared the unexpected death that could cut his life short. The emergence of the nano battle armor provided an ultimate insurance for his long life. Even if his lifespan were greatly extended, there would always be dangers and unexpected calamities, but the ultimate defense of the nano battle armor completely blocked all possibilities of untimely death. In other words, with these 2 treasures, Li Yang could live without fear of any danger, comfortably reaching 300 years. He was confident that even if just one of these items were leaked, it would be enough to ignite a global frenzy, sparking a world-class scramble. And now they were all his. The thrill of enjoying this extraordinary opportunity filled Li Yang with an indescribable exhilaration. However, when his gaze fell upon the prices of the two items, the joy on his face instantly froze and then collapsed. Gene optimization liquid price, 5 billion renminbi, per vial friendly price from the system. Nano battle armor price, 10 billion renminbi, friendly price from the system. Looking at these astronomical prices, Li Yang felt utterly helpless, nearly letting out a curse. After a whole year of toil, his total assets amounted to only around 6 billion, which included a significant amount of factories, land equipment, and other fixed assets, leaving him with at most 3 billion in liquid cash. He couldn't even afford a vial of gene optimization liquid, let alone the more expensive nano battle armor. However, Li Yang also knew that the system had been exceptionally considerate towards him. If these two items were put on the market, even priced at $1,000 billion, countless powers and top billionaires would fight to grab them. What the system offered was already a nearly free price. I still need to work hard to make money. Closing the system panel, Li Yang gazed out the window, murmuring to himself. If one were to talk about the quickest way to make money, it would undoubtedly be the financial market, but that was precisely his area of ignorance. In his previous life, he never ventured into stocks or futures. All those internet stocks that could make one rich overnight were part of a future era, while now the internet was just beginning to emerge, leaving him at a loss. After pondering for a while, a bold and peculiar idea suddenly sprang to Li Yang's mind. His eyes brightened, and he quickly reopened the system interface, respectfully asking the system, "Father, can the gene optimization liquid be diluted? What would be the effect after dilution?" The system seemed to pause for a few seconds, and after a brief delay the mechanical voice sounded again. "According to system rules, diluting the gene optimization liquid is not recommended, but once the item belongs to the host, the final disposal rights belong to the host." One vial of gene optimization liquid has a capacity of 10 milliliters, which is the optimal absorption dosage for humans, and can be diluted with water or other liquid substances. Diluting it 1,000-fold will significantly reduce its effectiveness, extending the user's lifespan by at most 6 months to a year, while also conditioning chronic ailments, repairing bodily functions, and improving health. Knowing that it can be diluted and receiving clear methods and effects for dilution, Li Yang's eyes suddenly sparkled, and his plan became increasingly clear. He quickly followed up with, "If I take the diluted potion, do I still have to follow the rule of only being able to take 3 full vials in a lifetime?" "No need to follow," the system replied indifferently, "but diluted potions also have a consumption limit. An ordinary person can take up to 100 vials, cumulatively extending lifespan by 100 years. If you want to further break through the lifespan limit, you must take the full version of the gene optimization liquid, and when taking the full version for the first time, it will first make up for the lifespan not achieved by the diluted potion, and subsequent intakes of the second and third vials will still follow the original lifespan extension rules."